mess of high spotlights. "You already have the praetor's assurance." Their peasant tried to whistle, but the sound he made was more like wind whipping through a cave. "We'd like to fast pass to the 28th floor," Acrylic said. She was the only one looking at the peasant. Pugface and Ponytail were scanning the room in that laid-back, deceptively casual way that only came with experience. Their peasant laughed nervously. "And the praetor's assurance allows you full entry to any floor under 30. But fair warning, brave heroes, past the 20th floor the tower grows exceedingly dangerous." He cupped his mouth and stage whispered, "Floor 28 is no exception. There's talk of vampires afoot." "Do we look concerned?" Ponytail sneered. The peasant blinked. "Fair enough." He pointed toward the center of the room. A mass of people crowded around them. Bright beams of light illuminated the lifts. Whether they were artificial or actual magic was impossible to say. "Your writ of assurance provides you with 2 free snack items and a discount at the smithery, if you lack silver weapons. Once you're prepared to embark, head that direction. A tracker will show you the way." They all turned at once, walking toward the lifts with purpose. I kept my head down. Once the high-level team was clear, I scanned the crowd. I had a minute, maybe less, before my companions noticed my absence. Need to do this quickly. I saw my mark. A man wobbling in adventurer's leathers, double-fisting a pair of blended drinks. My goal was nestled between the index and second finger of his left hand. A golden and black card, exactly the same as the one Acrylics used to cut the line. I weaved through the crowd, keeping my focus past the man, and toggled the Ordinator's mask to full coverage. I ran into him at a brisk walk. The moment we collided, I used the distraction of the impact to pluck the card out of hand, covering it by making a show of trying to stabilize his drinks. "What the?" he started. "My bad, didn't see you." I slid the card up my sleeve and stepped away. No shit you didn't see me!" The man stared at a wet section on his chest with the sort of clouded, confused contempt only a drunk person can manage. I beat a quick retreat toward my group at a brisk walk. A few seconds later, long after I'd safely disappeared into the crowd, I heard him exclaim, Where the hell'd my PayPal assurance go?" I still wasn't done. I needed to make sure the card worked and wasn't tied to the user's name. All the vendors had a long line except for one, a guy off to the side who was, strangely, one of the few employees in normal clothes. "Pink or blue?" the man asked, wiping his hand on his apron. "I don't care." 20 silver. Jesus, this really was a theme park. I flashed him the card. He took the card and marked it with what looked like a piece of gray chalk, leaving a single check mark in the upper left corner, then reached into the tree of multicolored poofs, handing me a bulk of pink cotton candy, and returned the card. "Enjoy your stay in the Gilded Tower." Good enough. I couldn't know definitively that they didn't have additional security measures in place when you used the card to skip floors, but the interaction at least supported the possibility that they had nothing sophisticated in place. I toggled the Allfather's mask back to the default setting. The peasant was still talking when I slid back into place beside Nick. "And so the third age came to pass." Nick took one look at me, eyes trailing toward the pink cotton candy in my hand until he looked away, one hand pressed to his mouth, his shoulders shaking. "What?" He shook his head, steeling his face. "Nothing at all." Perhaps, finally, sensing he was losing us, the peasant finally directed us to the lifts. We'd be starting on the 2nd floor. I watched the priority lifts out of the corner of my eye, watching to see how the card process worked. If anything, it was less stringent than the cotton candy vendor had been. They didn't even bother marking the cards, just glanced at them and ushered the holders onto the priority lift. A violet message notification lit up in the corner of my vision. I focused on it until it expanded. Miles. Chapter 192. Miles. "Wasn't sure about the message, but the way you just played that little clusterfuck outside was obvious bait. You clearly wanted me here. I'm here. What now?" He was probably still outside, making his way through the line. What now, indeed? Until I spotted the other Parsi team, the only point of bringing him into this was to draw attention to the tower itself, make things difficult for Aaron, and, by extension, Hoster. Hoster had said nothing about the tower, meaning cleaning house was more important to him than whatever the plan was here. Spotting the high-level team and learning their destination presented a rare opportunity. With Pugface on the roster, the team was probably Sonny's, which sent something of a mixed message, but I still wasn't willing to let the opportunity slide. All I had to do was get Miles snooping around the 28th floor. He'd gotten here quickly, but there was no way he came unprepared. If it was anyone but Miles, I would have hesitated. I was about to lure him into a trap. The trap wasn't for him, exactly, but it could spring back on him just as easily. But Miles wasn't an idiot, and I got the feeling, seeing him work, that he learned from his mistakes. No matter how rushed he seemed, he'd be fully prepared this time. Best part was, I could be certain neither side would tell the other fuck all. Mirrodin. Figured I'd do you a favor, since you were nice enough to let me go after the transposition. I'll be around floor 28, waiting for you. Miles. Sorry to burst your bubble, but if you think I'm coming in there on your terms, you're out of your goddamn mind. Mirrodin. Sure, you could put people on the exit, stake me out, but I'm gonna be honest. Your people don't seem that observant, Miles. That's what, twice now that the idiot in the Hawaiian shirts fucked the dog? Miles. It doesn't have to be like this. No matter how bad things got by the apartments, I still want to hear your side. Mirrodin, let me ask something. Have you had any luck finding me since our last altercation? Nailed down any solid leads? Miles didn't respond, which spoke for itself. Mirrodin, let me state this plainly. After today, I'm about to get busy on a grand scale. This is your one chance to stop me before that happens. Again, Miles didn't respond. This time it felt like a minor misplay on my part. Guys like Miles were used to existential threats. They trained them to be comfortable with the big, scary shit and kind of pressure that could paralyze the average person, so long as it was abstract. Needed to make it personal. Break his composure somehow. But did I really want to go there? No choice. Mirrodin. Why didn't you go in, Miles? Miles. Because I wasn't born yesterday. Mirrodin. Not the tower. That I understand. You're a coward passing himself off as a hero. I meant, why didn't you go into the house after Hawkins invited you inside? Nothing. Mirrodin. It's a decent place. Suburbs, edge of the dome, away from all the chaos. You would have had a good time. She seems like a peach. Miles. Say that to my fucking face, you motherfucker. There it was. Hawkins really was the chink in his armor. Mirrodin. Come here and I will. Or don't. Whatever happens next, though, that's entirely on you. I closed the window, even as a cascade of messages came in and the notification light rapidly blinked. No matter how much I just pissed him off, Miles was just as manipulative as me, and I didn't trust myself to not get baited into a response. Miles was biblically pissed. That was both a good and a bad thing. My method of provoking him was crass, and it wasn't subtle, but that was fine. I had no intention of meeting him on the upper floor. And if it pissed Miles off enough, which I suspected it had, the Adventurers Guild, along with whoever else Miles could scrounge up, would trawl around the tower en masse. It'd take him a while to get into the tower and buy a pass. Once he arrived at the 28th floor and found it cleared out and empty, he'd backtrack, reread the message I sent to Kinsley. Eventually, he'd figure it out, and there was absolutely no way he'd be bringing any less than the largest group allowed, a full team of 5. His people would catch the high-level team with their hands in the cookie jar and either wipe them out, force a retreat, or capture them. In terms of the overall goal, it accomplished little more than putting the order on Miles' radar, but every avalanche started small. As we moved toward the front of the line, I took several deep breaths, trying to steady myself and lower my heart rate. I caught Nick staring a hole into the back of Keith's head. I elbowed him. Zoning out? Nick jumped, a flash of guilt playing across his features before he settled back into an amiable smile, somehow less authentic than before. Just soaking in the ambience. You know what this place reminds me of? Wizard Quest. Medieval times? Nah, man. Nick looked around as the peasant droned on. Well, sort of, but no. Couple years ago, I was chilling in the Midwest over the summer, hanging with this girl I met at an away game. The entire visit, literal week, she kept saying, "We've got to go to Wizard Quest." And I'm like, do we have to leave the bedroom to get there? But she's insistent, like it's this Wisconsin mecca or something. Anyway, she's obviously excited about it, and I figure, even if it's lame, it'll probably make for a good story. Was it lame? I asked, knowing the answer. Nick's eyes unfocused, his smile slipping. Took like 2 hours to get there, so the drive kinda tapped me out. Wasn't in the best mood. We checked into the hotel. I wanted to linger a bit, settle, but she pushed me out the door. Didn't help that they charged extra to rent tablets that looked like they came out of a Best Buy bargain bin running a mobile game from 2010. So far it sounds lame. But then I got inside, and it was a total maze. I found out later it was huge, like half the size of a football stadium, way bigger than it looked on the outside. There were all these hidden doors and secret passageways and mysteries in the middle of all this art and, like, hand-carved statues and miniatures. They had a shire and, like, a unicorn sky thing. Volcano biome? I prompted. Nick punched me in the shoulder. Hell yeah, he gets it. The volcano biome was sick. There was this small open-hold mountain there up on a platform, and I'm just staring at it, like, is it going to erupt? Then this grandma in a Slytherin robe hops up on the platform, walks to the top of the mountain, and drops in, like it's nothing. Anyway, bullshit blacklight room that took all our lives aside, it really was the best. Made me feel like a kid again. And when our time was up, I didn't want to leave. It differed from the first time he told me the story, back when he still needed 2 horizontal support poles to stay upright and struggled, sweating and crying, fighting for every inch of distance. A few details had changed, but more than anything else, it felt melancholy. Almost painful. What was happening to him? Was he just tired and nostalgic? Or was there something else going on beneath the surface? I tried to encourage him. Dome's not going to last forever. Maybe when it's gone, you can take a road trip, see it again. Nah. Alarm bells tripped in my head. Nick brought the place up 3 times a year minimum, always intending to go back. Why? I asked. Nick's smile flayed me. Even if it was miraculously still in one piece and up and running after these aliens, or whatever the hell are done with us, I like the memories I have of it, you know? And I think, if I went back, it wouldn't be the same. I think... Next party of heroes, please step onto the lift. A man in a tunic gestured toward the spotlight. The lift was covered in spiraling circles of runes, each smaller layer more complex than the last. I stepped forward, squinting as the overbright beam of white light poured down on us from above. It had the same effect as a flashbang, minus the noise. Keith and Halima followed, looking equally discomfited. Nick stepped on last, and no matter how hard I squinted, I couldn't see his face. Stay within the 3rd ring and keep your arms to your side. The Gilded Tower is not responsible for any damages to your person or loss of possessions. I stepped back. As the elevator rose, my stomach plunged. From the grimace on Nick's face, he was thinking the same thing. I hope this goes better than the last time I took a group into a dungeon. Chapter 193. The sense of dread hung over me like the vestiges of a bad dream. I knew, intellectually, that whatever we were about to get into wouldn't be as dangerous as the trial, or even the early floors of the adaptive dungeon. It probably wouldn't come close, but I couldn't shake it, this deeply unsettling feeling that the system could scrub us at any time, that I was malware, cowering in the depth of the system's archives, and bringing attention to myself like this was all but asking for deletion. When I squinted directly up, through the intensity of the white beam, I could make out the rolling white artifacts of a sparsely clouded sky. There's no ceiling. Get ready. Nick unsheathed his sword and brought his shield to bear, his expression grim. I drew my crossbow, spun the dagger in my hand a few times, making sure of the weight, glancing over Nick's new gear. He'd upgraded since last time. His sword was black and gray, both shorter and thicker than his previous, more heroic-looking blade. Keith drew a wand topped with a stylized golden sun, his face pale. "Why are we freaking out that there isn't a ceiling?" Halima looked between the three of us, puzzled. "Dunno," Keith admitted. Why did the Order bother with users this green? I waited for Nick to explain. When he didn't, I shot Halima a look. No ceiling means good odds there's not a safe entry point. They're not putting us into a staging area, unless there's some kind of force field, which I doubt, meaning something could jump us the second we're up there. Halima absorbed this. Her body language shifted, legs bent slightly. She flicked the guard on her sword with her thumb, exposing the blade around an inch, and placed her other hand on the hilt in a stance that anyone who's watched Saturday morning cartoons for longer than an hour would recognize. "What?" Halima asked. She didn't look at me, but she raised an eyebrow. "I just hope you have some practical experience, and it isn't all from watching Kurosawa films." I drew Broken Legacy and dropped it at my side. It collided with the ground, and Talia appeared in her feral dog form. "Asena, get ready," I told her, using the alternative name we'd agreed on. She heeled at my side, cueing several dubious glances from the others. Nick gave our distracted member some serious side-eye. "Keith, we talked about this. You need to be welded to the tank's ass every time we enter a new area." Keith scurried, placed himself next to Nick. Nick moved on. "And Hal, as much as I appreciate the level of focus you're putting out, aren't you forgetting something?" Halima's gaze rested on Talia, mouth quirked in irritation. She released the death grip on the hilt of her sword and clapped her hands together. A sphere of swirling, transparent wind appeared at the steeple of her fingertips. Moments later, a small, quadrupedal creature made of leaves appeared in front of her. So, Halima was a fellow summoner. I could see why she was reticent to bring it out. It bobbed back and forth on four fragile-looking legs. Its eyes were black and beady, mouth high on its face, naturally quirked up in a position that gave it a permanent dumb smile. It spotted Talia and waddled over, pouncing on the larger summon's paw. Talia raised her arm slightly off the ground and flicked it. The movement and amount of force applied was delicate, but still sent the leaf creature flying across the platform, rolling several times. "Pata," Halima hissed. "Heal." Stunned, but otherwise unperturbed, Pata ignored his master and walked back over to Talia, rearing back and pouncing on her foot. Talia was obviously irritated, but otherwise let the summon be. Halima's summon looked useless, but then again so did Aubrey, until she opened her mouth. Regardless of why Nick picked these two users, it was better to disregard them until they proved themselves. I bumped Nick. "Gonna draw aggro once we're up there, do some initial damage, then lead them back to you." Nick nodded. He was trying to look calm, but the knuckles that gripped his sword were white, his posture tense. "I can do cleanup. Just try not to pull too many. Done." "What about us?" Keith asked, gesturing between himself and Halima. "Support the tank," I answered, hoping that was enough to shut him up so I could hear. The bright white light was fading away, sky coming into clear focus. We had seconds, if that. I cast Probability Cascade on 2 bolts, sliding them into my newly purchased quiver. The sense of dread grew stronger as the platform pushed us up, closer and closer to the destination. A shadow flitted overhead, round and circular. I tensed. I'd underestimated the situation. The tower wasn't even going to wait until the elevator landed to throw shit at us. "Incoming!" I shouted. Nick reacted immediately, spotting the projectile and hefting his shield above his head. A dark orange glow overtook the shield, offering full coverage to Keith and Halima. "New plan," Nick growled. "Flank! Take out their ranged!" "Got it." I prepared for impact, hoping Nick could block whatever was coming. Otherwise, this would be like shooting fish in a barrel. Still obscured by the light, I watched as the object struck Nick's shield and bounced off perfectly, reversing its trajectory and flying back out of the opening. The deflection method was new to me, a sort of return-to-sender ability I'd never seen him use before. I smiled. Whatever just tried to sucker punch us had another thing coming. The opening was close enough. I dropped low, gathering the strength in my legs, and leapt straight upward, grabbing the rim of the lift's landing point and yanking myself upward, mantling over the edge and rolling, crossbow in hand, ready to take a cheap shot at whatever was waiting. I brought the sights to bear, only for a dozen barefoot people in swimsuits to shriek and back away from me. It took a moment to disregard them as targets. None of them were armored, or armed, and they all looked more scared of me than I was of them. There was a tropical vista behind them, full to the brim with people lounging on fold-up chairs, many wearing sunglasses, and some reading as waves lapped up on the island. Instead of some system-created hellhole, I suddenly found myself in the awkward position of being heavily armed and fully prepared to go to war in the middle of a beach party. One of the few who didn't scatter, a shirtless man with a well-oiled 12-pack and skin so tan it was almost bronze, stepped forward tentatively. I shifted the crossbow toward him, and he raised his hand immediately, offering me a serene smile. "Welcome to paradise, brah." He pointed toward the sandy ground beside me. "Mind if we get that back?" I feigned a glance, intending to bait him into attacking if this was all some weird distraction. When he didn't budge, I actually looked. There was a volleyball a few feet to my right, embedded in an imprint of sand. My mind ran through the last minute, recontextualizing it and leaving me feeling slightly moronic. A few feet behind more abs than God, a small group of similarly dressed users waited on either side of a cheap-looking net. We weren't under attack. "It's clear," I called down the elevator. Nick, Halima, and Keith arrived on the platform moments later, looking thoroughly confused. I lowered the crossbow and stooped down, scooping up the ball and tossing it to Abs. "Appreciate you." Abs caught the ball in one giant palm. Then he cocked his head and stuck a finger at me. "First-timers?" "Something like that," I said. "Cool, you guys look savage." He looked us all up and down, pausing on Halima. "You even brought a samurai. Or a shrine maiden, or whatever." A vein popped out of my forehead. "It is a dungeon." "Only if you want it to be," Abs winked. "Monsters on the lower levels are pretty chill. The hardcore climbers rarely spend much time here. You get a HUD prompt?" I noted the purple notification light in the corner of my vision and expanded it. Gilded Tower, Floor 2. Tower assignment, slay mandrakes, 0 of 10. Time, 58 minutes, 11 seconds. Yeah. I trailed off, not particularly impressed with the tower so far. Jesus, did I stumble into World of Warcraft Classic? Abs threw back his head and guffawed. "Journey and destination, my dude. The objective's personal, so everyone in your party's got to do it. But if you got a healer or something, you can just let them get the last hit, and it'll count. Try not to kill more than you have to. People coming up the lift after you will need them to clear. That's the journey part." "What happens if we run out of time?" I asked. "If you take an L, you get sent to the back of the line and gotta pony up the extra fee again." That was pretty lenient, by system standards. "And after?" I asked. "Boss fight, maybe? Please?" "You go to the next floor. Or—" Abs grinned and struck a power pose, flexing a bicep. "Stay here and party like the sun's never gonna set. 'Cause it isn't!" With that, he ran off, bounding back to his pickup game on the beach. I'd taken everything he said with a grain of salt, but Nick looked like he hadn't been listening at all. Now that I'd switched mental gears, this floor of the dungeon looked more or less conquered. There was even a series of tiki-style thatch huts that appeared freshly built, with multiple serving drinks and refreshments. Halima and Keith looked mostly delighted with the development, but Nick didn't fully relax until Abs was long gone, and even then he made no effort to put his weapons away. Nick forced a smile. "Beach episode?" "We have a job to do." I watched him carefully. "Yep." Nick sighed and spun his sword. "Ripples are supposed to start on this floor. Remember, we don't know what they look like, but we know they're here. We're looking for something wrong with the environment. Could be a section of flat grass or warped tree. Let's get moving." We moved in a standard formation as Nick proceeded carefully into the green. The original plan was to stay together as we forged through the dungeon floor, away from the beach. That plan didn't last long. Halima found the first one. There was a cluster of small white flowers jutting out in all directions I'd overlooked. She dropped to one knee, and for a moment I thought she intended to smell them. Instead, Halima grabbed the cluster at its singular root and yanked. The root was large, bigger than the flowers, and probably larger than my head, but more than that, it had a face, complete with a gap-mouthed expression as it dangled above the ground and stared at all of us. It slapped its stubby hands against its cheeks and screamed. Halima dropped it, her eyes narrowing, and grabbed her sword. The draw attack was lightning fast but inaccurate, severing the mandrake's flowers from its head. The mandrake paused, blinking several times, reaching a stubby hand toward its head to feel for the flowers, and grabbing stem instead. Realization dawned, and it screamed again, the scream crescendoing into a series of shrieks as it raced across the clearing. Its voice was barely decipherable. "No, no, 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 no!" Talia dashed around to cut off its escape. Instead of trying to go around her or attacking, the mandrake pulled a 180 and dashed directly back toward us, still screaming bloody murder. Keith stepped forward and mouthed something, then flicked his wand. A purple bolt of energy exploded from his wand. It smashed into the mandrake's forehead, knocking it head over heels. I thought that was it, but the mandrake slowly staggered to its feet, drew in a giant breath, and screamed anew, sprinting off to the side this time, only to be cut off once more and herded toward us. Nick held his shield limply at his side and watched the scene. This is just sad. I had to agree. Chapter 194. At this range, I barely had to adjust for drop. A notification popped. Gilded Tower Floor 2. Tower assignment. Slay mandrakes. 10 of 10. Time, 32 minutes, 41 seconds. I closed the window and turned to Keith. My prior estimation of him had dropped significantly. Accuracy was by far his best quality. It was actually kind of impressive. He could nail almost anything he was looking at, regardless of movement or range. The problem was Keith's kit was utterly devoid of stopping power, and when I say devoid, I'm not exaggerating. His performance, when we'd found the first mandrake, wasn't a fluke. No matter the spell, a magic missile, a wave of fire, it accomplished nothing more than knocking the small monsters off their feet. The 3 he'd killed had been accomplished by using that knockback to his advantage, then dealing the killing blow with a small utility knife. And the mandrakes weren't strong. When I snuck Blade of Woe's hilt out of my inventory to check for weak points, both varieties of mandrakes lit up like a Christmas tree. Literally every part of them was susceptible to damage. "Done with mine," I announced, spotting another cluster of flowers in the shade of a vine-ridden tree. "Let's finish yours." Keith followed me, eyes fixed on the ground.
"The only reason this isn't a disaster is because these things are weak. We both know it'd be better if we run my timer out."
"Probably." "The Order didn't recruit you out of charity," I said, dropping to one knee in the shade, gripping the flowers close to the root.
"Just good old nepotism,"
Keith sighed. That piqued my interest. It smelled like possible leverage and actually explained a lot. The worst monsters in the world had friends, family, people they cared about, even if sometimes their methods of caring were utterly twisted. It made sense that they'd want them on the ground floor of Hastur's utopia, and that they'd segregate them from the larger threats. Maybe that was what Zero Team was, a bunch of golden parachute recruits stuck together. But if it was true, that begged a bigger question. What the fuck was the Order's leadership doing, putting Nick in charge of them? They were practically handing him leverage. I didn't know what Hastur offered Nick, but it had to be huge, considering they'd effectively placed a colony of rabbits in the lion's den. I shrugged. "So you're related to someone important. They wouldn't put you in the field if they didn't think you could hack it." Keith was staring down at the mandrake, his face drawn, waiting for me to pull it out. His wand trembled in his fingertips.
"It's easy to forget that you're new. Everyone contributes. That's how it works here. You contribute or you die."
"Look, we're not playing League. I'm not going to prep each one for you and let you finish it. If you can't kill these lemmings, go back before shit hits the fan."
"I know."
Keith stared at the ground. "But I'm going to make you spend every second of this last half hour proving to me you can't." I yanked the mandrake free, holding it out to my side and gesturing to it. There had to be a reason Nick brought Keith. It didn't matter what the expectations placed on him were, or what side he was really playing for. Nick wasn't the kind of person to sandbag his team. Keith pointed his wand at the mandrake, cringing, and mouthed a word.
"Bolt."
The spell landed, shockwave passing over me as the mandrake spun in my grip like a loudly complaining helicopter. Frustrated, I knelt and stuffed the mandrake back in its hole head first. Its diminutive legs bicycled helplessly through the air. Okay, no. I ran a hand through my hair. I've seen someone use that spell before. Concentrated fire, completely obliterated the target. What's your level?
6,
Keith admitted. Low, but not that low. How much intelligence do you have?
12,
Keith said. Again, not low enough for the absolute lack of effectiveness we were seeing. Is it your equipment? I eyed the wand. Keith looked like he was about to explode.
It's my stupid friggin' title.
He pulled up his UI in a series of angry swipes, and I received a notification. Tread softly. Augments and alters the user's magic prowess. Incantations are now the only method of casting. In exchange, the spells gain the capacity of being exponentially stronger, depending on the level convictions involved. In classic system fashion, it mentioned nothing about spells spoken without conviction being borderline useless. I raised an eyebrow.
Have you, tried?
Keith's face flushed. He looked away.
Yes, I spent days screaming out my spells like a badly dubbed anime character. No, it didn't work.
On some level, that was a relief, though it didn't fix the problem. You were better than when we fought.
When you backhanded me like an afterthought?
Keith asked. I shook my head. Still, those spells had more oomph behind them. What was different then?
I don't know.
Keith rubbed his arm.
I was scared.
And you wanted to prove yourself.
Right, and for some reason my magic works better in user duels anyway. Sparring, at least. The Ceaseless Knight thinks that the flavor text is mostly bullshit and my magic abilities don't really kick in until I'm in the shit.
So this was a stress test, trying to draw Keith's abilities out. That seemed uncharacteristically risky for Nick, but I could see him doing it. Several other simpler possibilities crossed my mind that Nick must have been too preoccupied to catch. I settled on one. They bring in someone new, pit you against them. Do you ever win the first spar? Keith looked up, suddenly attentive.
No.
Let's try something. What's the worst thing that's ever happened to you? I asked bluntly.
My grandpa died of cancer last year.
Keith shifted uncomfortably. Hospice or home care? I asked.
Hospice? It was terrible.
Keith shuddered. Perfect, I nodded. Now I want you to put yourself in that moment, sitting in the hospice room, smelling the antiseptic, looking at your grandpa. Keith seemed uncertain, but his eyes glazed over and his expression grew somber as he recalled the memory. I continued. Now I want you to imagine a cop comes in. He sits down, all grim and resolved, tells you it's not cancer. There's a cover-up. That a bunch of these motherfuckers, I pointed to the still struggling mandrake, broke in and scared the hell out of your grandpa. That he tried to run, but they caught him unbolting the deadbolt and screamed at him, bursting his eardrums and ruining his balance, and once he was down, they swarmed him, stomped him into hamburger with their stupid, stubby feet. Keith's mouth moved, trying to form words, taking several attempts to do so.
He couldn't run. He was in a wheelchair.
Then he rolled away, and the mandrakes tipped it over and laughed at him.
And who's trying to cover up Grandpa being curb-stomped by mandrakes?
Keith asked, but he was staring at the mandrake's flailing legs, his lip curled. I let my temper flare. It doesn't matter. What matters is that they did it, Keith. They killed your fucking grandpa. And you know who picked the house? This pathetic, screaming motherfucker right here. I yanked the mandrake out of the dirt, switching my grip to the stem and dangling it right in front of the mage. Are you gonna take that, Keith? Are you just gonna let him get away with it, or are you gonna give him what he fucking deserves? A shadow dropped over Keith's face, and he set his jaw. I reached into his mind with suggestion, amping his emotional state. Keith pointed his wand at the mandrake, his hand steady, his expression cold.
Eradicate.
Awareness shouted a warning last second. I dropped the mandrake and dove out of the way as a black and orange beam, larger in width than many of the surrounding trees, overtook its body, reducing both the mandrake and the tree behind it to ash.
Holy shit,
Keith said. He turned to me, slack-jawed.
How?
I've seen this shit before. I stood, brushing bits of dirt and grass off my armor. Titles take precedence over everything. Once you narrow it down, it's just a matter of playing monkey's paw with the wording, trying to figure out what exactly the system is using to screw you over. Keith nodded slowly. The result clearly shocked him. This was probably the peak of what he'd accomplished. He removed his glasses and cleaned them, chuckling nervously.
I feel like I should pay you or something.
I shook my head. Just a favor to a teammate. Nothing more. Excited to move on, Keith ran ahead and I followed him, watching as he chewed through the remaining mandrakes in a matter of minutes. He never quite captured the power of that initial blast again, but it was still overkill. Night and day from how he'd been a half-hour earlier. My concern grew. What I'd left out from my explanation was that I'd been able to solve the problem so quickly because it wasn't that complicated. Keith didn't strike me as an idiot. A little slow, maybe, but it was more that he was too close to the issue to see the solution. I just needed an outside perspective. Nick should have seen it. No, not should have. He saw it, and instead of fixing it, fed Keith a line of bullshit. So why? Considering the potential, I wasn't sure I would have helped him at all if I wasn't 100% confident I could shut him down if needed. Suggestion was Keith's kryptonite. It helped make him, and if necessary, could break him just as easily, deaden his emotions, fog his memories, make them difficult to access. By aiding Keith, I had created a lowly placed but eventually powerful ally within the Order, one that was easily controlled. But Nick didn't have my abilities. Was it that simple? He didn't want to create another powerful user within the Order? That felt too easy somehow. Hey, guys! I jumped at the sound of Nick's voice. He was holding back a canopy of vines, surveying the overturned trees and other damage around the clearing. Jesus, a rampaging elephant come through here? I chucked a thumb at Keith, watching Nick's reaction carefully. His face might as well have been carved from stone. Keith ran over to us, breathing hard. He stopped in front of Nick.
I broke through!
Good job, kid. Nick fist-bumped him. With style, from the looks of it. Knew you could do it. Keith looked away.
Can't take full credit. Or any, really. Mirden figured it out.
Thanks for the assist, new guy. Nick gave me the same strained smile, thinning by the second. Y'all done with your screeching carrots? When we both confirmed that we were, Nick pointed back the way he came. Good, because I'm pretty sure we found our first ripple. Chapter 195. Nick pushed greenery aside as he led us along a small stream that cut directly through the island. It wasn't far removed from something we saw during one of my father's many nature outings, major difference being this stream didn't feel historic. There was no algae, no accumulation of dirt or evidence of erosion, just a smooth stone rut that cut through the center of the island. Up ahead, Halima was kneeling near a section of the stream that dropped off into a stagnant creek. I stared at the ripple. I understood that something was wrong with it, but it took a moment for my mind to stop fixing the fallacy. The surface of the water was anomalous. There were no frothing bubbles or ripples from where the stream emptied into the creek. It's falling the wrong way, I said, which made even less sense when you consider the stream was clearly heading this direction. Halima squinted at the anomaly.
It's hurting my brain to look at. Then why are you staring at it? Keith asked. We don't know what the conditions are. If I look away, it might close, Halima answered.
Jesus Christ, I already need a vacation. I spotted a pebble washed up from the creek and picked it up, tossing it toward the small, inverted waterfall. The pebble sunk through the transparent curtain and disappeared.
Pretty sure it's not going anywhere, Halima,
Nick commented. As they poked and prodded the ripple, a notification popped in my vision. Kinsley, I know this probably won't go through, but someone told me the tower was different, so I figured I'd try. It shouldn't be possible for Kinsley to message me here, but now that I thought about it, there was nothing in the many handouts for the tower that warned about restricted communications. Either it was common knowledge or the sort of thing you didn't put in a brochure. Another sign that the tower wasn't a typical realm of Floros. Matt. It actually did. Shoot. Kinsley. Okay, perfect. I'll just go in order of least to most important. We have a location for a lab outside the region. There's a few regions leaving entire buildings that no one's using anymore for extra Selvae, and I landed us 3 floors. Renting multiple floors was smart. Assuming Kinsley intended to keep our business on a single floor, it bought us time to organize if there was a raid. Matt. Great. Kinsley. Cameron's demanding someone in charge, loudly. Pretty sure he's entering the anger stage of grief. Matt. Not great. Kinsley. And surprise, I saved the worst for last. Did you ask some girl who works in our building on a date, then ghost her? Shit. Matt. No. Kinsley. You fucking did. She flagged me down at breakfast, Matt, all sad and abandoned like a puppy in a cardboard box. The hell's the matter with you? Matt. Kins, I don't have time for this. The Tanya thing was just a cover for Miles anyway. Can always find someone else. Kinsley. It's Tara, you asshole. And what the fuck? I like her. You can't just replace her because you're bad at time management. What kind of message does that send to me, coming from the only role model I have at the moment? What am I supposed to take away from this? Find a nice, undependable boy who flakes and uses you as cover from the fuzz? Matt, it wasn't even... Whatever, fine, Jesus. I'll message her when I'm out. Also, if I'm your role model, you need to reevaluate some life decisions. Kinsley. Okay, thanks, bye. I rubbed at my forehead. Things were piling up again. Nick stood in front of us, tying a coil of rope around his waist. Once he finished, he clapped his hands twice. Okay, was under strict orders not to pass these out until we found a ripple. Don't really think I need to say this, but do not, in any circumstances, sell what I'm about to give you to anyone, especially the open market. It will come back on you. I guarantee it. Nick pulled 3 plastic cylinders from his inventory and passed them out. Everyone besides Nick inspected the cylinders. They were glass, with a small flip cap at one end, not unlike what you'd see at the top of a thermos, and the inside was filled with a black, oily substance. Keith held his straight up and down and popped the cap, giving it a cautious sniff. The dark fluid lurched, strands of dark oil clinging to the lid like tiny hands and evacuating the container, wrapping itself on the bare skin beneath Keith's sleeve in seconds. Keith yelped and attempted to dislodge the thing, struggling to dig his fingers beneath the rapidly flattening liquid. Instead of coming free, it absorbed into his skin, and a moment later a visible, glowing UI appeared on Keith's wrist. Nick clucked his tongue. Great example of what not to do in the ripple. Dangers may not be as obvious as they are out here. As a rule, if you don't know what it is, don't touch it. Fine. Now, what is this, and why is it in me? Oh, wait. Keith fiddled with the display, breaking into a smile. This is sick. Halima leaned over his shoulder, jockeying for a look. An advanced interface? Nick nodded. As you've all probably noticed, the system doesn't give us a lot of information in terms of health and status effects, which can lead to some situations where people miss warning signs before everything snowballs. This is your diagnostic, portable doctor, and codex in one. Codex? Halima was still looking at the cylinder with revulsion, but the word had piqued her interest. I was still hung up on the portable doctor comment. Did the Order have these the whole time? When they were back in the tunnel, even? Not really the star of the show here, but yeah, Nick confirmed. If you scan your kills, it'll fill in more information about them, weaknesses, possible drops, and so on. Are we centralizing these findings in a database? Halima asked. No. Nick hesitated. That was supposedly the plan, but some of the higher-level users and leadership had security concerns. For now, everything is client-side. You can share info with other members of the Order, but both parties have to opt in. What's more important, this thing can and will save your ass. Hopefully we won't need it, as it only kicks in when things are grim, but if you take a critical hit, or get dosed or overloaded with status effects, it'll synthesize whatever's needed to keep you alive. What are the limitations? I asked. It can only do so much, Nick shrugged. Take a big hit or get poisoned, you're okay. Take a big hit and get poisoned, you might be SOL. Yellow light at the top left indicates it still has charge. When it's off, you're on your own. Does it record anything beyond the user's health? Nah, it can't access your class or title, which also means it can't factor any passive buffs you have, so keep that in mind. With a disgusted sigh, Halima popped the cap on her cylinder. The oily entity crawled from the cylinder and absorbed into her skin. I wasn't sure I believed it. Nick seemed like he was telling the truth, but that didn't mean they'd told him everything. But Hastur already knew too much about me as it was, including my class and abilities. Not to mention I was pretty sure that regardless of how the device was made, it was eldritch, which meant I had some power over it. It was a tough call, but so far, the pros outweighed the cons. Still, I wanted to hear Nick admit it. Have they had these for long? Tested them? I asked.
Nick nodded. One founder is a bioenchanter. Been making them pretty much since the beginning.
Say Keith and I are on our own, and he catches a stray arrow, activating his oh shit button. It heals him enough to get him going, but he panics and tries to run, inadvertently drawing fire. He's slower from the previous injury, so the shooter dials in, catching him in the neck. I'm close by, and I haven't used my charge. There anything I can do? Nick's blue eyes went cold.
Doesn't take long for someone to bleed out from a wound like that. But yes, didn't cover it yet, but these things are modular. You can transfer a charge, assuming you were fast enough.
Pretty sure I'd be fast enough. I needled him.
Getting uncomfortable with how realistic this example sounds?
Keith muttered.
Like I said, hopefully we won't need them.
Nick crossed his arms. I held up a finger. One more hypothetical. There was something dark in Nick's expression, almost enough to dissuade me entirely.
Go ahead.
Great, I smiled. Let's say Keith didn't have the register. He was a VIP or a contact, someone we actually gave a shit about keeping alive who got seriously hurt. Could the register make that happen, or is he just fucked? Nick stepped in close, looming over me.
Stop pussyfooting around and say what you want to say,
Nick growled. Halima raised a hand.
I'm not sure what's happening, but I'd also like to know the answer to Mirtin's question.
Neither of us looked at her.
You could,
Nick finally answered, never taking his eyes from me.
The register would transfer to the wounded party temporarily and return to you after it spent its charge.
Just making sure we're on the same page, I said. Nick turned away, casting a weary glance over his shoulder.
Look, I'm an open book. If you, any of you, hear something about me and have questions, just come find me when we're not on a mission. Are we done?
We're done. I popped the cylinder's cap and watched the creeping tendrils wrap around my gauntlet. Unlike Keith and Halima, who were both wearing robes, the semi-transparent UI appeared on my gauntlet rather than the skin beneath. I circled through the readouts. The amount of information on display was impressive, and the interface simply enough to navigate without getting bogged down in endless text. It implemented visuals to create a map of the user's body in 3 layers: the overall body, underlying musculature, and organs. Most of my display was white with some light yellow. When I zoomed into the second layer, there were a handful of yellow splotches showing healing wounds, with information listed displaying the origin and age and a percentile chance of infections. Out of curiosity, I zoomed 1 layer further. There was a flash of orange, leading from my lungs toward my heart. It disappeared so quickly I almost missed it. I swapped layers several times, trying to recreate the effect, to no success. Nick pushed a coil of rope into my chest. He was all business now, the flare of irritation more or less gone.
Hold this, in case we can't hear each other once I'm settled. 2 yanks means all clear, come in. 3 yanks means hurry the fuck up because things are hot. 4 means I'm stuck or can't move, come and get me. 5+ means I'm panicking and we're boned. And what are we supposed to do in that case?
Keith asked. Nick shrugged.
Try to tie the rope to something sturdy so I can climb out if I get clear. Otherwise, cut your losses and report back to the order.
I studied him, looking for any sign of despair, anything out of the ordinary. Nothing in the way he'd presented himself gave the feel of recklessness or a death wish. But such things were rarely obvious. Too often people presented themselves with tranquility and confidence right before they were gone. Sure you don't want me to go first? I asked. It's in my skill set. Nick shook his head and gave me a playful shove.
Stay in your lane, new guy.
When that didn't mollify me, he dropped his voice to a whisper and leaned in.
Look, all we know about the ripples is that they're unbalanced and unpredictable, and I feel like we both know how brutal the system can be under normal circumstances, let alone when we're venturing into areas it doesn't want us to go. When he put it that way, this felt far riskier than I'd considered. I could drop into a treasure trove, Nick continued, or a meat grinder. There's no way to know for sure.
If it goes sideways, just get the kids out." He raised his voice. "If I go MIA, do as Mirden says." Halima and Keith were both standing far enough away that they probably hadn't heard us, but they seemed to pick up on the finality in Nick's voice. Neither argued, though Halima looked like she wanted to.
"Good luck,"
Keith said. "Just a second." I walked the cord of rope back, looping it around a nearby tree and forming a fulcrum. Now at least we stood a chance of catching him if he ended up falling into a chasm. I wrapped a layer of rope around my forearm and nodded at Nick. Nick made finger guns, firing a shot at each of us before he blew away imaginary smoke and holstered them. He grinned.
"See you fuckers on the other side."
He stuck his face in the ripple first, then jumped inside.
"No matter what happens, I'm not losing you again."
I dug my heels in and braced, waiting for the rope to go taut. Keith, inexperienced but quick on the draw, grabbed the rope with his bare hands and did the same. Halima stood some distance away with her arms crossed, staring at the ripple where Nick had disappeared.
"We have nothing to worry about." "Doesn't hurt to be careful,"
Keith said.
"Have you ever sparred with the Ceaseless Knight?" Halima countered. "Really sparred, when he's not holding back." "No, but then you can't possibly understand. There's nothing in this tower that could put him down permanently."
"Shut the fuck up," I hissed. Halima and Keith fell silent. The slack rope was moving, meaning Nick was reaching the end of his lead. But he hadn't signaled yet. Something was wrong.
"Come on, man."
The rope tugged once. Then again a few seconds later.
"See? He's fine."
Halima trailed off as the rope tugged a third time. He's sending the signal slowly, trying not to draw attention to himself. In a flurry of movement, the rope snapped a half-dozen more times and started flailing erratically. There was immediate slack, which I took to mean that Nick was retreating. I looped the rope around my waist and continued reeling it in, passing the slack to Keith. Halima was standing stock still, her mouth open. I shouted at her, "Get in here!" She started, rushing to take place behind Keith. What do we do?" "When he went through, he dropped down. He may need help clearing the drop. Get ready to pull your ass off as soon as we hit resistance." The rope slipped from my hands. I whipped around, back toward the ripple, trying to get a handle on what just happened. Keith held the end of the rope in shaking hands, black strands fraying from where it was severed.
"Oh, fuck,"
Keith said. Chapter 196. Before. The physical therapy room smelled like lemon pledge and sweat, with a subtle yet distinct undercurrent of feces. I didn't know if they were all like this, like it was some kind of PT signature, but every similar facility in the clinic Nick dragged me to smelled exactly the same.
"Fuck,"
Nick swore. He was holding onto the two parallel bars in the center of the room, triceps rippling from the effort, occupying the same spot he'd been in 10 minutes ago. The only difference was that the back of his hospital gown came undone, flying open like a reverse cape. I penciled in an answer on the prep book and turned the page. The supernova event of 1987 is interesting, in that there is still no evidence of the neutron star that current theory says should have remained after a supernova of that size. This is in spite of the fact that many of the most sensitive instruments ever developed have searched for the telltale pulse of radiation neutron stars emit. Thus, current theory is wrong in claiming that supernovas of a certain size always produce neutron stars. Which one of the following, if true, most strengthens the argument? 1. Most supernova remnants astronomers have detected have a neutron star nearby. 2. Sensitive astronomical instruments have detected neutron stars much farther away than the location of the 1987 supernova. 3. The supernova of 1987 was the first that scientists were able to observe in progress. 4. Several important features of the 1987 supernova are correctly predicted by the current theory. 5. Some neutron stars are known to have come into existence by a cause other than a supernova explosion. I stared at the question. Closed the textbook to check the cover and make sure I hadn't picked up an astronomy prep book by mistake. Then opened it again. The fuck?
"Fucking what?"
Nick said. Rivulets of sweat poured down his face, and he squinted at me beneath ringlets of soaked hair. He was leaning further forward, looking like a wax mannequin dumped on the side of the road in Tucson. I uncrossed my legs and walked awkwardly toward him, my foot asleep from sitting in one position for too long, and shoved the book in his face. He blinked several times, trying to make out the text.
Motherfucker.
I reread the question again, looking for the hook I'd missed, finding none. Fucking bullshit.
Pencil in F,
Nick suggested, between gasps for air.
For fuck off.
I snorted. Fucking A. But that was too many words between fucks. You broke the chain. Still gripping the rails, he extended a finger toward me.
The lawyer shit fits. You're a goddamn shyster.
Too bad I'm not planning to be a lawyer. Law school was way out of budget. Even if I got a full ride to both a good college and a solid law school after, which I doubted, the textbooks might as well have been etched in gold. Whatever pittance they offered to cover them wouldn't come close to the final tally. It was too much effort for too little payoff. I dog-eared the page for later research and closed the book. Can we say that, by the way?
Lawyer?
Nick snorted. Shyster. What's wrong with shyster? Dunno. I think it might be anti-Semitic or something. No, it's not, Nick scoffed. A shadow of doubt crossed his face.
Is it?
I flipped open my burner and pulled up the browser to look it up, only to be greeted by the perpetually spinning circle. Out of data. Nick inclined his head backward toward where his phone sat, blasting warring alt-rock over the tranquil spa music that played through the speakers overhead.
Use mine.
I grabbed his phone. He gave me a sort of half-smirk, and I rolled my eyes and focused on the phone screen. The passcode was 4 digits, meaning he was still using a simple passcode, which made this world easier than it could have been. I tried his birthday first. The phone vibrated, white dots going transparent. No dice. Graduation year? Nope.
Don't lock me out,
Nick warned. Relax, I've got 3 more tries. I studied the screen. Nick wasn't a complete asshole, so it wouldn't be a code I couldn't hope to guess. Or at the very least, he thought I could get it based on what I knew about him previously, or information I gleaned in the hospital. I entered 4 numbers and groaned, internally, as the phone unlocked. Really? Nick hee-hawed himself into a coughing fit. He continued to snicker, red-eyed.
A number's so magical, I had to use it twice.
Your passcode literally only comprises 2 numbers repeated. You're a bell-end.
Getting a wee bit British in here, are we?
Nick said, in the worst imitation of a Cockney accent I'd ever heard. That's supposed to be British? Sounds more like a piss-drunk Australian. Nick opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again.
Before I make the obvious joke, we should probably make sure there's no current pending cancellations in my future, because I'm pretty sure I may have possibly used that word on Twitter.
Twitter still exists? I asked. Nick nodded. I knew that all this was a distraction, that he was procrastinating, and cancellation a few years from now would be the least of Nick's problems once he was back in circulation. They'd be decent enough until his ration of social pity expired, maybe a month or 2. After that, things would get ugly. But he was doing me the service of distracting me from my mother, who was probably still wailing her lungs out in the clinic's sister facility. Least I could do was humor him. I pulled up Safari and did the research. So, you're probably in the clear, I finally said. Nick squinted.
What's probably? Why probably?
Shyster is commonly misattributed to Shylock, the antagonist from Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. Pound-of-Flesh guy was Jewish, and there are still scholars arguing over whether Merchant of Venice was problematic as recently as a few years ago, but like I said, it's a misattribution. The word itself predates MOV, and is really only derogatory to lawyers.
So, why am I only probably not cancelled?
Nick asked. Dubious intent.
What?
Did you say it to a Jewish person?
No, I don't think so.
Then you're fine. Nick was still following through on his wax mannequin act. If he kept heading in this slow, southward direction, he was going to end up on the floor.
Christ, you gotta be so careful about what you say these days, man.
I don't know. I hesitated. This was another bad habit I developed over the last few weeks, telling Nick my opinion, something I had previously fastidiously kept to myself. He had a talent for drawing it out of me.
Say it.
Nick hoisted himself upward with a grunt, gained 4 inches, lost 3. I shrugged. Don't get me wrong, I think there's a lot of problems with the way things are now, with
society?
Nick drew the word out, making an overly wide, exaggerated clown smile. Fuck you.
Sorry, had to. Go on.
With the current climate, I said, taking as many mental sidesteps around the word society as I could. I think we hyperfixate on certain issues, while far bigger problems grow malignant and metastasize without ever making a blip on the social radar. But words have power. It's always been that way. I don't think being mindful of our words and how they affect the people around us is that big of an ask.
Well, now I feel like an asshole, Nick grumbled.
You told me to say it.
Like, I know that you're right. I agree with everything you said. I'm just...
Just what? Nick swiped a sweaty arm across his face and slammed his hand back down.
I know I'm behind on the recovery, and I know what happens if I stagnate. Like, I know, and I'm tired of knowing that and only getting bullshitted in return. The fucking therapist called it an improvement because I took 3 more steps than yesterday and managed not to shit myself. They keep telling me I'm doing great. They keep lying, and I'm fucking tired of it.
The wooden bars vibrated in his grip.
For once, I just want someone to take me to task, hold me accountable. Like you said, words have power.
I mean, you're PT's an effete dumbass who probably couldn't wring a genuine moment from Ginsberg's howl.
I understood about 60% of that, Nick said.
But positive reinforcement is always more effective than negative reinforcement. And that's not social niceties or work posturing, that's science.
You remember that junior ROTC program we had freshman and sophomore year? Nick asked.
I had to think about it. Yeah, the drill instructor got fired for putting a student through a car window. School withdrew from the program after that. Nick laughed.
Sergeant Ross. Not even sure if he was a sergeant. But that was what he made us call him. Dude was such a prick. Plus, I'm pretty sure he had a glandular problem. He had these tight pants, and you could see his... Well, anyway, I was like barely 120, soaking wet.
Bullshit. The size difference alone was staggering.
I was, Nick insisted. Total noodle. Never stepped in the gym for more than a couple of days a week, and when I did, it was mostly cardio. Surprising no one, Sergeant Ross didn't like me much. One day after drills, he stops me, asks me why I'm even bothering with JROTC. And being the naive freshman I was, I told him honestly. I wanted to bulk up for football. I groaned. He didn't like that. Nick chuckled. Not one bit. And that motherfucker would not forget it. Every fucking exercise, during drills, laps around the track, he'd find me. Look, everybody, it's Talmon's future football star. Peyton Manning weighed 200 pounds of rock-hard muscle his freshman year. How much do you weigh, fish? Shit like that.
Wow, he really was a prick, I said.
That he was, Nick confirmed. But he made me aware of the gap between fantasizing and actualizing, and instead of discouraging me once I realized how much work I was going to have to put in, all he really did was piss me off. Want to prove him wrong. And it worked. I hit the gym 5 days a week on top of what I was doing with ROTC. By sophomore year, I made varsity.
I smirked, just in time to watch them load that dickhead into the back of a squad car.
He was an asshole, but he told me a truth I needed to hear. And Nick choked up. I know it doesn't work for everybody, but what I need is for someone to tell me the truth, because as long as I keep thinking to myself, it's okay, you made it 4 steps instead of 3, I'm never going to get out of here.
Nick collapsed onto the mat, accumulated sweat flying. I went to help him, then pulled back at the last moment.
Is that really what you want?
I asked. It bothered me how invested I was in his answer. I was getting attached. Another sign that this relationship had run its course. If Nick said yes, it would be as simple as taking my filter off. But I'd found on more than one occasion that people who asked for the truth rarely wanted it. It's why we lie so often. If I told him the truth, I knew with complete certainty that this odd, cobbled-together friendship we had was over.
Yes,
Nick said.
Well, it had to end sometime.
I looked around the room.
This would work better if I had a prop, something I could use to raise the stakes.
Eventually I found it, blasting alt-rock in the palm of my hand. "What was your goal for today?" I asked, pressing 2 fingers to my neck. My pulse was higher than normal. Why the fuck did I care so much? I need to make it to the end." He pointed to the far side of the parallel bars. "And you're healed enough for that?" I checked. "PT says my leg should be weight-bearing. It just hurts. But I think I'm done, bro. Can't get over the mental hurdle." I took no joy in what I was about to do, but if this was the last time we spoke, my last opportunity to repay him for the distraction he'd unknowingly provided, I needed to do it right. "Hey, Nick," I said. "What?" Nick sobbed. At some point he'd started to cry. "I'm sorry." I snapped a picture of him, balled up, whimpering in a puddle of his own sweat and tears. The phone camera made the shutter noise. "What the fuck?" Nick asked, propping himself up on one arm, expression disturbed. For the first time in recent memory, I took the mask off, crouched in front of him, stuck the phone in his face. "Go on. Look at that pathetic, sniveling shit mewling about how hard his life is, the one wasting everyone's time. Take a good, long look at yourself." Nick lunged for the phone. If he was uninjured, I wouldn't have stood a chance of keeping it from him. As it was, all I had to do was pull my arm back. Too slow. Just like at the game. Furious, he grabbed for the phone again. I kept it just out of his reach, and stood, holding the phone behind me so he could see it as I walked to the front end of the parallel bars. "You're no Sergeant Ross, Matt. It's obvious what you're doing," he called after me. "You're right, I'm not your ROTC drill sergeant." I reached the end of the parallel bars and stared at him, disgusted. "I'm the ghost of Christmas past, motherfucker. And that," I pointed to the wheelchair, "is your goddamn future." "I'm not doing this." Nick looked away. "Fine with me." I made a show of scrolling through his contacts. Let's see. Alexandra, Bethany, Bridget with extra letters. Cassie. Jesus, how many girls do you have in here? Cassie's my mom. What the hell do you think you're doing? I saw him in my peripheral, watching me with growing alarm. Composing a group text. Figured we'd send everyone an update on your progress. Nick's jaw dropped. You wouldn't. Do I strike you as someone with a robust sense of humor? I asked dryly. Give me my phone back, bro, Nick snapped. His fear, his self-pity was disappearing, changing into something feral. I dropped it onto the mat at the end of the bars. Come and get it. He didn't move. I don't have to send the picture, Nick, because pretty soon that's the only version of you that exists. Everyone will see it for themselves, live and in person, and Jesus, talking about never getting out of here? What a fucking joke. I don't care how loaded your parents are. PT's fucking expensive. Their insurance probably covers half at most, meaning they're covering the other half out of pocket, meaning no matter how busy or absent they are, eventually they're going to be sitting in the therapist's office getting a status update on exactly how that money is being spent. Fuck you! Nick grabbed the bar. There you go. Use that anger. Channel it. I continued, spittle flying out of my mouth. And sure, maybe the PT milks you for a couple more months. Why give up a cash cow when it's still producing? Nick screamed, pulling himself to his feet. His face was gaunt, pale, and he clung to the bar like a man holding onto a life preserver in a hurricane. But his eyes burned. Eventually, the therapist will come clean. He won't tell them the truth exactly, that you're a self-pitying child who won't lift a finger to aid his own recovery. He'll find a nicer way to say it, like, I think Nicholas has made all the progress he can. Nick took a step forward, and another. You're a twisted motherfucker. I sneered. At least I'm honest with myself. Can you say the same? When you're back in school, and all those people are watching you struggle to wheel yourself through the hallways, can you be honest with yourself, Nick? That the only reason you're in a wheelchair is not because you need it, not because the injury was so severe that there was no alternative, but because you fucking quit. I am gonna strangle your ass when I get there, Nick huffed. Sure, I'll schedule a time for Friday, next week, I said. But I was losing the venom. He was over halfway now, moving at a decent clip. Any legitimate annoyance I felt was long gone. Instead, I felt melancholy. Almost sad. Strange. Nick stalled at the finish line, strands of drool dripping from his lips, his teeth.
No. Fuck. I can't do it. That's it. I can't do it.
I opened my mouth, fully prepared to launch one final verbal assault, and found that I couldn't. Instead, I left him there and brought the wheelchair around. Yes, you can, Nick.
I can't,
Nick shouted hoarsely, his vocal cords fried. Just look. I pointed behind him. Nick raised his head, slowly, groggily, and gawked at the distance. As I'd suspected, he'd lost track of the progress he made. I swallowed. All the way back there, when it took you forever to take a single step, you told me all you wanted was the truth. But if you can look how far you've come and tell me the person who crossed all that distance in such a short time can't close this tiny gap, you're lying to yourself.
I need a second,
Nick rasped. Take 10. Nick closed his eyes and moved. His hand slipped off the end of the bar. I caught him under the armpits before he could fall and grunted. Got you, buddy. I've got you. By some miracle, I got him into the chair without dropping him or crumpling like a soda can. Nick's head lolled back, eyes half-lidded.
My phone.
Yep. I scooped it up off the mat and deleted the picture. Pic's gone forever. You're good. Goodbye, Nick. Still out of it, Nick tried to put the phone in his pocket, realized he had none, and left it between the chair and his thigh. His eyes focused on me.
You're kind of a prick.
It stung, even though it shouldn't have.
Yeah.
Just gonna get you to your room, then I'll fuck off, okay? Nick held a wobbly finger straight up, like a child with an idea.
When we do this tomorrow, maybe bring it down, like a notch. Or like 4 notches.
I snorted, then registered what he was saying. Are you serious?
Yeah, man.
Nick swatted at me, annoyed.
I mean, forget Ross. You make Gunnery Sergeant Hartman look like Mrs. Doubtfire.
I got about 60% of that. I hesitated. But I just want to make sure I understand. You actually want me to come back tomorrow?
What?
Nick smirked.
Got a hot date you didn't tell me about?
Okay, don't be a dick. As far as I could tell, he was serious. I definitely hurt him. That was the problem with negative reinforcement. It always left a mark. But he'd forgiven it so easily. We were in uncharted territory now, and I had no idea how to proceed. Nick's eyes closed completely, and it looked like he was talking in his sleep.
Can we get ice cream?
Sure. I can pick up something from the gas station across the street.
Marble slab?
Nick asked hopefully. I rolled my eyes. We'd need a van with a wheelchair lift again. It's late enough that no one will notice if we borrow one of the clinics. Shift changes in 20 minutes. Could snag the keys from behind the front desk easily enough, and I'm not going to go through all of that if you're just going to pass out while I'm gone.
I heard your entire plan, and I am awake and committed,
Nick said, forcing his eyes fully open.
Fine.
But you're paying. By the time I got the keys and returned, I could hear Nick snoring from outside the door. Chapter 197. Either he cut the rope on his own, or something cut it for him. I was already moving before the realization fully registered. Even a half-second hesitation could be the difference between life and death. I needed to get in there, now. Reading my intent, Halima placed herself between me and the ripple. Her face was drawn and pale, but her mouth was set. Our orders were explicit. Get out of my way, I growled. Below her, her small bush-with-legs summon looked back and forth between us, collateral caught in the crossfire of a detonating team dynamic. Talia squared off with it, and the bush thing cowered.
Halima, don't...
Keith tried. The ceaseless night. She cut off, hand gripping her hilt tighter as I ignored her and attempted to walk around, and she shuffled in front of me. Move! I reached out to shove Halima out of the way. Instead of engaging, she danced backward, taking a much more serious stance. Interesting. Not like Keith, much more experienced, despite the social naivety. She was fully prepared for this to come to blows. Go back to the entrance, I tried again. Not without you. I threw back my head and laughed, then fixed her with an icy stare. Okay, fine. We can do this the hard way, but you better be ready to kill me. It doesn't have to come to that, Halima started. Yes, it does. For your sake, I took another step forward. Halima wasn't much shorter than me, but when you were standing within spitting distance of another person, the inches really added up. She didn't budge, but the fire in her eyes grew uncertain. Because if your little obstruction here costs me the time I need to save Nick, I won't report it to Haster, or Sonny, or Aaron. I won't report it at all. In retrospect, you'll realize what a massive fucking blunder you made, and you'll wonder why there were no consequences. In the meantime, everything around you, your every dream, desire, anything you care about will fail. Everything you touch turn to ruin. You're posturing. Yes, you might be further along and have a special class, but you're just another user, Halima said. It sounded like she was trying to convince herself. I leaned forward, looking straight ahead, and whispered, just loud enough for her to hear, If you really believe that, why don't you head over to Region 6? Ask them if fucking with me was worth it. Halima's resolve disappeared. To her credit, she didn't move out of the way, but she also didn't move to stop me as I circled around her.
What do we do?
Keith called after me. Go back to the entrance. Or don't, your call, I said. He might have said something else, but I didn't hear it. I splashed through the stream and used the rock alcove for support, lowering myself through the mirage. Almost immediately, I started falling. The operator's belt was already on from earlier. I instinctively oriented myself so my feet faced the ground and bent my knees. My eyes took their time adjusting to the darkness, rendering me mostly blind. Perception flared at the last second. I landed in a crouch. My bones jostled from the sudden impact, but somehow I stayed on my feet, maintaining the low-to-the-ground position as I waited for my eyes to adjust. The chamber resembled a pit more than a cave, all dirt and mud. There were long lengths of tree trunks spanning from the packed dirt ceiling to the muddy floor, branches and dying greenery squished against the ground. A bead of moisture touched my cheek, then another. If the tree situation wasn't disorienting enough, floating beads of water descending from the entrance in a chaotic spiral populated the cave, as if gravity lost hold on them once they entered the ripple. Other than the scattered taps of water beads colliding with each other, the cave was utterly silent. The silence, more than anything else, scared the hell out of me. I'd expected to find Nick entrenched in a life-or-death battle. I knew from the way the rope had spasmed there was some sort of struggle close to the ripple's entrance. Screams, clashing swords, bestial growling, and gnashing of teeth. I would have taken any or all of them over the silence. Because silence, more often than not, meant the struggle was over. It was so complete that I startled when Talia landed beside me in barely more than a whisper. Fighting my instinct to charge blindly into the dark, I activated harrowing anticipation. As the threads spread from my core, the surrounding ground lit up an endless sprawl of glowing red semicircles, including one directly about 2 feet in front of me. Mines? Probably not, but from the spacing and size, that's what they looked like. I went down on one knee and leaned forward for a better look, prepared to react at the slightest movement. When none came, I leaned closer. The color was strange, off-white, and despite the perfectly rounded hole that ensconced it, the surface itself was bumpy. There was a slit between a pair of parallel protrusions, and to the side of that, a distended knot with 2 holes. That's a face, I breathed out. Dirt scattered as the face rotated forcefully, parallel protrusions of its mouth parting to reveal flat, horse-like teeth. Still mostly covered in dirt, the mouth snapped several times, its teeth clicking together in a hollow snap. There was a chorus of snaps that followed from either side, as several surrounding faces replied in kind. Talia tensed beside me, but after the short echo of chattering, the faces fell dormant again. Something odd about that response, felt instinctual, like something an animal or insect would do. I flicked a piece of moist dirt toward the mouth, watched it bounce off the creature's cheek. The direct hit elicited no reaction. After a few seconds, a split tongue emerged from its mouth, cleaning the surface of its face in a practiced, clock-like motion, knocking the dirt free. I replayed the events in my head, coming to an inevitable conclusion. Whatever these things were, they triggered on sound. I stood slowly, panning the subterranean, until I found what I was looking for. A cluster of holes, each big enough to house a small body. As I noted earlier, Nick wasn't built for stealth. His armor would have given him away immediately if he was moving. Talia fell in line behind me as we tread carefully, following the trail of holes, noting the scuffled footprints in the mud. We passed by a thick trunk of inverted oak and found the source of the trail. There were a dozen of them, maybe more. Now that I had a better look, their pale skin looked far closer to the mandrakes we'd killed on the surface than a human's. Still, their anatomy wasn't far off, though it gave the feel of something prehistoric. They had giant hands and feet, and a vicious curve in their spines that gave them the look of something that was always hunched over. And like that first face in the dirt, they had no eyes or indents for them. Everything from their forehead to their noses, a smooth line of flesh. Cave fiend. Several held Nick down. Given the two dead cave fiends, bleeding black blood into the dirt beside him, they weren't taking any chances. Nick was on his back, each arm and leg pinned in place by several cave fiends, an endless number of pallid hands and fingers with too many knuckles keeping him flat against the ground. One dug its fingers into his throat, keeping him from calling out. Another cave fiend, larger than the rest, stood over Nick. It was trying to pry his mouth open. I solved the mystery of why with a glance at the circle of rope hanging on the cave fiend's filthy belt and the small pieces of pink flesh that hung from the rope like macabre ornaments, trophies that looked very much like tongues. I wasn't able to save Ginny. It was a failure I still carried with me. Her death happened too quickly, the wound too decisive. But this was different. These motherfuckers had made a critical error. Instead of killing their prey immediately, they intended to toy with it instead. The feeling of helplessness disappeared, consumed by something raw, something visceral, something feral. I snapped. Chapter 198. Time stopped. My pulse drove a heavy rhythm, and the red strands from harrowing anticipation pulsed alongside it, accelerating. I read the cave like sheet music, every cave fiend a note, the path forward annotated as if clearly marked with a piece of paper. I tweaked the threads with probability cascade, adjusting them minutely until the pitch was perfectly in tune with the vision pounding in my head. I was dimly aware somewhere in the back of my mind that I couldn't fully accomplish what I intended. I couldn't grasp it. The notes themselves were an unknown quantity. I didn't know how the cave fiends danced, which left a question of how to fill the gaps. I could go overboard, compose alternate pieces based on how the notes reacted, but it felt like if I did, the threads would disappear before I could use them. "See?" a voice whispered, almost reverent. The cave fiends were still frozen in place, but I felt the same presence I felt during the transposition, a presence that washed over me like a wave of molten iron.
All you had to do was call.
Though I hadn't seen her, I was certain. Nikta stood beside me. Had I called her? I couldn't remember. It's beautiful, but I don't know how to fix it, I said, without words, still obsessing over the trailing threads.
It's not the Grimelings that trouble you. While it's true you're missing information, that's a trivial fix, Nikta answered.
As she spoke, the vast quantity of information filtered into my mind. I understood the Grimelings better now, was reasonably confident in how they'd react. They were constructs, the base from which many humanoid monsters formed. This batch was tainted by the only other beings present, the mandrakes, and they were useless now as anything other than guard dogs shoved within the depths of the ripple. More important than anything else, they were monstrously strong. The music reordered itself in my mind, clearer than before, but as Nikta had warned me, it wasn't fully clear.
You can't make sense of it because you've taught yourself that violence is a tool. A dull implement, used only when there's no better option, Nycta whispered, while the marauder within you wishes for one thing above all others. What? I asked. To be free. That felt wrong somehow. I felt a strong desire to argue, create a counterpoint. All I could manage was token paranoia. Is there a price for your help? Nycta balked. A prize? No, child. I came only to attend the offering you prepared for me. And though your attempts are rudimentary and the sacrifices you offer only one step above mindless monsters, I see the same potential I always have. The potential that once stayed my hand. Nudging that potential in the right direction to ensure our joint satisfaction is my duty as your patron, nothing more. What do I have to do? I asked. To see it clearly. Let go, Nycta whispered. Time resumed. I slumped the coil of rope off my shoulder, and Audrey manifested, scampering silently across the dirt, avoiding the grimelings I mapped out for her, across from the group attacking Nick. She scaled an inverted tree, a handful of vines extending like thin, thorned fingers and smacking against the ground. Teeth clicked loudly, shattering the quiet. Hands jutted from the dirt as grimelings emerged. But they were vulnerable exiting the ground. And Audrey capitalized, looping her vines around their necks and lifting them into the air, where they struggled and lashed out, attempting to free themselves, but their mouths stayed firmly shut. I pulled the hand crossbow of Pathos from my inventory and fired a bolt into the center grimeling. It clamped both hands over its mouth, swinging back and forth by its neck from the impact of the bolt until it couldn't hold its silence anymore, and screamed. The scream was guttural and terrifying, the sort of sound that haunted dreams and intensified nightmares. The two grimelings hanging on either side of the target immediately seized, reacting as if the noise alone was torture, and grabbed at the center grimeling in a blind panic, trying to stop the noise. They attacked it, punching, kicking, eventually tearing, ripping skin from muscle. Across from the makeshift gallows, several grimelings among the group surrounding Nick were cringing, pressing their hands against the sides of their head. The big grimeling had stopped trying to get Nick's mouth open and turned around, staring back toward the chaos. It roared once, slapping one of the smaller grimelings when it stepped forward and tried to cover the larger grimeling's mouth. I reached inside their minds. They had no fear to play with, just irritation and anger. I amped it up, tried to direct it at their companions. If I had more time, I probably would have turned them against each other. Unfortunately, that was the exact moment Nick tried to make his escape. He dislodged an arm, only for two of them to push it back down. The big grimeling, having apparently cut his losses, wheeled on Nick, intent on killing him before he could slip away in the pandemonium. I covered the distance in a dead sprint, instinctively avoiding the burrowing grimelings. Some were rising anyway, teeth clicking, faces grimacing at the noise, but others were burrowing deeper. Talia got there first and sunk her teeth into the grimeling's ankle, yanking violently until it toppled. Brutish and single-minded, the grimeling ignored Talia and dug its claws into the ground, crawling toward Nick. Even with everything else going on, I was drawing attention, more attention than I wanted. There were two of them chasing me, and while I was faster, they weren't slow. I didn't have time to line up a shot. I spun mid-stride and fell, trusting Paige's quick-draw to guide the shot as I pulled the trigger. The arrow lodged itself in a grimeling's shoulder, and this one didn't get its hands over its mouth in time. It screamed, and the others turned on it immediately. I inventoried Pathos and withdrew, retch mid-roll, taking aim at the big grimeling that was still wriggling through the dirt toward Nick, waiting for it to pause. I swatted down toward Talia, and she jumped away, giving me the window I needed. I pulled the trigger. The bolt flew true, mostly thanks to probability cascade, dropping vertically while maintaining momentum in a shot that probably wouldn't have passed muster if someone caught it on video. It sunk into the base of the large grimeling's neck, killing it instantly. But, of course, nothing is simple. With the big one out of the way, the smaller ones were unbound by hierarchy, and they were all hungry. Nick's dark orange aura flared to life as he struggled, simultaneously attempting to regain his sword a few feet away and knock them off of him. An icy hand grabbed me by the back of the neck and lifted me up. I'd drawn the attention of another grimeling. I grabbed its arm with one hand, drawing Vorpal Gnasher from my inventory and driving it into the elbow joint. The blade stabbed through bone effortlessly, and the grimeling dropped me. But it lunged forward, teeth snapping, and my leg went out from under me. I still had the knife. I could probably fend it off, but Nick was running out of time. The tip of a sword plunged through the Grimeling's skull, and it went still. Halima stared down at me, looking uncertain. I pointed to the dead Grimeling. Myrden. They're blind and hunt by sound. Strong, though. Watch your step and don't let them grab you. Halima's eyes furrowed. Behind her, Keith incinerated the group of Grimelings gathered beneath Audrey in a massive fireball. She banged the flat of her blade off the trunk of a tree, facing off with another Grimeling that charged toward her. Halima, we've got your back. Go get him. I was already running. Chapter 199. I drove my knife through a Grimeling's jaw, blade parting flesh and muscle as if I was tearing through paper. The second the blade was occupied, two of them, distracted with someone, immediately wheeled and charged me. I pirouetted, keeping the blade in place without driving it home, pushing the wounded Grimeling in front of me like a demented puppeteer. Then I twisted the knife. The Grimeling screamed, and its fellows flailed, attacking the screaming Grimeling instead. I freed my blade, just as they tackled it to the floor. I stared at them, flipping the knife and catching it easily. The weight differed from Blade of Woe, but it felt right in my hand, like it had always been there. This was what strength felt like. Think carefully before you deny who you are. Hastur will make you weak. A submissive dog in his sprawling kennel. He'll smooth out the rough edges, removing everything that makes you unique, significant. He'll strangle the warrior within you until only the child remains. Someone was calling my name. My real name. They were telling Myrden to run, insisting that the Grimelings were too strong. Someone grabbed at my arm. I pushed them away. The lanky Grimeling with a loop of tongues advanced on me, two large companions flanking him on either side. One had a scar across his mouth that made it look like he was always smiling, while the other had a slight limp. A broken leg that never healed right. I cast Hinder on all three of them with a simple wave of my hand, feeling the distant throb of a headache as my mana drained to dangerous levels. The repeated uses of my Ordinator abilities cost me. I was down on my weapons and physical prowess, a situation I was dimly aware would have terrified me in normal circumstances. But for maybe the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid. Unsparing Fang worked best if your opponent made the first move. It was tactical, intended to create openings through careful advancement. Without so much as a thought, I tossed it away. Instead, I relied on the pulsing drumbeat in my blood as I sprinted forward, directly at the leader. Lank's mouth twisted, and he opened his arms wide, bracing. I diverged at the last second, ducking low under his outstretched arms before he could catch me in a bear hug, and drove my dagger into the soft tissue behind Gimp's kneecap, then pried outward. Gimp fell, gripping his leg. He had to be in an excruciating amount of pain, but unlike the others, I slashed my dagger in controlled, horizontal strikes up his arm, tearing veins open, lingering for just a second too long. Smiley ran in front of Lank and swiped at me with a backhand. I rolled away, but even the grazing impact across the back of my head and neck was enough to send me sprawling across the ground. A hard anger welled up within me. Show them who you are. I feigned weakness, staying on my hands and knees until Smiley drew close. Watched as he drew his leg high with every intention of stomping my lights out. I shifted at the last second, whirling to my feet and risking one last use of Page's quickdraw to staple his foot to the dirt. Smiley roared, and I smashed the crossbow's handle into his exposed teeth, feeling an unpleasant crunch as they shattered, and shoved him clear, his foot tearing free of the arrow. The whole thing had taken seconds, but Lank had no intention of politely waiting his turn. He gripped the hilt of his crude knife with both hands and drove it down toward my chest. His movements were undisciplined, sloppy, but I was off balance from shoving Smiley. Dodging wasn't an option. I dropped both my weapons and caught his forearms. The impact nearly crushed me, slamming me to my knees. Every bone in my body creaked and threatened to snap. He tried to rip the knife free at first, then focused his entire weight on pushing it down until the point of the blade scraped against my solar plexus. If we stayed like this, he'd break me in half. Instead, I let myself fall, back impacting the dirt. Lank fell on top of me, single-minded in his ruthlessness, and I felt the blade point-punch through my armor and an outer layer of skin. But he'd moved too close to my face in the transition. I leaned forward, into the blade, feeling it sink in another millimeter, tilted my head to the side for a better angle, and bit down on the soft flesh of his nose. It tasted like fungus and bile. I bit down for all I was worth, and iron filtered into my mouth. Lank reacted immediately, yanking backward, but all he accomplished was tearing his own nose off his face. I turned and spat it onto the ground, shivering at the taste. Lank screamed, a bloody opening where his nose used to be. The reaction was instantaneous. The Grimelings still fighting the people I came with. Who were they again? All stood at attention, utterly still. As one, the majority turned and retreated deeper into the cave. I cautiously stooped down and retrieved the blade, never taking my eyes from the Grimeling. The flesh around the ruins of his nose bubbled, the hole in his face growing smaller. He was regenerating. Odd. None of the others did. I charged forward, stopping dead to avoid a horizontal slash, pivoting in place and catching the side of his head with my heel. Lank jumped backward, knife held in front of him in a forward grip. He was being more cautious now. It tempted me to push my advantage, but something held me back. The rest of these things couldn't see for shit, but Lank could, at the very least, sense me. I tested the theory, making no audible movement, but leaning forward, slashing out toward his face. Lank leaned back, avoiding the blow. I was right. He was more developed than the others, which meant this was a knife fight. I shifted into an unknown stance on instinct, slapping his knife hand away as he probed my defense, looking for an opening, and landed a glancing blow across his shoulder. The exchange felt rhythmic, and the drums in my mind grew louder. We repeated the movements again, and more of the rhythm grew louder, easier to grasp. Another exchange of blows before we parted. Another glancing wound closer to his vitals. There was obvious frustration in his sloppy movements, and he put more and more effort into his attacks, eroding his balance. I pushed him back, slowly, feeling the drums grow louder as my enemy panicked. There was no time to breathe, to think. It was all moving so fast now that the slightest hesitation could kill me. He lashed out again, and I punished the move, flaying a chunk of pale skin from his knife arm and missing his throat by a hair. He stabbed at me repeatedly, using an absurd amount of power. I danced backward, letting the strange music guide my steps. I knew I was bleeding from a dozen wounds, but it didn't matter. All that mattered was finishing the dance. There! I feigned, stabbing forward with the hilt of the dagger and dropping it into my waiting offhand, driving the blade into Lank's guts, dragging a red line up his torso. He fell to his knees, gripping my arm with loose fingers. The loop of tongues swayed on the leather circle looped around his waist. Finish it. An image of Nick popped into my mind, tied up, helpless. What the Grimelings intended to do to him. I locked my fingers under Lank's jaw, prying his mouth open, bringing the dagger forward, his face twisted in realization, revulsion, and fear. Finish the song, Mirden. Someone grabbed at me. I kept a grip on Lank and pressed the dagger against their throat, belatedly turning to look. A girl stood there, lips parted in a surprised, "Oh." I strained to remember the girl's name. "Mirden, the ceaseless night. Nicholas is hurt," the girl said. Somewhere, a curtain fell and the drums receded immediately. As if a fog had lifted, suddenly I could remember her name perfectly. I lowered the dagger. Halima? Yes. Halima swallowed, rubbing her throat. She pointed to where Keith stood over Nick, helping him stay upright in a sitting position. Blood matted the back of his hair. He protected us, saw what you were dealing with and tried to help, but a Grimeling struck him in the back of the head. Shit. I slammed the dagger behind the Grimeling's ear and left it in there, in case its regeneration was still in play. You have killed Ancient Grimeling Silencer. Level up. Ordinator has reached level 14. For killing an enemy far above your level, you have been awarded an additional 3 feat points. Congratulations! For your performance under the patronage of a deity, you have received elevated favor and gained a new skill. I swiped the notifications away, hurrying toward Nick. The codex dose him already? Up ahead, Keith shook his head. It's saying it's empty. Probably when they caught him earlier, Halima said. Yours? I asked. Used it. Halima's hands balled into fists. I wasn't. They were so strong. Stay focused, I said, realizing with a flare of anger that I was projecting. Divine interference aside, I totally lost my head, fighting the Grimelings, and Nick was in a bad way as a result. The realms of Florus fuck with you by design. Tear away your defenses, literally and metaphorically. Stay present. Don't think about what could have happened. I may need you. Halima's eyes widened, and after a moment she nodded.
Fine,
Nick said, trying to push Keith's supporting arms away. I dropped to one knee and tilted his chin up. One pupil was pinprick small, the other blown to hell. No, you're not fucking fine. If he fell asleep like this, it was a one-way trip to Coma Town. Nick tried to stand, and I forced him back down, swiped my codex against his. System notification. User Nick, Ceaseless Night, is in critical condition. Would you like to transfer Guardian charge to Nick? I selected yes before the text could finish scrolling. The oily black band on my wrist pulsed, then dimmed. I checked Nick's pupils again. The change wasn't huge, but it was there. After a few seconds, he stopped swaying. His hand went to his mouth.
They were gonna cut my fucking tongue out, man.
His eyes watered. For a moment, I saw the old Nick, gripping the parallel physical rehab bars. I gripped his shoulders gently.
I've got you, buddy. I got you.
Chapter 200. We waited for the codex's hold to take effect. Nick shivered, eyes fixed to the ground, paradoxically looking worse the more he healed. I balanced on the precipice of doubt. As cold as it sounds, this failure was the evidence I needed. Proof that Nick was the same person, that his mind wasn't twisted and repurposed by Haster, Aaron, or some other unknown party. He wasn't infallible or perfect, or the model of wisecracking indifference. That was a mask. One I'd witnessed him don for much of our friendship. And now that Nick's mask was gone, it was time to decide what to do with mine. If he wasn't at rock bottom, he was close, hurt, humiliated, probably a little embarrassed, completely alone in dark waters haunted by sharks. Sure, revealing my identity was a risk with the Gaish in place, one I could barely stomach, but Nick needed an undeniable ally, and if I kept my cards too close out of paranoia or stinginess, I could lose him forever. The defensive wounds on his arms, the least threatening injuries compared to his concussion, finally closed. Feeling better? I asked.
Sure thing.
Nick lit up the room with a false smile that only stayed fixed for a second before it flickered out into a grimace.
Just wish the goddamn ringing in my ears would stop. Tinnitus sucks, Keith said. Scratched under my ear protection at the gun range once for just a second, only for some guy at the far end to unload an AK. It'll get better when there's more background noise. Quiet in here.
Nick leveled a disdainful look at Keith.
I know how tinnitus works. Sorry, Keith cringed. You were supposed to leave me,
Nick said, speaking more to Keith and Halima than he was to me. They both looked unnerved by the blunt statement. Halima took a step back. Halima started. I cut her off. Yeah, and when I told you scouting was in my wheelhouse, you ignored me in favor of a meat grinder analogy. Guess we all need to work on our listening skills. Nick was obviously pissed and scared, looking for someone to blame, and while I didn't particularly care for Keith and Halima, I needed to stop him from punching down and destroying what little unity we had. He stood up, got in my face. You've been bucking the chain of command since we met, popping up in the training center, pushing back on orders, and now this? I didn't budge. Oh, my mistake. I didn't realize you were that guy, the leader who only cares about his subordinates following orders. Nick's mouth firmed, and I thought he might hit me. Then my words sunk in, and the anger drained out of him. Guys, look. Halima pointed toward the end of the cave, where the huge Grimeling had fallen. At first I thought it was moving, regenerating despite the knife I left in its skull. The reality was less horrible, but far more disgusting. Distended bumps scurried beneath the Grimeling's skin. A tiny, translucent claw emerged from the Grimeling's mouth, and a small, gelatinous crab emerged. It cleaned its eye stalk and looked around, movements sluggish. The eye stalk fixed on our group, and the crab's mouth gaped open. Is that what we're looking for? Halima asked, sounding disturbed. The crab rotated on 6 legs, looking for an escape route, before another crab emerged from the grimeling's mouth and knocked it off. Nick pressed the collection bag into my hands, which, now that I thought about it, looked suspiciously net-like.
Let's go fishing.
Catching the crabs was a little like herding cats, made infinitely easier because Talia's pack-hunter instincts pulled their weight, and she successfully chased them away from the deeper recesses of the cave, back toward us. Nick helped for the first few catches, then took a breather he never came out of, face white as a sheet. Handling them up close confirmed my suspicions. They were identical to the crab I'd found in the light pole outside Nick's house a lifetime ago, the night before we entered the trial. But unlike that crab, there was no system warning this time. I wasn't sure why exactly, if it was because of Haster's mandate and influence, or because we had a system mission that specifically mandated capturing them. But after what just happened, I appreciated the lack of external interference, which was becoming something of a rarity these days. Keith bounced back from the near wipe quickly, and was even casting minor spells to slow the crabs and make capturing them easier, while Halima was walking around in a daze, grabbing the creatures when they came near, but doing little else. It was nearly an hour before the notification popped. Planners collected. 20 of 20. Primary objective complete. We scrounged up a few more of the crab constructs before exiting the ripple. Outside, the paradise of the tower's 2nd floor livened. I was pretty sure I saw a user passing around jello shots, which I pointed out to Nick, who only shook his head. After a brief discussion, we took a break to recoup, as practically everyone besides the summons had a level up pending. Nick sank down on an open beach chair and kicked off his boots, resting his head on the horizontal-lined rubber straps that made up the body of the chair with an arm over his face. When Keith asked what the plan was after we leveled, Nick told him there wasn't a plan, and seemed to sink further into his stupor. I could understand how he felt, my mind going back to those desperate final minutes when I was alone in the tunnel. He'd gotten his ass kicked twice now, and was probably drowning in self-doubt. It wasn't his fault, of course. Neither the trial nor the ripple were standard adventuring fare, but he wouldn't see it that way. I skimmed the new ability screen first. Divine skill gained. Twilight's Nocturne, level 1. And that was it. Completely absent an in-depth explanation when I needed it most, in true system fashion. At the very least, it was good to have another combat skill, though it was troubling in more ways than one. The most immediate concern was the nature of the skill. While it packed more of a punch than Unsparing Fang, it affected my focus in problematic ways. I'd tunnel-visioned hard on the Grimelings, to the point my friend in danger almost became an afterthought. The second concern was farther-reaching. When the All-Father of Chaos gave me his mask, it was through a loophole, the Shrine of Elevation. There were several coincidences that resulted in a high chance I'd choose the mask. The fact it had to be a common item, how the Knoll's weapons and equipment were unwieldy and poorly suited to me, and my own concerns about staying anonymous. But there were options. I'd chosen the mask, placed it on the All-Father's shrine, and the All-Father coincidentally blessed it with something that was invaluable to me. So in the end, it was technically fair. The opposite of Nicta's gift. Nicta gave me what I needed, when I needed it. Her interference much closer to a traditional deus ex machina than a cleverly laid-out trail of breadcrumbs. If it wasn't breaking the rules entirely, it had to be damn close. Which, again, would be fantastic if I was the only one with a divine edge. There were hundreds of thousands of other users out there, probably thousands with unique classes, and if gods were giving me freebies, despite the heretical nature of my class, I certainly wasn't the only one. Deus ex machinas are a boon when you're the only one getting them. When everyone else is, it's just an arms race. I pushed that concern away for the moment. The gods were a problem, but a distant one I couldn't do anything about, at least in the short term. I might try to get in touch with Nicta later, see if I could tease more information from her. She had a problem with Haster. Maybe I could use that. For now, I needed to do something about my more pressing issues. I pulled up my pending level and went to work. Level 15 Ordinator. Identity, Mirrodin. Level 15, ? Strength, 6. Toughness, 8. Agility, 20+. Intelligence, 17+. Perception, 8. Will, 21. Companionship 3. Active title, Born Nihilist. Feats, Double-blind. Ordinator's Guile 1. Ordinator's Emulation. Stealth 1. Awareness 1. Harrowing Anticipation. Page's Quick Draw. Vindictive. Squelch. Acclamation. Hinder. Skills, Probability Cascade Level 9. Suggestion Level 23. One-handed Level 24. Negotiation Level 18. Unsparing Fang Emulated Level 15. Bow Adept Level 5. Boons, Nicta's Veil, Eldritch Favor, Ordinator's Implements. Summons, Audrey, Flowerfang Hybrid, Bond Level 5. Talia, Eidolon Wolf, Bond Level 9. Azure, Abrogated Lithid, Bond Level 20. Skill points available 3. Feat points available 5. The stat allocation was a struggle. I'd mostly treated perception as a dump stat up to this point, pumping intelligence and agility to exorbitantly high thresholds. The only time I deviated from the course, other than the initial tests, was raising willpower enough to ensure a solid hold on my summons and putting a few points in toughness and strength when I was in a pinch. It was better to build toward a specific goal than spread points around and end up mediocre in every category. But my circumstances had changed. Putting myself in Nick's shoes, I wasn't sure how much better I would have done, especially if I hadn't noticed the burrows, which had only happened because we were already at full alert. If I was going to take the scout role more seriously and also use my gifted skill, both in a team environment and solo, I needed to accept the reality that I couldn't do all that as a one-trick. I raised perception by 3 points. Still, acting in a scout capacity didn't mean I didn't need firepower. I bought Escalating Fire as originally planned, hoping the synergy of Hinder and Page's Quick Draw would be as solid as expected. I nearly bought the upgraded version of Squelch before I noticed a small asterisk at the end of the stat sheet. Multiple branching paths are now available, pending hidden parameters. My eyes narrowed. That changed things. It meant there was something. I skimmed through the feat list, glancing at Nick. His forearm was still draped over his face, only his nose and mouth visible. I said.
What?
Nick asked. He shifted his arm, peering at me beneath it. At a bit of a crossroads. I reached the bottom of the list and scrolled up to the top again. Good news is I leveled. Got bonus talent points for finishing the Ancient Grimeling.
Great,
Nick said. He wasn't sarcastic exactly, but utterly devoid of the usual enthusiasm. There's nothing game-changing in the feat list. Plus, the system's hinting that something might open up soon, and as much as I have banking resources, a lot of my feats are fucking expensive.
There's an enormous boost at 20 for sure,
Nick mused, emerging from the dark cloud that hung over him.
Is there something at the current level that you want?
Nothing I'm not already taking.
Then bank it.
Nick's face darkened.
Or don't. It's not like I have the slightest bit of authority to speak from. I've spent most of my system time free-falling from one disaster to another.
Same. If we're doing self-pity, I'm pretty sure I have a huntress and/or hedonist goddess stalking me. Nick snorted.
Is she hot?
She's stalking me, I reiterated.
Not answering my question.
I blew air out of my lips. Really? I don't know. She's like 100 feet tall, and I've only seen her legs. He pointed a finger at me.
But did you want those legs to step on you?
What? No. Probably not hot then. Countless stories of the Greek gods cursing mortals with bad luck for offending their vanity cycled through my mind. I didn't say that. I am not entertaining or corroborating that, and I have no basis on which to make that judgment. I talked to the tape, in case Nicta was eavesdropping. Now stop trying to get me murdered, please. Nick laughed.
So, you get nervous.
His eyes trailed to where Halima and Keith sat side by side. Halima was nursing a pina colada, casting worried glances our way as they talked in whispers among themselves.
Sorry for being a dick before.
You weren't being a dick. You were coping, I corrected quietly.
And thanks for saving my ass. I know how bad that could have gotten, even though I tried to shrug it off.
Nick sighed, wearily staring up into the endless blue sky above.
I really need this to go well.
The kids are losing faith in me.
Hell, I'm losing faith in myself.
They're just worried. If anything, Halima has too much faith in you. She had me half convinced we should follow orders, and you could handle whatever was in there. He continued on as if I hadn't spoken.
Have you ever had to choose between the high road and the low road? Like, had to make a decision that compromised the person you thought you were?
Yes, I answered immediately, though the more accurate response would have been all the goddamn time.
What did you do?
Nick asked. I hesitated. This felt like it was important to him, but I couldn't responsibly give him an answer without knowing why he was asking, and the conclusions he might draw from it. I've never given much consideration to compromising myself, to be honest. A way forward is a way forward. Low risk beats high risk. Altruism inevitably ends up as self-serving. Cold rationality always wins. Nick raised an eyebrow.
Fuck you, I got mine, huh?
I nodded. At least, that was how I thought before. When I was powerless and surviving was the only aim. Before the dome, my best chance of affecting the lives of people around me was to become a politician or a leader, which was one hell of a long shot I wasn't particularly interested in taking. But things have changed. To maintain that philosophy, now that I have power, it feels...
Wrong,
Nick finished.
Pretty much. It's funny how we've gone through similar shit and come to completely different conclusions,
he said in a tone that gave the impression he didn't find it funny at all. Oh? I prompted.
You said you never really cared if your decision compromised you. I envy that.
He fiddled with the bandage on the back of his head.
Being true to myself felt like the most important thing in the world. Someone my parents and friends could be proud of. Taking the high road, even if there was every advantage to be gained in diving to the depths.
And now? I asked. His eyebrow furrowed.
Now I'm wondering if I've been bullshitting myself from the beginning.
There were 100 things I wanted to say to that, but a notification popped, displaying a message from Kinsley. My blood froze. Kinsley. Code red. Miles is in trouble. Chapter 201. My heart raced. Fuck. I'd all but spelled out in flashing neon that he was walking into a trap. Miles should have been able to handle it. Realistically, he should have gone in prepared with a strong team, equipped to the nines, fully aware of the potential danger. Matt, what happened? Kinsley, I don't know. There's a lot of static. Matt, best guess, Kinsley. There was a pause between messages. Kinsley, I think Miles's team hit serious resistance. He got pinned down, and they retreated without him, and now they're covering their asses in the guise of sending up a rescue flare. Adventurers Guild's been keeping a lid on comms, but they sent out support teams, which didn't even get to the Ripple before they had to abort. They're arguing about whether to send a group-wide alert. God damn it, why didn't he pick his people more carefully? Because you rushed him. He's only human, as infallible as the rest of us. I thought of the fast pass, nestled safely in my inventory. Matt, okay, fine. I can get there, but it's going to take time to slip away without raising suspicions. Kinsley, just try to hurry. I'm getting mixed messages and a lot of panic, but it sounds apocalyptic. Matt, is it the suits or the monsters? Kinsley, vampires. And Matt, from all accounts, they're really not fucking around. Sounds more 30 Days of Night than Twilight. Fast, agile, strong. Matt, keep an ear to the ground. I'll do what I can. Kinsley, sure. I hate to be the one to say this. Kind of surprised you haven't said it. Matt, what? Kinsley, again, I feel gross for even writing this out, but if Miles dies fighting the suits, isn't it good for us? It took me a second to grasp what she was driving at. The point of contacting Miles and luring him to the tower was to drag the Order, kicking and screaming, out of the shadows. If they killed Miles, it would arguably shine more of a spotlight on them and still accomplish that goal. Save us from the inevitable moment his suspicions shifted back to me. Turn him into a martyr. Matt, just let me know if you hear anything. Kinsley, okay. Don't die. I could decide what to do when I got there. For the moment, the question was, how the hell did I get clear of this without an alibi?
Everything okay?
Nick asked. He was watching me, and though I tried to keep my face neutral, it was possible that something slipped through. Yeah, zoned out. I stood and shuffled the accumulated sand off my armor.
I can see that.
Look, we're going to talk about this more. I looked him in the eye, trying to impart how serious I was. But I realized we were so busy scouring the Ripple for planners, we didn't really comb it over after. Could be useful resources, items even. Range up for when I'm back?
I tell you to watch yourself, but I don't think you need the warning.
Nick pursed his lips, then drew the collection bag out of his inventory and handed it to me.
Take it in case you find more crabby friends.
Bring Halima if you want an extra pair of hands.
Thanks.
If what I had in mind was going to work, I needed to break the line of sight. I focused inward and spoke to Azure. Question. Answer, Azure chirped back. You can't talk to a member of the Order without lying or act against its rules until we know the constraints of the Geisha. That sounds more like a statement. You were able to possess me with little issue. Still a statement. So my question is simple. Could we do the same in reverse, while you're manifested? I could almost hear the gears in Azure's mind turning. You're talking about swapping places. Well, technically, you can always assume direct control of your summons. Domination is the most basic form of summoning, but it has serious drawbacks. You could make the plant eat a veggie burger, but you'd eventually lose your grip, and she probably wouldn't like you much after. Would the actions a dominated being took while under direct control trigger the Geisha? No. Azure sounded surprised. If you ordered me to do something against the code and I did it, that would trigger it. But if I wasn't in my body, it would be like I wasn't violating the rules at all, same as when I took the oath in your stead. What kind of 3-card Monty shit are you cooking up? Last question. Can I dominate you? I squinted after I said it, cringing at my wording, begging any god that happened to be listening that Azure wouldn't make it weird. You can dominate me whenever you want, Azure said, an impish lilt to his voice. Clearly, the gods weren't listening. God damn it. I rubbed my forehead. Great. Thanks. With the rules clarified, I asked Nick if he wanted anything from the bar, reiterated that I'd be back soon, sidestepped a pair of bare-chested men in swim trunks, and headed toward the one place that probably held the least amount of interest, the bar. There was a growing line filled with weekend warriors, the sort of people who said things like, work hard, play hard, and debated who in the office had a case of the Mondays. I bumped the internal workings of the mask up to maximum and manifested Azure when I was sure no one was looking. What do you think of twinning as a catchphrase? Azure elbowed me. Up ahead, some guy with a faux hawk straightened up, doing a vague impression of a meerkat. Twins? Over there. I stuck my thumb at a group of girls passing by with similar haircuts, and faux hawk pointed them out to his friends. Azure shot me an apologetic look. Forget it. How do we do this? I asked. We switched back to mental communication, and Azure walked me through the process. The steps I needed to take to dominate a summon weren't all that different from things I've been doing before, a combination of the methods I used to get the most out of suggestion and the out-of-body stuff. I had to imagine seeing the world through his eyes while also commanding him to yield. Azure stared straight ahead, helping the process while I fell into the summon bond. It felt like slamming my psyche against a wall, and within seconds I had a headache. I tried again, this time with more finesse and patience. There was a noticeable shift, and I realized I'd been thinking about it the wrong way. It wasn't like breaking down a wall exactly, more like my mind was shifting to encompass the wall, mimic it. Slowly I felt my mind warp, and the throbbing headache kicked into overdrive. A feeling of displacement roiled my stomach, like I just teleported out of existence and back in. The beach itself hadn't changed, but it was awash in vibrant colors, moving shapes that I slowly identified as people. They were mostly blue, with some greens and yellows scattered throughout. It suddenly reminded me of the color code we used to refer to my mother's mental state. This is how you see the world? I asked quietly. Yep, or at least your mind's interpretation of how I see the world. Azure adjusted his hood, making sure my face was hidden before he removed the Allfather's mask and handed it to me. Azure himself was almost uniformly blue, the few strands of yellow and green slowly turning to indigo. I snuck a glance toward where my party was sitting. Keith glowed with a vibrant yellow aura, bordering on green. Halima was a light orange, and Nick was entirely red. If that meant what I thought it meant, I needed to fucking hurry. Every second I wasted here was a second Miles couldn't get back, and every second away was a chance for Nick to slip deeper into whatever struggle he was hinting at. "Time to bounce?" Azure prompted. "Yeah. Get lost. Trail us, but don't stick too close. Be ready to swap back after I tell Halima the line." "Roger," Azure said. The quicker I locked in the alibi, the better. Chapter 202. "You're sure you don't want me to come in with you?" Halima asked for what was probably the third time. We backtracked to the creek, just outside of the ripple. The frayed end of the rope was still hanging, abandoned from the tree, a persisting reminder of how close we'd come. I'd waved Halima over and was doing my best not to squint at the bright orange aura that surrounded her. An idea struck me. "Look, let's just be real for a minute. Your fixation on Nick is only partly professional. There's a personal aspect, right?" Halima froze in her tracks like a deer caught in the headlights. "No." Naturally. "There's no shame in it. He's a likable guy." Everyone liked Nick. Say herself the only one in recent memory who deviated from that norm. Halima shook her head, much more vehement this time. "No, I appreciate his leadership style and his strength. Anything else would be untoward." "Okay, well, if you felt that way, I'd probably rest easier." "What? Why?" "How do you think he's doing right now?" I asked. This was partly a test to see how perceptive Halima was. I knew he wasn't great. No one would be after what he'd gone through, but I didn't realize how badly off he was until I took Azure's form and viewed Nick through his shade sight. Halima considered the question for a while, which was a good sign. There was no knee-jerk response filtered through rose-tinted glasses. The muscles in her forearm flexed as she gripped something in her pocket tightly. "Fucking awful," she finally said, words coming out in a stream. "And what's worse, he's hiding it. Normally, if he's discouraged or worried, he tells us, lets us know what's happening in his head, but he's trying to play it off like he's fine, which he's clearly not, which makes this the first time I've had to worry he might do something stupid." Spot fucking on. You have good instincts. I watched, curious as some of the orange tinting that surrounded her shaded closer to yellow. Was she doubting herself that much? Which is why I need you out here. I like Keith, think he has a lot of potential, but you're more tuned into Nick. Halima's mouth firmed. "What do you need me to do?" I pointed to a wide patch of shrubbery next to the stream and ripple. "If I find anything decent in there, I'll leave it here so it doesn't overload my inventory. It's a 2-minute trek from here to the beach. Check it from time to time. That's our excuse for me bringing you out here and sending you back. In reality, I need you to monitor Nick. Don't tip him off or try to get a reaction out of him to gauge his state of mind. Just keep watch from a distance. Message me as soon as you feel like something might go wrong." Halima absorbed the words. Then her eyes flicked toward me. "Why do you care?" "How many decent people do you know in the Order?" "A few. But you're right, that most of the high levels are unpleasant." "And how many of those decent people are tanks?" I asked. "Ah," Halima's eyebrows furrowed. "Just him." "Exactly. I'll take a mid-level tank I can trust over a high level I can't any day of the fucking week." I waited for her reaction, hoping she'd buy the deflection onto rolls. From the thoughtful expression, it looked like she bit. "Okay, I can do that. Thank you, Mirden." "Don't thank me yet." I turned toward the ripple, putting my back to her, and waved. "What Sybil said," Halima called after me. I stopped. "I won't spread it around," she said. "You're not what I expected. Not at all." Not knowing how to respond to that, I nodded, then entered the ripple. I waited for 2 minutes, pacing until Azure informed me she was gone. I took the mask off and tossed it up through the ripple. Then I snapped back into my body, caught the mask, and started running. My agility put in work. I sprinted to the elevator without stopping, where a small group of users were waiting to take it down, and took my place in the middle of them. In the meantime, I dialed the mask's power up to 100. Our plan was simple. Azure would attempt to find something, anything within the ripple, and collect more planners, while I rushed to floor 28 and looked for a way to pull Miles' ass out of the fire. We might lose tether before that happened. There hadn't been an opportunity to test how the tether reacted to vertical distance in the real world, and even then the information wouldn't have been all that useful. The realms of Floros rarely worked the same way. It was possible that we'd maintain connection the entire time, or be severed as soon as I took the elevator down, but Halima was so focused on Nick, I doubted she would care if I left nothing at the drop spot for her, as long as I returned with something to show for it. It would just strengthen my alibi if Azure could pull it off. And with the entire tower being a realm of Floros, I could resummon Azure whenever I wanted without worrying about his rather explosive entrance. The real danger would come from the lobby. By now, anyone who showed as backup would wait there, and many of the feds and members of the Adventurers Guild had already encountered me once, which meant relying on the mask could be a lethal mistake. I took a breath, catalogued my resources. There were about 20 people on the elevator down. Most of them were riding bareback, armor with no helmet. There were exactly 3 exceptions. Big suited armor guy with a lance? No go. And why the hell did he have a lance? Short person with a sword and shield? Possible, but not ideal. The last was a mid-height rogue with a leather hood up, wearing a leather tabard. She read as female, but only because I was standing this close, and I could vaguely catch a hint of strawberry coming from her lip gloss. Note to self, increased perception has the potential to vastly increase your creep factor. I mapped out the lobby floor in my head and started working out a basic plan. Once I had the bones, I reached out with suggestion. Hey, asshole, why are you using a lance? Lance Guy stiffened and tilted to look at the ridiculously enormous weapon that pointed straight up, towering above the rest of the group. With the helmet on, I couldn't analyze his facial reaction, but his body language spoke volumes. Good, he wasn't a weird dual-spec build with high intelligence, and I was getting through, and he wasn't dumb enough to not doubt his weapon of choice. I focused on his mind and got a flash of something unexpected. Huh. I could work with that. Monster Hunter. Bet you think you're a badass, using the least popular weapon in the game, but let's be honest. You waited until World, the most popular entry in the series, to jump in, and I bet you haven't even touched Rise, let alone Sunbreak. Total cold read, but a statistically probable one. Monster Hunter World was a breakout hit, selling more copies than most of the previous entries combined, and from the way Lance Guy drooped, I nearly pumped my fist. Let's be real. You know it's not working. This isn't a fucking game. Real lances are made for horseback use and are fucking fragile. The only reason it hasn't broken is because you've been using it to bully mandrakes in the dirt. But look at how worn the tip is, just from that. You keep this up and you're going to get yourself killed. Lance Guy didn't bother to look up, because he already knew. Instead, he slowly placed the lance back in his inventory, radiating shame. So you're not a real gamer. What the fuck even is a real gamer anyway? You play what's popular, and that's okay. The only people who would judge you for that are elitist pricks too caught up on glory days of the past that they forgot how fucking janky things were back when actual dinosaurs roamed the earth. And sure, it's a game, but there's nothing wrong with taking inspiration from the things you love. So why limit yourself to the poke stick? Lance Guy cocked his head. I caught a flash of a comically long katana. Come on, man, have some standards. Another flash. This time a towering sword, thick and long. Ah, great sword. With your physique, that's a solid choice. And you know who has swords like that? The shop at the front. Bet they'd let you hold them. See how they feel. Lance Guy straightened, radiating determination, just as the elevator cleared the shaft, giving us a view of the lobby above. It was still packed, but the feeling was totally different. Instead of the relaxed, borderline party atmosphere from before, people were looking over their shoulders, whispering. I spotted several feds in the crowd and a few familiar users I placed in the Adventurers Guild. Many were spread out, but there were several standing off to the sides of the elevator. Perfect. Shielding most of my body from view behind Lance Guy, I reached out to the users from the Adventurers Guild below and emblazoned an image in their minds. Not all of them were susceptible to suggestion. They didn't need to be. The stage was set. Chapter 203. They know what you did during the transposition. You thought no one saw. that you just get away with it. But now it's over. You think they'll take you prisoner? No, maybe in the old days. But we don't live in the old days anymore. And now? The fuck? With the elevator still suspended 20 feet above the ground, the rogue hauled ass, vaulting the guard railing and landing hard. She took less than a second to recover before she set off running at an absurdly fast clip despite the limp, arms pumping, pushing people out of her way, moving like hell itself was chasing her. I stared after her, gobsmacked along with the rest of the elevator's population. I clocked her gear and presence, guessed she was a rogue type and that her gear looked too expensive to be a new user's, and made the connection from personal experience that most sneaky rogue types probably hadn't gotten out of the event clean. She also had some intelligence, which made reading her harder. So mostly I was throwing darts blindfolded. The rogue bowled over Hawkins, flipping over her and dead-legging her on the way down. Every present member of the Adventurers Guild converged, far more than I realized. While their armor and robes were still wildly varied depending on class, there were small colored patches on their shoulders that varied, probably indicating squad and rank. Smart. They'd figured out that something screwy was going on during our previous encounter and planned accordingly, organized better. Having this intel helped. I needed to keep in mind I wouldn't be able to run circles around them like last time. They quickly hemmed the rogue in. She drew twin pearlescent daggers, but as soon as she stopped moving, there was an explosion of sound, and a net entrapped her from the knees up, sending her tumbling to the ground. I'd meant to make her nervous in hopes she'd crack and act more suspicious, not this. What the hell had she done during the transposition? Many users and tower employees alike gathered around the display at a distant circumference, rubbernecking. That was a mixed bag. It meant more visual interference closer to the chaos, but also left the path from here to the Fast Pass elevator as bare and open as a wholesale store after a fire sale. Lance Guy gave the pandemonium a quick scan, apparently deciding that getting a closer look was less important than his come-to-greatsword moment, and took long, lumbering steps toward the store, clinking as he walked. No, wait! I met immediate, mind-numbing resistance. He was dead set on visiting the store, so much so that I wasn't sure I could have talked him out of it with hours to do so. Swearing under my breath, I kept pace behind him, angling myself so he blocked me from view, slowly increasing the distance between us. My heart pounded in my throat. The further I grew from him, the less coverage he provided. All it would take was one savvy person at the far edges to turn around and spot me, and things would get a lot more complicated. After what felt like an eternity, I reached the Fast Pass elevator. The attendant was up on his toes, trying to get a look at what was happening between the gawking crowd. I grabbed his forearm and forced the card into his hand. He jumped and looked at me with a foggy expression anyone who's worked a 12-hour shift would recognize. Sorry, floor? 28. A conflicted look came over him, his attention split between me and the chaos. Oh, be careful, fair hero. Vampires. I drink vampire blood for breakfast. Let me pass. I snarled. 'Kay. The attendant swiped the card and stepped aside. His warning and my presence as good as forgotten. Jesus, what's with the vampire craze all of a sudden? I was so fixated on getting onto the elevator clear of the lobby that the last muttering didn't sink in until the elevator was already moving. Wait, how many people are on the 28th floor? Good luck vanquishing the Dark Lord, hero. He gave me a wave without looking back. How many people? I hissed, trying to keep my voice down even as the elevator rose higher. We await your victorious return. You fucker. But unless I started screaming at the top of my lungs, he was already out of earshot. I knelt in the center of the elevator. My heart was still racing, for an entirely different reason. I had every intention of entering a ripple on 28, one of the highest the Gilded Tower would allow you to jump to. There was a reason I hadn't dared push farther into the adaptive dungeon. The more difficult system content didn't screw around. I'd nearly died fighting Azure in his corrupted form. There were unknown variables in the ripple. The high-level team and Miles' group, along with the Adventurers Guild's rescue team, made 3, but the attendant made it sound like there were more. If the Adventurers Guild sent in a second rescue group, that made 4, but I wasn't sure if they would when, according to Kinsley, the first was trounced so soundly. And, unlike the adaptive dungeon, there was no guarantee of a possibility of clutching this out. Talia paced back and forth. Even Audrey, shifting back and forth on her vines, looked profoundly uncomfortable. "Azure, you still around?" I tried. "Yes. Not only is our alibi ironclad, I found some useful stuff. Valuable stuff, anyway. Did you know these grimelings have gems deep in their ear canals? Like oysters or something. I know they're supposed to be screw-ups or spares or whatever, but what exactly is the purpose of that?" "I want to hear this, Azure, I really do. But I'm about to walk into a floor filled with vampires and a ripple filled with meaner vampires, or worse. You already told me how to deal with basic vampires, but we didn't have time to talk about what I might deal with in the ripple." "It could also be easier," Azure said, but he didn't sound convinced. "Assume it's not." Okay, let me think. If we're talking the Grimeling Mandrake situation literally, while different, they had aspects that were the reverse of each other. The Mandrakes screamed and the Grimelings hated sound, so could be a minor coué. They're little frog demons that inject blood rather than drink it. You should be able to handle them, though you might pick up a few diseases. Nur Ana's another possibility, though they stick closer to shrines. At this rate, we were running out of time. Give me the absolute worst case. Nosferatu, Azure said instantly. They'll look like a normal vampire, but paler. You can really only tell by the expanded ability set. If you see them shapeshift into something functional or literally disappear into shadows, don't even try to fight them. Just get Miles and run. And if they're red, like have red spiderwebbing throughout their bodies, forget about Miles, turn around, and get out. That bad? I asked. Azure was a lot of things, but he rarely exaggerated. Matt, Azure said concerned, a single Crimson Nosferatu could level this city if something transported it here before the dome. And now? A high-level user would take it down eventually, but he hesitated. They could take out a region easily if one, say, escaped at night. Great. Keep in touch. Stay safe, Azure said. That wasn't the type of power I could fight in any circumstances. It didn't matter how much backup I had. That was the sort of overwhelming power that won, period. I swallowed, trying to still the shaking in my hands, pulled up the store page, and paid 15,000 and change for a common silver dagger, all that was currently available, and 24 silver-tipped arrows. I flipped it in my hand and frowned, finding the weight completely off. We really needed to do something about Kinsley's stock issues. This is absurd, Talia growled. Miles made his den when he made his enemy. What is the point of placing him in harm's way if you come to his rescue regardless? I thought he could handle it. He should have been able to handle it, if his team didn't maroon him like Kinsley suspected, ran afoul of the order and gotten out if there was too much of a power differential. Then cut your losses and abandon this foolishness. Talia rounded on me, her muzzle inches from my face. Big meat, Audrey said. You wanted to be partners, I said. If you're regretting it, take the elevator back down. I'm worried about you, Talia shook her head. About us. That you're about to throw everything away to put a sword in your enemy's hand. Big meat, Audrey said again, more insistently. She reached out with her vines and snagged Talia's tail. Release me, you simpleton! But Audrey didn't let go, just hung on, stubbornly maintaining her grip as the other summons spun in a circle, trying to throw her off. Big meat. She's right, I realized. Talia slowed, looking at me like I'd lost my mind. Miles hunts necromancers, and by doing so probably saves hundreds, maybe even thousands of lives those necromancers would take when they came to power. But it's not just that. It's easy to forget with all the noise that Miles isn't the enemy, or the Adventurers Guild, or the Order, or anyone else. The enemy gave me a class that made me public enemy number 1, created a situation tailor-made to turn everyone in fucking Dallas against each other, killed 100,000 during the transposition event. Revenge is a distraction, Talia said slowly. It was becoming our mantra. Yes. Her hackles were still raised, but eventually she backed down with a huff. It's getting increasingly harder to keep sight of the whole. You're not alone in that, I admitted. I'm struggling, which is why I need to deal Nick in. Consequences be damned. And if he sells you out?
or gets compromised?
We run, I said. Use Kinsley's abilities to get the innocents out and lay low. It's not ideal. I wanted to wait until we had a definitive solution for the Geish, so the chances of him getting compromised were smaller, but I don't think he's gonna last if I do.
He was an admirable member of our pack, but I'll admit, I don't understand why you're willing to go so far for him. The path you've taken to get here was not an easy one, Talia said. She cocked her head. Why is that? I answered honestly. I don't know. Talia circled around and plopped down next to me. So, we gamble. I mean, we might not even have to. I chuckled. If we stumble across a Crimson Nosferatu on our way to Miles, it's probably all over. Talia's lips pulled back, revealing her teeth. If we find such an enemy, I have no intention of slipping quietly into the ether. Same. I held a fist out toward her. No guarantee it will, but if it comes to that, we'll put on one hell of a show. Instead of pawing my fist as she had before, Talia placed her head underneath it and left it there. As I stroked her coarse fur, a wave of calm washed over me. All the fears and unknowns slipping away. For some reason, I thought of Ginny's title. Half as long, twice as bright. Chapter 204. I stepped off the elevator. Compared to the beach party atmosphere of the second floor, the atmosphere here was night and day. It was cold, and instead of vibrant tropical fare, I was treated to a wasteland of gray brick and Gothic architecture with a tall ceiling, scattered with bright splashes of red. A catacomb. How quaint. Whatever battle took place here dyed the image, spattering its cliché but reserved creepiness with grindhouse red, bodies and trails of blood soaking into the ground. Judging from the bodies, the only time I'd seen this many monsters in one place was during the transposition. Looks like we missed the fun. Talia heeled at my side. While her tone was calm, her hackles were raised, the beginning of a growl in her throat. Fan out, look for casualties, I murmured. Audrey got vertical, moving cautiously at first, scaling the wall effortlessly with her vines until she hung from the ceiling, traversing it with spider-like grace. Talia went the opposite direction, moving at a silent jog. I almost told her to slow down until I saw her pause at a corner, carefully peek around it, and move on. I bent down, staring at the multitude of footprints at the entrance, stupidly hoping King's Ranger came with some sort of innate tracking ability. It didn't. I tried to count them, but there were so many going both directions it was impossible to get a solid head count. Someone who'd lived in a rural area might glean more. Even with my enhanced perception, the most I could nail down was that the footprints were probably human. Or at least humanoid. I left a little room for doubt, as they drastically ranged in size. There were footprints big enough for me to put both feet together and stand in the center of them, and some small enough. Wait. I leaned far down, putting out a hand to catch myself. There was a small set of footprints in the mud, heading deeper into the catacombs. Too small. Human adolescent between 9 and 14. Jaded eye filled in the blanks. I frowned. Highly specific deductions were par for the course with the title, even early on. It could divine a sidearm a civilian was carrying from the bulge in their waistband or outline in their clothes. Shame it couldn't do the same with a user's inventory, but the point was, it probably wasn't wrong. Which begged the question, who the hell brought a kid in here? Tyler and the Adventurers Guild weren't the type to use child soldiers. The Order was capable of it, but there wasn't a kid in the 3-man squad that came up here. The woman with them had a kid, unless she'd pulled an American Sniper and carried around a fake baby as a prop. But unless she'd been feeding it something nasty, admittedly a real possibility with a dodgy magic in play, the kid wasn't with them. Which meant either some ballsy kid made it up to the tower's 28th floor, or there was a third party in play. I grimaced. I needed to pay more attention to people's shoes. There was a looping shadow on the ceiling, and I nearly reached for my dagger before I sensed Audrey, sending me feelings of calm and serenity. Audrey dropped from the ceiling and landed with a wet plop, wiggling gleefully in the mud, stopping only when she noticed my expression. "Problem?"
I'm guessing from your reaction that the floor is empty, I said, attempting to tamp down my irritation at the ruined tracks.
Many dead biters,
Audrey confirmed. Anything taste good? I asked idly, watching Talia slink her way back. From her expression, she didn't share the plant summons cheer.
Biters always taste worse than foragers.
Audrey said it like it was common knowledge. Talia gave the plant a pointed look.
Feasting on the fallen is best reserved for after we know we're safe. I nearly tore you open. You tear open. Audrey stuck a vine at me. He bring back. My turn to tear you open.
I looked between them, confused. You guys ran into each other? Talia stopped snarling at Audrey long enough to look at me.
As dungeons go, it's rather small. All vampire corpses, except the body of a human I didn't recognize that looked like it was here for a while.
Was it a kid?
No, he was man-sized.
Talia cocked her head. Any sign of the rebel?
Few possibilities, none I wished to risk sticking my head into, considering the situation we just escaped from. Why did you ask about a child? I can't imagine a child surviving in here.
Tracks at the door, and I feel the same way. But why do you? I was curious to hear her reasoning. I didn't have the most generous view of humanity, but Talia's view was more brutal than mine.
Because what this floor lacks in size, it makes up for in cruelty. Considering the number of bodies, I'd wager a guess the vampires were all hiding in the crypts lining the wall. More nefarious, the circular layout creates a perpetual flank. It'd be next to impossible for a small group to get through without being surrounded. A child would last minutes, if that, before they were picked off.
A chill went through me. The Orders group were likely the first to go through, meaning they dealt with an upper-level ambush and came out unscathed. Talia approached the tracks, circling them once before she bent down over a singular small track Audrey missed, nostrils flaring in a precautionary sniff. Not satisfied, she bent down further until her muzzle was nearly pressed to the mud, then huffed. Something I don't recognize? Talia slowly shook her head, eyes still fixed on the tracks.
More like it was never here at all. No scent at all.
Could be too old.
Track hasn't been walked over. It's at least somewhat fresh.
What does a lack of scent mean? The wolf summon gave me a grave look.
Either a being highly versed in stealth, which begs the question of why they were sloppy enough to leave tracks, or someone particularly powerful.
An uncomfortable idea proliferated in the depths of my mind. As it hardened into suspicion, I pulled up my direct messages and fired off a query to Kinsley. System notification. Message could not be sent. Messaging is restricted above floor 25. Well, that confirmed why communications had been such a clusterfuck. I pinched the bridge of my nose and tried to center myself.
What is it?
Talia asked. No point in holding back. There's a chance my brother is in there, I finally said. Talia took a long time to respond.
That's bad.
If anything, that was an understatement. Not that he was in danger. If Ellison was being truthful during our cryptic conversation, he probably knew exactly what he was walking into, which put him one over on the rest of us. The problem was, I didn't know what he wanted, or what he was after. But I could guess. He'd killed Waller without hesitation, taken a shot at me in the apartment lobby. I'd spent a decent time in denial on the latter point. Just because he was running his own game didn't make him hostile. Maybe he was helping me sell it, making it look good for the cameras. But the longer I mulled it over, the less likely it seemed. His power was lethal. Waller and the massacre at the cathedral was proof of that, and maybe he knew I had awareness and expected me to dodge, but that was a gigantic risk for a small payoff. The opposite of how Ellison preferred to operate. There was a reason he was being so cagey with information. I couldn't imagine working against him, especially with Iris's safety in the balance as he alleged. But if something about Ellison's plan was too horrible to stomach, I had to admit it was possible. My best guess was that he tried for a Batman gambit. The lobby and feds on my ass presented an opportunity for a free shot. Either he killed me or helped sell it. If I survived, his plausible deniability was intact. Either outcome worked for his purposes. "Squeeze that fist any harder and you'll break it," Talia warned. I hadn't even realized I was doing it. Slowly, I uncurled my fingers and let my hand hang loosely at my side. "If our paths cross, should we consider him hostile?" Talia asked gently. I shook my head, then shook it again. No. My voice was raw. "Very well," Talia said. She knew me well enough by now that she was aware how sensitive this was. She didn't push as she had in the elevator, but she also didn't move. Just waited expectantly. If Ellison's here, there's a good chance whatever's happening inside the ripple is crucial. That's the rub, with other people knowing you have future knowledge. Downside, he probably knows we're coming. And if our paths cross, I repeated her wording numbly, there's a good chance he'll approach us. He'll probably seem friendly, may even want to cooperate. Talia bared a smile, which of course we'll reject. No, I muttered. I've been thinking about it a lot, and the only reason he hasn't come to me again is because it hasn't been convenient. Allison's about the long game. Always has been, even to a fault. Blinds him on the here and now. Right now, we're not worth dealing with, and it needs to stay that way. The more obvious he thinks we are, the better this will go. We play along, for now, which is why I need you both to be eyes in the back of my head. Don't make it obvious, but I need at least one pair of eyes on him at all times. A heavy silence hung between us. Talia spoke the words I didn't want to consider. "And if his entire reason for being there is because this ripple presents another opportunity to deal with us," Talia asks, "what then?" I ignored the question. Not because she was wrong to ask, but because I couldn't bring myself to answer. Instead, I walked around her, treading deeper into the catacombs, stepping over vampire bodies strewn all over the circular path. The carnage was the definition of overkill. Some corpses had gaping holes large enough to see through, while others were literally ripped apart. Something ate one vampire from the head down, leaving only a torso with a bouquet of severed entrails. I looked closer and found thousands of tiny bite marks. Audrey insisted it wasn't her handiwork, which meant we had something new to worry about. The ripple was in the bed of an empty sarcophagus large enough to be a giant's last resting place. It looked around a foot deeper on the inside than it was on the outside, and when I lowered a loop of rope into it, the rope fell straight through. I fixed the rope to an iron loop on the wall that looked like it secured a prisoner's manacles. Keeping in mind that this was apparently a resting place for vampires, I tried not to think too far into it. It was probably just window dressing. With anticipation and nausea warring in my stomach, I lowered myself down into the sarcophagus. As soon as my head cleared the ripple, there was a chorus of malignant screams. A long scroll of text popped up before I could so much as look down. System notification. You are entering a high-traffic realm with high-level users and monsters. Ordinator interface. System error. Ordinator is a null object. User is entering a planar realm. Terminate bonus. System error. D-man phone netter. Intruder detected pending. System error. Go back. Local user notification. The difficulty of this realm has increased due to unplanned circumstances. Retreat will not incur a penalty. The last user standing will receive an artifact as compensation. Administrative override. Greetings, Ordinator. The parameters are met. Ordinator interface is online. Every user defeated in this realm yields double XP. Every level attained returns increased rewards. Happy hunting. Chapter 205. Hell looked a lot like California. The towering basalt formations below were like pictures I'd seen of the Devil's Postpile Monument, only warped by nightmares and blown up to 100 times the scale. A sprawling wasteland of hexagonal red beams bigger than redwood trees formed treacherous, uneven paths that frequently plunged downward, some coming to abrupt dead ends that plunged into black chasms. Battle sounds. I paused, the mental equivalent of my finger on the button to access the Ordinator interface. What stopped me was the local message that promised an artifact, combined with a personal message that promised increased XP. The system had tried to incentivize killing users before, during the trial, an option I'd easily turned down. If push came to shove, I'd use it, but it was better to wait until I had a better grasp of the situation. It was tempting to head directly down the main path. Miles had called for help some time ago, and in a fight for your life, every second counts. But I needed to scout first, get a measure of the situation. I looked upward, searching for a vantage. Around 100 feet up, there was a thin pathway only 3 or 4 posts wide that hung over the stone platforms. I stared at it for a little too long, looking for movement, anything to betray that the pathway wasn't as empty as it looked, or for jaded eye to warn me. "Audrey," I whispered and held my arms out. Audrey hopped up onto my back, fixing her vines around my waist and beneath my arms in an impromptu harness. I glanced at Talia. "Gonna get up there. You want to scout on your own or hitch a ride?" Talia peeked over the edge and balked. "I'll stay here. Multiple perspectives could help." Her reaction struck me as off. "You realize if I fall to my death, you'd die too." She gave me a dirty look. "Yes, but I'll die peacefully rather than screaming into the void." "Fair enough. Stay low, stay smart. Always do." Talia took off down the descending platforms, timing her run perfectly to avoid tripping on the uneven terrain. As she ran, her fur rustled, taking on a muddy red hue that blended in with the environment, not unlike a chameleon's natural camouflage. Given the daunting verticality of my destination, I almost envied her. I'd used Audrey to maneuver during the transposition to great effect, as there were a wealth of crags and ledges she could easily hold on to. This would be harder. "Any ideas?" I asked. Audrey bobbed, considering the gap and our impending climb. Then she turned toward the ground and stabbed the platform below our feet. Her hardened vine tip pierced several inches into the platform. She tugged at it, and it didn't budge, which meant we had a way forward. Just one that left a queasy feeling in my stomach. "Sure your vine won't snap?" The plant summon leveraged the tips of 3 vines toward me. "They should be enough. Yes. But belt, just in case." Taking heed, I toggled the operator's belt, then walked to the edge of the platform, gauging the distance. Every part of me wanted to use the flight charm instead and skip the high wire act entirely. But there's nowhere to hide when you're flying around in the air, and I was counting on it for an emergency escape if I ran into anything I couldn't handle that could outrun me. Or saving me if I fell into an endless abyss. I backed up to the far edge of the platform until my heel was almost hanging off the edge, then got down into a runner's position. "Onward, steed," Audrey commanded, shattering my concentration. She turned away innocently when I looked at her. Damn it, I was stalling. I looped the flight charm around my arm as a final precaution and focused on my goal. Clearing this gap. It was nothing, just a little jump. Angle was important, because hitting it straight on with all the momentum from the jump was a quick ticket to Concussion Town, assuming I didn't break my arms. But if I jumped too wide, Audrey might not punch through at all. I pushed off, sprinting toward the ledge, arms pumping, gaining as much speed as possible before I leapt. Air rushed past my face, ruffling the fabric of my armor as I reached the apex of the jump and plunged. Shink! Audrey's vines took purchase, makeshift harness jarring me as they halted the downward momentum, and I swung upward, bouncing against the segmented posts hard enough to rattle my teeth. 2 more vines shot upward, anchoring into the formation and lifting me higher. Audrey pulled her 3 anchoring vines free and repeated the maneuver until I could reach out and touch the ledge. I grabbed it and hauled myself up, breathing hard. The ordeal took years off my life, but it was worth it. The winding paths were far easier to discern from above. Audrey snacked on a strip of raw sirloin I'd pulled from my inventory as I moved on, staying crouched, giving nothing to anyone who was looking up. The last thing I wanted was a vampire's attention, let alone one of Sonny's people. "Any sign of Miles?" I reached out to Talia. "No, but I found the Adventurers Guild, and Tyler is here." Something in Talia's tone sounded exceptionally worried. There was a clustered column blocking my view of the direction she'd gone. I hauled ass down the path until I had a vantage, and what I saw made my heart drop. The Adventurers Guild had assembled in mass. There were at least 20 of them, maybe more. They'd either abused the hell out of the four-man team, splitting up in quads and reassembling once they ascended, or the Gilded Tower's leadership made an exception. The group was both large and cohesive, full of high-level users, Tyler at their front. And they were still getting shit on. Vampires railed against a small assembly of heavily armored users, all snarls and guttural screams, literally throwing themselves against shields and swords, pushing the tanks back. That wouldn't have been a problem if they had an effective back line, but small red creatures wreathed in flame flanked their casters. A few spell swords and hybrids had pivoted to fight the imps, Sarah among them, but they weren't tanks. Any second now they'd break, crushed between the two. Fuck it. I opened my UI and tabbed into the Ordinator interface, hoping for a quick solution. Instead, I found a staggering list. Ordinator interface, dungeon level, ? Rewards, random allotment, traps, unavailable, monster directives, all, seek and destroy, monster behavior, aggressive, monster placement, boss directives, ? Win condition, boss clear, last user standing. Not every option was active. Dungeon level, rewards, traps, monster placement, and win condition were all grayed out and unresponsive. Monster directives, however, had a drop-down longer than the fucking Bible. I scanned it, looking for keywords. Inactive, catatonic, cowardly, and terminally suicidal were all frustratingly absent from the list. Lacking a better option, I picked Assign, hoping to find users in the drop-down list. Again, it was extensive. Assigned to boss, assigned to entrance, assigned to territory, assigned to Ordinator. Oh. Not what I had in mind, but there was no way in hell I was turning it down. Warning, the current selection will result in terminal mana drain. Narrow selection or continue. I ground my teeth and opted for not dying, narrowing the selection. Vampires weren't present on the list, but Nosferatu was. Selection called up a percentage slider, which I lowered by increments of 10%, heart dropping as the percentage grew lower and lower. When it hit 20%, the selection finally went through. A mind-splitting headache hit me like a hurricane, and I fell to my hands and knees. The world seemed grayer, drained of color. The once dark red basalt below me a muted wine. With considerable effort, I raised my head. At first glance, nothing changed. The Adventurers Guild was still beset on both sides, struggling against an endless tide of monsters. Imps on one side, vampires on the other. But a small portion of vampires, scattered throughout the seething mass, were completely motionless. They stood still, arms limp at their sides, like they were waiting for something. And they were staring directly at me. I reached out, as I did with Talia and Audrey, directing my thoughts to them. Fall to the back of the group, discreetly. The vampires didn't give any sort of confirmation they'd heard. Instead, they carefully waded backward through the melee, until they stood at the rear of the battle. Now. Kill your friends. Chapter 206. One of the controlled vampires rammed a pointed hand into the back of a smaller vampire in front of him, ripping out a red chunk. It was impossible to see at this distance, but given the location, it was probably a heart. A few others carried out the order a split second later, felling twice their number. The Nosferatu's ruthless efficiency chilled me. Azure was right. If even only a few of them cornered me, or drew me into an ambush the way the Grimelings had, it would be over in seconds, and not because I won. I laid flat and withdrew my full-sized crossbow, loading the silver-tipped bolts. As I prepared, Talia leapt from her hiding place, all teeth and claws, as she attacked the imps from the opposite side. At my direction she aimed to disable, ripping out tendons from the back of legs, inner thighs. An imp leapt on top of her, only to be blasted by a wave of divine energy. It looked odd, coming from her Doberman-like form, and probably wasn't as effective as it would have been on something eldritch, but it still flattened the imp long enough for Talia to tear its burning throat out. Meanwhile, the members of the Adventurers Guild moved with every intention of capitalizing on their sudden luck, though they were still confused and recovering. Tyler charged in, swinging his massive sword at the vampires. The blade caught one of the distracted creatures in the midsection, bisecting it. He yelled something over his shoulder, and several of his tanks rotated backward, facing the imps instead. Good. Tyler's truth sight ability might be compromised, but losing an eye hadn't slowed him down. If anything, his situational awareness was better than it was during the transposition. But now that the jig was up, my assigned vampires were in trouble. One's head was ripped from his shoulders, another was dogpiled by the unaffected vampires. They pinned his arms and bit him repeatedly until tackling him to the ground. Shit. It was only natural that mine were getting picked off. I'd assigned 20% to myself. Discounting the Adventurers Guild, they outnumbered my forces 5-1, slightly less in this battle after the sneak attack, but slim odds just the same. Fall back. Hit and run when their attention is on the humans. I repeated myself several times before they listened, their hesitation costing me a couple more casualties. One of them struck out at an AG member displaced into chaos who, thankfully, dodged just in time. No. The vampire turned, straight up stopped in the middle of battle, and hissed at me. Obey! Another hiss. Jump off a cliff, then. The vampire scowled and spun around, digging his fingers into an unassigned Nosferatu's chest, leaving a crater. I realized he'd reverted to the previous command. Okay, so my control over them wasn't perfect. It made sense. They weren't summons, didn't have a bond or attachment to me. I held some sort of authority, but any monster I directed was disinclined to go against their base instincts. It was a little like suggestion, far broader and more powerful, but situational and harder to control. The imps are replenishing. I glanced at Talia's side of the battlefield in time to watch a user with a warhammer knock a fiery humanoid into orbit. It pinwheeled into the chasm, emitting a distant shriek. A dozen more of them scrambled on top of each other to get to the user, scratching at his armor and faceplate. And he wasn't the only one. Even with the rotated tanks in play, that side of the battle was going far worse than before. Regenerating? No, every time one falls, another takes its place. Talia hesitated. Comes around the corner back behind the outcropping, and they don't feel demonic. They feel artificial somehow, not unlike that useless creature that follows Halima around. They're not native to the Ripple. The information completely reframed the conflict. If Talia was right, it meant another summoner was in play. An opportunistic user who saw the Adventurers Guild engage with the vampires and hung back, using their summons as proxy to attack from afar. Sunny's group aiming for the artifact. Had to be. Below, the unassigned vampires broke ranks and ran. The last few tanks and melee users rotated toward the back, engaging the imps. But as Talia said, the imps were growing in number, keeping the Adventurers Guild from retreating. It didn't leave me with much of a choice. Either abandon them and potentially lose allies, or take out the summoner. A few more vampires arrived from farther out, coming around the corner and looking directly at me. With a simple thought, they rushed up beside Talia and engaged the imps fearlessly, despite a clear weakness to fire that left their wounds black and angry. I jumped down to a lower platform, landing lightly and breaking into a run. I got them into this. I get them out. I spotted the summoner's hiding place immediately. There was a wide, circular platform defended by palisades that looked built on the spot, cobbled together from materials that looked identical to the red stone that made up the posts. It was at the far end of a long, winding trail. Problem was, the trickle of imps never stopped. I couldn't help but wonder where exactly the summoner was getting so much mana. The imps were solid fighters and capable of speech, which put them at least on the same level as Audrey. They were obviously far higher level than me, and intelligence increased mana capacity. But intelligence was my second highest stat. Even if my intelligence was doubled, I doubted I could summon Audrey more than a dozen times consecutively. Maybe there was a distinction between a traditional summoner manifesting generic mobs, even discounting that some of them were resummons. I couldn't imagine she'd found a monster core for each one, and my bonded summons. Dodging the imps and the open path was hard. Even with my stealth skill, they had caught me in the open more than once, and as far as I could see, there was only one route to the platform. Probably why the summoner chose it. I still couldn't justify using the flight charm, so Audrey and I took the low route. The imps were ferocious, but not observant. We gained ground at a snail's pace, using Audrey's vines to hang from the side of the posts every time a patrol came near. We finally neared the barricaded dead end. Audrey dropped us off the side, and we made our way around the back. In the middle of the final ascent, the rhythmic beating of leathery wings passed directly behind my head, startling me. I drew my crossbow in a hurry. 3 bats settled on a small outcropping I was about to use as a foothold. Their behavior was off. They'd landed this close, and their heads were all turned to the side. the black, beady eyes behind their pig-like snouts boring holes into me. Waiting for orders. I told them to stay, wait. Instead of acquiescence, I was hit with a wave of ravenous hunger. It came from the center bat, which was shimmying back and forth. In more than one way, it reminded me of Audrey. Feed soon, I promised, hoping I'd be out of the dungeon before they could hold me to it. Another wave of hunger blasted me, but it felt more like a reminder rather than a demand. Audrey hauled me as high up as we could reasonably go without someone hearing her movements, then hurled me up to the top. I caught the ledge with both hands and carefully pulled myself up. If it was Sunny's people, I'd pass myself off as backup. If it was a monster summoning the imps, I'd keep it busy long enough for the Adventurers Guild to get clear. I thought I was prepared for whatever I found up there. I was wrong. Chapter 207. Blood everywhere. Bodies strewn across the ground, limbs and arms overlapping, armor reduced to chunks of metal and gaping flesh. A twin blade forged of dark iron and silver edges was cast aside, familiar. She knelt at the center, both hands poised to compress the big adventurer's chest. His head lolled off to the side, his eyes lifeless. But the woman didn't move, almost like she was petrified. Her dark hair was wild, eyes wide, seeing everything but seeing nothing. Thud. 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 It felt familiar in a way I didn't like. A way that invoked a tunnel and another lone survivor. Their world shattered, grasping at the threads to keep going and coming up short. Her hands glowed blue, and an imp manifested outside the palisades, blind rushing down the winding path I'd just taken without looking back. Come on, fucking die already. Just fucking die. Barely audible words came out in a ceaseless ramble that never fully stopped. The adventurer the woman tended was on his back, while the other two were on their stomachs, heads angled away from her, nothing before them but a sheer cliff. One's arm extended upward, hand and fingers curved, as if he tried to crawl away. With all the powers, and flight charms, and fancy apartments, it was so easy to forget that the odds were against us, and more often than not, this was how it ended. Obliteration. I hated the Order for what they'd done. To Ginny, Say, and this woman was there. I saw her, loading her kid out of the Escalade, and later, when she did nothing. The next step should have been as simple as checking a box, crossing a T. Maybe it was a holdover from whatever Hastur had done to my mind, but I couldn't bring myself to do what I'd come here to do. An alternative solution presented itself. The Adventurers Guild still holding at the bridge? I asked Talia. Yes. Status? Without the vampire pincer, they're stable, but not making progress. None dead, some wounded, probably why they're not pushing forward, hoping whatever's manifesting the imps will run out of juice. Yeah, I'm dealing with that. Then deal with it quickly. They've noticed my presence and are letting me be for now, but that could change at any moment. Noted. Play it safe. Good. That meant this could work, but I needed a plan B. I sent a brief mental prompt to the vampire below and received an answer, one I needed but didn't want. Another imp manifested beyond the barricade. I unlaced my gauntlet, revealing Hastur's mark, and placed it in front of the woman's face. She took a full second to look at it, then screeched, falling flat on her ass, and scampered backward toward the barricade. Magic flowed down her arms, and she prepared to cast. One hand went to my inventory, and with the other I extended my palm out toward her, taking a few careful steps. I'm your backup. Who the hell are you? She said. Your backup, I repeated evenly, making sure she could see Hastur's mark on my arm. We need to make tracks. Imps are pushing the other users back, so we have a window to the exit. Stay the fuck away from me, she screamed. The magic in her hands pulsed. I stopped in my tracks, fought through her mental resistance, and soothed a portion of the black, raging anxiety in her mind with suggestion. The current still ravaged her. I tried again. What's your name? I asked. Maria. Her voice was small. For the first time, recognition flitted through her eyes. Sonny sent you? My messages got through? Yes, I lied. If the Adventurers Guild picked her up at the choke point, it wouldn't matter. They wouldn't be letting her go until she spilled, and she literally couldn't spill. Shit. Maria released her spells and pulled at her hair until several frazzled strands came loose. She slapped the ground, tried to stand, and failed, chest heaving, lungs pumping overtime. If I didn't calm her, she'd hyperventilate. I crouched in front of her, snapped my fingers, and pointed to my eye. Look here. She looked. Deep breaths. I breathed in deeply, held it, then breathed out. She breathed. Short, panicked gulps slowly subsided, and clarity bubbled up to the surface. You're here? I'm here. I took on a Zen cadence. You went through something traumatic. That's normal. But backup arrived in time. You have an exit. Everything will be okay. But I need you to come with me. For a moment, hope filtered into her face, and I thought I had her. But her mouth set. No. Maria shook her head, matted hair trailing behind the motion in a zigzag. She pushed herself back up on her knees and crawled to the downed adventurer, placing her hand on his chest. A few seconds later, he seized, and another imp manifested beyond the palisades. I monitored it, but like all the others, it scampered down the path without looking back. Then I scanned the grounded adventurer. Was he still alive? Was she draining him of mana somehow? Had she done the same thing to the other two? Need to stay, Maria said. Why? She reached into her inventory and tossed me a mesh bag. I opened it and found several near-translucent crabs in the bottom, but somehow less than we'd found in the Grimeling cave. Didn't finish the quest. She was still rambling, but it was easier to make out the words now. Not even close. Little bastards kept dying or running away to where we couldn't reach them. Then that fucker showed up. Miles? This user. He was alone? Maria shuddered. The rest were trash. We would have shredded them in seconds if it was just them. Him, though? He was a goddamn nightmare. Took hit and run to another level. She pointed to one of the downed adventurers with long hair, the smarmy one carrying around twin blades. Not so smarmy now. Just fucking look. I walked over to him and lifted the bandage on his lower back. There was a jagged wound, big as a pool ball in diameter. The bastard didn't need a bandage. He needed a new kidney and a staple gun. No wonder he bled out. Maria spoke through gritted teeth. Whatever his class, whatever gear he was using, arrows hit like a goddamn 50 cal, and he was fast, too. Impossible to pin down. Definitely Miles. Still alive, then. He going to cause us problems? She scoffed. With any luck, he died screaming. Vamp food. There was a wave of them that got between us, fucked up both sides. We got pushed to the fringes. He and his got pushed further in. Good chance Miles was still alive then, but none of this explained why she wasn't leaving. If I kept harping on that point, she'd sense the agenda behind it. I switched tact, tried for rapport. You a vet? Maria just looked at me, startled. Small number of people know what a wound from a 50 cal looks like, and it sounded like you were speaking from experience, I explained. Marines. Semper fucking Fi. Did a few tours. Don't bother thanking me for my service. Her eyes gained a far-off quality. You know they screw you on VA benefits if you bag a DD. You can be a perfect little stone-cold soldier for years, but break down at the wrong moment and do one little thing at the end they don't like? Forget accounting for PTSD or the mental toll. You're done. Fuck your health insurance. Fuck your kids' health insurance. Fuck you. And now I'm fucking here. Bitterness gave way to melancholy and despair. A lot about the old world made little sense, I said, mainly to keep her talking. Were you in? She asked, giving me a curious side-eye. No. Fine, don't tell me. I pushed past it, trying to get through. If you saw combat, you know that retreating isn't cowardice, it's tactical repositioning. Not about that. Then what is it about? I ran a hand through my hair. She hesitated, grimaced, then gestured to the men on the ground. My title lets me absorb life force and convert it to mana. Ah, so she had drained them. She spoke faster, trying to justify herself before I drew my own conclusions. They were all wounded. One was already unconscious. The other passed out the second he put him down. First one, I didn't know it would kill him. Never took it that far. Second one, I guess I did. Maybe she hadn't known definitively, but there was no way it hadn't crossed her mind. And now it's Big Boy's turn, I finished. Her face turned dark. Just go. Get out of here. I'm trying to help you, Maria snapped back. If I go back to the Order, they're not just going to pat my ass and give me a better luck next time, champ. Sonny's gonna ask. And because of this geish bullshit, I can't massage the facts. Her eyes trailed to the bag in my hand. If I come back with next to nothing and have to explain what happened here, I'm fucked. In that case, aren't you boned anyway? For doing this to members of the Order? She shook her head. All they care about is results. So what's the alternative? Her face was hard. This position's defensible. Hold out until everyone on this floor is gone or dead. Bag the artifact, grab as many planners as I can, get out. Just that? I hammered her with suggestion, poking as many holes in her strategy as I could. I felt her mind harden, shoving away the doubt until I couldn't influence her at all. With that, I watched Plan A crumble to ash. I stood. You've been honest with me, so I'll level with you. I'm the Ordinator. Her jaw dropped. I heard the rumors, but thought they were just people spinning bullshit. Sonny really brought you in? I continued before she could regain her wit. Look, I saw what you're up against. Whoever they are, they're here in number, and they're not just going to give up. But crowd control's my specialty. If you can keep them distracted, I can finish them. Then I'll see myself out and you can claim the artifact. Maria's eyes narrowed. You'd do that? Of course. Look to the side. For a few favors to be named later. I'm not blowing you, not the sort of favor I'm interested in. I watched her think, consider her circumstances. Eventually she nodded. Okay. You gonna do to them what you did to Region 6? On a smaller scale. But it's still difficult. Takes time to set up. Otherwise things get unpleasant. I can do that. Buy you time. Maria shivered. Her eyes flicked, navigating something unseen, and a few seconds later I got a prompt. User Maria has invited you to join a team. I accepted the prompt. As I navigated the team screen and searched for her level, I prayed. Prayed to no one in particular that she was the baby of her group. Low level enough that I could justify guiding her into the Adventurers Guild without putting them in danger. Level 26. Fuck. Chapter 208. Ordinator, no listed level. So you weren't bullshitting. About time I had some luck. You're really saving my ass here. Maria looked up from her screen. She dusted herself off, and for the first time, she smiled. I help you, we both help Haster. Eventually we all end up in a better place, I said. The words tasted like ash. She looked around at the carnage, and her mouth tightened. What about the bodies? I circled around, studying Ponytail Guy's corpse. Can't take him with us. Should probably salvage what we can. Anything else would be wasteful. You have anything good on him? Maybe? Maria tripped as she walked toward me, as the application of probability spiral I'd set before revealing myself finally fired. I caught her. Careful. Sorry. She trailed off, gazing down at the blade in her chest like it was an alien object. Something that made no sense. I'd intended to finish her quickly, before she even knew what happened, but judging from the location, the blade missed her heart by a quarter inch. Her mouth worked, quivered. I have a family. I know. I said it without animus or pity, because there was nothing else to say. Die, she whispered. The ground beneath us trembled. Maria grew pale as a ring of blue light expanded outward. Her entire body glowed as power ripped through her. I leapt backward, the circle expanding, consuming more of the platform as it chased after me. It defied sense. She shouldn't have enough mana for this. A few minutes ago she was draining her team just to summon the imps. unless she's draining her own life force. This was what I was worried about, given her level. Mages were dangerous enough as it was. If I handed her off to the Adventurers Guild, and she pulled this shit, it'd be a massacre. The feeling of power grew more oppressive, unbearable, and the ground cracked under my feet. Then, suddenly, the circle stopped. Maria hadn't moved from where she stood, but her head was turned to the side, her eyes flitting back and forth. Slowly, as my eyes adjusted, I saw the vampire draining her. She struggled for a moment, and it shook her, not unlike how a wolf would shake another to show authority. After another moment of struggle and another shake, Maria stilled. She won't turn? I checked. Not unless she bites us. It chortled in a way that made me profoundly uncomfortable. And there's no pain, I said. I have your word. The vampire nodded confirmation. From the scrambling mental message he'd sent me earlier, they incurred most of the violence capturing prey. Once captured, their bite had an anesthetic effect. Another bat flew from the crevasse and latched onto her opposite shoulder. I looked inward for just a moment, trying to gauge what I was feeling, finding only a void. I reached into Maria's mind with suggestion. She was completely susceptible now, so it was easy enough to create an image. The subject of the image was a struggle because I didn't fully understand her. I created what I would have wanted to see. Maria wasn't in the ripple, in the dungeon or the tower or even the goddamn south. This was a long time ago, and she'd won. Taken her spoils and moved as far north as she could. A warm blanket was wrapped around her waist, and the ceiling fan kept the temperature perfect. She was reading a book, a cozy mystery where the main character couldn't stop getting herself in trouble, but always, eventually, got herself out of it. Was it a little boring? Sure. Did she want something more stressful? Hell no. Because she'd survived. And at the end, she'd found that after all the fighting, stress, and heartbreak, there was hope in the world. Peace. She could feel it in the blanket, in the cheery atmosphere of the house she bought, the rural surroundings outside. She'd fought like hell to get there, but she'd finally found it. And she had every intention of reveling in it. Her eyes blurred, text growing less legible by the second. She'd stayed up too late watching TV the previous night. She frowned. What time was it? Her kid would be home from school soon, and she'd need to throw something together. Fuck it. There were leftovers in the fridge. She had time for a nap. Right? Probably. Slowly, Maria closed her eyes. And then, nothing. A level up notification popped, as well as a few others I couldn't bring myself to look at. I gathered whatever I could quickly grab and stuffed it into my inventory, then left without looking back. Audrey kept us vertical, pushing farther into the spiral maze of bridges, while Talia sprinted beneath us. She'd had to circle around a few clusters of vampires that were beyond my influence, but mostly they didn't seem interested in chasing her. Maybe because Talia was a summon. She'd reported that the Adventurers Guild had retreated to the elevator, and as much as I could have used the help, it was one hell of a relief. To say I was second-guessing myself was an understatement. On one hand, this was the path before me, the path I'd chosen. I'd taken out an entire squad of Sunny's high-level users without firing a bolt, outed the order in front of the Adventurers Guild, and, assuming I found Miles alive, managed the outcome so the casualties on my side were non-existent. An acceptable outcome. So why didn't it feel that way? As much as I didn't want to admit it, the Maria situation gnawed at me. It wasn't like she didn't have it coming. They'd all stood around watching Ginny die after their shooter jumped the gun, when all it would take to save her was a single one of them lending a codex, or their healer stepping in. But the look on her face. I tried to spare her. It didn't take. In the end, I just expedited the process and limited collateral. I reiterated the thought over and over until the queasiness in my gut lost its edge. Those bodies? Dead bitey ones? Audrey's mental voice interrupted. The observation startled me from my stupor and refocused me on the ground. Below us, there were dozens of ash piles strewn around the rocky ground. I checked with Talia to make sure the ground was clear, then descended. Once we were on the ground, I tried to clear the doubts from my mind and pay attention. Judging from the large swath of vampire bodies, arrows, and several sections of cratered ground, an enormous battle had happened here. One that resulted in monster casualties, but, from what I could tell, no users. There was some blood, trails of it leading back toward the outcropping where the Order users made their last stand, but none leading any other direction. I studied the ground, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. If this is the spot Maria was talking about, where they got ambushed and driven apart, Miles got out clean, I said quietly, studying the ground.
Not quite,
Talia said. She was at the far edge of the carnage. Her nose was hovering above a dark red splotch. That's him? You're sure? I asked.
Unless another human smells exactly like him? Yes.
I crossed the clearing to Talia, stepping over bodies until I reached her. With some relief, I noted that the initial spatter was probably where he was wounded. The trail of blood lightened after that, leading up an incline. He'd kept pressure on the wound, and the blood had yet to dry. I reached out to both summons. Okay, goal is extraction, but this is Miles we're dealing with. Hypervigilance, nonverbal communication only. Assume everything that strikes you as odd is a trap. Don't ignore any detail. We're almost home free. They both nodded. I steeled myself as Talia followed the trail. Whatever state Miles was in, somehow, I doubted he'd be happy to see me. Chapter 209. The trail of blood led to a small alcove beneath a rock formation reminiscent of an overpass. There it stopped, a small puddle forming on the ground, but no Miles. Stopped here to rest? Patch himself up? I mused.
Or something picked him off,
Talia said, like she was hoping it had. Either way, it looked like a dead end. Miles retreated, dragged himself to cover, and judging from the streak of blood on the rock wall, slid down it to rest. But there was no trail of blood leading away. If a monster attacked him, there would have been more blood in the proximity. Talia walked a short distance away, nose to the ground, then doubled back and did the same thing again in another direction, and another.
His scent is everywhere, she complained, like he couldn't decide where to go.
It painted a grim picture, and not one that helped us. Jaded eye ground out a warning. Unlike practically every other time the title helped me, this warning was vague and unspecific. It sensed that something was wrong but couldn't tell what. I absorbed it without reaction, careful to keep my face neutral, giving nothing away, and gave the surroundings another once-over. It was around 200 yards of flat ground, very little cover beyond a craggy perimeter. Now that I was looking carefully, what bothered me was how exposed the position was. It wasn't the sort of place Miles was likely to choose unless his hand was forced, or... Shit. Heart racing, I went through the tactics Maria described. Miles used a squad to draw fire and floated, taking opportunistic shots and flanking while still protecting his group. If he thought I brought Maria's group in, it absolutely occurred to him I could do the same thing, hanging back, hunting. If I was him and misled my target, made them think I was more wounded than I actually was, this was the exact play I'd make. I stayed perfectly still, staring at the bloodstain. Talia, keep sniffing the ground and stay as far from me as you plausibly can. Audrey, scale the wall. Act like you're looking for something. The plant summon did as I asked, picked up on the urgency in the message. Everything in me screamed to move as I crouched down, feigning interest in the trail. Then, leapt straight up. Audrey's vines yanked me upward onto the cliff as the stone below devolved into a magmatic pool of fire, hot enough that I felt my skin burning within my armor. There was an explosion above, and Audrey's vines snapped, her presence vanishing from my mind. Seconds away from plunging to my death, I kicked off the wall and twisted, landing on my feet, barely clearing the pool. Awareness screamed, and I dodged the blur that passed inches from my face and exploded against the wall. Off balance, but predicting the double tap, I straightened, every nth of focus within me directed toward the series of craggy formations, and cast Probability Cascade on myself. The blur came blisteringly fast, rocketing toward my chest. Can't dodge. My intent wavered, and in a lapse of sanity, all focus went to my gauntlet. I caught it. The arrow lacked a point. Instead of a tip, it had a dark flathead with a round body large enough to carry a payload. It was tempting to send it back as a warning shot, but this being Miles? I pulled back my arm and threw it as far as I could. The arrow exploded before it hit the ground in a sphere of blue fire. My heart beat like a drum in my ears. I scanned the rocks for him. "You got it wrong. I came to rescue you." A half-dozen arrows answered, one after another. The first few went wide, the last shots directed at me with laser precision. They exploded almost randomly as I weaved between them, catching the far edge of more than one shockwave. I advanced as randomly as I could, zigzagging across the open space. It was far more dangerous than if I was up against an enemy I could see. I couldn't affect his accuracy. Upside was, he couldn't exactly reposition without giving himself away. Every time awareness was off cooldown, I focused on the craggy rocks, trying to pick him out. Finally, I saw it. A small, unnatural-looking thin rock pointed at an angle, not unlike the shaft of a bow. There you are. I beamed the location to Talia and dodged to the right, leaping over her as she hauled ass directly toward Miles' hiding place. I pulled a hairpin turn and sprinted directly toward him. Maybe 20 feet behind Talia, but she was faster than me, and the spacing between us was widening. Jaded Eye's warning came just in time, and I skidded to a stop just as the rock floor before me bubbled, dissipating to nothing, and threw myself to the side as another arrow whistled by my ear. Talia fumbled through the air, plunging straight downward. I reached out, balanced on the edge, and Talia returned to implement form. Broken Legacy zipping back toward me out of the void. Just before I caught the knife, Miles fired another arrow. This time at my feet, and an explosion shook the rock, sending Broken Legacy spinning off course off into the void. I had to move. It would keep trying to return to me, but without a good angle on the opening, it and Talia were trapped beneath. "Asshole," I hissed. "Prick," Miles called back. "Knew something was up with that fucking knife." He wanted to talk. Probably stall while he cooked up another contingency. Fine. I drained what little mana I had, casting Probability Spiral on the conspicuously body-shaped rock until my vision swam. If possible, I needed to distract him without making his view of me worse than it already was. "How much salve did you burn on this?" I called over. Between the traps and the arrows, couldn't have been cheap. There was a long pause before the answer came. "A lot?" "Save yourself some cash and talk to me." He snorted. "Yeah, never heard that one before." "Maybe you have, but I haven't returned fire. I'm unarmed." "Really? You came in here without a single weapon on you?" I paused a beat. "Well, no, but I'm not holding one." "Okay, smart guy. You want to talk?" Miles threw out his bow first, then emerged from behind a rock. He looked much as I remembered him from the transposition, but he'd upgraded. His leather armor was reinforced with metal, painted matte black, and there was pure, unbridled fury in his eyes. Something held me back, some wariness in the back of my mind. He was being too cooperative, considering the absolute lethality he'd pursued me with just moments before. I kept my answer short. "Yes." "What exactly do we have left to talk about?" Clink. Broken Legacy bounced against the lip of the chasm and dropped back down again. It was getting closer to where I needed it to be. His arm twitched, and when I reflexively went for my inventory, he smiled a false smile. "Uh-huh. If you wanted to talk so badly, why didn't you come and find me after the transposition?" "After the Overseer blasted me all over the city? Just waltz into your domain with all that fucking heat? Come on, Miles. We both know how that would have gone down." "Blasted. Like you didn't fucking do it." Miles paced, but his hand never went far from his side. "It doesn't matter what I say, you won't listen." Something occurred to me. I cocked my head. Was your team retreating a gambit to lure me in? "Got it in one." Miles chuckled. "Took a minute to realize you were winding me up, sending amateurs to do your dirty work, but unfortunately for you, I've seen it before." "Listen," I started. Did you massacre Region 6? Miles asked, point blank. Clink. My fist tightened. No. It was already fucked before I got there. Everything else was the overseer pulling strings, throwing me under the bus. He seemed like the truthful sort to you? And the attack on the apartments, when that short stack of yours iced my fucking friend? He struck his chest, emphasizing the last 3 words. No one was supposed to die. All I wanted was the legendary user core. The guy who backed me up was an unknown quantity, someone with future knowledge, and frankly, I'm pretty sure he has it in for me too. Miles rolled his eyes. Putting that massive convenience aside for the moment, you had no intention of killing Matthias to silence him. Really? I snorted. Matt's the type of motherfucker who memorizes the A section of a dictionary and calls himself a genius after. Not even close to as smart as he thinks he is. Whatever he knows, it can't hurt me, and I don't give a shit about anything he could spill. I just wanted the core, and it was going to get a lot harder to get it once you all locked him down. Miles made an aha gesture. Of course, the legendary user core, along with most of the cores of people in Region 6. All for that necromancer you saved. I hesitated. He had me there. Any denial would read as false. Yes. Clink. I saw it fall this time. I'd have it soon. To what purpose? No, don't tell me. See, this is our key problem. He scratched the back of his neck. You say all that, and despite all evidence to the contrary, I'm inclined to believe you. Like I believed you during the transposition. You're the best goddamn liar I've ever seen, and trust me when I say that's a high fucking bar. I'm sure if I give you a room to spin something, you'll have my head spinning like a top, chasing after all manner of bullshit. Which'll eventually leave me slack-jawed, digging my hand when the next grand tragedy hits. He paused, staring at me curiously over the gap. You like westerns, Mirden? The sudden change of topic threw me. Never dabbled. Miles inclined his head. Right. I forgot how young you are. There's some modern ones that are decent. Hostiles, Hell or High Water, 310 to Yuma. But the old ones have a certain clarity. How do I say it? A purity of focus. White hat, black hat. The clashing of ideals. Good versus evil. And more often than not, it all comes down to a draw. His hand stirred by his side. I stiffened, ready to activate my page skill at a moment's notice. What the hell was he thinking? He'd seen me fight. He was more technically proficient and better trained, but with getting a weapon out of my inventory, the only user who could match my speed was probably another page. Don't do it, I snapped. He gave me a look that was almost sad. The most fucked up part, kid. I really did like you. Don't. Miles drew. Chapter 210. The movement was blazingly fast and perfectly controlled. Only Miles' wrist and forearm moved, his shoulder motionless as he pulled something black and carbon from his inventory and pointed it at me. Time slowed down. Muzzle flare flashed 3 times. It was likely only due to probability cascade that the first few shots missed. Something too fast to perceive struck my shoulder armor and knocked me off balance. Simultaneously, there was a metal blur as Broken Legacy freed itself from the pit and shot toward me. I activated Page's quick draw, mid-fall. My hand crossbow leapt to my grip, and I aimed for the meat of Miles' thigh, then squeezed the trigger. He screamed and fell. We hit the ground moments apart, but the hand crossbow's pain effect didn't stop him from leveling the shaking muzzle of a stockless machine gun directly at my head. Blackness overtook me, smothered me, and for a moment, I thought it was over. But the gunfire continued, and the blackness that covered me emitted a harsh growl, radiating pain and anger. Rage overtook me as my mind caught up with my body. Miles had brought a fucking machine gun to a crossbow fight. He'd be penalized if he killed me with it, same as I almost was at the beginning. And now Talia was paying for my shortcomings, shielding me with her own body. No! Stay, Talia rasped. Her body shuddered as she took another bullet. An unbearable rage welled up from my core. I'm going to kill him. I felt the breath of her muzzle as she nipped my ear. Don't get distracted. Pop. The meaning of her words hit like a bucket of ice water, bringing everything back into focus. "Okay. I'll bring you back as soon as I can," I said, my voice hoarse. Click, click, click. Across the gap, Miles swore, and there was a loud clatter. From the grunts of pain, he'd run out of ammo, was trying to get the bolt out of his leg and failing. I forced myself up on an elbow and peeked over Talia. Sprawled out on his ass, Miles leveled a Glock at my head, and I ducked behind the wolf just before he fired. Staggered, panicked footsteps trailed away from us. Talia's body dissipated, leaving me with a clear line on Miles, hauling ass deeper into the ripple. A series of notifications popped. Local user notification. Rogue bounty at the Gilded Tower, floor 28.5. Threat level, high. Time limit, until a condition is met. Conditions, neutralize or terminate. Reward. Experience, L. Salve, 100,000. 200 rare user cores. Notification end. God fucking damn it, Miles. He tried to kill me with a blacklisted weapon, put it all on the line. Instead, he'd harmed me and killed Talia, which was apparently enough for the system to flag him. The bounty was no joke. Now, if I left him injured and running scared, I might as well be signing his death warrant. If I said it didn't tempt me, I'd be lying. But looking at everything from a purely rational perspective, nothing had changed. The trap he'd laid had failed, and he was in more trouble now than when he was pretending to be. Don't get distracted, I said after him, running at a slow jog. The injury would slow him down. Now it was just a question of how many bullets he had left. The answer was many, many bullets. I followed from a distance, exposing as little of myself as possible. He tried another ambush, but the pain from the bolt had unsettled him. Mostly he just ran, limping painfully with every step. I picked up a few vampires in the interim, used one to keep watch, and the others to pull away the attention we were drawing. So far, it was just vampires on vampires. I took cover behind a cluster of beams and called out, "Getting tired yet?" A bullet answered. It went far wide, glancing off the stony ground and ricocheting off, meters away. Guess that's a no. I staggered as a soul-rending screech, loud and unbearable, chilled me to my core. A massive shadow flitted overhead, and I instinctively ducked. Seconds later, an impact large enough to be a bomb shook the entire dungeon, sending bits of detritus skipping past where I lay prone, my entire body shaking. Every vampire in my awareness blinked out. Once rife with the noises of monsters and squalling, the ripple fell silent. Fear coursed through me. Fear more raw and real than any I'd felt before. Fear that made me feel like I was a child who just discovered how terrifying the world really was. I forced my eyes open. Nearby, one of the overhanging bridges collapsed, crumbling into the abyss. It'd be shredded in half, hole running clear through it. And far off, in the direction Miles was running, there was an angled crater. Miles was a bloodied mess, face down, motionless, and above him, a lone figure stood, completely still. Its skin was crimson, its body sleek and thin, with arms that ended in claws. A voice that slithered and pervaded everything, coming from everywhere all at once, filled the ripple.
"You want him? Come, take him."
The crimson Nosferatu matched Azure's description perfectly. My body trembled, and somehow, with monumental effort, I pushed myself up to my knees. It hadn't moved an inch, and didn't seem to be in any hurry. I reached out to Miles with suggestion, and felt significant pushback. It was confirmation he was still alive, still conscious. Didn't solve the problem. The Nosferatu felt absurdly powerful, but that didn't mean it was intelligent. Maybe I could influence it. I reached out with suggestion. The connection snapped, and my vision dimmed to almost nothing. When it returned, I felt shell-shocked, hollow. Numbly, I tried to mentally review the resources I had, placing them on the ground in front of me. The common silver knife and the arrowheads, my crossbows, bow, and potions. My mana was dry. Get out. No, I could come up with something. I just needed a plan, some way to distract it long enough to grab Miles and get out. How? It's faster than you, smarter than you. If you're lucky as hell, maybe it'll even let you go. The crimson Nosferatu's voice silenced my inner thoughts.
How long do you intend to make me wait?
Helplessness overtook me. The same helplessness I'd felt in the tunnel. Maybe Kinsley was right. Maybe we were better off with Miles gone. He'd come within seconds of killing me, and this thing had manhandled him like he was nothing. Another voice radiated in my mind, one I hadn't heard in a very long time. You have to choose what you want to be, and you have to keep making that choice. For perhaps the first time, I listened to my father's words. This didn't feel like a fight I could win. Everything in my rational mind was screaming at me to run, but if I ran, my actions spoke for themselves. I would have pulled Miles into a situation he couldn't handle and abandoned him when it got hard. And maybe it was Haster's revelation of what my life could have been, or maybe I'd changed. I didn't know. Regardless of why, I gathered my things and stood. Crossbow in one hand, dagger in the other. The Nosferatu cackled, and its aura pressed down on me.
Finally. I hope your power exceeds your stature.
That was an odd taunt. Power aside, it was half a head taller, if that. Someone cleared their throat. I started and turned, blinking several times, unable to believe what I was seeing. Ellison was standing next to me, his arms crossed. His stoic face held a hint of a smile.
Sorry you had to find out this way, Matt. But it's not always about you.
Chapter 211. Ellison looked. I swallowed down the swell of emotion and tried to shake it off. Kids are small. That's obvious. But you don't truly realize, until you take responsibility for one, how slowly they grow. Maybe it wouldn't feel so painstaking if they grew up protected in a vacuum, but they don't. The world swirls around them, tearing at their unknown hearts, shredding them with a debris of endless collateral they had nothing to do with, hurting them for no goddamn reason when they did nothing to deserve it. And you can't help feeling that eventually the storms and gusts will tire of toying with them and rip them from your arms entirely, carrying them away. Because as much as we'd like them to be, kids aren't protected by some common law of decency or God or trivial plot convenience. They get hungry and gaunt when there isn't enough food to go around, fall victim to outside influences and grow cynical, and in the end, die like anything else. So as much as we'd like to wish the opposite, we are so often left wishing for something many would consider cruel. Grow up, and grow up quickly. Please, before the world throws more hurt your way than I can protect you from. Ellison's physical characteristics had changed little. His arms were bigger. The clavicle at his neck more pronounced, his shoulders broader. He still held his trademark all-knowing smirk that was his default expression when he wasn't scowling. But his eyes had aged 1,000 years. His metal armor reflected a warm blue, a fiery indigo bird etched into his chest-piece, wreathed in blue flame. Behind him, maybe 20 feet away from us, a man with long, curly hair, wreathed in cloth bandages that flowed freely behind him despite the absence of wind in the cave, stood. He was gazing at the Nosferatu in the crater, but seemed entirely too relaxed considering the strength of the enemy at hand. Belatedly, I realized Ellison was talking.
And now, I'm waiting for you to pay attention again.
I blinked.
There it is, Ellison said. What I was saying, before you drifted off to poignant nostalgia land, was that there were quite a few things I needed to grab to prepare for this, and I knew you could handle it. 9 times out of 10, you pulled that victory out of your ass. That's why I couldn't help more during the transposition. He trailed off, and his gaze grew distant. Still, I know the toll it took on you, what it cost, and I'm sorry I couldn't help more.
I wanted to talk to him. There was nothing I wanted more. But the Crimson Nosferatu didn't seem like the type of creature polite enough to let you pause for an aside. I inclined my head toward it.
He'll wait,
Ellison finished. He's ornery, but his perception of time is different. Hell, he's older than most of the population of Texas combined. Also, he's a pompous geriatric fuck who likes to let his prey come to him. And Miles? Stable. The collateral looks bad, but the amount of control that thing has is absurd. It knows I want to get Miles out, and there's nothing more useless than a dead hostage. Something ticked in my mind. An inconsistency. The vampire. Did you mean he thinks he's older? From my mostly guesswork understanding, monsters generated in the realms of Floros were synthesized at the behest of something greater, probably by the planners. Their previous life memories were fabrications. The only life they truly lived was whatever they carved out for themselves in the dungeons. Ellison slowly shook his head. Not exactly. This really what you want to talk about? No, it wasn't. Your ability. The future knowledge. How does it work? A dark shadow flitted across Ellison's face. Time loop. Progressive or self-contained? Self-contained? Any carryover of abilities, items? Not a damn thing. Except this. Ellison pointed to his head and scowled. And even then, I don't get the full package. My memories fade like anyone else's. They're more or less consistent unless shit goes really bad early and post-traumatic stress gets out of control, then my memories from that loop are fucked. I slowly connected the dots. There was a problem with time loop fiction that always stuck out to me, in that the protagonists go through several lifetimes' worth of trauma and mentally age dozens, if not hundreds of years. Realistically, any normal person who went through that would be reduced to a gibbering mess of insanity by the end, and the accumulated anxiety, depression, and angst the constant futility would incur. They reset your fucking mental state, I hissed, barely able to believe it. You always have such a visceral reaction to that, Ellison mused. But yes. Hell, half the time I wake up at the beginning. As soon as I think about the shit I've done in the previous loops, it inevitably ends with me purging in the bathroom. I gritted my teeth. As far as the average person went, I'd done a decent job taking things in stride. But going through something like this, once, had been hard enough. Losing all the progress I'd made, and despite that, knowing all the horrors in store? I couldn't imagine. It was all I could do to stay calm, fists clenched at my side. If you'd told me earlier, Ellison quirked an eyebrow. You. What? Would you even have believed all this shit at the beginning? The guy who watched someone with powers out of a Marvel movie get 86'd in an alley and went to work at Dunkin's the next day? He knew about that. The way he was talking, he'd been in the loop for a while. I had to assume he knew everything, keep deceit to an absolute minimum. Fair. But I'm not that person anymore. Let me help you now, I argued. Deal me in. I won't undercut you, or muscle in, or try to steer things in a direction I want. You're on point. So fucking delegate. To be fair, Ellison continued as if he hadn't heard me, his expression softening, you catch on pretty fast. Faster than most people. There were a few times, mostly early on, when I woke up and I just couldn't handle it. What happened before? Couldn't get out of bed, couldn't eat, and when I broke, it was like you knew exactly what to do. You scheduled a shrink appointment we couldn't afford. Date always set after the dome came down, but it was the thought that counted. Took off work and let me cling to you like a stupid child. You even read to me. Though I'll be honest, the book you usually chose was, not the greatest considering. There was a lot to unpack there, and in the meantime my mind seized on the last thing he said. I pinched the bridge of my nose and sighed. Please tell me it wasn't Vonnegut. Slaughterhouse-5, baby, Ellison grinned, but the grin was hollow. All moments, past, present, and future, always have existed, always will exist. When you first read that passage, I burst into tears. Confused the hell out of you. The second time, though, it was actually kind of comforting. The time is static. Realized. Every decision we will or won't make already etched in stone. Ellison had confirmed what I'd suspected. He'd been resetting to a scant few days before shit hit the fan. Given that, there was no way he hadn't tried to leave, either with us in tow or on his own. I take it outside the dome isn't much better? I asked. Outside is different. Fewer monsters and powers, more supply issues, starvation, and garden-variety people losing their minds in the face of the apocalypse. Sweeping everyone we give a shit about outside the dome is the same as prematurely breaking open a cocoon. It cripples us when it counts. And? Ellison gave me an even look. We die, Matt. Every one of us. So far that happens inside the dome too, but at least the system gives us a fighting chance. An icy chill went through me. I'd never been overly positive about our prospects, where things within the dome were going. Having it confirmed felt different. What happens after the citywide game? I can't tell you that. What's the purpose of the Ordinator class? Can't tell you that either. Why is Iris so important? Ellison feigned confusion. Because she's our sister? In the greater scheme of things. Oh. Definitely can't tell you that. Well, why the fuck not? I finally asked, barely filtering the hurt and hostility out of my voice. Addressed the elephant in the room that had been present ever since I guessed his abilities, that up to a certain point he knew everything that came to pass and made an informed choice to keep me out of it. Ellison paused for the first time. Before, his responses were like mine every time Nick regurgitated the Wizard Quest story, more or less on autopilot. Now he was thinking about them. Why? I'd almost certainly asked him this before. Was he considering giving me a different answer? Something real? He flexed his jaw, seeming to decide. I know what you're thinking. Probably, how many things you'd do differently if you were in my shoes. It's not that easy. Time, the order of events, it's all so much more finicky than it is in the stories. There's no set track, no predestination. The smallest changes end up altering things for no goddamn reason, and sometimes things change regardless of what you do. Ghosts in the machine. The butterfly effect, more or less. I tried warning everyone, telling them what I know. Tried it more than once. Want to guess what happened? Ellison asked. I thought of how the Overseer had cranked up the difficulty of the transposition in response to an abnormal amount of user advancement. It changed everything too much. You weren't able to make viable predictions anymore, and while maybe we cleared some of the initial hurdles with no issue, the eyes in the sky kept throwing curveballs, and we eventually got blindsided. Yep. Ellison scoffed. God, I hate how quickly you are on the uptake. It took a lot of blood, tears, and wasted time before I even considered that. Point is, I've switched tactics. These days, I help people who need to stay alive exactly when they need it. Kill people who need killing. Disappear. Avoid explaining anything. Problem is, there's still a laundry list of giant variables I don't know how to control. I didn't want to ask, but I had to. Am I someone who needs to stay alive? Or... For a moment, Ellison looked shaken. Doesn't matter. I'm here for Miles, same as you. Then a beat later, he added, Guessing you caught on to what happened at the apartments? More or less, I said, trying very hard not to think about how casual my brother was on the topic. Truth is, I don't know what you are. Ellison struggled, searching for a way to say whatever he was thinking. Ever. You're the biggest variable there is. Sometimes you're the best resource I have. Sometimes you're my worst fucking enemy. I've tried dealing you in, obliquely pointing you in the right direction, abandoning you entirely, and a bunch of other shit not worth repeating. No matter what I do or how many times I try it, the outcome is completely unpredictable. The cold arithmetic of it chilled me, as the events of the apartment snapped into context. When I looked at it abstractly, Ellison was being honest, insofar as me not falling into either camp he described. I wasn't a threat or an ally. Instead, I was a variable. And the best way to deal with a troublesome variable is to remove it entirely. Ellison waved an arm.
That being said, this iteration of you is unique in a few ways that caught my eye. The, last breakfast we shared, I gave you a lot of shit for being a hypocrite, mainly as a vehicle for getting you to leave me the fuck alone. I remember, I said, only a little bitter. Well, it wasn't bullshit. You are a hypocrite. Thanks. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Really, the Nosferatu hissed loud enough to fill the dungeon, startling both of us. Allison fell silent, his smirk fading to stoic neutrality. The significance of the fact that it unsettled him, despite running into it multiple times before, wasn't lost on me. Apparently, the conversation was over. Allison cleared his throat. When he called across the crystal clearing to the Nosferatu, he almost sounded like a comic book hero. I'll meet you in combat, Crimson One. But if you wish for a genuine test, you must give me time to make preparations. Then make haste, the Nosferatu hissed. I processed what had happened, slowly. That actually worked? Uh-huh, Allison said. The higher-level monsters develop a lot of quirks. Some get nastier, more deviant, others gain certain preferences. It's all about drawing out their values, figuring out a way to use it against them. But you already know a thing or two about that. Can't speak to where this motherfucker got the Dragon Ball Z fight logic from, but I will not complain. He took a knee and drew various metal pieces and cylinders out of his inventory. One by one, he assembled them with practiced ease, the pieces coming together to form a tripod. Slowly, the device took shape. Once I realized what it was, I couldn't help but snort. A ballista? I call it the Anti-Armor, Magic-Deterring, Cyber-Influenced Magic Implosion Ballista, or AAMDCIMIB. It was a terrible name, with an equally terrible acronym, but somehow, knowing that despite everything my brother must have endured, he still held on to some of his old quirks, was a minor comfort. You are a fool, small one. No mortal weapon can wound me, the Nosferatu called over the clearing. Every time you mention my height is another 5 minutes you'll suffer before I kill you, Allison muttered. He pressed a tiny object, similar in size and shape to a roll of lipstick, to the far end of the ballista's bow. As he pulled it back, a luminescent blue beam of light emerged, tethered to the bow. He held the object far from his body and stepped over the miniature ballista's body, attaching the beam to the other edge, and stepped away, ballista complete with a requisite string. Then he fiddled with the gear-like mechanisms of the ballista, pressing his head against its body before returning to the adjustments, dialing in the range. To answer the question you didn't finish, the really being a hypocrite isn't a bad thing in an unnecessarily sarcastic voice, Allison said quietly. I'm not talking about flip-flopping or punching down on someone for doing something you do regularly. I'm talking about the big shit. How many wars do you think could have been averted if the drum beaters at the top were introspective enough to stop buying into their own propaganda? You're not wrong, but I'm not seeing how that applies here, I said. Edison shook the ballista, then banged his forearm against it. There was a click of something falling into place. Cold rationality and self-interest are an effective mix for survival. There's a reason so many assholes make it to the end of the world, but there's a limit to how much that can help you before it does the opposite. And from my observations, you, in particular, can reach far greater heights of power the more people you're trying to protect. Almost out of pure necessity. Our family, the Adventurers Guild, Kinsley, Nick, Say, Miles. Allison paused, as if deciding whether to mention something. Ginny? I can't answer that. What I can say is that, excluding the last name, this is the first time they've all been alive simultaneously. Mostly because you helped them. Other things I can't talk about are also going uncharacteristically well. Which is why I did what I did. It stung, but I understood. Tried to remove the variable before it skewed the results. Exactly. For just a second, Ellison looked ashamed. I've obviously reconsidered, which is why we're having this conversation. I can't fully deal you in, but I don't think this deviation from you is an act. And if I don't take advantage of it now,
I might never have another chance. What do you need from me? I asked. First and foremost, I need space to work. If you follow me, try to figure out what I'm doing, or use your vocation ability to spy on me, we're done. Got it. Ellison loaded the ballista bolt, or at least, that was what I assumed it was. It was forged from pure shadow, and despite the decently lit environment, it almost convinced my mind there was nothing there. Secondly, I need you to do what I ask when I ask. For the immediate future, that's grabbing Miles while I'm keeping Mr. BBEG over there busy. Don't back me up. Don't even take a parting shot. Ellison scratched his nose with his third finger, the signal to ignore what he just said. With the timing, he wanted me to prioritize getting Miles out, but wouldn't turn down any help I could give him on the exit. Once you're in the elevator, I need you to pass on a message to Miles. From you, in this exact wording. For someone so concerned about the good of the people, you really ought to look into what Waller was doing in his free time. What? You can't tell me that. I finished before he could speak. Now you're getting it. Ellison smiled. A genuine smile, not a smirk. It slowly faded. I'll let the Fed fill you in after he's not jammed up with a bounty and investigates. Waller needed killing. It seems like a solid opportunity, but now that we're working together, it could make your life a lot more difficult. You need Miles off your back, trust me. The guy is relentless. Figure that one out, I muttered. Once the ball is live, you need to hurry. If you take too long with Miles, you may miss something else, something important. Nick? Or something else. It's also goddamn vague. Also, be careful with the Order of Parsi, Ellison continued. I'm guessing you figured out we need them in some capacity, but their management leaves a lot to be desired. You've handled them well enough, and I think you're heading in a good direction, dragging them out into the spotlight with this stunt, not shooting Aaron in the face the first time you saw him, keeping body count to a minimum before you know all the players. Just again, be careful. I've never seen this exact scenario, but as you know, they're not fucking around. The Order turns nasty on a dime. Haster? I asked. Ellison shook his head and pressed his lips together. How long has it been? I finally asked. Since the first loop. Ellison's voice was tired. At one point I kept track. Wrote the number down on my journal as soon as I woke up and stared at it until I was confident I'd committed it to memory. But now, I can't even remember the number I gave up on. The image of Ellison I was trying to hold on to, my impression of him as a moody, clever kid who would hopefully brighten up after his teenage years, finally faded away, and I saw him for what he was. A soldier who had been at war for far too long. I opened my mouth. Yes. Ellison cut me off and pulled a hand down his brow, contorting his face. Assuming I survive this, I'll come to dinner. Might even stay and watch a movie. Great. In that moment, that was all I wanted. Lastly, you've got a 30-second window before this thing grows its head back. In one smooth motion, Ellison reached down and fired the ballista. Chapter 212. There wasn't a thumping release, or a twang, or even a blur of motion. The glowing blue string, returning to its original position, was the only sign the ballista fired, and even then it looked like it must have slipped the catch rather than ejected the bolt. Phoom! A shockwave knocked me to one knee, jarring my arms and wrists as I came dangerously close to face-planting on the crystal cavern floor. I searched through the gaze of the after effect, just in time to see an outline of a human torso flying through the air. Slowly my mind connected the dots, and I realized what had just happened. The Crimson Nosferatu, a creature Azure described as so powerful it could level cities, was cleaved in half by the shadow bolt. Holy fuck, I murmured, at a loss for words. Ellison didn't cheer or celebrate, his face a mask of barely contained panic as his armor extended from his neck, wrapping around his head and forming a helmet. God damn it, too low. Damocles, get the head! Before he even gave the order, the man sprinted forward almost too quickly to track, lugging a massive greatsword behind him until he reached the Nosferatu and brought the sword down in a massive overhead strike, again and again, each impact ringing out like a sledgehammer on iron. Go get Miles out, now! Ellison shoved me forward. As I ran, he called after me. Make sure he leaves the ripple first! Why? There wasn't time to ask. Miles was up, staggering away from the crater. From his movements, he was stunned, or injured, or both. But from prior experience, it wouldn't be long before he was up and running, dragging us both into more bullshit. Off to the side, Ellison's companion, Damocles, was still smashing the full weight of his sword across the creature's throat, over and over like a lumberjack splitting wood, while Ellison bound its legs and arms with a silver wire, swearing loudly and shouting instructions. I pulled my hand crossbow with Page's quick draw and fired a torment bolt, aiming for the creature's exposed entrails, watching with grim satisfaction as it struck home and the Nosferatu writhed. Right on cue, Miles' head lolled in my direction and his eyes fixated on me. He drunkenly turned and lurched away from me. I wheeled him around before he gained momentum and, pulling the blow at the last second, struck his nose with the meat of my palm. Cartilage buckled under my palm but didn't break, and Miles' head snapped back, his eyes hazy and confused. "Use your goddamn brain. I'm trying to save your life." "We all are," I shouted, hoping I'd finally gotten through, and chanced looping his arm around my neck for support. This was a vulnerable position. If he had a mana garrote on him, it'd be child's play to slip it around my throat. His feet dragged, slowing us down. "Run, motherfucker!"
Jesus Christ,
Miles muttered. He was staring at the Nosferatu, which, despite being bound, shot, bludgeoned, and losing enough blood to kill an elephant, had already regrown its legs and was slowly but consistently breaking free of its restraints. Finally, Miles seemed to conclude that even if this was some kind of con, getting out of the tower was the best course of action. His grip tightened around the back of my neck and his legs pumped, movements still clumsy and uncoordinated. Eventually, our movements synced, and we made decent time as we raced across the clearing.
Felt like...
Miles devolved into a series of coughs.
Getting hit by a bus. Twice. Didn't even hear it coming.
"Might be your ears, considering all the goddamn gunfire," I said.
"What is it?"
"Bad fucking news. Shit!" Bad news got worse as awareness screamed and I ducked, dragging Miles with me, barely clearing a crescent wave of red. The Nosferatu's claw-like hands pointed toward us, ignoring Ellison and company entirely as it shrieked in an alien tongue with a voice full of rage. Not good. If I had to guess, Ellison's joint attack broke its rules of engagement, and now it had every intention of taking the slight out on the hostage. We started running again at a slower pace, dodging the crescent blades of magic as they came. With every passing second, the Nosferatu seemed closer to escaping, more binds snapping free as it recovered its power. As soon as it freed itself and had access to even a fraction of its mobility, we were done. Flight charm? Using the charm would be an automatic tell. Miles would have almost definitive confirmation that Mirden was connected to the Adventurers Guild, and it would undo everything I'd done to throw him off. I'd use it if I had to, but... maybe there was another option. That thing breaks free, we're SOL. Anything in your back pocket that could help? Teleport spell, speed acceleration, anything at all? I tried. Miles thought hard. Then his expression grew conflicted.
I don't think so.
I held back a litany of expletives and let him reconsider. Come on, Miles, think about it. It would have been so easy to let you burn, but here I am, dragging your ass out of the fire. Another beat. Another nothing from Miles. Fuck it. I reached toward my inventory and prepared to grab the flight charm. Before I could, our feet left the ground, crimson crescent passing beneath us as we elevated into the air. We rose vertically, about 10 yards in the air until we plateaued and bobbed treacherously. Of course, they designed the flight charm for one person, not two. Careful to mask the movement, I reached into my inventory and activated my flight charm. The turbulence ceased, and we smoothly rose and rocketed toward the exit. Miles' face was hard, but he didn't shake me off or attempt to throw me into the fathomless depths around the platforms below. Instead, he spoke.
Much as I hate to admit it, I was out of my depth.
Same. It made a certain sort of sense, though I couldn't imagine doing the same in his shoes. I saved his life, he saved mine. This was the person Miles was, unshakably fair. Even after everything he thought I'd done, and the fucked up things that happened between us, and absent a single witness, he refused to change. Maybe that was the reason I couldn't stomach the idea of hanging him out to dry. I loosened my grip and slipped down a little as we approached the exit, maneuvering myself so I could follow Ellison's directive and exit the ripple a split second after Miles. We rocketed out of the ripple and back into the main floor, veering to avoid the opposite wall and crashing into the mud, sprawling awkwardly across the ground. A stream of notifications scrolled before me. Beyond the text, a small ember of golden light etched an ornate white ring that seeded an amber stone into existence, almost like it was 3D printed. Just as it finished forming, I snatched it before Miles, still shaking off shock and slowly rising from the mud, could notice. Level up. Ordinator has reached level 17. As the hidden parameters have been met, a new Ordinator branch is now available. In ordinary circumstances, the advancement would have thrilled me, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the wording of the final notification. System notification. Congratulations. As the last user standing in the designated area, you've received an artifact. Either Allison was dead, or he wasn't a user at all. Chapter 213. Before. Allison was particular about schedules. Timing. I'd left him at the library, and he'd instructed me to pick him up at 6:45, so I shifted my schedule around, made sure Russ, my manager at the laundromat, knew I'd be leaving exactly at 7:30, and arrived like clockwork. That was nearly an hour ago. Night filtered in through the broad library windows, and much of the overhead lighting around the outer edges of the library had already shut off, giving the main section of broad tables a spotlight feeling. Ellison was bent over a younger girl's textbook, pointing at a section of text, his expression strained. He'd say something, and the girl would shake her head, and Ellison would cross his arms, lost in thought, before he spoke again. I recognized his body language, similar to instances where he was trying to figure out how to explain something to Iris. Finally, the girl nodded, and I felt an internal sigh of relief. She was the last of 3 similarly confounded middle schoolers, all of whom I'd watched Ellison help since arriving on schedule. Like the rest, she shut her book, shoved it in her backpack, and gave Ellison a weapons-grade nuclear smile, and left with a hop in her step, passing by me on her way to the exit without so much as a glance or a look back. Ellison, alternatively, looked rumpled and fatigued. He gathered his things in an uncharacteristically unhurried fashion and nearly ran into me. "Study group?" I asked. Ellison blinked several times before his bleary eyes fully focused on me. "Oh, hey. What time is it?" "Nearly 9. From his aghast expression, I might as well have told him the sky was yellow. "Well, shit," Ellison finally said. Then after he had a second to think about it, "Didn't mess anything up for you, did I?" "No," I lied. I had a helpline gig lined up after I took him home, but it paid little and wasn't time-sensitive. "How long were you waiting?" I shrugged. "Not too long. Got caught up at Maple's." Ellison half nodded, hooded eyes squinting at the clock on the wall as if he couldn't quite bring himself to believe it was really that late. "Sorry." "No worries." We started toward the exit, earning several irritated looks from the few remaining evening staff who were probably hoping to leave early. I passed him a bottle of water and pulled a tiny container of Tylenol from my bag, shook it at him. Ellison took it quickly, unscrewed the cap, and poured 2 into his hand, then downed them, draining almost half the bottle. Afterward, he shot me a suspicious look. "How the hell do you always know?" he asked. "I'm your brother. It's my job to know things." "Pretty sure most brothers aren't psychic," Ellison grumbled. I shrugged. "The good ones are." We walked in silence for a while. From the number of screwed-up expressions Ellison was cycling through, I could tell he needed to talk about something, but trying to pry it out of him never worked. So I let him stew as we traveled through the library double doors and approached the bike rack. I pulled my keyring from my jean pocket and undid the chain lock, grabbing the handlebars and hefting the front wheel of my bike free from the rack. I raised a questioning eyebrow. "Ride or hoof it?" "Let's walk for now," Ellison said, "at least until the Tylenol kicks in." It'd take us longer to get home on foot, but that was fine. I wheeled my bike alongside us and pulled my burner from my pocket, flipping it open and shooting a quick text to my helpline client, letting them know there was a blip and I needed to reschedule. A response came almost immediately, but I didn't look at it. The library was on the edge of a decent area of town, but the closer we grew to home, the more alert we needed to be. We passed a small group of homeless men lounging at the mouth of an alley, one of whom was familiar. "Hey, Greg," I waved.
"Hi, Greg,"
Ellison parroted.
"'Lo, boys."
Greg grinned a wide and gap-toothed smile. He was looking better now that the summer was over and we'd moved deeply into the autumn months, and his tomato-red complexion had faded to a warm scarlet.
"How's the static this evening?"
Translation: any cops around? Pretty clear, I said, then peered deeper into the alley and frowned. They'd done a good job obscuring their various hodgepodge sleeping accommodations, but Greg's eternally overfull cart was sticking out a little, along with a sleeping bag housed within a cardboard box. May want to drag that dumpster over a bit. Greg turned to study the alley, immediately saw the issue.
"Golden, golden. Good looking out. Appreciate you both."
Have a good night. Once we were out of earshot, Ellison finally boiled over.
"I know it's stupid,"
he said. I played dumb. What's stupid? My brother sighed.
"The study group. You've told me at least half a dozen times that the best way to study is by yourself."
I made a show of considering that and tried to come up with the best way to respond. Things were so much easier between us when I could be direct with him, but those days were long since over. How many times a week are you meeting?
"Once."
And how many people? I asked, though I didn't need to. Unless a large contingent had left before I arrived, there were 5 other kids.
6 in total,
Ellison confirmed. And they spent most of the time studying, not chatting or goofing around?
"We didn't even have time to chat."
Ellison's voice rose, and he ranted.
"They're all so fucking behind. All the teachers care about is getting us ready for the standardized shit. So that gets all the attention in class, and they expect us to study for the other tests entirely on our own."
I resisted the urge to get into a drawn-out venting session about the public school system, because while he wasn't wrong, that also wasn't the core of his problem.
"Ah," I said.
"Ah, what, head-ass?"
Ellison gave me a small shove. "Come on. I know you have an opinion, you always do. Why can't you just give it to me straight like you did to Greg?"
"Because Greg's happy to take all the help he can get." I blew out air. Do I believe the best way to study is on your own? Yes. Do I also understand that solo study can get monotonous as hell and an occasional change of format can help you refresh, and that infrequently teaching someone else the material grants a differing insight that helps you understand it better?
Also, yes.
"Oh," Ellison said. I swatted him lightly across the top of his head, mussing his hair. My brother recoiled and toyed with his bangs, scowling until they fell back into their usual place. "Obviously I get it, so curb the attitude and stop acting like I'm out to get you." I nearly said more, but didn't want to push my luck. Instead, I took the indirect route. "My opinion doesn't matter. What matters is that despite going to the efforts of organizing this on the down low and having a seemingly successful session, you seem less than happy with the results."
"Because it sucked!"
Ellison shouted. He quickly brought his volume under control, but the irritation remained. "I didn't mind teaching at first. Like you said, it reinforced things, helped me internalize them. But then I had to do it again, and now my head hurts and I just feel drained." "How many kids in the group are further ahead in their studies than you?" I asked, careful to circumvent the word smart. Ellison stared down at the sidewalk as we walked, lost in thought.
"None of them, I guess. Dia's pretty quick, but she's gifted and doesn't really spend that much time studying. Come to think of it, most of the smart kids wouldn't be the first to sign up for a study group."
"There you go." I answered noncommittally.
"And it's not like I know everything. It'd be a pain to get them there, but even if I only snagged 1 or 2, I wouldn't constantly be playing unpaid substitute, and there'd be someone to teach me for a change."
Allison's eyes narrowed, and he glared at me suspiciously.
"That was some Socratic bamboozling bullshit."
"No idea what you're talking about." Chapter 214. Loss, despair, and a tiny flicker of hope all tore at my mind, burning any semblance of cognizance to ash. Nothing mattered. Not the order, not whatever overcomplicated bullshit I was trying to accomplish here. None of it meant anything if Ellison was gone. Was he? He knew. Had to. Somehow concluded that, once we were out, the system would reward an artifact and made sure it went to me. Did he know that because he was aware he and his companions weren't traditional users and were therefore exempt from receiving the artifact? Or because missing the Nosferatu's head was a critical mistake and he'd lose? And what kind of fucking time loop was it, for fuck's sake? If Ellison died, did everything reset? Or were there quantum elements in play, and every time he died he moved to a new timeline? Too many fucking unknowns. Crack! I put my fist through a stone coffin, barely feeling the impact. It fractured in a series of spider-webbing cracks and collapsed, spilling out desiccated bones and dust. It barely registered that the coffin was nearly an inch thick, and I shouldn't have been able to break through it. The panic blew the lid off, growing more sharp and pronounced, a tingling, fraying ache that threatened to paralyze me. I put my fist through another coffin, and again the stone obliterated as if I'd struck it with a hammer. It hurt more this time, and I felt a pulse of pain in my fist that granted a moment of clarity before I plunged into a never-ending pool of anxiety.
Mirden.
Someone was calling out to me. Someone I didn't care about. Go back, now. You have to know for sure. You have to see. Go now, go now, go now!
Mirden.
Miles caught my shoulder before I could jump back in the ripple. I pivoted and swung a blind backhand that hit nothing, trying to get around the interference so I could... Do what, exactly? Save him? If the worst had happened, Ellison was already gone. Go anyway, and bet on the astronomical odds he'd dropped a core? The Nosferatu would pick me off as easily as breathing, and I'd seen its power firsthand. Payback was out of the question. At least for now. Slowly, I stopped moving. That old familiar feeling of helplessness overtook me, rooted my feet in place. The tunnel vision faded, and I stared down the threaded barrel of a Glock, dimly realizing what happened. I fucked up, and in my brief lapse of sanity, Miles had taken the initiative and now held the advantage. His right eye aligned with the sight, his expression emotionless and cold. When I spoke, my voice was so twisted and raw I barely recognized it. You got a memory loss issue, Miles?
Stay.
Back, Miles said, because you had ample fucking opportunity to throw me into an abyss a few minutes ago and let it slip through your fingers. I growled and took another step forward. Miles retreated, keeping a constant distance of around 5 feet between us. A less experienced shooter, harboring the same level of anger, might have pressed the gun against my head and made for an easy disarm, but Miles never missed a beat.
That was before you started punching through stone. And just because I overlooked Half-Pint backing you up again in the moment doesn't mean I am now. Not without one hell of an explanation.
I gritted my teeth and tried to banish the image of Ellison that popped up in my mind. If you want answers, get the goddamn gun out of my face. A mental recoil sent a wave of pain through my neurons. It felt similar to when I tried to cast suggestion on a target with elevated intelligence, only I hadn't. Miles grimaced and lowered the gun. He didn't inventory it, just gripped it at his side, and when I tried to walk past him toward the elevator, he still retreated as before, staying between me and the elevator. That bounty notification probably went out to everyone at the tower. It's possible the Adventurers Guild is playing interference, but if some actual monsters down there in the line decide they want a shot at you, there's only so long the Guild can hold them off, all of which means we have a tight window to get you out. I glared at him. Make up your fucking mind. Every part of me wanted to abandon this course altogether and rush back into the ripple. Even before the dome and the transposition, I had trouble trusting Ellison, probably because of the many similarities we shared. What I'd missed was how that lack of trust frayed our relationship, slowly wore it down, and fostered resentment. Maybe he had just been trying to get some space that last breakfast at Sam's, but the only reason his words cut so deeply was because they were steeped in truth. At some point, I'd lost sight of who he was and just saw the parts of him that reminded me of myself. If I wanted to make a change, for Ellison to trust me again, I needed to return the favor. There was no faking the tiredness in his voice. He'd been doing this for a long, long time, and he'd specifically told me that if I took too long getting Miles clear, it would make things harder in the long run. For now, I'd believe. It didn't come naturally and directly conflicted with my tendency to think the worst, but I'd believe just the same. Ellison wasn't dead. He just wasn't a user. Because let's face it, if I looked at all this in terms of game balance, a time loop ability was completely overpowered. And another layer of system fuckery was pretty much par for the course at this point. Having worked through his own inner conundrum, Miles inventoried his weapon. He stared at me, as if expecting a sudden attack at any moment. When none came, he finally seemed to relax.
Now, you said something about answers.
Miles raised an eyebrow. I multitasked, checking in with Azure and chatting with Kinsley as soon as we came back into range. The situation in the lobby wasn't great. The Adventurers Guild had acted quickly, leveraging their influence to protect Miles and suspend elevator entry as soon as the bounty notification went out, but things were deteriorating quickly. They weren't able to stop anyone inside the tower from using the elevators, so I instructed Azure to disguise himself as a random adventurer, go down to the lobby and report to Sarah as me. After some convincing, I let my summon handle explaining why I'd missed what must have been a never-ending mass of red alerts and all hands on deck. It was difficult to take a hands-off approach for once, but Azure's talent was crafting narrative. Getting Miles out was an outright pain in the ass, largely because the tower was protected. I dropped a hint for him to coordinate with Kinsley and see if there was anywhere in the tower she could door to, while I coordinated with her from the other side. Once he was out, she'd immediately spirit him away with her sanctuary ability until we could figure out next steps. While the lower floors of the tower weren't blocked from communication, they had a hell of a lot more protections in place to protect from unwanted entry and teleportation. Kinsley went through, painstakingly testing each floor and failing to find an entry point until she landed on the 4th floor. She warned me it felt unstable, that the tower's security seemed almost intelligent, and she didn't think she could open a door inside the tower again. Which meant me, Nick, and the rest would be on our own. I just took that in stride, because I had my hands full just telling Miles the truth, or at least doing so without giving him enough rope to hang me with. It was a mostly undeveloped theory, one percolating in the back of my mind for quite some time since the All-Father revealed himself as my patron and was reinforced every time a god interfered.
They're cheating,
Miles said aloud, as if wrapping his mind around the idea. I nodded. It's the only thing that makes sense. The Overseer's public statements imply they've been doing this for some time, and while I can't exactly show hard evidence for this, the All-Fathers, Proctors, and Nicta's comments all seem to imply these inquisitions have been going on for a staggeringly long time. My class, your class, unless I'm completely wrong, and the way they screwed with Tyler's truth sight ability right when it would have been the most devastating outcome? Now, granted, all of those prior cases have justification. I'm guessing you answered questions within the void before your class was assigned, just like mine? Miles nodded, his mouth tight. And divine tainted monsters wounded Tyler, which is a little more borderline, but Hastur is running his own fucking guild, and more problematic, Nicta outright granted me something I needed at the perfect moment.
Things are devolving,
Miles finished. Right now they're running a proxy war, using third parties to snipe at each other, jockeying for position, all while maintaining plausible deniability. Remind you of anything? I asked.
Miles looked troubled. Might as well be pulling directly out of the Spook playbook. Fund the ragtag resistance against the regime you don't like, arm and back them, at least until they either crumble, overthrow the regime, or do something you don't approve of, then call it a day.
Rarely ends well for the resistance, even if they win.
That's a goddamn understatement,
Miles said, rubbing his chin. Then he caught himself and re-entered his focus on me.
Though all this spitballing is feeling like a distraction.
How so?
None of it explains what happened in the tunnel, or why you waltzed into a goddamn death camp and spared the necromancer running the show.
I winced, largely because he wasn't wrong. That was what I'd done. And sure, it looked far worse from the outside, but there was only so much I could tell him without putting Kinsley in hot water. This was a critical pain point with Miles. I couldn't deflect or blow it off. Whatever he believed or disbelieved, this was what he needed to buy in, more than anything else. We were in dangerous territory now, specifically regarding the tunnel. I was technically safe for as long as I was a member of the Order of Parsi, and the Geish remained effective. But when Miles found a way around it, and also happened upon someone who could unequivocally confirm what actually happened that day, I was fucked. And he would eventually find a way. Which left me with two alternatives. make myself so critical and valuable to both the Feds and the Adventurers Guild that eliminating me wouldn't be workable when the news broke. Or eliminate every witness from the Order in attendance that night. Both felt flimsy. The more contact I had with Miles, the more likely he was to connect the dots. And the second option? I have a family. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to banish the voice, then centered myself, piecing together the best version of what to tell Miles. When I opened them, he was still standing across from me on the elevator, his arms folded. The Order of Parsi approached me early. Chapter 215. Miles' eyes bore into me. It wasn't like during the panel with the Feds, where he was already doubting himself and willing to give me the benefit of the doubt. If he caught a single inkling of deceit, there was no question he was gone. I continued. I'm not sure how they knew, but I suspect it has something to do with their patron. Haster, Miles filled in. They didn't really pass the sniff test, even that early on. Watched them steamroll a bounty like it was nothing. My abilities were far more limited back then, and given the more understated, slow-burn nature of my class, my first instinct was to avoid large groups, at least until I got a better handle on where this was all going. And they really formed that fast? Miles prompted. I nodded. Within a day of the dome, maybe less. I put money on it. Nobody mobilizes that quickly unless they have an outside line. Again, divine interference. So, they court me. I'm unsure. They get a little more aggressive than I'm comfortable with, which ends with me getting the hell out. For a little while, it's radio silence. I fall in with Kinsley and the nascent Merchants Guild by chance. Matt tells me his friend has a lead on some special dungeon. The trial, Miles said, and while I don't feel completely comfortable with the idea, one of them caught my eye. Some girl that went to school with them. Ginny. Miles scoffed. I waved the scorn away. Not like it sounds. Not exactly. Might be the only thing you got right in the profile. She had a title that granted her significantly more stat and feat points with every level. As a mage, she was already strong then, but over time? Yeah. Miles nodded slowly. Would have been a monster by now. I grunted confirmation. Only the Order shows up, waiting for me outside the trial. From their perspective, it looks like I've rejected them wholesale and formed my own group, and I already have enough experience with them to guess how they'll handle that. Not well. He's still working with you. Jaded Eye's commentary nearly threw me off. I grimaced. Even if I was editorializing somewhat, it was still difficult enough to recount the events without interference. But it didn't matter if Miles didn't fully believe me. All I needed to do was to create a wedge of doubt. I tried to play it off like I'd been doing them a favor, scouting, figured if I could get the Order to spare them, that was a better alternative to catching them in my collateral, and eventually, I could get them out. Nick and Say weren't much to write home about, but Ginny was one hell of a sweetheart. I trailed off, swallowed. I betrayed her trust and revealed her title. Figured that would clinch it. Only it didn't go that way, Miles said. Ginny didn't take it well. To be clear, it wasn't her fault. If there was anyone to blame, it was me. But she took a shot at me. Then they took a shot at her. Their aim was better. She bled out in seconds, and everything went to hell. Say panicked and ran back into the ripple. They captured Nick. Why? Miles asked pointedly. You just said he was nothing to write home about. Why would they take on dead weight? The court, I answered reluctantly. Originally, I'd meant to bring up the court and keep Nick out of the spotlight, but Miles was too sharp not to pick up on the inconsistency. I'm still working on figuring out the details, but it's one of the Order's side projects. There are users with hierarchical classes similar to a historical monarchy, barons, kings, queens, knights, and they seem dead set on collecting them. Whatever the overarching purpose, Nick's a court knight. So they bagged him. Sounds like they weren't just there for you, Miles observed. His accusation was so subtle it almost flew under the radar. I gritted my teeth and pressed on. I didn't react well. To Ginny's death, or the way they put innocent people in the crosshairs to strong-arm me into joining them. It felt wrong to just give in, like they'd have too much leverage and I'd be stuck doing their bidding. I used my abilities to disappear, which wasn't hard. The transposition started shortly after, and, as you know, all hell broke loose. Tried to help the Merchants Guild with their region, and you already know how that went.
Get to the necromancer,
Miles growled. He felt like we were running out of time. There were 2 reasons I spared him. One personal, one broad. I'll start with the second. I'd just gotten back from Region 6 and I was in shock, not to mention angry as hell, only to find out that someone was picking off our people and they probably had an excess of Lux. Made sense to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I imagine you went for the same reason. But when we got there, I recognized it as an order operation. Everything else was more or less on the level. I wasn't even sure what I was going to do until I found the necromancer. Miles groaned and pressed a hand to his forehead. He'd already guessed where this was going. I finished it anyway. He wasn't what I expected. Not at all. There was no maniacal laughing or gleeful hand-rubbing. He was just some guy trying to level up his abilities and eventually bring his daughter back to life. The Order was effectively holding him hostage, which, sure, might have been bullshit, but I didn't get the sense he was lying. And for the Order, the hostage tactic was completely on brand. Considering the sheer volume of cores I gathered from Region 6, everything fell in place after that. Join the Order with the cores as collateral, and simultaneously work to undercut them and prevent the wholesale slaughter of users. It all just sort of clicked into place.
And the second reason? Miles asked.
I slowly reached back and withdrew Ginny's core, holding it out in the palm of my hand.
Ah,
Miles said. Then the look on his face grew so frigid I caught a chill.
Must be nice, getting the chance to bring a friend back.
I swallowed. I talked to him. The kid. Before we saved you. And for someone so concerned about the good of the people, you really ought to look into what Waller was doing in his free time. A shadow of doubt crossed Miles' expression, and I whispered a silent thanks to Ellison. The elevator arrived on the 4th floor. The floor comprised a sprawling autumn forest, and leaves crunched under our feet as we walked towards the spot Kinsley mentioned. Miles was utterly silent as he absorbed what I'd told him. It'd be a lot more for someone who didn't have skin in the game, and Miles had more than most.
Look, Miles finally said, let's say I believe you. In that case, your goals are good, noble even. If it's anything like the first, stopping the second transposition event could save countless lives, and any intel we can glean on a potential war between these asshat patrons of ours gives us options we'd otherwise lack. And the judgment call to leave the Order intact while ousting their leadership can't have been easy, considering your history.
It wasn't, I said darkly.
Miles shook his head. Still, this game you're playing at? I've played it for real. Hell, I was a natural. Sometimes I even enjoyed it. And I still wouldn't go back for all the money in the world. Undercover work takes a different sort of toll. It's a meat grinder. A lot of good cops go in, and nearly half as many broken train wrecks come out. And that's discounting the casualties who die or start playing for the other side, which isn't a small number. They're all thoroughly informed on the risks. You want to know why they still sign up?
I nodded.
Hubris. They all think they're the exception, that they have what it takes to end up on the good side of the coin flip. In the end, a coin flip's exactly that. Each and every one of them is trained to the nines, evaluated, has a handler, a support team, and enough backup to turn over the whole goddamn city if they go missing. All resources you lack. And they weren't dealing with gods or powers or some skin-and-bones asshole putting enough heat on their cover to melt tungsten. I don't mean to take away from what you've accomplished, but you've already made a lot of mistakes.
Like?
He studied me. Sure, I'll give you one. What was your plan if you let Mr. just trying to resurrect his daughter go, and the Order decided you weren't worth the trouble? Did you even create a contingency to take that necromancer off the board if the Order told you and your cores to shove off?
There wasn't time, I protested despite myself.
Too bad.
Because if he was their only necromancer, and your plan fell through, you gave up an opportunity to take a mass murderer out of play for nothing. And that little horror show they put on during the transposition would have repeated itself, only the next time they'd be smarter about it. I stopped in place as Miles continued onward, heat crawling up my neck. But I wasn't angry because he was being unfair, or that he'd said anything incorrect. I was angry because he was right. Miles called behind him. If even a fraction of this yarn you've spun checks out, you've earned a ceasefire. But you're in this up to your neck and the water's rising. Call it, and come in with me before you drown. The situation with Vernon was more complicated than I'd let on. I couldn't end him in good conscience, considering his relation to Kinsley. But he owed me his life. I probably could have coordinated a contingency to meet with Vernon if the worst happened. The Order was squelching his communications, but if I was clever enough, it was possible to bait him out, and all I needed to do to neutralize his future body count was engineer a situation where I could talk to him long enough to tell him the truth. His daughter was alive. But I'd assumed success, and ignored the gamble. A blue glow caught my eye. Kinsley's door appeared in the trunk of a large tree. Yes, I've made mistakes. Yes, there are things I could have done better. But I can't just throw it all away. Your funeral. Miles reached for the knob and didn't bother looking back. I set my teeth. Anyone who kills me gets an all-expenses-paid trip out of the dome, and while I can't say what goes into clearing that bounty on your head, I'm guessing you'll have your hands full for a while. You really think you can protect me from every goddamn user in Dallas and deal with that at the same time? Miles hesitated. So, teach me. Miles stopped, turned, and gave me an, "Are you fucking serious?" look. I crossed my arms. You said it yourself. You're a natural. No. Cards on the table. With you as my handler, no. I'd have the oversight I'm lacking, and everything I uncover goes to you first in regular, organized reports. For fuck's sake, how many times do I have to say it? Miles snapped. When I said nothing, he boiled over. You're completely untrained, compulsive, and what's more, I'm pretty sure you enjoy this shit. All of which makes you exactly the wrong sort of person for the job, not to mention I literally shot you less than 2 hours ago. It didn't take. And most important, I don't fucking trust you. Trust has to start somewhere, I said quietly. Then drop the goddamn magic and show me your real fucking face, he growled. A long silence stretched between us. Unfamiliar birds flitted from tree to tree, chirping out odd cadences. A cool chill ruffled our clothing. There was an uncanny feeling of an impasse, an insurmountable obstacle. Miles couldn't justify working with me until he had some sort of leverage, and I couldn't take the mask off until I knew, unequivocally, that we were on the same side. Too many people knew as it was, and even if that wasn't the case, Miles wasn't the sort of person I could gamble on. "You need to get going and figure out how to deal with this bounty," Miles finally said. Yeah. Disappointment washed over me. For a moment, I'd seen a different future. One where Miles and I were allies, not just enemies working towards the same goal. Guessing it'll be a tremendous pain in the ass. Could have just shot me with an arrow. He rolled his eyes. We both know how that would have gone. I shrugged. Maybe. It was as good of a time as any for Miles to leave. But he didn't. Instead, he seemed distracted, troubled. After that, I'll poke around. See if that Waller comment holds any weight. I held my breath. If it does, Miles sighed. We'll meet in Kinsley's sanctuary. That's probably the closest we're going to get to neutral ground. With that, he was gone. I took a minute to absorb the victory. It wasn't ironclad, and I wasn't willing to discount the possibility that Miles was acting his ass off and working an angle. But for maybe the first time, I didn't get that impression. His advice to me, and his warning, had both felt genuine. Only time would tell. For now, I needed to level, look over the artifact Ellison apparently wanted me to have, and finally, square things with Nick. Chapter 216. Hidden parameters fulfilled. A new Ordinator branch can now be accessed. Something from the ripple activated the parameters. I nearly focused on it before realizing that the last time I'd done so, for the Conjuration branch, it resulted in a sprawling multiple choice that took a considerable amount of time to sift through. With no immediate conflicts and the rest of my team lounging beachside, it was tempting. I put it off, not wanting to rush advancement while I was still off balance. Instead, I fished around in my inventory for the artifact. And found nothing. I summoned a health potion to ensure my inventory hadn't failed, then tried to withdraw the ring again. Nothing. Panicked, I checked my pockets, the small, mostly unused pouches on the operator's belt, anywhere I could have accidentally stuffed it in the heat of the moment, and found nothing. I was double-checking everything, a hair's breadth from dumping out the entirety of my inventory onto the elevator, when I felt a slight pressure on one of my fingers, something unfamiliar. I removed my gauntlet, and swallowed. There, crowning my third finger, was a simple band of silver metal. There was only one explanation. A ring I was utterly sure I'd placed in my inventory had somehow equipped itself. Despite that, it pulled free easily, cradled in the center of my palm. Its weight was so light, it felt like I wasn't holding anything at all. Artifact. The Devil's Share. Item description. This seemingly innocuous ring is a source of untold power for any mage or ability-dependent user. While worn, the user may cast any appropriately mastered ability reflexively. Spells and abilities cast reflexively cost far less mana to use and may be invoked in a fraction of the time. System warning. Contingently bound item. After 5 uses, this item binds to the user. Uses remaining, 2 out of 5. Insidious. Over every other adjective rolling through my head, unbalanced, broken, overpowered, game-changer, the word insidious screamed inside my mind like a signal flare. The concept of a bound item was alarming enough. I'd heard enough horror stories about cursed weapons and items in fiction to balk at the idea of an item that bound to my person. At best, it would forever take up a potential item slot and become literally irreplaceable. At worst, well, that wasn't a small list. I stepped off the elevator with barely enough foresight to check that no one from my order team was nearby. There was an abnormally high number of people in line for the elevator, all of whom were in considerably lower spirits than earlier. News of the chaos in the lobby had probably reached this floor by now, so they either planned to gawk or get clear of the tower in fear the elevators might shut down. After giving the crowd one last scan to ensure none of my team was present, I retreated into the floor, away from the elevator and toward the ripple. My scattered thoughts returned to the ring, specifically its name, The Devil's Share. Its accompanying system text claimed it required 2 additional uses to bind. At first, that seemed like an error, or perhaps a holdover from a previous user. If someone had it before me, maybe they'd use it a handful of times before throwing it away. That felt wrong. I worked my way backward, reviewing every event that followed the system awarding me the artifact. Shortly after I received it, I'd thought Ellison had died. Rationally, that made little sense, even less so now that I had some distance from it. It sounded like he'd been doing this for a long time, and therefore it stood to reason that a person in his position was capable of effecting large-scale change. Whatever impact saving both Miles and myself might have, we wouldn't cast a shadow to the sort of paradigm shifts Ellison could achieve over a loop. Throwing all the potential away to save 2 users was more than sloppy. It was downright stupid. Stupid in a mewling, sentimental way that was entirely out of character for my brother, even before the dome. Still, I wasn't thinking rationally. Emotion took over, and I'd obliterated 2 stone coffins with nothing more than my fist. How? I pulled off my other gauntlet and flexed my fingers out, inspecting my knuckles for damage. They were pristine. Did I cast Probability Cascade without even realizing it? I looked inward and found that my stores were regenerating at their normal pace, bordering on half. The last fringes of a headache still plied at my temples. When I broke the coffins, my mana was low, bordering on depleted. A normal cast could have easily blacked me out. If I had cast reflexively, the comparative drain was almost nothing. But it was the ease with which I'd used it that chilled me. I reviewed the moment again and again, trying to find some element I was missing, some mental prompt or ideation that the ring translated as a desire to use the ability. The closest I found was that I hadn't tried to strike the surface of the coffin, I'd tried to strike through it. The same thing happened with Miles. I hadn't even considered using suggestion to persuade him, because as opposed as we were, that was thoroughly outside the rules I'd set for myself. But the mental pushback slammed against me as if I had. Was that all it took? Desire? I fought the urge to throw the artifact as far as I could. If my theory was right, the mere existence of intrusive thoughts made the ring a do-not-fuck-with proposition of the highest order. Sure, in a general sense, it let you punch far above your weight class and chuck significantly more fireballs before you needed to rest, but what about later, when there was no threat, and some entitled asshole cut the dinner line in front of you? Like duct-taping a loaded firearm with a hair trigger to the hands of someone with no concept of gun safety. And if a normal mage lost control, started attacking neutral parties and allies, that specific situation would inevitably equalize itself. The guy obviously raining down magic indiscriminately eventually gets clipped. Natural order. But if an ordinator lost control? No. I needed to get rid of it. But the crimson Nosferatu's harrowing visage appeared in my mind, along with the heart-stopping power it radiated. I'd managed getting Miles clear and even landed a parting shot, but I hadn't been able to do anything to help with the heavy lifting. Not really. Considering that Ellison had gone through this so many times he'd lost count, the casual manner with which he'd made preparations, all the while bring me up to speed, the Nosferatu probably didn't even rank all that high on his list of priorities. Things were going to get worse. Like the events that led to the All-Father's Mask, it all came down to the same sobering equation. The prisoner's dilemma. Any power I left on the table was power someone else would take, either directly, finding the ring, putting it on, or indirectly, by gaining a similarly powerful artifact while I surrendered mine. And Ellison made sure it had ended up with me instead of Miles. I wavered. There was no point in using it if it crippled me. But there was only one way to get definitive confirmation that it would. My breath grew shallow as I pulled up the ring's description, magnified the text so that, uses remaining, 2 out of 5, overlaid a large swath of my vision, fully prepared to rip it off the second the number decreased. Nothing happened. More testing was in order. I went a little deeper into the forest, parallel to the line for the elevator. Not so far that I couldn't make them out, but far enough that they'd have a difficult time spotting me, and dialed the mask up to full power. This test was hardly scientific. Hell, I couldn't even repeat it. If uses remained decreased, I'd look for the closest thing to Mordor. But if it didn't, if I could keep the intrusive thoughts in line through discipline and self-control, and be reasonably sure I could use the ring safely, the possibilities were limitless. Chapter 2:17. I searched the faces of the crowd, trying to find an appropriate target. Someone cruel or angry, someone who would test me through nothing more than existing. Leaving them be without accidentally using probability cascade or suggestion or even hinder would serve as a test of my self-control with the ring equipped. And yes, I know how that sounds. I've always seen other people as the enemy, the other, the competition. If they couldn't trade favors, influence, or be useful, they were nothing but the potential to hinder, and I was better off stepping on them than over. It should have been easy to find a target. Someone. Anyone. But I couldn't. As I scanned the tired, worried faces, I couldn't single anyone out, which should have been impossible with this crowd. The best of them were people who gained user status post-transposition. Everyone else was a slacker, a nothing, an idiot waste of space frittering away precious hours before the next event hit, and when it did, they'd be worse than dead weight. So why didn't I hate them? Maybe because their once smug and carefree faces were laden with worry, but it didn't feel that simple. It felt systemic, as if something within me had shifted. It wasn't Hastur. His influence on my mind had long since faded. It was something else. The people in line were just that. People. They got scared and didn't manage their time properly, and fell back on vices and empty comforts when they had nothing else. When did I change? I shoved the troubling line of thought down, sidelining it for later when I had time to consider it properly, and disappeared further into the forest. After a few minutes of walking, I found it. An oval clearing in the trees, still partially covered by canopy above, at least a half-dozen abnormally long sprouts of green stuck up out of the ground, scattered around the fringes. Mandrakes. The mandrakes themselves weren't particularly threatening. Even in a larger group, I doubted they'd do little more than scream and run away. But we dealt with them one at a time for a reason. The few times we'd gotten hasty, their screams had grated together, combining into a stomach-churning screech with an effect that was more exponential than additive. And seeing as how I only had a single chance to get this right, I needed as much sensory overload as possible. Uses remaining, 2 out of 5. Nothing yet. Good. Now the actual test. I braced myself, then leaned down to grab the leafy sprout at the root and yanked it out of the ground. The mandrake squealed immediately. Its grubby fingers latched onto my gauntlet and tried to free itself. I briefly considered using suggestion to silence it, then checked the uses remaining and found them unchanged. I repeated the process again, uprooting another mandrake with my free hand and feeling my gut tighten as their shrieks ground together. It was worse than I remembered. The pitch and cadence varied, mixed in with words, but they were always discordant to each other, and the discordance swelled in volume until I could barely hear my own grunts of discomfort. This would probably damage my hearing, but considering the sheer amount of deafening chaos during the transposition and my hearing's currently undamaged state, it was a given that a health potion would mitigate damage, as long as I took it immediately after. I placed the second mandrake alongside its neighbor, taking small satisfaction from watching them smack together as the sprouts on their head formed a strange, flowerless bouquet, and pulled the third. Again, the volume grew exponentially, but despite the pounding in my head and the growing pain in my ears, the increase wasn't nearly as bad as I'd expected. It occurred to me that there might be a safety cap on how much impairment the mandrakes could cause. This was the first floor of the tower, and while I could hardly classify the system as lenient, the early tower floors seemed like a significant step down from anything I'd faced in the adaptive dungeon. With that disarming notion in mind, I yanked at the largest of the remaining roots. It took several attempts. Eventually, a large clump of earth came free, yielding a plump mandrake nearly double the size of the rest. It stretched in an exaggerated yawn, and its beady eyes blinked open, looking around in lazy bewilderment until its gaze finally settled on me. It opened its mouth. Pure white agony shot through my mind. I'd been through a lot since the dome came down, experienced more than my share of injuries and pain, topping out with the divine damage I'd taken forcing my way through the barrier around Region 14. If I compared the two, the divine damage was still worse, but it wasn't constant. Not like this. The Mandrake Quartet screamed in coordinated discordance, sending the profoundly excruciating jolts that accompany a broken bone through my ears and mind and throughout my entire body. My presence of mind and sense of self shattered. All I wanted was for it to stop, but my hands wouldn't open, paralyzed in place. I opened my eyes to slits, searching for the fourth mandrake in the bundle. If I could shatter its focus with suggestion... My vision was gray. I searched for the overlay in a panic. Then there was a sickening pop as my eardrums blew simultaneously. The world upended itself, and I lost my balance, stumbling face first into the grass. I fought an endless wave of vertigo as I watched the 3 normal mandrakes beat a hasty retreat in opposite directions, completely uncoordinated in their mad scramble out of the clearing. Alone now, the large mandrake planted its hands on its hips and screamed once more, though I could barely hear it. Realizing it wasn't having as much of an effect, the mandrake pulled its leg back and kicked my gauntlet, making no more impact than a thrown pebble, then jogged away at a relaxed clip. "Fuck you too," I mumbled after it, then searched again for the overlay. Uses remaining, 2 out of 5. Relief washed over me, despite the pain. My mana was low, but I hadn't casted, and despite wanting, no needing them to stop, now that I was aware of what the artifact did, I managed not to use it. The mandrake's scream must have had a mana-draining effect. When we were dealing with them one at a time, it must have been minuscule. But, like the screams, the effect was exponential when there were more of them. I swallowed 2 health potions. Eventually the pain faded and the hazy underwater quality of my hearing sharpened, fully restored. As shaky as I felt, the memory of the pain still lingering at the forefront of my mind, I had to remember that this was a win. It wouldn't break me, or render me dangerous, or out of control. The ring was usable. There was a part of me that still wasn't sure if it was worth the risk, but I was leaning more toward equipping it than casting it away. There was only one last piece of housekeeping left. I pulled up my class information, fully prepared to face a gauntlet of vague multiple-choice questions. None came. Ordinator has enhanced Conjuration Branch with Puppet Master Augment. Safeguards removed. Conjuration enhanced. Conjuration acceptable targets widened. Divine Shielding enhanced. Mental Shielding enhanced. Relevant feats added. Default ability added. That was a lot. More than I could even process. The notification centered on increasing my shielding from the divine concerned me, because the system wasn't exactly big on handouts. If it was giving me increased protection, it was out of necessity, and from prior experience, it wouldn't come close to adequate. I drew up my ability list, checked the default ability first. Subjugation, level 1. I read the description once, then again, and again. A cold lance of fear pierced me, chilling me to the bone. Slowly, I pulled the devil's share free from my finger and secured it in my pocket, testing to make sure I could feel it through my gauntlet's padding. Its circular outline stood out clearly. I'd need to check it constantly until I could properly secure it. Especially now. From the beginning, it was difficult to understand why the Ordinator class was so singled out. If anything, it felt underpowered and had a highly specific use case, sacrificing almost all offensive potential for the promise of eventual power creep. The details were spotty, vague, and while everyone alive in the dome saw the same footage of Ordinators wreaking havoc, my predecessors had clearly reached their endgame. And it stood to reason that there were more than a few other carry classes, such as necromancers, that didn't fully come into their own until endgame. Why were gods themselves so keen to take me off the board? I'd wanted an explanation more than almost anything. And now? I had one. Chapter 218. New ability unlocked. Subjugation. This ability allows an Ordinator to enthrall any mortal entity within specific parameters. A target entity must be absent mental shielding and lack active divine protection, not exceed more than 110% of the Ordinator's current level or 130% of their current intelligence stat, or have been previously subjugated. After successful enthrallment, the target entity will carry out any command the Ordinator gives to the best of their ability. On expiration, the target will feel as if they acted of their own volition. Duration, 24 hours. Warning: while the target entity will do its best to reconcile actions taken during enthrallment, if these actions create too much cognitive dissonance, the target may reject absolvement entirely. Warning: while this ability technically has no cooldown, it requires an astronomical amount of mana and mental strain. Use with caution. This was so far beyond the pale, I couldn't even remember what it looked like when I passed it. Laughter exploded out of me, harsh and strained. It all made so much sense now. Putting the ethical and moral concerns aside, of which there were a fuck-ton, no wonder they wanted me dead. No wonder Ellison couldn't trust me. The ability was completely broken, and this was only the baseline of the Puppet Master augment. And the Devil's Share offset the ability's biggest downside, the mana cost. It was beautiful. It was fantastic, and I wouldn't have trusted Gandhi with it, let alone myself. If I got this earlier, would I have even tried to convince Miles? Or would I have just waved my fucking hand after he shot me and made it happen? And if I really wanted to be a normal person like Hastur implied, a concept I was still wrapping my head around, was there even any coming back from this? It was everything I ever wanted. All the control, all the power, all wrapped in a neat package of technicalities and faux downsides that could probably, eventually, be eroded away through upgrades. The more I leveled, the higher level users I could affect. But I could have made Tyler believe me, or influenced enough people around him until he at least considered the possibility I was telling him the truth. I could have stopped the crossbowmen, and killing Maria would have been completely unnecessary if my level was high enough to bring her within the target range. I could have simply ordered her to surrender herself to the Adventurers Guild and tell them everything they wanted to know. I knew it was happening. I could feel myself trying to justify it, even now, and making those justifications was only going to get easier every time I used it. Suggestion was just training wheels for the real deal. Subjugation was the answer to everything. It was how I would win. It was my undoing, and it scared the hell out of me. Fuck. I couldn't trust myself here. I needed to talk to Nick, as soon as possible. It took far too long to notice the violet notification light of a new message. Halima. Mirden. Mirden. Yes. The cheery ping of a voice call came seconds later. What? I answered irritably. If Halima picked up on my tone, she completely ignored it. You're out of the ripple? Yes. And you told me to trust my instincts, right? I paused. With Nick, yeah, that's what I said. There was heavy breathing on the other side, and the sound of footsteps crunching through greenery. Are you running? I think I fucked up. Halima's voice was raw. Fucked up? How? Are you in trouble? No, not me. Keith. And maybe Nick. Or because of Nick. I don't know. Whatever it was, it sounded bad. You're not making sense, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. They're gone. Need to find them. Her breaths grew more panicked, short, clipped. I stood, goosebumps rising on the back of my arms. Halima, are you somewhat safe? Yeah, but... Great, now sit the fuck down. I put every ounce of authority I had into the command. Silence, a rustling of grass. I gave her a full minute. Tell me what happened. Nick was fine. Everything was fine. I mean, he was still down and scared-looking, but he was fine. Her voice was more composed, though the panic still rang clear. And then? I prompted. He just stood up, out of nowhere, stared out into the ocean for a while. Scared me. I mean, he doesn't seem like the type. But what if he just walked out into it? But he didn't, I said, trying to redirect. There was a rustle on the other side of the line. No, he apologized, said he was tired of brooding and wanted to explore around the island, look for other ripples. I figured that was a good thing, you know? But he said it was better if we kept working in pairs, that he'd bring Keith and told me to wait for you. Then he smiled at me, at both of us. What kind of smile? I asked. What do you mean? Describe it. Tight, no teeth, squinty, and it didn't feel warm. Didn't feel like him. I think something's wrong, really, really wrong. Maybe that's stupid. It's not stupid, I said quietly. Something flickered in the back of my mind, a memory from a hospital room just after he got the worst news of his life. It's all right. This was always a possibility. And you know what? They're going to give me a cane. Won't play ball again, but I'll have all the swagger in the world. Same smile. Same expression. Cold as the goddamn Arctic. A choked sound echoed from the other side of the call. Maybe I'm overreacting. She wasn't. Something was wrong. He wasn't the type to kill himself, but he was absolutely the sort to go out in a blaze of glory. But no, that didn't fit. Why bring Keith? The mage was harmless, bordering on a civilian. He'd pack a lot more of a punch once he got a handle on this title. The obvious problem Nick had sandbagged him on. Why? Think, goddammit. Haster had mind-fucked me in a big way. I had to assume he did the same to Nick, offered him something that both profoundly unsettled him and was an offer he couldn't refuse. I could see Nick working with the Order, but not after what they did to Ginny. Not with how he felt about her. Not with what he lost. The only way I could remotely see that happening was if Haster offered him something big. What did Nick want? What the fuck did he want? Whatever he wanted, Haster had placed him as the leader of Zero Team, put him there for a reason. Zero Team comprised users who were primarily... Oh, fuck. I spoke rapidly. Who got Keith into Zero Team? Halima hesitated. Don't bullshit me here, Halima. If you actually care about Nick or Keith, you need to fucking level with me. The nepotism is obvious. I just need to know who. His brother. Darren, Halima whispered. The name meant nothing to me. Description. Sort of pasty, on the short side of tall, long red hair. Keith's brother was the fucking redhead with the ponytail, the one who'd pulled Nick aside moments before we left on the mission, and it looked like he was begging. The one who shot Ginny. "Okay. Good," I said, bringing my voice down, projecting a calmness I didn't feel. "Any idea where they went?" "East, along the beach side, but their footprints led into the forest, which is where I lost them. I'm sorry." "It's okay." I pushed my fingers back through my hair. The cardinal direction narrowed it down, and I'd made physical contact with Nick when I gave him my healing charge. "I have a way to find them." Chapter 219. I snapped back into my mind with a gasp, vision fish-eyed and scratchy. What was that? My seer sight worked fine every other time I'd used it, but a single attempt on Nick left me feeling drained, ill. Fuck. In retrospect, it made sense. Whoever Nick's patron was, he didn't seem like the spin the world then go out for cigarettes type. It was possible he had some sort of ongoing divine protection, though that they apparently cared more about shielding Nick's thoughts from prying eyes rather than keeping his tongue in his head irked me to no end. Okay, fine. Keith, then. Not what I wanted. He'd lack any insight on what was happening in Nick's head, or what he intended, but he'd still have the most important detail. Location. I tried to glean the rest from context. Lumpy, yellowing fingers the size of logs curled downward, countless knuckles interspersed in a tight focus that grew blurry around the circumference of the finger, craggy skin set deep with lines that wound creaks and fissures above a brownish core. My. Keith plucked a cluster of fruit in the air, squinting at it. As odd and bizarrely shaped as it was, he was pretty sure this specimen was a non-system fruit. His parents used to buy them from the commune by the pound, justifying their purchase by grinding them into a sour, bitter paste, which they then slathered on everything. With a frown, he turned the fruit over. They were supposed to be looking for anything out of the ordinary. Leave for 2 seconds and come back, find you grabbing nuts. Nick's sudden reappearance startled Keith, and the tamarind pod flew from his shocked open hand. The older boy bent down and picked up the pod, then cocked his head. Throwing together some trail mix? They're not native. Most of the fruit and greenery on this floor are pretty tropical, to the point it could almost pass for South America, but this is an entire continent removed. Could be the sign of a ripple. The words entered his mind and nearly escaped before a gray miasma of doubt strangled. What if I'm wrong? What if this finally sets Nick off and he requests a transfer? What if he thinks I'm wasting his time and hates me more than he already does? Nick was better at hiding it than most people. There was something about Keith that put most people off. He'd never quite nailed down what. Maybe it was the slight nasal timbre of his voice, or his timid nature, or his occasionally obsessive interests, but he'd gone to great efforts to alter and hide all that, and while sometimes it took longer, the result was always the same. For a brief, cruel moment, Keith had thought that Nick would be the exception. The so-called ceaseless knight looked like the exact sort of person who frequently took issue with Keith, so he'd prepared for the worst. But instead of the expected hazing or ostracization, Nick spent just as much time working with Keith as he did with the most promising members of Zero Team. He'd even openly shared details of his personal life, confiding in Keith about how he could barely walk before the system. It felt like a non sequitur, and Keith had been laying in his barracks bunk when it finally hit him why Nick told the story. The new team leader was reaching out to him, empathizing, in a way almost no one ever had. For the first time in forever, it felt like someone actually cared. Keith woke up bright and early the next day, almost vibrating at the prospect of going to the training facility and sweating his ass off, and tried to suppress the tiny pinprick of hope growing in his chest, the possibility of a new start. This, of course, made it all the more devastating when right before training was about to start, he caught Nick's expression in a mirror as the team leader watched his warm-ups with the same disgusted apathy as anyone else. That hurt, more than Keith cared to admit. But it was also fair. He was worthless as a person, weak and not really smart enough to do anything other than occasionally talk over people's heads. His parents ground that into him first, every time he got back a report card or injury, then his brothers and their grandparents. That many people couldn't be wrong. If anything, Nick was gracious in being slower on the uptake than the rest of them. And even if Nick had now course-corrected and distanced himself, he was still willing to give Keith opportunities most wouldn't, picking him for the mission, for example, despite there being plenty of other better candidates in Zero Team. Which was why it was very important that Keith say and do nothing to make their relationship worse.
They're tamarins.
Keith's mouth went on autopilot.
Closer to fruit than nut. Just thought it was kind of weird to see stuff from the outside world in a place that's supposed to be a fantasy realm.
Really? Nick peered at him, then back at the cluster.
There were banana trees by the elevator, man. Unless they were a weird fantasy copyright infringement. Right color, but kinda big.
Plantains.
Sorry,
Keith said.
Don't worry about it.
Nick rubbed the back of his neck.
We rolled out of the elevator in a hurry, just like trying to mind your surroundings and shit. I'll be better,
Keith promised himself as much as Nick. Nick rolled his eyes.
Don't take everything so damn seriously, and stop apologizing like it's your job. Sorry.
The hell did I just say? Nick muttered. They walked in silence then, proceeded through the shadowed greenery of the forest toward the bluffs. Nick had spotted them from a distance, and extrapolated it was worth checking for a ripple. Something about points of interest. Keith didn't really follow the logic, but he wasn't about to question it. Even if their search yielded nothing, the bluffs overlooked the vast ocean on a mostly unoccupied side of the island. In more casual circumstances, Keith would happily make the hike for the view alone. The trees thinned, growing sparser and further apart until they disappeared entirely. A verdant green incline stretched out and upward before them. With the end in sight, Keith wanted to rush ahead and scramble up the hill, eager to take it all in. But Nick had stopped moving. He looked distracted, far away.
Everything okay?
Keith asked. Instead of answering, Nick reached in his inventory and withdrew something that resembled a knotted stick with a handle. A wand, though its appearance didn't hold a candle to some of the more expensive and frankly gaudy wands Keith frequently saw around the Order. Nick held it gingerly, as if it was precious despite its appearance.
Don't spread it around, but they've given Zero Team a line of credit at the vendor. When you're ready, I'm supposed to help you guys upgrade.
Thing is, most of the others are already kitted out. It made sense, Keith thought glumly. Most of the Zero Team had higher-level users with plenty of resources looking out for them, while Keith suspected his brother viewed the assignment as little more than the teenage version of free childcare.
Should be an upgrade from that rat poker you've been waving around.
Here. Nick stuck the wand out to him with zero fanfare. He looked away, grimacing slightly as he waited for the mage. Keith sucked in a breath. The system text read, Wand of 1,000 Cuts. It was graded rare, which put it on a higher tier than pretty much anything he owned. But he hesitated, not wanting to appear too eager.
Are you sure? Seems like it means something to you.
Nick's jaw worked.
Yeah, it's fine. It used to belong to a friend. Found it in the vendor's stock and paid a pretty penny for it. Meant to hold it for her in case she needed it. You know, when she came back. And she doesn't need it anymore?
Keith asked, trying to temper his own expectations. Even if the wand was a loaner, he'd be fine with that. It meant more that he'd been considered at all. Slowly, Nick shook his head.
No. And even if she did, with the way I am now, I'm pretty sure she'd want nothing to do with me. I'm sorry,
Keith said. He was racking his mind, trying to come up with a reason someone would actively dislike the Zero Team leader, and coming up dry.
Me too.
Nick wiped his face with his sleeve, his voice muffled through the fabric.
Been putting this off a while, if I'm honest. But holding off before I went into the ripple turned out to be a massive blunder. Just sentimentality welling up to bite me in the ass, as always.
Again he pushed the wand toward Keith. This time Keith took it. It was heavier than it looked. He held it the same way Nick had, as if it was made of glass. Given the soberness of the exchange, he tried his best to hide his excitement.
Thanks for trusting me with something so valuable. I'll take good care of it, and swear I won't let you down.
Keith looked up from the wand.
And it's not like I'm going anywhere. If you ever want it back or just want to hold it or something, I totally get it.
Nick suddenly looked away and coughed, his shoulders bunching in silent hacks. When he turned back, his eyes were red around the edges. Appreciate that, buddy, I really do. Tell you what, we'll probably end up searching the entire area, but I'm not really particular about where we start. Any ideas?
How about the top of the bluffs?
Keith said, verbalizing his earlier thought, studying the path to the top.
Incline's pretty steep. We'll need to climb in a few places, but there are plenty of handholds, and even if the ripple's not up there, we'll have a good vantage on the rest of the area.
Nick nodded slowly. There was something in his grimness that felt resigned somehow.
Sure. Not sure I trust my city boy ass to navigate that, so why don't you take point? Really?
Yeah. Lead the way. This wasn't a good day, exactly. There were too many close calls for that. But with his earlier breakthrough thanks to Mirden and Nick's generosity, it was still shaping up to be one of the better in recent memory. Keith set his shoulders and prepared to march up the incline, the sound of waves beckoning him onward. Something nagged at the back of Keith's mind. A promise he'd made. He pulled up his interface and tried to send a party message. When it failed for the second time, he looked over his shoulder at Nick.
Been meaning to keep Halima updated on our location, but nothing's going through.
For just a second, Nick froze, then shrugged whatever it was off just as quickly.
Probably just the realms of Floros being unpredictable. Could be some sort of interference. Let me give it a shot.
After a few seconds, Nick nodded.
Still working for me. Halima and Mirden are on their way. From the sound of it, they're going to be a while. Should we wait?
Nah. There's a good chance it's not up there. Might as well save them the climb.
If it's not, Keith hesitated. Can we hang out while we catch our breath? Grab a bite to eat and talk?
Nick nodded.
Sure, kid. Whatever you want.
I couldn't believe it. Refused to believe it. The ability faded, and when I opened my eyes, my vision was woozy and gray. I stood upright too quickly and nearly fell, stumbling forward and catching myself on the limb of a nearby tree. Maybe I was being my usual cynical self. There was a chance I was wrong, that this wasn't what I thought it was. While I waited for the dizziness to fade, I called Halima. She picked up on the first chime.
What happened?
Heard anything since earlier? My voice was raw.
No, Halima said. Nothing going through from me either. Just errors every time I tried to send a message.
Any possibility something came in while you weren't looking? My heart pounded. The answer was written all over Nick's face, the cold, carefully restrained intent that Keith was too naive to recognize.
Mirden, I've been glued to the goddamn UI since the last time we talked, waiting to hear something. I'm looking at it right now. There's nothing, Halima said.
God fucking damn it, Nick. This isn't you.
Now what? She said, sounding scared again. What do we do?
Stay put. I'll reach back out when I find them. With a few mental presses, I disconnected the voice chat before she could argue, and ran. Chapter 220. Low-hanging branches snagged against my armor as I ran. Every upraised bramble, root, and vine threatened to trip me, send me stumbling off course or into the unforgiving trunk of a tree as I split my attention between watching my footing and checking my progress against the coastline. Is the tower itself trying to stop me? It was a paranoid thought, a stupid one. The tower, along with the surrounding region, had bigger agendas of their own. And while I was certain the higher levels of the tower would be more in line with the malevolence I expected from dungeons, this was little more than a tourist floor. No, the actual source of turmoil was my rising panic. Even now my mind warred with the reality of what I'd seen. Created excuses, sugar-coated, like maybe I'd read Nick wrong and there was nothing sinister happening at all. Maybe because I was so laser-focused on him I was misattributing trauma to malice. Maybe they really were going for a fucking picnic. The maybes were seductive, because the alternative meant a much larger error in judgment. That Nick wasn't who I thought he was, and I'm not sure I'd ever gotten something this critical so utterly wrong. There had to be a reason, a justification, something to explain why Nick was even considering this. People were running around, spewing fire from their hands and summoning fantasy creatures out of their bodies. It was possible there was mind control in play, or mental reprogramming, or hypnosis, or NLP, or a goddamn shapeshifter. Because Nick wouldn't do this. He wouldn't. A mandrake screamed up ahead, and my lungs burned as I sprinted around a small group of 3, smacking the small root creatures around with dull-looking weapons. "Hey!" One of them, a guy still sporting Oakley's, shouted after me. Could be he was just asking for directions, but we were deep in the forest. I couldn't take the risk that someone might take issue with my abrupt departure and follow me. Every second counted, and there were already too many variables. A slight miscalculation, and I'd be too late, if I wasn't already. I chanced the side effects from a low mana cast, and barged into his mind with suggestion, sending him the mental equivalent of an Amber Alert, drawing attention to the blood on my armor, and not so kindly amplifying the concept of minding his own fucking business. Oakley sputtered something in a higher pitch as the blues and browns that had returned to my vision retreated, leaving my view of the blurring trees and overgrowth almost entirely monochromatic. Which, of course, made it almost impossible to differentiate the rock from the ground. Thunk! The bones in my foot crunched as I went down hard, catching myself in a half-assed tumble that took me down a small slope. A sap-stained tree took up my entire vision, its rough bark mere inches away. I pulled myself to my feet, favoring my left leg until the pain faded enough to be confident there wasn't a break. My mana was lower than I'd thought, judging from the easing headache and partial restoration of vision. Suggestion was an efficient skill compared to the rest, and it was probably better that I'd found out this way rather than gone in ignorant. Still, I'd lost time, and with most of my abilities inaccessible, I needed a summon. Without giving myself a chance to overthink and consider the reality that this was exactly how people in stories ended up stuck with cursed or bound items, I tore off my gauntlet and hesitated for just a second before I placed the devil's share on my finger. Now it was just a matter of deciding which. Azure had the most utility. He could distract Keith, delay Nick, and since we were in the realm of Floros, batter everyone present into days-eyed submission if it came to that. But he was still carrying out orders in the lobby, and using him in a manner that the Geish considered hostile would cause it to trigger. Talia was the fastest of my summons by several orders of magnitude, and would probably at least agree to give me a ride if I asked. If she kept her original form, the hulking, raging Arctic wolf that still haunted my dreams, it might have been an actual option. In her current form, however, she wasn't much larger than her real-world counterparts, and there was a reason humans rode horses instead of dogs. Even if she was willing, there was no point in trying it if her back gave out at the wrong time and launched me as a byproduct. So, Audrey, then. As soon as I decided, I felt the beginnings of the usual cuticle-pulling sensation and braced myself. But instead of getting worse, it stopped, and Audrey popped into existence a few feet away. The cast took maybe a tenth of the time it usually did. Uses remaining, 1 of 5.
Ah! Was nowhere, now somewhere. So quick and odd.
Audrey looked around, bewildered. "On me!" I shouted behind me, not bothering to slow down. Audrey lashed to my arm and reeled herself in, bounding awkwardly across the ground.
Where are we going?
Forward. I double-checked the coastline through the trees on my right, then pointed straight ahead. Fast. Speed over everything. Doesn't matter if I get banged up a little. Use the trees to stabilize us, and try to avoid hazards.
Swing?
If there's a clearing. 6 tough-looking navigation vines shot out from Audrey's body, extending in all directions. Her grip around my shoulders tightened, and it felt as if I was hardly touching the ground, my weight reduced to almost nothing. It took her a moment to adjust to the new environment. Then our speed picked up to the momentum of the sort of breakneck sprint that would have winded me in minutes. The trees blurred by so quickly they were almost indistinguishable.
You're afraid.
Audrey's voice was just audible over the wind whistling in my ears.
Is it bad?
Bad didn't cover it. Nick was my touchstone. He could be pragmatic, but he was also stalwart and loyal and kind, even though the world had done nothing but kick him in the teeth for it. The tenacity, that refusal to change, made him a rare breed, authentic, and despite our opposing views on almost everything, his authenticity somehow placed him as the person I used to measure tough decisions I couldn't trust myself to make, the person whose opinion mattered most. I needed him now more than ever. And he was about to do something so heinous that even I couldn't imagine it. You take someone I love. I take someone you love. And I couldn't shake the feeling that, if he followed through, my friend would be gone forever. The trees thinned, golden light emanating from up ahead. With fewer obstacles to contend with, Audrey positioned us low to the ground in a slow swing.
my boot catching bits of dirt and detritus on the zenith, then warned me right before she let go. I kept the momentum and hit the ground running, my vision washed out by the eternal sunrise. As my eyes adjusted, I searched the towering bluff, hoping to see two lone figures, still climbing their way to the top. My heart sank as I spotted movement up at the top. It looked like the back of someone's head. If Keith was still alive, it wouldn't stay that way for long. Nick would want to do it quickly, before he lost his nerve. Do I even make that? I forced my legs to keep pushing forward, even as a curtain of despair descended. There was at least 100 yards of clearing between me and the bluffs. Audrey could help with the climb once we got there, but there weren't enough trees along the way for her to close the initial gap more than she already had. The flight charm was still offline for at least another day. I had 2 pending levels, and there was probably a feat in the King's Ranger tree that could help, but I didn't have time to take 5 and read descriptions. The skill points. There were 8 available. I'd only gained 2 levels in the ripple, so the number seemed wrong until I remembered the event's multiplier wasn't limited to experience. It promised increased leveling rewards as well. In the chaos of the self-equipping artifact and the terrifying new Ordinator ability, I'd overlooked them. This was going to suck. Keep us moving. Drag me if you have to, I said. Why? Audrey asked, alarmed, but her vines had already pierced the surrounding ground in response. I slammed all 8 points into agility and hit confirm. The muscle spasms started, and I ground my teeth together hard enough that I could feel them moving. A Charlie horse from hell obliterated my calf muscle, and Audrey awkwardly hefted me upward and forward before I could fall to my knees, moving like a giant spider as I writhed in her grasp. After 30 seconds that felt like infinity, the pain subsided. The exhaustion that had seeped into every muscle was gone, replaced with a strange glowing energy that radiated in my chest, begging to be set loose. Drop me, I said, staying focused on the ground. My summon lowered us to the ground, bits of dirt flying toward us as our anchored vines tore free. I realized, with no small wonder, that I could pick them out individually, see the trajectory of each tiny incoming projectile, and know intuitively how I needed to move to avoid them. I crouched low and sprinted forward in an explosion of movement. Audrey shrieked into my ear as we shredded down the hill at breakneck speed, blades of grass quivering as we shredded through them, and almost before I even realized what happened, my palms slapped against the stone base of the bluffs. It was so easy to forget the different stats made. They were incremental by nature, and after the initial distribution, when the number of points awarded dropped and those few points were often spread out among several attributes, it was easy to forget exactly how huge the cumulative sum was. I climbed, praying that the slipshod level-up had bought me enough time, and prepared for the absolute shit-show that would follow if it hadn't. Chapter 221. Golden hour sunlight sliced across the top of the bluffs and obscured my vision as I pulled myself up and over the summit. Scaling it had given me time to think, to come to terms with the worst that could happen, what was likely to happen. I was always too late. Despite every effort to the contrary, every painstaking effort to get ahead of things before they happened, and a lifetime of chronic overthinking, that's how it felt. I could manage a small or mid-sized crisis, but the big ones had a way of sneaking up on you, in a manner too rapid and devastating to account for, and then suddenly, instead of acting, you're reacting, dumping smoldering ashes into a cinerary urn. Pivoting and moving on become default states of being, simply because it feels better than dwelling and reveling and assigning fault. I guess, in the most literal sense, surviving is coping. Which is why, as my eyes adjusted to the light, that sense of acceptance disappeared. Because for once, I wasn't too late. Keith stood at the edge of the bluffs, looking out over the ocean. Shivers radiated through his shoulders, his legs, and his core. Someone who resembled Nick stood beside him. I say resembled because, considering that I'd known him for years, he was almost unrecognizable. A blood-red aura, reminiscent of the golden aura I'd seen him use frequently, occluded him in a red fog you had to squint to see through. His shield was still on his back, and the double-bladed sword in his hands pointed downward, sharpened tip grazing carelessly across the ground. "It's like you don't care," Nick said to Keith. His voice was monotone, utterly devoid of fluctuation. Keith shook his head, refusing to look back. Nick couldn't see Keith's expression. From my angle, beneath the terror and the confusion,
He had the practiced tiredness of someone who was used to being routinely disheartened. "Your life's on the line," Nick shouted, emotion filtering in. "But you won't fucking fight. Won't lift a goddamn finger. And you don't even want to know why?" There was a sheer physicality to Nick that gave me pause. He dwarfed Keith by comparison, but at 6.5 feet, he was taller than most of the population. It was more than that. Before, with the Grimelings, there was a timidity to him, a built-in flinch that stopped him from being the absolute wrecking ball I knew he could be. That was all but gone now. If it came to blows, I wasn't sure I could take him. Need to work quickly. I circled around them counterclockwise, putting my back to the drop and placing myself out of reach and firmly in Nick's peripheral. "Maybe he's not answering you because he's scared shitless." My voice was scathing. "But I'd love to know what led to this look at the flowers moment. Want to break it down for me, Nick?" Nick didn't start. A testament to how deep in this he was. Instead, the eyes that slowly panned to me were cold, calculating. He was sizing me up in a way he hadn't before. "Thought you were supposed to be in the ripple." I blew air out through my mouth. "And you left out summary execution on the docket today. Guess neither of us have been entirely forthcoming." "I have to do this," Nick said, ignoring the prod. It sounded familiar, like he'd recited the words 1,000 times before speaking them out loud. "Really? This seems like the sort of thing you really don't have to do." I played up the abrasiveness of my voice, trying to shock him out of whatever state he was in. "And I'm not seeing how this factors into your goal. Was the line you fed me about wanting a better world a lie? Or are you just partially full of shit?" He shook his head slowly. "Aaron mentioned you might be a problem, and that I could deal with you if necessary." "Sure." I nodded in mock understanding. "So first you kill the kid, who despite his inexperience rushed into an unbalanced pocket realm to save your goddamn life. Then you kill the witness, who, not to toot my own horn, actually saved your life. Then maybe Halima puts 2 and 2 together. You kill her too?" "I admit it. Whatever this is, you're not cut out for this shit. And you're only considering it because someone put a metaphorical gun to your head." I was trying to pull him back from whatever hypothetical Hastur had floated him, bring him back down to earth and ground him in reality. But from the way Nick's expression hardened and he wheeled on me, it was exactly the wrong thing to say. "This is none of your fucking business. Turn around, climb back down the bluffs, and keep your mouth shut about what you saw here." I made a show of contemplating that blandly as my mind raced, looking for a way to stall. No. "That's a direct order," Nick tried again. "Oh, is it? Didn't realize. Unfortunately, still a no." His brow furrowed. "I've seen your mark. You're bound by the Geash, same as me. You can't refuse a direct order." I shrugged, ignoring the insight. "It's easy to imagine how you're feeling. Trapped, hemmed in. The cards are on the table, and now that everyone's seen them, you've let yourself believe that the only way out is through. But you're wrong. There's another option. All of this can go away." Nick rolled his eyes but hesitated. His hand tightened on the hilt of the sword. "That so?" "Playing along. Not completely closed off. I have a chance here." I held out a hand, palm up. "I'll explain the rest in private. Just put the sword down and walk away." I won't tell anyone," Keith mumbled, terror in his voice. Nick studied the ground at his feet, his expression obscured in shadow and aura. When he looked up again, the tight smile on his lips set off a chorus of alarm bells. Despite the smile, Nick gripped his sword tightly, point rising slightly off the ground. "Okay." It took every ounce of self-control I had to not shift into a combat stance. His reaction registered as inauthentic immediately. And for good reason. It was the same damn tactic I used, giving the appearance of coming to agreement or alliance, only to immediately and violently snap back on it, gaining an element of surprise. The sunset behind Nick grew increasingly golden by the second, and the red of his aura was more vibrant, less washed out than before. I had mana. Not a lot, but enough to do something, especially if I used the artifact. I could command him to stand down. This was subjugation's purpose. He was lower level than me, or at the very least within the target range. Hell, Nick himself wouldn't even realize what happened. It would intrinsically plant the decision to spare Keith in his mind, assimilate it as if that was a decision he'd made for himself. Using it was the most reasonable option. Anything else would lead to a fight I wasn't sure I could win, and a fallout I wasn't sure I could survive. And as a result, it would preserve the person I knew. The touchstone I needed. Would it really, if you made the choice for him? Would you even be able to trust him? Or would that just slowly eat away at any concept of a rekindled friendship? Just as I predicted, Nick suddenly spun, raising his sword, fully prepared to bring the blade down on Keith's neck. Chapter 222. What I need is for someone to tell me the truth. I switched targets at the last second. My body boiled under the strain, most of the mana I'd regenerated draining away. All at once, I understood Keith in a way I'd never truly understood anyone. Fully grasped every neuron of his psyche as I parsed through what made him tick, what drove him, the struggles he'd gone through, and the utter absence of self-confidence, all tied to 100 different threads that were just waiting for someone to come along and pull them. Dodge backward. Keith did, in the process doing what I'd pictured rather than following the command to the letter. He leapt away from the edge and Nick's descending blade, and stumbled a little. The movements were significantly smoother than standard Keith, but it was clear his body couldn't quite keep up with his mind, and I needed to account for that. Frustrated by the unexpected resistance, Nick roared and charged at Keith, sword stabbing out toward his chest. Redirect his momentum. Keith grabbed Nick's sword arm and pivoted, sending him stumbling awkwardly across the bluffs. Nick reeled back a few steps, then leaned and spit, his face dark. The surrounding aura swelled out like crimson wings. I'd hoped that Keith's sudden shift would snap Nick out of the rage, or at the very least confuse him enough to contravene his tunnel vision, but it wasn't working. If anything, the sudden difficulty made him more motivated to follow through. As Keith didn't have the baked-in experience of Audrey or Talia, I microtasked, puppeting him through a series of short direct commands, and together we evaded Nick's onslaught. But this was just delaying the inevitable, spinning a stalemate into a loss. I needed to separate them. The question was how. Ideas cycled through my mind until I landed on one. Something dangerous that I'd never consider in less dire circumstances, but all I could come up with on the fly. I directed Keith to run in a wide circle across the bluffs. As Nick chased after him, I scrambled toward the ledge and looked down, mind running through several calculations. There was nothing but ocean below, most of the rocks on the far left side. With a fragment of a plan, I sent Keith the silver bullet. Keith ran to the far end of the cliff, then threw his hands in the air and shouted a name. "Ginny!" Nick halted dead in his tracks. I false-started, stopping to watch. All I'd done was send Keith a redacted image of Ginny's death, along with instructions to shout her name. But now Keith was continuing on his own.
"That was her name, wasn't it?"
he asked breathlessly, withdrawing the wand from his inventory.
"And this was hers, right?"
Nick hesitated, color gone from his face.
"And you gave it to me because you feel like tainting her memory is the only way to get through it. Because you know she wouldn't want you to do this. You're a good guy with a good heart. That's why she loved you."
I could have slammed a sledgehammer into Nick's gut to less devastating effect. His face scrunched up, his teeth clenching. "I don't want to be the good guy. The guy who gets stepped on, fucked with, and fucked up because he's not mean enough. I'm tired of being the good guy." Again, Keith shook his head, speaking entirely of his own volition.
"We can't help what we are. At our core. We can hide it, disguise it, push it so deep it might even take an entire lifetime for it to resurface. But you are what you are. Nature always wins over nurture in the end."
Nick shook his head several times, then set his teeth. He raised his sword arm. Too slow. I crouched low and took off like a rocket, supercharged agility flinging me forward, eyes fixed on my target, Nick's torso. He saw me coming out of the corner of his eye and shifted suddenly, trying to alter his position to intercept me, but I was too quick.
I snared his torso with both arms and let the rest of my weight slam into him. Nick grunted, swearing up a storm as I pushed him back. Then the ground disappeared beneath us, and his eyes widened in realization.
Doing this for your own good, Nick.
Now in free fall, we plummeted toward the water. Audrey's vines snagged on a few outcroppings and slowed the fall. My feet hit the water, and Nick plummeted past me, leaving a trail of bubbles in his wake. Shit. His armor. I swam straight down, tearing through the water until I caught up. His eyes were open and urgent, but he wasn't moving. Arms spread out at his side. Probably still stunned from the impact. I tore off the operator's belt and pulled it tight around his waist. Immediately his direction reversed, and with urgency he shot upward. I kept a hold on the belt, riding the buoyancy up to the surface. We barely breached the surface before a heavy gauntlet struck me across the temple. I spun in a mess of bubbles and fury, struggling to right myself, ready to give as good as I got. When I burst through again, though, I'd misread the aggression. He flailed in a panic, the top section of his armor pulled down by gravity, constantly threatening to upend him as he slapped at the water. Given what he'd almost done, it tempted the spiteful part of me to let him flail for a while. I spotted Keith. A dark shadow flitted beneath us. Something brushed my leg, too quick to make out. Given that, whatever it was out here, on the outskirts of the dungeon floor proper, I wasn't overly worried, but I knew better than to tempt fate. I glanced over my shoulder and spotted a sandy bank a short distance away, hidden in the alcove of the bluffs. Near-decade-old rescue and CPR lessons came back to me piecemeal, and I did my best to follow what I could remember, starting with not approaching a drowning person from the front. Instead, I treaded water until I was behind Nick and grabbed him roughly under the arms. Crack! The back of Nick's head smashed against my mask with enough force to stun me and nearly loosen my grip. Fucker, stop! There's something in the water! Thunk! This time when Nick curled inward and threw his head back, I was ready for it. I tucked my chin, and the back of his head bounced painfully off the stable upper section of my mask. He stopped struggling, and I tightened my hold, propelling us toward the sandbank with haphazard kicks. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted the shadow. It was bigger than I'd originally thought. Audrey, can you swim? No? My summons mental voice sounded utterly miserable, and I realized that from where she clung to my back, her head was probably well below the surface. Can you at least breathe? I asked, monitoring the circling shadow. Now that Nick seemed to be panicking less, maybe he'd finally realize I wasn't actively trying to drown him. I reached back, kicking and treading with one arm, faster, but not fast enough. Audrey sent back a complex reply, a composite of words and images. I gathered she didn't need to breathe regularly, though being underwater was unpleasant, and if we submerged her for too long, it would kill her. I felt bad for doing it. Between Miles, the Crimson Nosferatu, and the Grimelings, this outing had been stressful on my summons. But I sent Audrey a picture of a net and an image of her zipping toward a generic shark and wrapping it up. Her response was reticent. If I catch it. Of course, dig in, assuming you can even eat that much. From the size, it's probably hundreds of pounds. The dark shadow made a second pass, and there was a tangible relief as the vines released from my shoulder. As the shadow retreated, a much smaller shadow followed it. Good. Audrey snagged it. Assuming she could distract whatever it was for even a few minutes, we were probably in the clear. I'd need to compensate her later, especially if whatever was out there inevitably got the better of her. Something fancy. Sushi, maybe. As soon as there was enough sand underneath us to stand on, Nick pushed me away. I let him go, crawling up onto the sandbar and heaving for breath. Awareness shrieked. I rolled away just as Nick buried a massive knife into my imprint in the sand. His aura returned full force, spite radiating from it. Are you insane? I scrambled backward, trying to keep away from him as he advanced. Now that the crisis was over, a dark curtain of anger descended over me. But Nick wasn't listening. I wasn't even sure if he was hearing me. He stomped across the sandbar like a malevolent automaton, his eyes dead, nothing left of him but rage. I'd been more or less in hiding since the transposition started. Maybe even before that, if I was being honest. It had kept me alive, kept my family safe. But I was tired of hiding. I took the mask off.
Chapter 223.
Matt?
Nick's jaw hung open, and he stared agape. Slowly, the dark red aura that was so reminiscent of the crimson Nosferatu drained away, until he finally resembled Nick again. I didn't know what to say. Despite knowing this was a possibility, I hadn't planned this far, and at the moment came up empty.
What the fuck?
Nick passed a hand through his hair, his face conflicted.
No.
This is a trick. Haster's testing me. We met in the rehab center. You were there for your leg. I was there for my mom. Nick shook his head vehemently. No! I went down the list. The passcode on your phone is 69 repeating. Your favorite game is Resident Evil 4, the original, not the remake, seeing as how, in your opinion, they cut too much of the campiness. You'd pick Waffle House over IHOP any day. Shut up! You say your greatest fear is being alone, but I'd argue it's not actually that. I think given the excess of flings you try to keep on as friends, and how tightly you've clung to me, I think your greatest fear is being irrelevant. But more than that, being unloved. And until today, if someone put a gun to my fucking head and asked me to pick out the one good fucking person in the fucking world, I would have pointed at you! I realized belatedly that I was shouting, and I didn't care. Past fucking tense! The punch came quicker than I expected, and the entire left side of my face went numb as Nick's fist slammed into my jaw. I spun like a top and went down. Nick stood over me, his fist trembling.
Fuck you, Matt. You have no idea what it was like.
Then tell me! I gestured at myself wildly, because I'm right goddamn here, and personally, I'd love an explanation for that, because that wasn't you. I pointed to the cliffs. This was it, the last chance. If he was being manipulated or controlled through profound means that even Azure could not detect, this was where he'd offer a rational explanation, something that was well thought out and made sense, some premeditated bullshit about a mental break or a MacGuffin or some trumped-up needs of the many equivocations, anything. Shame and anger warred on Nick's face.
Where were you?
You did not just ask me that.
While I was neck-deep in the deepest, darkest hole imaginable, where the fuck were you?
Nick shouted, spittle flying.
'Cause from where I'm standing, it looks like all you've been doing is spinning that class I gave you into something better. Glad you could run around touring the Flores realms, playing swashbuckling rogue, and advancing while Ginny and Say rotted, and I fended for my fucking self. In ordinary circumstances, I might have understood. He'd lost someone he loved, and was held prisoner by the people who took her from him. And he'd been through a series of traumatic experiences, one after another. I clamped down on the stutter, hating myself for it. No. That's what you think of me. Okay, great. Glad we're clearing the air. 1,000 biting rebuttals cycled through my mind, but in the end, I said nothing. Just reached in my inventory and withdrew an object. Is that?
Yeah. The user core glinted violet in my gloved hand. Nick took a step backward. When I spoke, my voice was monotone. Snatched it off her while you were busy ruining any chance we had to de-escalate. I tossed it underhanded, and Nick caught it. He stared at it, cradling it in his hands, his anger replaced with sadness. I removed my dagger and crossbow first, stripping them from my belt and tossing them aside. His eyes narrowed as he watched me.
What are you doing?
Giving you what you asked for, I muttered, dark anger still coursing through my veins.
The hell?
Back at the house, you said you wanted to see what I could do in a straight fight. I finished unbuckling my gauntlet and tossed it into the sand. Then undid my other gauntlet and continued removing my armor piece by piece until I was down to my hoodie and jeans. And you're spoiling for one. So now's your chance. For a second, I thought Nick would argue. Instead, he stood, pocketing the orb, and followed suit, removing his sword from his belt and placing it onto the sand.
No weapons, spells, or active abilities?
Yep, I confirmed.
Anything else?
I'll do my best not to break anything. A dark cloud overtook his expression, only to be immediately replaced by confusion and pain as I threw a fistful of sand in his face.
"You bastard!"
I weaved under his flailing arms, venting all my frustration, anger, and fear, and drove my elbow into Nick's chin. He stumbled backward, trying to right himself. I advanced. "You have no fucking idea what I've been through, trying to get to you. And you know what's funny? I was about to tell you. Couldn't do it right away, as I wasn't sure if you were being influenced and still hadn't figured out a way around the geish, but if you'd kept it together for just one more fucking day— oof!" Nick's body blow hit hard enough to lift me off my feet and leave my stomach a writhing knot of pain and spasms. I ducked under the follow-up haymaker. He panted and sneered.
"Must be nice up there in that ivory tower you judge the rest of us from."
I defended myself as well as I could, using unsparing fang to turn away his heavy blows.
"I've never judged you." "No, you just never said it out loud."
Nick jabbed at me twice, testing my reaction. Now that the element of surprise had faded, he'd settled into something that resembled a boxing stance. The first few blows had comprised wild swings, fueled by anger and fear. But it had gone on long enough that we both fell back onto experience, and the fight settled into a rhythm. Unsparing fang thrived on capitalizing when your opponent overcommitted, and Nick, despite his anger, did a devilishly good job maintaining an iron defense. Ordinarily, I'd change tact, go on the offensive, but I couldn't do that when every strike he threw packed enough individual power to put me down. By the same token, with my enhanced agility, Nick couldn't land a solid hit. Unstoppable force met immovable object, neither making any real headway as the wind rustled our clothes, sodden sand glittering beneath, advancing and retreating feet beneath a sun that would never set, until we were both staggering and our movements grew sloppy in the unrelenting tide of push and pull. There was a sensation of mana discharging, draining color from my vision. I panicked for a moment, terrified I casted something accidentally, only realizing shortly after that the drain came from far to my right, beneath the ocean's surface. Audrey had used an ability. My summon was still tangling with whatever was down there, but the split-second lapse was all it took to tip the balance. Nick charged forward, lifting me up by my legs and slamming onto my back, pinning my shoulder with one arm and cocking his fist back. I closed my eyes, bracing for the blow. It never came.
"Why did you have to stop me?"
Nick choked out. When I opened my eyes, there were tears streaming down his face.
"I know you. If the tables were turned, if Iris or Ellison died in that tunnel, you wouldn't have stopped at his brother. You'd make him radioactive, shred through everyone he cared about until there was no one left."
Nick deserved the truth, not something I thought he needed to hear. So I let myself think about it. Really consider it. If someone killed my brother or sister, or hurt them to get to me, I'd spend a very long time driving home how profound of a fuck-up that was before I let it end. Nick's expression grew more confused. "So maybe you've got it right," I murmured. "Maybe I would do that. But you wouldn't." Slowly, Nick pushed himself up and collapsed on the sand beside me, expression defeated. He looked like he'd aged 10 years in an hour.
Yeah.
He leaned his head back and stared at the sky.
"Would have regretted it, no matter what Haster said. And of course, I went and screwed it all up before I figured that out."
"Not necessarily," I hedged, feeling tangible relief at Nick's confirmation that Haster had a hand in this unexpected turn. Nick peered at me.
"With the geish, he won't have any choice in the matter. He'll have to report it."
"Not if he's convinced he nodded off on the bluffs and everything that happened after was a dream." That and the directive to find Halima were the last orders I gave Keith, and he'd accepted them with no issue. I neglected to mention that Nick being forced by Aaron or Sonny to make a report, now that he knew my ordinator role, was just as much, if not more, of an issue.
"As if,"
Nick scoffed. When I didn't laugh, he gaped openly.
"You can actually do that?"
"There's a lot I can do," I deflected. Subjugation was order of magnitudes more powerful than suggestion, but without testing, which was problematic in its own right, I had to assume the same rules applied. The biggest limiter was immediacy.
If I'd waited hours after the altercation with Nick to give Keith the order, it was entirely possible the command would fail, or Keith would reject it outright. There was no point in telling Nick anything if he wasn't stable, and I might need to use subjugation to wipe his memories to obscure my identity. As much as I hated it, that was the simpler option. If he kept his memories, we'd need to either quickly find a solution to the geisha, or abandon the order entirely and bunker Nick down somewhere with constant squelch coverage so he couldn't receive orders or be forced to report. Before I decided anything, I needed the piece I was missing. I'll tell you everything. But first, I need to know what happened with Haster to put you on the warpath. The whole truth, Nick. This is important. Nick suddenly looked very far away.
Might as well. Got nowhere else to be.
Chapter 224. Before. A puff of air stirred Nick's eyelashes, and he grimaced, letting out a groan and pressing the side of his head deeper into the pillow. Hazy tendrils of exhaustion pulled him back toward the throes of unconsciousness as sleep prepared to take him once more. Another puff. Lower. He wrinkled his nose and blindly seized a pillow, placing it over his head. A thread of merry laughter banished the haziness in his mind. He blinked away the sleep, a pair of deep blue eyes slowly shifting into focus. Ginny stretched forward, and soft lips kissed his forehead.
"Good morning, sweet prince."
Nick blinked several times, memories of the last day slowly coming back to him.
Hi.
Ginny snorted.
"Hi," he says.
The more the memories came into focus, the less sense they made.
Sorry.
Nick pushed himself up onto one elbow and looked around. They were at his aunt's house, which lined up with the last thing he remembered, but...
I'm a little disoriented.
Sure, Ginny said. Nick had always thought she was beautiful, but it was her presence, her wisdom, the way she talked to you like you were the only other person in the world, that utterly enthralled him. And now that presence was close enough that it was making his head spin. Well, it was going to sound stupid no matter how he phrased it.
Are you a wizard?
Ginny laughed, and despite his confusion, Nick chuckled with her.
Did we really go out for ice cream, wake up in some dingy maintenance tunnels, and fight actual goblins with fantasy weapons, come back here and call everyone we knew, only for them to call us insane, then passionately consummate our relationship? Or did I get a serious concussion somewhere down the line?
Wow. Ginny cushioned her face with a hand. I can't believe ice cream and passionate consummation ranks higher than the obvious. She pointed toward the foot of the bed.
Obvious what? Nick asked.
He peeked under the covers.
Welp, I'm definitely naked.
Your leg.
Oh.
Nick shuffled off the covers in a hurry and gaped at what had once been a source of never-ending hardship. The muscles of his bad leg were no longer atrophied and shriveled. The only remaining evidence was several patches of scar tissue, the badges of several surgeries. He took a deep breath and stood. No pain. Not completely convinced, he walked in a small circle. Again, it didn't hurt. He hopped in place several times, waiting for the telltale ache. Nothing.
It's real? It actually happened, and... What? He asked.
Ginny had covered all but a single eye with one hand, her face and neck flushing increasingly red. Her one visible eye flicked down. Nick snatched the duvet from where it fell on the ground, quickly wrapping it around his waist. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly.
Sorry.
It's fine. I'm fine.
Ginny fell back into the mattress, staring at the ceiling.
We had quite the day.
Yes, we did.
Nick sat on the edge of the bed, his mind sputtering to take it all in. It was easier than the previous day, but there was still a part of him that wondered if he was going insane. He glanced at Ginny, uncharacteristically at a loss for words.
Did you, hear from anyone?
Ginny shook her head. No. Caught up in a few of my group chats this morning, But the meteor is still all anyone's talking about. Nothing about goblins or lizard people. And she wrinkled her nose.
What?
Nick asked. It's stupid.
It's not stupid if it's bothering you.
Yes, you're very smooth. Ginny tilted her head and gave him the most sultry look he'd ever seen in his life. Nick caught himself just shy of falling off the edge. But it feels petty to talk about in the wake of everything going on. Nick shrugged.
Considering how batshit insane the last 24 hours have been, I feel like we could probably use some normalcy, even if it is petty.
Fine, Ginny sighed. We were spotted leaving school together yesterday.
Even a comet doesn't stop the rumor mill, huh?
Nick joked, but the joke fell short. He was worried. Ginny was one of his oldest friends, and one of the few who remained, and they'd crossed the line last night in a big way. There were mitigating factors, of course. Neither of them were in a good state of mind by the time they'd worked through their contact lists, and after she kissed him, everything that followed was frantic and primal, two people desperately trying to make sense of a world that had gone completely off the rails. These things happened. But in Nick's experience, that excuse didn't prevent previous functional relationships from being altered or sometimes damaged when sex was involved. He rubbed his shoulder, suddenly cold, searching for words beneath Ginny's insightful gaze.
Everything got a little crazy. We were both freaking out. All things considered, I wouldn't blame you at all if you wanted to forget that this happened.
Ginny blinked. I set a giant centipede on fire with my mind. Not sure there's any forgetting that.
I meant the naked bits.
Oh, Ginny said. An awkward silence swelled up between them until it was almost too much for Nick to bear. I'm all right with it being a one-time thing.
Of course,
Nick said automatically, doing everything he could to hide the disappointment that crashed over him. I've always thought we were pretty compatible, but you started dodging me after your injury. Then I met someone.
Definitely compatible. Wait, what?
And now there's meteors and magic out of nowhere.
When did I dodge you?
Nick interjected, struggling to keep up. And if you look at everything all together, it seems like a decent chance this is the start of something big. Hopefully not bad, but big, so it's probably not a good time to start a relationship. Ginny finished thoughtfully. Not to mention my mom would kill me. Again, the awkward silence. But this time Nick understood why. He'd done the same thing dozens of times. She was giving him an out, in case it really was a one-time thing, or he got caught up in the moment and regretted it after. Only he didn't regret it. Not even a little. Feeling slightly manic, Nick laid back down beside her, taking care to make sure his blanket-wrapped waist stayed covered.
Counterpoint?
Go ahead. Ginny hid a small smile.
If we both think we're compatible, and this is the start of something big, wouldn't it be great if we started it together?
Nick asked, floating the idea as casually as he could manage. For a moment, Ginny said nothing. As much as I'd like that, I've got some baggage.
Same.
Her voice took on a serious air. I mean it, Nick. This might not end well.
And won't you tell me what it is? The baggage?
Ginny shook her head.
That's fair.
Nick thought about it.
What sort of damage could it do to us?
Let's... Ginny blew air out through her teeth. Let's just say, hypothetically, Nick nodded, I had some sort of health condition, and I could be fine and live forever, or be a complete dumpster fire and die tomorrow. Would you still want me? Even knowing what I might put you through? Ginny looked down, a curtain of hair obscuring her face. A surge of worry shot through Nick. She just looked so unsure and crestfallen. He wasn't worried for himself, of course. More concerned about her, mainly because whatever she was hinting at seemed serious. Nothing like what he expected from these sorts of conversations. He remembered her visits to the rehab center and to his aunt's house after. Long nights of hanging out in the living room, watching movies and being comfortable in her presence,
No expectations, no self-consciousness, no anxiety.
Girl,
Nick sighed.
I'd swipe right on you if you were pushing 100 and I had to break you out of the retirement home every go-round.
Ginny choked a laugh.
You can't mean that.
Damn straight I can. Nick took her hand. Hell, even if we just had tomorrow, that'd still be worth it. Every day I get after that, I might as well be winning the lottery. Nick wrapped his arms around her as Ginny pressed her head into his neck and kissed him lightly on the collarbone.
Promise you won't regret it?
He promised. Nick started awake, the pain in his chest seizing. He grimaced, grasping at his shirt, rocking back and forth until it receded. They'd thrown him in here days ago. A bare stone room with a slot at the base of the door where his food was delivered. He'd refused to eat and drank as little as possible, though despite the austere nature of the prison, the food itself smelled quite good. That worked for a while, because the pain in his stomach distracted him from the hole in his chest, the near literal manifestation of loss. His surroundings shifted and blurred. When they came back into focus, his prison was cylindrical rather than square, a circle of desiccated soil beneath him, decrepit, crumbling bricks formed the rounded surface that rose all the way to the open top. He was in the well again. The same well he fell into as a child, when his parents had moved from Oregon to Dallas shortly before the divorce. He'd found his way out on his own back in middle school, only to fall back in after the doctors told him he'd never walk unassisted again. The walls had been taller than the first time then, and they were even taller now.
Well,
a voice said from nowhere. Nick started, turning to take in a thin, well-dressed man with a ponytail. He was wearing dark dress pants and a black button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up, accented by a light purple vest. His head tilted upward, and he studied the opening of the hole with detached interest.
A little on the nose, but accurate enough.
Who are you? Nick licked his parched lips. They felt like sandpaper against his tongue.
Have you ever tried just climbing out?
The man mused, continuing on as if he hadn't heard.
In your head, I mean. Wonder if that would work.
No. Sometimes I get close. Sometimes I can hang on, close to the top. But I always fall eventually. The man turned to Nick with a quizzical look, pointing upward.
You know there's medication for this.
Nick shook his head. Everything he tried either didn't work, worked for a little while and stopped working, or had side effects worse than the symptoms. The man inclined his head.
Okay, fine. Then what's the plan, Stan? You're too stubborn to kill yourself, but if you keep refusing food, that's going to happen anyway.
Something about how casually the man was talking about this rubbed Nick the wrong way, though he couldn't explain why. And just as quickly, any irritation he felt ebbed away to nothing. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered here.
I'm tired,
Nick said, hoping the man would take a hint and leave him alone.
I know.
The man looked at him with sympathy. Not pity. Sympathy.
Who are you?
Nick asked again.
You're not going to like it, the man warned.
Who are you?
The retainer in violet. Or Hastur, if you prefer. The de facto patron of the Order of Parsi. You know them as the Suits.
Nick breathed in sharply. He hadn't minded the man's presence before, but now that he knew, a numb stab of anger grew within him like a sliver under a fingernail.
Get out. See, this is why I didn't want to tell you.
Get out! Nick bellowed, the sudden harshness of his voice echoing, bouncing upward toward the opening. Rather than move or react, or argue, Hastur shoved his hands in his pockets and waited. Hours passed, dragging into what felt like days. Any anger Nick felt slowly drained away into numbness, and he felt the slightest tinge of spite.
Do you enjoy this?
No, Hastur interjected. Lording over some pathetic fuck, reveling in your own superiority?
Think you've got me confused with your patron, but I'll let that go.
Fuck you, Nick spat, a glob of saliva that landed at Haster's feet.
"What happened to your friend shouldn't have happened,"
Haster said. Wary, Nick searched his expression for any glibness or condescension, finding none.
"And if I could bring her back right now, I would."
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, Nick laughed. It was a harsh sound.
"Fair enough."
Haster extended his hands to his sides and let them drop.
"Good intentions mean little in the grand scheme, and I should know. After all, my intention was to derail the entire initiative before it got this far."
Regret played across his face.
"Before your people started murdering innocent people in tunnels?"
Nick snarled. Haster blinked several times.
"Well, yes, but not what I'm referring to." "Right, we brought you in before the first event even started."
The god snapped his fingers, and suddenly the well disappeared. The walls of the well were replaced with a blood-red skyline. They were levitating hundreds of feet in the air, and below them was absolute chaos. Nick gawked, trying to parse it all. Below them, a dozen users were fighting a giant with all the effectiveness of ants taking on an elephant, their blows and attacks just as effective. The giant stomped down, flattening 4 of them in an instant. Beyond them, other users were scuffling with smaller monsters, a few of them fighting amongst themselves. There were so many bodies.
"What is this?"
Nick whispered, fearing the answer.
"Not a vision, or a potential future, if that's what you're thinking."
Haster shook his head.
"This is happening as we speak. It's barbaric, sickening."
"If my friend's still alive—"
"Who, Matt?"
Haster nodded.
"He's still out there, doing his thing."
Nick closed his mouth, trying not to give anything away.
"But he won't last much longer on his own. And no matter how bad this looks, it's nothing compared to the second event. As hard as it might be to believe in your current state, the purpose of the Order is to instate the court, and as a side effect, stop all this from happening."
Nick's attention snapped to him.
"You're right, I don't believe you."
Haster studied him briefly, then looked away.
"Would you like to know why the walls keep getting higher?"
"What walls?" Nick asked, confused by the sudden shift in conversation.
"You're already aware of this on some level, but since humans are uniquely adept at ignoring things they know to be true, I'll do you the courtesy of spelling it out."
Haster mused, his calm voice radiating authority.
"It's a defect. Most beings are products of their environment, their circumstances. You touch a hot stove, it burns you, you pull your hand back. Next time you'll avoid touching the stove at all. Action, reaction, acclamation."
He chuckled and rubbed at the scruff lining his jaw.
"You should have learned very early on that the world is not a kind place, or a fair one. Your father imparted that lesson well."
Nick froze, a needle of fear worming its way into the base of his neck.
"Don't relax."
Haster shifted his head back and forth.
"Point is, you should have learned then. Most people would have. But instead of accepting that the wall was just a wall, a natural boundary that simply was, you kept throwing yourself against it, slicing yourself open and bleeding love and kindness into a world that wouldn't give a rat fuck if you disappeared tomorrow."
"So, I only have myself to blame," Nick laughed. If he was understanding this so-called god correctly, the sentiment was crueler than anything he could have imagined. Haster shook his head.
"To reiterate, it's a defect, one that I'm willing to address as part of your compensation."
A burgeoning silence grew between them. Haster had to know he wanted to ask, and Nick had spent enough time around manipulators to know when he was being baited. It was Nick who broke first.
"Compensation?"
Haster smiled and reached out to take Nick's arm. The pain in his chest ceased, like his emotions were sound waves strangled within an anechoic chamber. Nick pulled his arm free and stepped back. He was feeling panic, but it was more muted than usual, less sharp and distracting.
"What the hell did you do to me?"
The god put out a soothing hand, palm out.
"Alleviated your pain, and presented a modicum of what it would feel like if you let the ungrounded optimism and idealism go."
Nick tried to ignore it. The voice in his head had told him this was the first time, possibly ever, he'd felt grounded. Unflappable. Even thinking about Ginny didn't hurt as much as it had. The pain was still there, but there was more anger than anything else. It felt good. You're still human, of course. Tragedy will still hurt you. The highs will be lower, but the lows will be higher, and you'll never have to scale the walls. Again. As much as he hated himself for his own weakness, Nick wanted it. He was tired of being let down, disappointed, going through the agony of piecing himself back together for it to happen all over again.
What's the purpose of the order?
Nick asked. In the long term, to achieve a perfect future. Hastur answered easily. In the short term, to end the initiative before the second transposition event. Ending the initiative wasn't an issue, in Nick's opinion, but the second part gave him pause.
Perfect by what metric?
Perfect to each individual human for most of their lifetimes.
That's impossible.
Nick shook his head. It's unlikely, Hastur agreed. That's where I come in. Along with the order, until they're superseded by the court. In the meantime, I'll need to clean house. There are tensions within the order, which has led to aggressive, dangerous mandates. That's part of what I'd like your help with. Reforming the order into a kinder, more benevolent version of itself.
Thought that was a bad thing.
Nick's lip curled. Hastur shook his head. I don't think kindness and benevolence are aspects of weakness in the grand scheme, Nick. But they're destroying you from the inside. They always have. And if you take advantage of my offer, some part of you would still keep them. They would just be tempered, manageable. Nick thought for a long time.
And if I told you to take your offer and shove it up your ass? That I'm not interested in joining your little cult? And if you're doling out compensation, all I want is Ginny back and nothing else?
Then I will respect your wishes, Hastur said. A moment later, the feeling of despair flooded back, full force, and Nick clutched at his chest, gasping at the pain. With a warning.
What? Warning?
Nick asked through gritted teeth. I can see the threads of different worlds, though you'd probably call them timelines. Your friend, Ginny? She had little time left, even if she lived through the tragedy. 2 months. 3 at the most, assuming Mattia spared her. And while the Order will eventually have the means to bring her back, it won't be long before you're back here. In this place. Hastur ran the tip of his finger across a crumbling bricking, brushing his fingers together and watching the dust as it faded away. And the walls will be even higher.
You're lying.
What reason do I have to lie? Hastur asked. Nick tried desperately to hang on to the anger from before, anything to distract him from how he was feeling now. But what Hastur was implying lined up with what Ginny hinted at a little too well to be coincidence.
Maybe. You're right. Maybe I've been an idiot this whole time. Maybe the world is shit and you're the only way it's ever going to get better. Fine. But I want the crossbowman gone. The one who killed Ginny. I want him fucking dead.
Hastur's eyes lit up. Revenge? Certainly. You'll do that yourself, with my blessing. He'll see no protection from me. But first, I need to know that you're committed. That you want what I'm offering. Nick hesitated. He wasn't expecting Hastur to agree so easily. It seemed too easy somehow. Like there was a trap he'd missed.
Can I think about it?
Certainly. But you'll need to stay here until you decide. This isn't a half-in, half-out situation, I'm afraid. With that, Hastur left him. And he didn't come back. As the walls grew taller and the pain metastasized, Nick slammed his head backward into the brick wall. Eventually, even the physical pain didn't help. He screamed for Hastur and received no answer. Finally, after what felt like eons, Hastur returned.
I can't, Nick whimpered. I can't take it anymore.
Tell me what you want, Hastur prompted. He was going to make Nick say it. Nick's stomach churned, and he blinked away tears. His mind turned once again toward Ginny, then to the images of the transposition.
If I accept your gift in this perfect future, will it actually make a difference? Make me better at helping people? If I can just turn it all off and do what needs to be done?
He jumped as a hand settled on his head, cold and comforting in equal measure.
My dear boy, with my help, you will save more lives than you can count. I'll hone the power within you and forge a blade sharper than any sword, a hero's blade, and you will forge your own legend.
What do I have to do?
Nick asked. He'd do almost anything if he didn't have to feel this way anymore. Haster's voice was soothing, almost hypnotic.
First, you must harden your heart. Set fire to the bridge at your back, and spare no thought to retreat.
And how do I do that? Kill the crossbowmen?
Nick asked, feeling uncomfortable at the idea now that it was very real. Haster shook his head.
Killing the one who wronged you isn't enough. You must even the scales. Dirty your hands in a matter that symbolizes your transformation. Only then will you be free.
The god leaned down low and whispered into Nick's ear.
The real threat is not your target, but his brother.
Nick jerked in surprise and stared at Haster.
What?
This initiative is far sloppier than previous iterations. That an ordinator was assigned at all is evidence enough. But the crossbowman you loathe so dearly is kin to a user who represents a far more egregious oversight.
You're saying his brother is a threat?
Nick asked, already feeling completely over his head.
In his current form, he's harmless, which I suspect will pose more difficulty for you than if he was a monster in human form. But the way his title interacts with certain abilities he will receive further down the line, he will be a threat to everyone. Even the gods.
Haster shook his head slowly.
What's his name?
Nick swallowed, his mouth suddenly dry. Haster chuckled.
You never asked the crossbowman's name. I wonder why that is.
When Nick didn't respond, he gave a half nod.
His name is Keith. As ordinary as his appearance, I'm afraid.
And you're certain?
Nick asked.
That he's as big of a threat as you think?
Haster's eyes were fathomless.
The question is whether you can become the man you wish to be, capable of abandoning your childish idealism and placing the needs of the many over the needs of the few, dirtying your hands for the sake of the people you care about.
There were a million reasons to say no. There had to be. But at that moment, Nick couldn't think of them. The pain in his chest throbbed, intensifying, and beyond Haster's patient gaze, he saw the walls growing even higher.
If you need more time, Haster began.
Nick answered before the words fully formed in his mind.
I'll do it.
Chapter 225. This was the problem with planning in a vacuum. Haster had struck me as more genuinely well-meaning than most of the gods I'd encountered. He wasn't actively trying to kill me, didn't pass around any classes or abilities that immediately made me a target, and was relatively straightforward about what his goal was. It was a low bar, but I'd still taken some small solace from it. Now, though, that solace was gone. Nick's account changed things. Maybe I was wrong, and Keith was a genuine threat, but it felt too tidy, too convenient. It reeked of manipulation, gaslighting, with threats of psychological torture and brainwashing. Which was ironic, as, now that I thought about it, he'd used similar tactics with me. I hadn't recognized them for what they were because he'd been so damn positive in his delivery, almost edifying. Perhaps why he'd gone that route. Despite having everything in the world to say about his experiences, my temper had flared, and I didn't want to get it wrong. So instead, I spent most of the next hour telling Nick everything. And I mean everything. It took longer than I expected, spanning from the story of my father and the man who killed him, then jumping ahead to the first encounter with the Allfather of Chaos, to what really happened those first few days, to my encounter with Hastur and my side of things in the tower, including the artifact and ability I'd gained. His reactions were mixed. I could tell it hurt that I hadn't shared my history, though he understood. When I admitted to withholding my user status in the early days, he tried to keep his face neutral, but anger showed throughout. He was still angry when I told him about the events of the transposition, but it felt as if that anger was no longer targeted solely at me. As I went on, detailing the astronomical amount of trouble holding the Ordinator class had put me in almost by default, his anger faded. When I told him what happened to Say, tears welled up in his eyes, and by the time I finished outlining my abilities, including the new acquisition, he looked uncomfortable, maybe even a little scared. Nick whistled a low pitch. Well, based on everything you've said about it, guess it's a good thing it was you who ended up as the Ordinator instead of some megalomaniacal asshole. I gave him a pointed look. I mean, you're only an asshole sometimes, Nick protested, and I couldn't help but snort. And you're way less of an asshole than you could be, all things considered. Thanks. Seriously. Nick's expression was grave. Think about what would have happened if the wrong person ended up with your class. Someone like Sonny. Or Aaron. Nick shifted uncomfortably. You've dropped bits and pieces about the trial over the year, but I didn't know he was that Aaron. Not really where I expected to find him either, I admitted, sieving a clump of sand between my fingertips. Bigger problem is, there's a solid chance I am the wrong person. Or worse, the right one, if that's what the Allfather's going for. Nick seemed to take issue with that, and I pressed ahead before he could cut me off. Come on, I just told you my story. Far as I'm concerned, the Givens asshole had it coming. He killed your fucking dad, Nick snapped, oddly vehement. An incongruity struck me. I studied Nick carefully, filtering out any accusation from my voice before I spoke. I never called him by name. Who? The shooter. Nick opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. You, must have at some point. No, I didn't, I said. Fuck, fine, just chill with the third degree. Nick massaged the bridge of his nose. You went super cold the first time I asked about your dad, and it made me wonder if there was something more there. I might have gotten curious and looked him up when I was in the hospital with too much time on my hands, which eventually led to the discovery that not only was he dead, there was a puff piece in the telegram about a certain hero mom defending her children. I couldn't believe it. Not what he was saying, but the subtext. You already pieced it together. No, Nick shook his head, looking more than a little guilty. I mean, not at first, anyway. Not until I met your mom and saw firsthand how timid she was while you were on the other side of the table, cold, calculated, and withdrawn. And you still wanted to be friends? I asked, more than a little dumbfounded. Of course I did, Nick shrugged. And while it was harrowing to hear you tell it, I still feel the same way. I guess it's an extreme example of what I've always admired about you. If you get it in your head that something unpleasant needs to be done, you don't wring your hands or obsess over what might happen, or feel sorry for yourself. You just get it done. God, I wish I could do that. I really do. Nick, I started. Point is, so long as you're being careful, the Ordinator class is in excellent hands, Nick said matter-of-factly. I shook my head. As much as I try to be vigilant and stick to my own rules, slipping is only a matter of time. With suggestion, I originally meant to keep it on a short leash, only using it on monsters and explicit threats. That didn't even last through the transposition. How so? Nick asked. Even with everything I'd already told him, I was ashamed to tell the story. When I was heading home with the first haul of Lux, I'd just been bumped by those civilians in Region 9. I was scared, paranoid, hyper-focused on delivering the goods before someone took them from me. And there was this guy. More balls than brains, acting pseudo-alpha as a way of coping with his own fear. You know the type. Nick nodded. He got in my way, and I just skewered him. I grimaced, stripped his mental defenses and broke him down. No hesitation. It was almost instinctive. Didn't even realize what I'd done until after. Nick's eyebrows knitted together. Which is why the suspiciously convenient pairing of the devil's share and subjugation scares the fuck out of you. I shivered. It'd be so easy to go off the deep end if I got used to it. Start snapping off orders to anyone in earshot for any reason. Literally manifest what I want to happen. You can only use it on each person once, right? You'd run out eventually. Nick tried. But even he had to know how weak that sounded. There's 1 million people still trapped in the dome. It'd take a while, I mumbled. As much as this idea sucks, you could just not use it. I squinted out over the water. Maybe. But I knew exactly how likely that was. I'd had countless chances to walk away from power, questionably sourced and otherwise. I never had. It's what I would do, Nick shrugged. But that's my problem. When I'm dealing with something difficult, I get so caught up in ethics and hypotheticals that more often than not I end up just passively hoping for the best. And then I have the gall to be shocked when it bites me in the ass like a fucking idiot. The self-loathing in his voice was so poignant it was almost painful. Fuck Haster, I spoke before I fully realized what I was going to say. Nick laughed nervously. Thought you, didn't want to piss the gods off. And... He trailed off, oddly small-looking for his substantial frame. On some level, I thought you agreed with him. The words hit me like a slap in the face. What the hell? I mean, Nick spoke with his hands, you've made it clear plenty of times you think I'm immature and naive. I never said that, but you've implied it. He pointed a finger at me and raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't it be better on some level if we were just always aligned? If I didn't push back every time you considered doing something I was uncomfortable with? That was wrong, and it was obvious how much Nick needed to hear the answer. I searched for the best way to put it into words, taking my time with it. Believe it or not, I used to be a lot more cynical. I thought I was enlightened, that my circumstances gave me special insight into the way the world really worked, that I had it all figured out, and anyone who had hope, genuine hope, for things to be better or different, was either lying to themselves or naive idiots spinning fairy tales. That the only reason they felt that way was because they hadn't looked behind the curtain and seen the world for what it truly was, and that if they had, they'd be every bit as miserable and bitter as me. Nick wedged his feet into the sand. What changed? I met you. Bullshit. He rolled his eyes, but didn't look at me. I ignored the denial and moved on. I watched you lose things I never even had. Watched you lose everything. But despite what you went through, all the bullshit you endured, you were always so quick to help others. Even when it drained you, or ended up being a massive pain in the ass, you did it anyway. Somehow you never stopped caring about people, no matter how badly they disappointed you. Sounds idiotic, Nick mumbled. No, I shook my head. It's just your nature. You're a good person. You've always been, and anyone who tries to smother that is a fool. We need people like you, now more than ever. He stared down at the sand. I'm not sure that's true anymore, Matt. Not after what I did. You didn't do shit. I was gonna. You didn't do shit, I repeated. And maybe I forced your hand, and you picked wrong in a moment of panic. But you had all the time in the world to end him before I got there. So no, Nick, I didn't use subjugation on you for a reason. Because I don't want to change who you are. Despite the somber nature of the discussion, Nick smiled. Sing my praises all you want, but you can't preach being true to myself if the same doesn't apply to you. I looked away. It's different. It's not. Nick punched me in the shoulder. If our roles were reversed, trust me, I would have tried like hell, but I don't think I would make it here. Christ, you made some hard fucking calls. Maybe I get a few of them right, but not without turning into a whimpering sack of trauma potatoes on the floor. You were making these calls and spinning a dozen other plates, all while drop-kicking the wolves from the door. Too many metaphors, I grumbled. Point is. Nick let the word hang. I wouldn't change you either. A cloud darkened his bright expression. Though all this has me wondering, where do we go from here? There are a few possibilities, I sighed. At the very least, I need to get Kinsley's dad out. No clue how. Considering the extent everything's spiraled out of control, we're basically blown. But our best bet, after that, is probably to run. Keep Squelch active 24/7 until we find a way to deal with the Geisha. You know, I finished. Nick frowned. But it's weird. What is? I asked, only half listening, as I'd already started working how much of a pain in the ass getting out of the tower and dodging the Order was going to be. The Order is full of killers, people with pre-dome combat experience, so it tracks that Haster would want to harden up his less experienced members. Uh-huh. Nick winced. I realize what I'm about to say is probably pretty rude. Just say it, I said, drafting a message to Kinsley. Why the hell did he want you to change at all? Because... I trailed off, simultaneously seeing what he was driving at and finding myself completely clueless. Huh. I hadn't thought of it until now, mostly just chalked it up to offering me an incentive I hadn't known I wanted. But Haster had essentially tried to force a transformation with a result that would leave me and Nick in opposite spaces. A net zero. That was strange. Implied the existence of an angle I had yet to consider. When I said as much, Nick jumped to his feet and nearly stumbled in the sand, eyes all bugging out of his head. Holy shit! Chapter 226. Nick had yet to give me an answer. He'd walked across the sandbar back toward the bluffs in a hurry and was going over the stony wall with a fine-tooth comb, eyes furrowed as he ran his hands over any irregularity. What are we doing? I asked. Nick accidentally pulled a piece of craggy stone free and casually tossed it aside. You said it'd be a net zero. If we both accepted Haster's deal? I hurried to keep pace with him as he shuffled along the stone base, wildly looking back and forth. Right. You become the man who feels too much. I become the rational, unfeeling bastard. Nick glanced at me. Sorry. I shrugged. Doesn't matter. Still not following you. Thing is... Nick pried another piece of rock free with a grunt and tossed it aside. It's not actually a net zero. Think about it. Even if I suddenly had your mindset, I'd lack your experience, your history. It'd be like giving someone a gun with no safety. It finally hit me. And I'd be learning to manage a shit ton of interference. You're right, it's not net zero. It's suboptimal. Apparently not finding what he was looking for, Nick started knocking on the bluffs. Uh-huh. And you're the problem solver, so you tell me. Why would a being with god-tier foresight, especially when obsessed with creating a perfect future, make a gambit with a suboptimal outcome? Maybe he only needs one of us, I tried, or this is his way of making sure we're beholden to him. Nick shook his head. What do we know about Haster? He's an asshole? Okay, yes, but I meant, what does he want? Supposedly? Peace? I frowned and went down the list. To end the transposition? And he's unhappy with the state of the Order to the point he's willing to spill loyal blood. Holy shit. My jaw dropped. He should have foreseen the conflict between Sonny and Aaron. So he's not actually omniscient. Or at least his ability to see the future is far more compromised than he's led us to believe. We're off to see the wizard, Toto. Nick reached inside a crevice, then grunted and withdrew his hand, still frantically moving down the face of the bluffs. Haster's throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks, but it's not all parlor tricks. He has power, actual power. Question is, how much? I remembered, in a moment of discomfort, exactly how appealing the future Haster described to me had been, how there was a part of me that still longed for it, then how quickly his power and lucidity had drained away. He's insightful enough that it has to be significant, but it's not perfect. More like he has an idea of what one person's future will be and how to change it, but he can't guarantee that any action he takes will bring about his ideal ends. He has to make a change, then look into the future and see how it all pans out. Want to guess how many people he talks to? Nick glanced at me, raising an eyebrow. Few? 1 in 5? I guessed.
Closer to 1 in 20,
Nick said. So it's not just bullshit. He needs us for something. If I... He suddenly stopped, some of his energy draining away, looking vaguely nauseous. Then seemed to gather his courage and started again. If you didn't get to me before I went through with it, with Keith, how would that have affected you? Not well, I admitted. Bare minimum, I'd put off revealing my identity. There'd be a lot of lost trust, and an upswing in self-doubt. I've already been questioning whether I can play the Ordinator role without going off the deep end, and if I saw you go off the deep end, I'd be much more likely to take Hastur up on his offer. Exactly, Nick said. But that's only one potential future. The pieces fell into place. He had to know he was putting us on a collision course, and if so, then... He knew damn well that this could happen, Nick finished, and I'm betting he accounted for it. The thought chilled me, and I shivered despite the tropical warmth of our surroundings, but it didn't seem to bother Nick. For fuck's sake, what are you looking for? A ripple, Nick paused. He'd run out of wall and gone down on his knees, searching where the sandbar met the bluffs. Or a secret passage. There has to be something he wants us to find with this specific outcome. Nick, I grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. My friend turned to look at me, a sheen of sweat on his brow. All you're doing is strengthening the argument for us to run. Look at what he's doing to Aaron and Sonny, the knives at their backs. If Hastur's aware it could play out this way, and we might turn against him, then we are running out of time. I don't want to turn against him, Nick mumbled. I processed that in silence, as small waves crashed onto the sandbar and receded into the ocean. What? It was all I could do to keep my voice neutral. We're important, in the grand scheme. That's why he chose us, Nick insisted. After everything he did, so, when a god's the one who fucks with people and does morally questionable shit to try to achieve a better outcome, then suddenly it's not okay anymore? Nick snapped. I took a step back. You can't know what he really wants. No one does. Nick smiled, the expression so painful it hurt. When Hastur told me he didn't want me to suffer, I believed him. When he said he wanted a better world, a kinder world, I believed him. That doesn't mean shit. Even if Hastur's well-meaning, Nick, he's still... But I couldn't bring myself to say it. To point out that Nick was being naive, foolish. Not after what he'd just gone through. The ground was shaky as it was. Calculated. Nick gave a quick, grim nod. Which is why I think there are two possibilities. Either he's fully prepared to squash us the second we come out of the tower, or this exact possibility was accounted for. He pointed up to the bluffs. You confront me up top, defend Keith, blitz me into the water, and we end up here. I let my more prominent pushback go for now, and instead focused on the obvious fallacy. Okay, sure. But why are you so fixated on this location? If some god coordinated all this, aren't we just as likely to find something walking back? Or meet someone important on another floor of the tower? Nick shook his head. No, this has to be it. I never felt more strongly about anything in my life. It felt more than desperate. Like he'd already shot the dealer and was flipping cards, trying desperately to come up with an ace. But his fixation wasn't entirely irrational. On the off chance I'd beaten him in a direct confrontation or used subjugation to bring him into line, there were few alternative scenarios where we ended up down here, if any. And considering the surrounding geography, the sandbar was vaguely crescent-shaped, pressed up against the bluffs in a hidden alcove, all but invisible from the summit and surrounding beaches. Anyone searching the area without going for a swim would probably miss it. Hell, I'd miss it. We might find nothing. But if Aaron and Sonny intended to deal with us in the biblical manner, there was no reason to risk aggravating leadership in this region further by sending teams in after us when they could just wait outside. All that said, we needed to do this right. Okay. Both the ripple in the forest and the ripple on floor 28 were in plain sight. I called over my shoulder and crunched through the sand, crossing to the opposite side of the sandbar and peering into the water. If there was something in the bluffs, especially something we're supposed to find, you would have found it by now. Finally, Nick stopped futzing with a rock wall and stood at my side. He glanced at me, then the water, and eventually back to me. Right. But don't you hate swimming? Yep, which is why I'm delegating. I reached out a hand to summon Audrey, and found to my surprise that I didn't need to summon her. Her consciousness was so weak I thought she'd died, tussling with whatever was below the surface. Nick chuckled nervously. You about to part the Red Sea over there? Just give me a second. My eyebrows furrowed. Audrey's mind felt more sluggish than usual. She wasn't dying, but I had probably submerged her for too long. When I asked if she wanted me to release and re-summon her, I got a dramatic response as scattered, shotgunned feelings that culminated in a vehement negative. Okay, then come to the sandbar. Audrey didn't answer. 20 feet offshore, there was an explosion of white bubbles. What? Nick started. But before he could finish, dark gray flesh breached the surface, cascading down it on both sides. The actual fuck? I reached for my crossbow even as a stream of mist sprayed up into the air. It took a second to register the familiarity of something I'd only seen in YouTube videos and ocean documentaries. It's a blowhole. Nick unsheathed his sword, just as a soaked, miserable-looking plant broke the surface. Her vines looped around the creature's sides, forming half reins, half saddle. I caught his arm, signaling for him to wait as I held the crossbow at my side. Audrey? You, catch something? My summon released her hold, and with nothing to keep her balanced, slid down the whale's rubbery flesh and slapped into the shallow water. I waited long enough to observe the creature's behavior. It seemed more or less passive, though no less imposing in terms of sheer mass. Once I was mostly sure Audrey's impromptu mount would not turn around and eat me, I waded in and fished her out of the water, never taking my eyes from the creature as I carried her up to the shore. How the hell do you pull that off? I muttered, more than a little impressed.
Made new friend,
Audrey coughed, ejecting a ridiculous amount of water back into the ocean as we waded back to Nick. Again, how? I reiterated.
Simple mind, easy to subjugate,
Audrey said. I was so shocked I nearly dropped her. When she'd said she'd made a new friend, she wasn't being coy, she was being literal. A unique aspect of my summoner class was that my summons sometimes shared my abilities, and it seemed like Audrey had won the lottery in that regard. Before I could make a comment, Audrey wrapped a vine around my back, using me as leverage to raise herself high enough to look over my shoulder.
Stay close. Eat tiny fish. Be happy,
she barked at the whale with a surprising amount of authority. A tail bigger than my entire body raised and slapped down on the water in response, sending up a geyser. Despite myself, I chuckled. Always full of surprises. Nick was waiting for us at the edge of the sandbar, eyebrows raised high enough that it looked like they were trying to jump off his head. I keep cycling through one-liners, but I think I'm actually at a loss for words. I snorted. My plant summon mentally wrangled a mammal that outweighs her by 100 tons or so and bent it to her will. Just business as usual. Uh-huh.
No bending,
Audrey protested.
He was scared. I made him less scared.
There were 1,000 questions I wanted to ask her, but only one that really mattered. Once we reached the sandbar, I praised her first, patting her head and pulling a raw cut of beef from the icebox in my inventory. She scarfed it down and looked somewhat restored. Now, I crouched in front of her, waiting until I had her full attention. What was the whale scared of? Chapter 227. Of all the many possibilities I'd accounted for before embarking into the tower, riding a whale wasn't one of them.
This is some real Studio Ghibli shit.
Nick's face was white as a sheet as he clung to the long coil of rope encircling the whale. You were the one all amped on following fate, I growled, not feeling much better. Just being in the open ocean put my nerves on edge. We'd waited for an hour for my mana to regenerate, and a quick internal check put it at just over half, which was hopefully enough, assuming we didn't drown, which was probably the worst that could happen.
What if we get the bends? Nick whispered.
The what? I asked.
What do you mean, the what? He grinned.
Oh my, do I actually know something you don't?
Shut up.
Sourpuss. My uncle told me about it when we went scuba diving, Nick answered, reciting the information. You dive deep enough, atmospheric pressure compresses stuff in your body, but if you come up too quickly, it can get released in the wrong place, like your bloodstream.
Great. I felt the blood drain out of my face. Audrey was up front, closest to the whale's head. Audrey, any chance your thrall told you how deep we're going? Audrey cocked her head.
No. I ask.
She leaned down and did something. I wasn't sure if she was using suggestion, or if they had some other sort of connection because of subjugation. Either way, she seemed keyed into the whale in a similar way that I'd keyed into Keith. From what she'd said earlier, the whale was terrified, not of a sea monster or something worse, but a fissure deep below the surface. There was a crack in the stone wall of the bluffs far beneath the surface, exuding something Audrey translated as gross that made it difficult to see. More notably, the fissure was pulling in seawater indiscriminately, sucking in any ocean creature that drew near. It was impossible to say whether the anomaly was a ripple or something else, but it fit the bill if Nick was right, and there was something for us to find in these exact circumstances. After Audrey's stunt, I was beginning to wonder if he was right.
Deep.
Audrey cocked her head as the whale let out a low, moaning rumble.
Less deep than deep, deep.
I groaned, Nick echoing me a second later. The system helped with translation at certain points, but apparently not with specific metrics. Did he tell you how to avoid it? I asked Nick. Nick mulled that over.
Exhale slowly as you rise, and don't come up too fast.
Is it even an issue if you're freediving, not breathing from an oxygen tank?
Dunno,
Nick shrugged. I rubbed the bridge of my nose, suddenly exhausted. I decided to, at least in the short term, follow Nick's lead and go with the flow. If there was even a slight chance he was right, it was worth looking into, even if every fiber of my being was screaming to back out. Better to just get it over with. Okay, Audrey, if I tap you, it means I'm at my limit and we need to go back to the surface, I said, wrapping my mind around what we were about to do.
What if I'm at my limit?
Nick asked nervously. Then tap me and I'll tap Audrey. For now, deep breath. I elbowed Nick, then gripped the rope with both hands. Audrey? Tell her to take us down. The whale jerked into motion far more abruptly than expected, plunging us into warm water that quickly grew cold. My ears popped shortly after, the speed with which we were moving making it impossible to see the dark blue of the surrounding ocean through more than a slit. The little I could see grew darker and darker still as the depth and pressure increased. Above, the scattered reflection of the sun was still visible, though watching the glowing amber above grow more faint exacerbated my anxiety by the second. I counted down from 60 slowly, trying to keep track of the time even as my lungs burned. Darkness seeped into the surrounding water, dyeing the dark blue and inky black. The feeling of a current streaming past ceased as the whale stopped in place. I reached out blindly, trying to belay panic as my fingers brushed nothing but unyielding stone. Right when I was on the verge of signaling for Audrey to return to the surface, my hand landed on something slimy, almost membrane-like. I pushed through up to my shoulder and felt the icy chill of open air on my fingertips on the other side. Bingo. I reached back and grabbed Nick's arm, placing his hand on the gap in the surface. Once he realized what he was feeling, he kicked off the whale and swam headfirst into the opening. I extended my arm through the fissure and waited, heart racing, lungs burning. Much longer, and I wouldn't make it back up to the surface. Strong hands closed around my arm and unseated me, dragging me into the fissure. I had a moment of panic, but didn't fight, and allowed myself to be pulled. In complete disorientation, I broke the surface with a gasp, taking long pulls of stale air as my vision adjusted to the darkness. I'd gone through sideways and somehow came out right side up. And it took a moment as my mind reconciled the conflict. Nick pulled at me, still tugging upward after I was well clear of the gap. I twisted out of his grip. I'm through already. Shh, Nick hissed. The urgency in his voice banished the fogginess from my mind, and the surroundings slowly came into focus. I let him pull me to my feet, still ankle-deep in the stinking liquid. Ornate marble pillars loomed in the distance, cloaked in shadow. We were at the far end of a long rectangular fountain, though maybe fountain was the wrong word. It was a long, square rectangle of dark water, little spouts bubbling up every few feet.
Across a wide realm of plush red carpet, there was another matching rectangular water fixture framing the walkway. The carpet itself extended toward a set of stairs, and at the base of the stairs was a stoic knight in full plate. His plate glimmered in the low light, and he held a broken bastard sword loosely in one hand. His head was tilted downward, as if he was staring down into the carpet itself. Motion caught my eye, something flitting around in the shadows that surrounded the walkway. Multiple somethings. Whatever they were, they seemed to move in quick, sporadic bursts. That we were mostly on our own stuck firmly in my mind. I focused and started to summon Talia, then froze as the disheveled knight straightened and raised his sword arm, extending the jagged point directly at me. Chapter 228. Raw danger flagged in my mind. The lone figure had an ancient, primal feeling, not unlike the crimson Nosferatu from the higher floors, though that encounter was so oppressive it made it almost impossible to think. Still, now that I had a better look, the grim T-shape that bisected the knight's helmet was unnaturally dark, as if the sourceless light radiated from apparently nowhere. I let the unfinished summon slip from my mind and instinctively took a step back. The broken point of the knight's sword stayed trained on me. When I didn't use any of my abilities or summon Talia again, there was a creak of metal, and the broken point shifted to Nick. A voice resonated from within the helmet, metallic with a hint of mockery.
"Why are you here?"
Still soaked to the bone, Nick glanced over at me, probably looking for guidance. For once, I didn't have any for him. Us being here, discovering this place, resulted from Nick following his instincts. Unfortunately, that meant we were improvising. And even as he stepped forward, sword untouched in its sheath, shield unstrapped from his back and held loosely in his offhand, I could see how scared he was. Scared and uncertain. From his perspective, he'd been daisy-chaining from one failure to another since the opening act of this shit show.
"Come on, Nick." "A reasonable question, good night," Nick said.
There was a trace of the LARP speak he'd used before the trial to talk to Talia, but it was more downplayed, reserved, almost Shakespearean. He smiled, mouth closed.
"I seem to have lost my way."
Skittering feet echoed off the marble behind us, and I spun, looking for the source, finding nothing. I was careful to not do anything that could be misinterpreted as aggression, but I angled myself with my back to a fountain so I could both watch behind us and help Nick if things degenerated. The suit of armor creaked as the knight cocked his head.
"Perhaps it is best that you arrived here, at the simulacrum, rather than the hole."
"And where is this?" Nick asked. "Or rather, what is it meant to be?" The armor exhaled a tinny rasp and spoke, equal parts reverent and bitter.
"A pale imitation, failed and discarded. Avalon."
Something about the name was unbearably familiar, but I couldn't place it. As the knight threw back his head and cackled, the shadows around the edges of the room grew darker, pressed inward.
"The cruelty is immeasurable. We were found imperfect, and he threw us away, all his creations, yet graced the likes of you with his boon."
Nick's eyes flicked around, searching the shadows.
"Only gods and crazed old men speak in riddles, friend. Declare your meaning plainly, so we may reach common ground."
The knight's voice grew angrier the more he spoke, building to a crescendo.
"Are you truly so ignorant of the potential you squander? The favor you hold? You are unworthy of the legacy of Pendragon."
With that last word, it clicked. Arthur Pendragon, as in Arthur of the Sword and the Stone variety. This knight, and potentially the surrounding creatures lurking in the shadows, were cribbed from Arthurian lore. But none of this seemed productive. The knight was clearly addled, a more refined version of the failed experiments we faced in the first ripple, but just as mad. Or at least, that was what I thought. Nick's face was stricken, pale.
"I never asked for any of this. For my title."
What the hell? The knight laughed, that bitter laugh once more. "Your table is vacant, your queen reduced to a fragment that may never be whole again, and even here, in this god-forsaken place, you can't say his name." Nick's arms went slack, dangling limply at his side. "Afalach chose the wrong person." His anguish resonated deeply, echoed similar thoughts I'd had about my patron time and time again, that the shoes he wanted me to fill were too inconceivably big, and giving me the ordinator class was an irreconcilable blunder. Slowly the knight lowered his sword to a 90-degree angle, pointing it to the ground at his feet. "Then submit yourself to my judgment, so he may iterate once more." Capitalizing the finality of the statement, 2 more suits of armor stepped out from the shadows behind the knight, flanking him on either side. They felt less ancient than the first, but looked powerful. The shadows pressed in, tightening the circle into a stranglehold. I could almost make out the creatures within, glimpses of long limbs and teeth and claws. Nick straightened his back, set his shoulders. "If I do as you ask, will you let my friend go?" After brief consideration, the knight nodded. "What are you doing?" I caught his shoulder. He gave me a half-hearted sigh. "Look at them all. You were right, this was a dumb idea." "I never said that. Seeing as how I keep pulling you into my shit, the least I can do is get you out of it." "A god missed a box on his checklist and somehow you got the bag? Who gives a damn if you're the right person?" I snapped. "None of us asked for any of this. This clusterfuck of patrons and powers and abilities and tragedy and mind games and knives in the fucking dark. We're survivors, not the fucking devout and chosen. And you," I rounded on the knight, "no wonder your god abandoned you." The sword switched targets again, the knight's movement incredibly fast. "Do not speak of matters you cannot possibly understand." Just like the Crimson Nosferatu. The ones that think they're older are more personality-driven. They'll cream you in a fight, but have exploitable quirks. I snarled, "Keep whinging, you recyclable motherfucker, but I have a damn excellent memory, and nothing you say is going to change the facts. Honor itself is an ancient concept, but the Arthurian Knights of the Round made it their own. Yet here you are, a coterie of half-baked failures attempting to pass judgment on the genuine article through ambush and trickery." All 3 of the knights stepped forward, their body language brimming with anger. Matt?" Nick tried to cut in. "I'm not fucking done." I pointed at the center knight, still advancing with the broken sword, because if this colossal dipstick had an atom of his creator's essence, gave 2 dog-squatting shits about what his patron wanted, he would have found an honorable way to prove you unworthy. "Take the bait, damn it." I stood there impassively, giving nothing away even as the knights advanced and my heart hammered in my throat. Almost begrudgingly, the broken knight ground to a halt, the others pausing beside him. I felt something staring at me through the T of his visor, radiating hate. "How mirthful for one such as you to speak of honor." I showed my teeth. None of this has anything to do with me. It's all his show. I'm just along for the ride. "If that is what you believe, you have not been paying attention." With that cryptic statement, the knight returned his focus to Nick. He held his sword out to the retainer on his left, who held it point down while the knight held his arm up and unstrapped his gauntlet. Nick leaned over and whispered in my ear, "What the hell is happening?" That should be my line. "Matt?" I shook my head. "Just listen. He's strong. Don't know how big the gap is. Safe to say it's substantial, but you can do this. You don't have to win. Just stay on defense. Drag it out long enough for me to find an angle. I've got your back. Just buy me time." Before Nick could ask what was probably one of the most pointed questions, the knight removed his gauntlet and cast it on the ground, where it landed and bounced with a resounding clang. The same dark shadow that formed the creature swirling behind us made up his arm and clawed hand. When he spoke, his voice echoed through the chamber, resonating power and authority. "Usurper of Pendragon, I challenge you to a duel." Chapter 229. As Nick observed the gauntlet on the ground and understanding dawned, his tired eyes returned to me, a wave of calm settling over him. The well-worn exhaustion in his face cleared. Ever since we'd unexpectedly reunited within the suit's compound, he'd felt unhinged, untethered, as if he was overcompensating for a piece of himself that eroded away. He patted my shoulder gently, then pushed me away. Nah. My eyebrow shot up. Nah? What? I looked at the knight, his shadow arm still on full display as he waited for Nick's answer. What in the ever-loving fuck do you mean, nah? The way you operate, protecting the people you love no matter what you have to do to achieve that outcome, I respect it. I really do. Nick shifted his head from side to side, stretched his arms, bent his leg, and grabbed the ankle of his once crippled leg, pulling it backward in a runner's stretch. But you can't fight all my battles for me. And I can't be the person I want to be if I fold into the fetal position and let you dirty your hands every time it gets hard. What are we even talking about right now? I trailed off, bewildered, as I turned to look at the knight, slowly putting the pieces together. Because of him? The only goddamn reason he stopped is because I turned his psychology against him. They're just monsters in armor, Nick. Monsters with rules. Is Audrey just a monster? Talia? Azure? Nick raised an eyebrow. From everything you've said, they seem pretty human to me. The flippant comment caught me off guard, and as much as I wanted to reject that on pure technicality, Talia and Audrey had both grieved their families and bore scars from the loss, in a manner that was uncannily similar to human grief. At some point, I had stopped thinking of all my summons as highly intelligent animals and started thinking of them as people. Over the last few months, they'd both performed far above their station and saved my ass more times than I cared to count. On top of all that, they'd questioned their own existence and wanted answers for why they were created. That was as human as it got. Before I could rally, Nick continued. I'm not the same fighter I was. I've learned a lot, trained, gained new abilities I'm restricted from even talking about. This guy has a legitimate grievance. He believes I've stolen something I wasn't meant to have. He might be right. And even though you talked him into it, he stood down and chose fairness. It's only right that I give him a proper shot. Nick was going to die. After everything I'd gone through to save him, he was going to fucking die. This isn't a game. You're not getting Paragon points for this shit. Don't be stupid, I snapped. Nick's smile faded. Yeah, guess it's a little much, expecting trust after the trail of fuck-ups that got me here. The words lined up like beaded sights. If you'd listened to me in the tunnel instead of losing yourself in rage and self-righteousness, we'd be in a hell of a better place than we are right fucking now. I couldn't pull the trigger. Nick already knew he'd made a mistake in the tunnel. He'd all but copped to it. If I let the bolt fly, it would still end him, just in a different way. Still, letting it go was like breathing glass. No. I trust you, more now than ever. I pushed him forward. Knock him dead. His eyes widened. The dimming light returned to his expression full force. He held out his fist, and I bumped it, numbly watching as he approached the center knight. For whatever reason, Nick had decided this was a hill he was willing to die on, and I needed to respect it. At least for now. If push came to shove and things turned dire, I wasn't sure I could stop myself from intervening. But that didn't mean I had to make it easy for them. Nick drew his sword and hefted his shield. The central knight held his sword at the ready, and the tension in the room grew viscous, the shadows almost palpable. What the hell are you doing? I snapped, going for a mix of enraged, irritated, and condescending. Nick said, staring at me awkwardly. The central knight said nothing, but I felt his murderous gaze turn toward me again. Him, I get. I chucked a thumb at Nick. Lack of myth knowledge, probably a little CTE sprinkled on top. Hey, Nick protested, but you? I stood directly in front of the central knight, cutting between them. You should know damn well how duels work. The murderous gaze turned downright fatal, and for a moment I thought he might cut me down where I stood, enough so that I got to the point rather than waiting for him to ask. There's always a second, and there's always a brief period of negotiation where the seconds negotiate acceptable terms.
It is a duel to the death. That is non-negotiable," the knight said flatly.
"If that's the only territory you think we have to cover, the ripple really has addled your brains," I shot back, listing on my fingers. "There's acceptable weapon usage, acceptable item and magic usage, whether the combat will be broken up by recovery periods, or if it's a marathon to the finish, conditions to be followed if someone's weapon breaks."
"A pretender does not retain the right to a second," the central knight growled.
My LSAT prep popped into my head as I recognized the fallacy. "That's the entire point of your duel, isn't it? To establish his legitimacy. Denying him a second by taking the result of a duel as a foregone conclusion seems clearly unchivalrous, if not outright malfeasant, don't you think?" My attention derailed as one of the flanking knights muttered something, only for the central knight to hold out a hand, swiftly silencing him. Did he just say fucking Merlin? I ignored it and moved on. For the moment, the assumption must be that he is a knight, and as his page, I am his second by default. To deny me this role is to deny the basic tenets upheld by the Round Table that you and your like sacrificed lives to defend. Slowly, the central knight looked at Nick, and in a voice that sounded like he'd aged 1,000 years asked,
"Do you wish to designate this one as your second, sir?"
With that hurdle cleared, I gave Nick a full-toothed smile, the one that generally made people profoundly uncomfortable. "Yep," Nick blurted. "Second. Sounds good." I'd made several ridiculous initial demands, giving myself as much time as possible to engineer a solution with the highest chance of getting us out of this alive that wouldn't rain on Nick's hero moment. First, I requested that the surrounding circle of shadows receded, as they were a source of intimidation that would affect Nick far more than it affected the local knights. That took more effort than I'd expected, as the shadows didn't seem compliant, and it took a small army of shadow men in tabards to push them back, which provided valuable intel, though it showed this ripple was far more populated than I'd hoped. The possibility of fighting our way out in the worst-case scenario grew more and more bleak. Next, I asked for a table and 2 chairs as setting for the negotiation, and spent an absurd amount of time arranging them, then asked for the shadow servants to bring out racks of weapons for our champions to choose from, and spent an absurd amount of time arranging them. They didn't let me run ramshackle over them, drawing the line when I requested a small selection of food for the negotiations. But saving that, with their honor so blatantly called into question, they more or less bent over backward to achieve fairness and be generous to the challenged. So long as I could justify it. And while he'd hovered over me at first, the central knight had eventually thrown up his hands and given up supervising me and taken a place in the corner next to Nick. Nick, naturally, chatted him up, and the last time I checked on them, they were examining each other's weapons and seemed to be in the middle of a spirited conversation, or argument. Either way, they were distracted, which was exactly what I wanted. By the time my plan fully formed, every person in the room had distanced themselves from me for fear of another demand, and when I placed 2 sheets of paper on the table, no one was paying enough attention to notice. I withdrew a pen from my inventory and pressed it hard against the top page, then lifted the corner to confirm. With a deep breath, I leaned back in the seat and let myself relax. Then announced, "I'm ready."
"Oh," the central knight called over, "our hospitality finally meets your standards?"
I nodded, fiddling with the pen beneath the table, trying to force myself to relax.
"Then I will call my second."
The withdrawn shadows had revealed a stairwell at the far end of the room, their destination still shrouded in darkness. Somewhere in the back there was a rhythmic clank as armored feet descended, revealing the long body of what was possibly the tallest man in armor I'd ever seen. Like the rest of the knights, his helmet covered his face. Despite his long, almost awkward frame, he slid into the chair across from me with a sinewy grace I found disquieting, and towered over me in torso height alone. The lower section of his reflective breastplate ground against the table. He reached down to move it, blatantly overcorrecting, and shoving the edge of the table into my gut.
"So, this is the whelp who wants to negotiate terms. Doesn't look like much."
The sneer I couldn't see carried in his voice.
Despite myself, I smiled. A bully. I can work with that. Chapter 230. I slowly looked back over at Sir Stonewall, as I'd come to think of him. Stonewall was still conversing with Nick in the hall's corner. His lackeys, as they were mostly identical aside from the slight difference in circumference, I'll refer to them as Pot and Kettle, posted up against the wall at attention, some distance away. The tall one sitting across from me I thought of as Dent, on account of the baseball-sized crater in the side of his helmet. I fought my initial impulse to swap titles to Cruel Lens. It would have been better for the negotiation, but if things went badly, I needed Jaded Eye. And if all went to hell in a handbasket, reserving the option to switch to Scathing Shell could be a literal lifesaver. Dent had crossed one leg over the other and was leaning to one side, seeming to relish in how his weight abused the wooden chair beneath him, intentionally forcing it to creak. Stonewall chose him for a reason. I'd expected someone craftier, less direct, but in some ways this worked better for my intended results. "Are there any rules to this negotiation?" I asked.
Aren't you old enough to know that in the real world there aren't rules?
Dent's smarmy voice echoed from within his helmet.
Maybe.
Thanks for the green light. Subjugation flared from my outstretched fingertips beneath the table. A chunk of my mana drained away, but I estimated it was less than half, closer to a third. Dent stiffened, twitched once, then stilled. I sucked in a breath, surprised by the absence of backlash. There was no reaction from the rest of the room. It had been a calculated risk, with caveats. If anyone had noticed or cried foul, I'd simply point out that Dent had literally just told me there were no rules. I hit him with suggestion before he could say anything to give us away. Continue with this negotiation as you would have before. Anything I say out loud should be reacted to according to your personality and previous predisposition, while any commands you receive in this manner should be considered law. Maybe what? I promised. Dent resumed his snide commentary.
Maybe things are different where you come from, out there with the savages.
Anyone who exists outside the realms of Floros is a savage?
It's more, one could say, an educated guess.
Dent drummed his fingers on the table, feigning boredom, then pointed at Nick.
If he dies, you know what I'd like?
What? I asked, completely fine with taking a passive role now that I held an advantage. Both of Dent's hands slammed down on the table, and he leaned forward in a snake-like motion.
I'd like to put my thumbs through your eyes, nice and slow, scramble them around a little until there's nothing left but jam.
This was why he was chosen. He clearly wasn't the smartest of the bunch, or subjugation would have failed. Dent was the type that preferred strong-arming his way through a discussion, using shock tactics and nastiness to throw the other party off balance. I leaned back, considering it. A life is not a small thing.
Oh, I'd leave you alive.
That was chilling. Fine, my sense of sight is not a small thing. In fact, I value it quite highly. I leaned back and picked out some gunk between the outside knuckles of my gauntlet. As the challenging party, there would need to be equal concessions from your side.
Like what?
For starters, the duelists need to be using similar weapons.
Swords, of course,
Dent said, a little too carefree. The intended deceit was obvious. It didn't surprise me. As of now, the only order I'd given Dent was to act how he normally would, and in this situation he'd be acting in bad faith. I remembered the way Nick fought during the trial, how powerful Stonewall felt. If Nick didn't have his full defensive kit, that was a problem. Swords and shields, I corrected. Dent huffed.
Makes no difference. Just a question of how long we draw it out. Minutes rather than seconds. What else?
The swords should be of similar make, rarity, and power.
Should we have the craftsman construct a bassinet for a mid-duel nap while we're at it?
Dent guffawed. Do you have crafters? I asked, genuinely curious. His laughter trailed off.
No. They died.
This is non-negotiable. I tapped my cheek. if you want my eyes." That shut him up. He shifted his head from side to side, considering. Fine. He nodded toward the racks of weapons in the center of the room. But he's got to use one of ours, not the other way around. Done. Final prerequisite for your condition. I'd like to summon my familiar. Dent lost some of his devil-may-care attitude, irritation flaring. Don't think I'm ignorant of what happens when your ilk gets left to their own devices. To what purpose? I sighed. Look around. We are the challenged party, yet we're surrounded by your men, your servants, your... I glanced disdainfully at the swirling ring of shadows, further back than before, but still ever-present. Creatures! If anyone in your camp had a problem with the direction the duel was going, and others came to their aid, there's likely little I could do about it, with or without my familiar. Regardless, I'd prefer the extra security. And what manner of monster is this familiar? Dent asked cautiously. A dog, slightly larger than average, unexceptional otherwise. Dent went through the mental calculations of what chance a dog had against heavy armor, and apparently liked the result. Done, he said, with a smile in his voice. Such fun to be had, with you, me, and your overgrown mutt. I ignored him and jotted down the 3 conditions we'd established, pressing hard. I added a subsection for results, adding an entry for what would happen should each contestant win, and inscribed Dent's demand lightly, letting the rolling tip of the pen do most of the work. I'd barely finished when Dent leaned against the table, forcing the edge further into my gut. There'll be no magic, no spells of any kind. Huh. Unless things had changed, Nick didn't have any magic besides the defensive barrier spell, but there was no need to give that away for free. Why? I asked. Because I know better than to judge a man on his appearance, Dent growled. And even if he's just a sword, there's a chance you'd cast something on him to tip the scales in your favor. I considered that. As the conditions went, it was severely double-edged. It'd deny Stonewall from using anything nasty he was holding in reserve, but would also severely restrict my ability to meddle in the duel itself. If Stonewall was drastically more powerful than Nick, there was only so much I could do from the sideline compared to whatever bullshit ripple magic Stonewall could be hiding. If the power divide was too drastic, I couldn't be blatant with probability cascade without Nick or the Knights noticing, neither of which would end well. Pushing back was an option, using my influence over Dent to force him to rescind the condition, but if the terms were too one-sided, the Knights would have ample reason to suspect foul play. It was a net gain at best, a net zero at worst. I voiced my displeasure and argued, eventually letting Dent wear me down and conceding, pressing firmly as I jotted the condition down. What do we do in the event of a breach? I asked. Oh, what? With his accent, the what sounded like what? If either side interferes with the duel, I restated. Well, he rested his chin on his fist. If you interfere, and by interfere I mean squeeze out even the tiniest spurt of magic, we kill you. After I put your eyes out, of course. Of course. And if your side interferes, you'll all honorably put each other to the sword? Dent snorted. Never going to happen. Come up with something else. Sounds fair to me, considering that if I so much as spurt magic onto the ground, my life is forfeit. He crossed his arms. Your life isn't worth a single night of the round, let alone the lives of every being in our domain. Come up with something else. I mirrored his posture, stalemating us for a time and buying myself time to think. I looked toward the swirling shadows, circling like a tornado from hell. When Stonewall had removed his gauntlet to challenge Nick to a duel, his arm comprised the same shadow. Argue, but eventually comply with my next request. I sighed dramatically. We've already established that if your camp goes back on their word, we stand little chance. Compensation, then. Any man who interferes will be punished by forfeiting his armor and arms, which will be relinquished to me. The armor alone would be far too heavy for your scrawny form. Doesn't matter. I'd sell it even if it fit. Again, Dent audibly choked, trying not to laugh. Madness. Your friend is about to die, and you're here, divining a method to make a profit when he does. Those are my terms, I said coldly. You know what? Dent chuckled. Sure. You can have the arms and armor of any knight who breaches the rules of engagement. Any being who breaches the rules of engagement, I clarified. Aye, Dent slowly nodded. Any being. The rest of the negotiations went smoothly. Dent seemed pleased with the apparent outcome, as pleased as I was with the actual outcome. I signed my name, and once I explained the custom, he signed his where I'd underlined. Sir K. Here, your copy. I handed him the top sheet and removed the sheet at the bottom, placing it in my inventory before he looked at it too closely. He watched me in confusion. Magic? Just triplicate, I said, but he was still staring at the page. Carbonless paper that passes the ink down to the bottom copy. Saves me the annoyance of writing everything out twice. Watch yourself, wizard. He didn't seem pleased, but I suspected the displeasure was out of suspicion of magic itself rather than anything more specific. He stared at me, then seemed to disregard it as foolish and walked with loud, clanking footsteps across the hall toward Stonewall. With the negotiations settled, I let out a breath of relief, trying to ignore the feeling that I dropped the ball. I'd done everything I could to safeguard us while still technically abiding by Nick's wishes. If the knight's so-called code was pure aesthetics, and they made a move, we'd have a shot. But aside from doing whatever I could to establish a fair competition, I'd done precious little to tip the scales of the duel itself in our favor. Everything else was up to Nick. Chapter 231. I'm gonna crap my pants, Nick said. Somehow, I didn't strangle him. After the terms were finalized, a handful of shadow people escorted us to the square, open area at the end of the hall, pushing and prodding if we moved too slowly. The wide ream of royal red carpet bisected the square, which I eyeballed at about 25 square feet. There was ample flat terrain, more than enough for a simple duel. And why are you crapping your pants? I thought the Knights of the Round Table were a myth. Nick ground his teeth, leaning forward a bit to sneak a glance at Stonewall, who was conversing with Dent. But that guy has seen some shit, like Battle of the Bastards level shit. No, he thinks he's seen some shit. I think he's seen some shit. Nick pointed at his own chest for emphasis, on the verge of panic. He fought the Romans and won, Matt. As in the Roman Empire, as in the dudes went to war in skirts and despite that, still somehow conquered almost everything. My mind ticked. Okay, 1. The Knights of the Round Table are fictional. The Roman Empire wasn't. They never actually fought. And if that guy comes from a version of Arthurian lore where they fought the Romans, it was probably some sort of weird 12th century British propaganda. How does that help me when fictional propaganda man is standing right there? Nick hissed. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Just chill. Give me a second. He's so casual about it. Cool. Like he's the real deal, Nick said, genuine admiration in his voice. I peered at Nick. Do you want to fight him or marry him? Nick extended his arms. Where's the none of the above option? That's the one where you don't tell me, confidently, that you want a fair duel, only to crumble like a house of cards shortly after, I snapped. Fuck, Nick said, loud enough that the heads of several nearby shadow people turned our way. Fuck. Need to head him off before he spirals. Listen, I shook him by the shoulders and forced eye contact. Putting aside the fact that he's a fictional character, there are plenty of reasons this could go in your favor. 1. His memories are artificial, same as Audrey's and Talia's. I left out Azure for obvious reasons. Remembering battles and war campaigns might make him self-assured, but there's no guarantee his memories will directly correspond to ability and skill. They probably won't. So you're not just blowing smoke up my ass? Certain. Because he's not even the final product. Said it himself. His god threw him away. He was a failed experiment, just like the Grimelings, meaning that even if there is a version of him out there in the tower that can back up the Roman spanking, this one probably can't. Nick squinted at Stonewall again and seemed to accept that as a possibility. Okay, yeah, you're right. Just got intimidated by the stories. Never happened. Right, he just thinks it happened. Nick paused, taking several deep breaths. Slowly, his prior confidence returned. Just on the off chance he ends up nuking me from orbit, look after this, okay? He placed Ginny's user core in the palm of my hand. And if you manage to bring her back, tell her I'm sorry. And stuff. I glanced next to Stonewall at Dent, who, despite his helmet, did an excellent job of giving the impression of leering. He made a gesture that resembled a man forcing his thumbs into two overripe tomatoes. Yeah, probably gonna need to train Talia to see for me and go cane shopping while I'm at it, but after I get my bearings, I will. What? He gave me an odd look. The hell are you talking about? Don't worry about it. The concern in Nick's expression grew. What did you do? Crawl out of my ass. I did what I had to. That's the way this works, right? When the answer didn't satisfy him, I sighed and rubbed the back of my neck. The negotiator had a specific request, a condition to be satisfied if you lose. I was able to spin it into better terms for us. What requests? Nick's voice was stone cold. I sighed. If you lose, Arthurian Psycho over there gets real up close and personal with my eye sockets. Golden aura flared around Nick's shoulders, reflecting off his metal armor. He stared daggers at the tall knight, hefted the blade he'd selected, and spun it at the wrist. And if I win, do you get up close and personal with his eye sockets? No? Then I'm fighting him next. And with that, Nick walked away, toward the center of the square. Wait, I called after him. We need to strategize. He didn't even bother to look back, and didn't stop until he reached the center of the square. I rubbed my mouth and hid a smile behind my hand. The truth was, Nick didn't need a tactics session. He needed motivation. And sure, I could have mentioned the fact that I'd taken Dent as a contingency, which made the ocular threat approximately as dangerous as a safety cone, but why didn't I nick the fuel? I hadn't forgotten how he sprung into overdrive when I'd been captured by the spider during the trial. He'd gone from capable but inexperienced fighter to absolute wrecking ball. Talia's eyes bored into me from where she heeled at my feet. I'd ask if anyone's ever called you a bastard, but the answer is clear. Uh-huh. I glanced at her. Was I right? Talia looked away, toward where Nick stood at the center. Not entirely. She switched to nonverbal communication, voice echoing in my mind. They are only eldritch in part. The mana in these ripples is aberrant to begin with. That, combined with their abandonment and subsequent bitterness, tainted their souls, compounding until they drew too deeply on the wrong sort of mana. Is there enough eldritch in the mix that you could do serious damage? I asked. Perhaps, but I do not know if my purification abilities alone will be enough to turn the tide. That was fine. If Nick could deliver the goods and everything stayed above board, it might not even be an issue. I settled in at the edge of the circle, across from Dent. He was doing something with his thumbs again, trying to get in my head. I ignored him and took in the situation. There were knights on both sides of the circle. Some were obviously keeping tabs on me, but most were on Stonewall's side of the arena, murmuring amongst themselves. From the body language, they weren't exactly worried, but they weren't thrilled either. And unless I was reading it wrong, several of them seemed to be overtly glaring in Dent's direction. Not happy with the terms of the duel. Something in there hurts him. Good. Stonewall didn't share their concerns. He'd crossed his arms and conversed with Nick at the center, though Nick seemed a lot less interested in conversation than mean-mugging Dent. His mouth was a straight line, his eyes cold, and for a moment I could guess why Hastur wanted Nick emotionless and free of guilt. Because if he ever looked at me that way, I'd start running. Having grown tired of all the preamble, Stonewall took a few loose steps back and stopped, lifting his sword in simple salute. Knights and shadows alike fell silent. Nick returned a deep nod that was almost a bow, then brought his weapons to bear. Chapter 232. The chamber was dead silent, the shuffling of the combatants' heavy boots underpinned by running water. Now that the duel had started, every observer, even Dent, who'd I'd half expected to resort to crass jeering, stood motionless and quiet, the occasional grind of metal and shifting of weight the only indicator they were alive. Stonewall gave off the feel of a rattlesnake. He had half a head of height on Nick and extended reach to match. As Nick circled, he positioned himself at the outer limits of the tank's range, simple, practiced footwork keeping him there. It felt rote, methodical, like the motions of a chess master who had played this opening thousands of times and performed the routine with otherworldly patience. It worried me enough that I wondered if I'd made a mistake, not negotiating for a duel by proxy and attempting to take Nick's place. While my friend's abilities were better suited for this in theory, and he had a respectable number of monsters under his belt, he'd sat out the transposition. Other than the brief, violent encounter at the end of the trial, he lacked the exposure to user-on-user combat, which in my experience was a different animal entirely. A bead of sweat dripped down Nick's forehead. His mouth turned downward. In a flash of motion, he rushed forward, catching the edge of Stonewall's shield on his own and flinging it to the side, driving the point of his glowing blade at the armpit gap in Stonewall's breastplate. There was a split second of metal grinding on metal, echoing across the grounds. Maybe it was wishful thinking, or the ferocity of the blow, but for a moment I thought Nick had ended it in one strike. Then Stonewall pivoted, shield still out of position. He flicked his sword under and up, knocking Nick's blade away with a dexterous maneuver more appropriate to an Olympic fencer than a knight. Even off balance, the counter delivered enough force that Nick stumbled backward, barely holding onto his blade until he found his footing and brought his shield up, his eyebrows furrowed. Stonewall's echoing voice was unbothered, detached. "If you survive this, a word to the wise. Informing your opponent that you are self-taught cedes an unnecessary advantage." Nick smirked, though his eyes were still cold. "That would have brought me, 30 seconds of caution before you figured it out? Plus, I guess I wanted to get to know you better." Does he think he's a fucking shonen character? That seemed to catch Stonewall's attention. The knight's helmet tilted to the side. "To what purpose?" I had no idea what they'd talked about, but against all odds, Nick had managed to get inside Stonewall's head. Now all he had to do was leave the question unanswered, let it needle at his opponent. Against someone as disciplined as Stonewall appeared to be, it probably wouldn't add up to much, but it was still something. "Dunno," Nick said, and I fought the urge to facepalm. "You seem like an interesting guy. If that was going to be our last chance to talk, guess I wanted to pick your brain a little." Stonewall nodded. "There is value in knowing one's opponent, but familiarity is nothing in the face of true power." He raised his leg and kicked Nick's shield. Nick saw it coming and braced. It didn't matter. That simple motion resounded like a hammer on steel, imparting enough force to send Nick flying, backpedaling across the ring where he slammed into several knights, bouncing off and landing painfully on his side with a mighty clang. The ring of shadows that surrounded us appeared to bend inwards, tendrils of oily smoke reaching toward Nick's armor. Kettle, the first knight to reach him, bent down, apparently intending to grab him beneath the arms and hoist him up, but seemed to struggle as the tendrils drew closer. Not trying to keep the action moving. Sandbagging, intentionally exposing him to whatever that shit is on the perimeter. Careful not to make visible motion, I broke through Kettle's mind, amplifying already present feelings of disgust and self-loathing. Kettle pulled back as if he'd been burned. 2 knights took his place, lifting Nick to his feet and shoving him forcefully back to the center. Pot and Kettle were part of Stonewall's retinue. Of course, they had more of a personal stake in his victory. It didn't bode well, but it wasn't dire. A few feet to my left, Pot was obviously monitoring me, which meant I only really needed to watch Kettle. The shadow cyclone was more of a problem. As Nick shakily rose to his feet, I reached inside my inventory and gripped Blade of Woe's handle tightly. Hundreds of tiny red weak points glowed from within the indecipherable mass, which meant, at the very least, we could kill them. Meanwhile, Nick turned his head to the side and spit. "That all you got?" I fought another urge to facepalm. Why was he making this harder for himself? Naturally, Stonewall took this as a signal to go on the offensive. He pressed forward, never fully lowering his guard, systematically battering Nick's shield with powerful strikes that reverberated through the shield and my friend's body. Instead of retreating or changing tact, Nick barely moved.
electing to block every blow, even those he could have easily sidestepped. Doubt clouded my mind. Unless I was missing something, Nick was performing worse than he had before. In the trial, his versatility and improvisation were enough to make me revisit my decision to go it alone. Now, this was the first time he'd held a shield. Reactive, panicky, and entirely on the defensive. Where was the warrior who bulldozed through a swamp full of monsters? Had I read it wrong? Had everything that had happened broken him, traumatized him to the point he'd entirely regressed? Stonewall slammed a vicious overhead, aiming for the shield itself. A terrible metallic pop resounded. Nick screamed, falling backward. A straight-line dent bisecting his shield, centered exactly on where his arm was strapped in on the other side. Enough. I brushed Dent's mind, preparing to give the man an order that would break the rules of engagement. It was possible it wouldn't trigger the magical contract in my inventory, if I was the one telling him to do so, or even register that I'd been the one to break it. But when I'd written out most of the consequences for our side on the triplicate, I'd pressed lightly, meaning the ink hadn't carried through to the contract paper, and we'd face no repercussions whatsoever beyond what the ripple itself could dole out. Matt, this thing with Ginny. I shook my head. It's gonna get out one way or another. Sure, he bit his lip, but if it doesn't, promise you're not going to help it along. I gritted my teeth, withdrawing from Dent. Throughout our entire friendship, I'd never been fully honest with Nick. Not until today. And when I told him it was important that we were different, that we held different beliefs and different rules, I meant it. Idealists are frustrating, infuriating as they are inflexible. They hold impossibly naive positions and equivocate and split hairs and get lost in pointless hypotheticals, often as the world burns down around them. And much as they'd like to believe otherwise, they're anything but perfect. If anything, they're more susceptible to despair and discouragement than the rest of us. It's that detachment from reality that makes people like me necessary in a crisis. The pragmatists, the mathematical monsters, the cold-hearted bastards who believe good ends justify almost any means, the necessary evils. But if you take that as a license to smother the people who resist, who dare to hope, who wholeheartedly uphold the conviction that we don't have to become monsters to destroy monsters, and genuinely, perhaps even stupidly believe that things can be better, when the crisis is over and the smoke fades, evil is all you're left with, necessary and otherwise. And if I interfered now and denied his wishes, the bond of trust we'd started to build would be null and forfeit, even if he never knew it. I'd just be using him as another tool to meet my own ends. Stonewall, tired of the drawn-out duel, attempted to end it. He drew his arm back and swung the blade at Nick's neck, perfectly on target. Nick raised his shield too late, and the force of the coup de grace landed entirely on the top of his shield, driving it into his forehead. Nick somehow managed to roll away from the follow-up, awkwardly shoving himself up to his feet and teetering backward, barely regaining his balance. It was almost convincing. Until his eyes flicked to the shadows at his side. My jaw dropped. Playing into Stonewall's expectations of an untrained fighter, faking it, but only to an extent. He still took one hell of a beating. Why? All at once, it clicked. He'd done something similar before when we were fighting the swarms during the trial. Enough, Stonewall said. He pointed his sword at Nick, still swaying on his feet. The outcome is obvious. Yield and submit to judgment. No point in surrendering a duel to the death, Nick huffed, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Stonewall studied him silently. You are no knight of the round, let alone worthy of a Fakiach's inheritance. So you keep telling me? That being said, you fought against a superior opponent with bravery, honor, and integrity. And while you might not be one of us, you share, at the very least, a piece of our essence. It would bring no pleasure to slay you. Stonewall looked up, observing the hall. The terms are simple. One of us must die. But this place will not last forever. He indicated the swirling shadows. It is already coming undone.
though it will be some time before we greet our final rest. Remain here with us and greet the void. That is the only courtesy I can grant you. Sure, I get a nice quiet end while Andre the Giant over there gets to finger paint with my friend's aqueous fluid. Nick glared at Dent with open contempt. Stonewall did a long-suffering, slow turn, holding a long look with his second that implied this was the first he'd heard of it, then announced, "Fulfilling such a brutish and dishonorable agreement won't be necessary in any circumstance, will it, Sir Kay?" Dent looked down and away in an odd, sheepish manner that clashed with his considerable height. "Just having some fun, Gawain. Didn't mean nothing by it." "I'm sure." Stonewall turned back to Nick. "And there you have it. Now, what is your answer?" Nick seemed to recognize he was being offered genuine kindness. He nodded and took a moment to regain his breath, then spoke. "Thanks, but this is the first time in a long time I've felt like myself again, even if it hurts and it's hard. I'm only here because people put their trust in me, believed in the person they thought I was." He glanced at me. "Fought like hell to save me from myself." His eyes grew distant. "Loved me, despite my flaws." Ginny's shadow, the darkness that had clung to him ever since we'd reunited, ebbed away. A tear traced down his cheek. "I don't know if they're right. Or hell, if I even deserve a fraction of it." He looked up at Gawain. "But I owe it to them to try." "You wish to continue the duel?" Gawain asked, as if he couldn't quite believe what he was hearing. The golden aura receded, coalescing into his shield, concentrating into a single white orb that was so bright it lit the entire room. I smiled, despite the gravity of the situation. As always, I'd underestimated him. He'd worked within the rules of the duel and pushed a passive ability to the absolute limit. Every impact he'd weathered, hit he'd blocked, and lick he'd taken had been absorbed by the same ability he'd used in the trial, to tank the axe hit from the giant swarm and redirect the force back on the wielder. It was different now. An evolution, or significantly advanced form of the original ability, and considering how it spread over his entire armor, it probably wasn't limited to one blow. Nick wiped the trickle of blood from the side of his mouth. "I didn't hear no bell." Chapter 233. The friend I'd once watched struggle to walk flew. His feet barely touched the ground as he closed the gap to Gawain. At the last second, he flicked his shield arm out, loosened straps sliding easily from his arm as the shield skidded off to the side. He gripped the sword with both hands, swinging it more like a baseball bat than any martial weapon. Metal clashed with metal, resonating a deep hum as Gawain recoiled, shield going wide, leaving him open. Nick spun around, his once clumsy movements fluid and graceful as he guided the blisteringly fast follow-up strike into the gap at Gawain's thigh. "Oof!" Gawain staggered back, off balance, for less than a second before he corrected his form. Shadow hissed freely from the fractured metal armor in a steady stream that formed small clouds, advected by the swirling gale of air between the two combatants. Tendrils of smoke from the swirling shadows that surrounded us snaked toward the clouds, formed by Gawain's wound, absorbing them quickly. The exchange grew fierce as Gawain tried to meet Nick's sudden flurry of aggression in kind, but Nick didn't give him an opening, every brutal two-handed strike flowing smoothly into the next. It felt like I was witnessing the birth of something monumental, something that only happened once in a lifetime, which made it all the harder to stop watching. Because while Gawain himself seemed honorable enough, given his refusal of Sir Kay's proclivities, one of his knights had attempted to sandbag Nick while he was losing. It stood to reason now that he was turning the tide. Things were going to escalate. Most of the knights were still viewing the bout impassively. There were plenty of clenched fists and angry mutterings, but no sudden movements or hands reaching for swords. But Kettle, the knight who had tried to sabotage Nick, was nowhere to be seen. I looked around in a panic and realized Pot was also gone moments before a sharp point pressed into my back and an armored forearm looped around my throat. "Don't,"
Pot whispered. Talia growled and bent low, ready to pounce. Why? Shit. The contract hasn't been activated because he hasn't hurt me yet. Same with Kettle. I held out a hand to still her. Not yet. Need to time this right. Wow. I carefully turned my head, ensuring he could hear me while still monitoring the duel. You guys really are the defects.
"Keep your voice low,"
Pot growled, and the point pressed harder into my side. Have you ever not been a follower, Pot? Don't answer that. It's rhetorical. I ran my mouth, still buying time, not to mention obvious. That's all you are. Worse, you're not even a good follower. A dressed-up, trumped-up sycophant who will do anything for the person they follow, even if doing so directly conflicts with their wishes, because apparently a stupid motherfucker like you knows what's best for them.
"On second thought, shut up."
Must be a real burden to Sir Gawain with a snake like you coiled in his satchel.
"Saxon filth."
Nick's battle cry cut him off. Gawain was half stooped over. My friend bellowed at the top of his lungs, bringing the blade down directly on Gawain's head. His helmet split open, and shadow spilled from the wound, spreading out, becoming fog. The last of the retaliatory power faded, and Nick took a half-step backward. He was drenched in sweat, heaving. Kettle reappeared from the crowd and raced into the circle, approaching Nick from behind, brandishing a nasty-looking warhammer in both hands. Now. I sucked in a breath and shouted, "Nick, behind!" Everything happened at once. Nick whirled, exhaustion forgotten, then watched dumbfounded as the previously villainous Sir Kay leapt forward to defend him. Pain enveloped me as the blade at my back dug in a quarter inch, then disappeared. The arm around my neck loosened as the armor itself disappeared. Credit to Kinsley. The contract paper worked. Subconsciously using Page's quick draw, I pulled my hand crossbow and aimed it backward over my shoulder. The shadow that was once housed in a suit of armor reeled backward, bolt stuck where its face should be, struggling to maintain its form. I lashed out with my heel. The strike landed at chest level, and the shadow stumbled backward. Tendrils, thick and hungry, extended out from the swirling circle, dragging Pot into it even as he screamed and struggled to escape. Awareness warned me just in time, and I ducked beneath the long horizontal sweep of a longsword. The knight who attacked me was advancing, one of several. They'd witnessed the end of what just happened, but not necessarily the why.
"Traitors!"
Sir Kay bellowed, suddenly heroic and completely out of character, delivering the lines I'd fed him. He fought side by side with Nick as they both worked together to push back Kettle, Sir Gawain motionless behind them.
"Traitors to the round!"
Some knights turned, but it was deafeningly loud, and several appeared to not notice. Not enough. Need to stall until they get a read on the situation. If they attack me under the impression they're defending themselves, the contract may not trigger. Me on flat terrain against multiple guys in heavy armor would not go well. I sent Talia an image and a question. After responding with an affirmative, she raced away from the dueling square toward the swirling shadow perimeter, returning to her wolf form, white fur overtaking brown and black as her muzzle extended. She opened her mouth and howled, purification magic extending out in a small, crystalline radius that covered both of us. The shadows shrieked as twisted, barely perceptible forms frantically clawed over each other, trying desperately to get away. They didn't seem capable of complex thought, and were torn between maintaining the barrier and staying the hell away from Talia's purification magic, forming a gap large enough for both of us to escape into. As we advanced, the shadows slid back into place, muffling the sounds of the melee. All light faded, and fear turned to rage and hunger as tendrils sparked, recoiling as they clashed with Talia's magic. "How long can you hold it?" I asked her. My summon's expression was hard to read at the best of times, harder now that I had to pick it out between flashes of repelled tendrils. If I had to guess, she looked strained. "Not long. We'll need to recover after a minute," Talia growled. A feathery knife of darkness flashed, bouncing away from my neck. "Did you have this planned the entire time and not tell me?" I shook my head, then realized that she probably couldn't see. "Kind of making it up as I go." Nick was a bad influence. "So, what now?" Talia grunted. "Now?" I looked around. Despite the hostility of the environment, I felt oddly comfortable. The unformed shadows posed as much of a threat to the knights as they did to me. So long as I had Sir Kay defending Nick and could buy Talia enough time to recover, it provided the perfect environment for me to do what I did best. Hit and run. I grabbed Blade of Woe's hilt and couldn't help but chuckle low in my throat as dozens of splashes of yellow and red appeared beyond the barrier of the dark. Now we hunt. Chapter 234. I emerged from the shadows, thrusting my dagger forearm deep into the gaping hole of an errant knight's armor, feeling resistance as the blade slowed, then release as something severed. I should have been terrified, scared shitless, but there was no fear, no hesitation. Gawain radiated rage. He seemed to understand what had happened, the betrayal of his men, but despite their poor judgment, Gawain himself walked the talk. As soon as he realized they were targeting Nick, he dropped the duel to defend my friend, mowing down all who interfered. Judging from the carnage, the shorn-through armor that freely leaked smoke from fallen knights, limiting magic usage for the duel might have saved Nick's life. A knight wound up to swing his warhammer, more behind him, turning by the moment. I tried to influence him directly and nearly died for it, hammer smashing into the ground inches from my feet. Intelligence is too high. Need to unbalance him. Talia bit at the knight's boot, momentarily stopping his advance. Sir Kay broke from Gawain and Nick, bowing forward at the waist like a bull. He bowled into the Warhammer Knight, knocking him a few steps forward. Probability cascade fired, sending the knight careening across the ground, the floor itself unnaturally slick. If there was more breathing room, I might have taken a second to appreciate what just happened. The devil's share had responded to my subconscious intentions, casting probability cascade on the marble ground the moment the thought had entered my mind. I'd need to watch the mana usage. Even with the reduction, it'd be incredibly easy to tap myself out that way. Other than that, it was a hell of an upgrade. I pirouetted out of the way of an errant blade, quick-drawing my crossbow and letting my abilities take over. I pulled the trigger, and the pain bolt rocketed forward, threading the needle of the stumbling knight's visitor slit. I wouldn't do much beyond pissing him off and obscuring his vision, but that was fine. As far as I could tell, the knights only had two weaknesses. One was in the upper left quadrant of their chests, the same location as a human heart. The second was the armor itself. When Pot and Kettle intentionally broke the contract, it had whisked their armor into my inventory, and the smoke that had filled the armor was violently pulled into the circling black ring that still enveloped us. So far, at least, they hadn't reformed. Unfortunately, a large contingent of the knights didn't seem to be in on it. Rather, they'd witnessed the duel turn into a melee, two of their own die, and taken it all rather personally. It was an unstated rule of the contract I'd been aware of. As long as the terms weren't being knowingly violated, the knights' armor remained their own. Which meant I needed to get creative. The Warhammer Knight roared, bolt shaft and fletching still sticking out from his visor. He charged, pulling the hammer back, his run a half-stagger. I wedged the toe of my boot beneath a fallen spear and lobbed it toward him. He paid it no mind until the last second, when the spear tip continued its rotation, lining up perfectly with his throat. He flinched and ducked his head. The spear tip bounced harmlessly off his helmet, spinning off to the side. By the time he looked up, I'd already repositioned. He swung the hammer at me, fully committing even as his footing betrayed him. The hammer itself was on target. He was fast. Even a few days ago, it might have been enough to hit me. Bruisers were supposed to be slow, manageable so long as you didn't get hit. But there'd been a line of exceptions to that rule. Thankfully, I had the experience of fighting Buzzcut to fall back on, and because the situation had forced my hand, my agility was reaching absurd levels. I sidestepped, touching the hammer and correcting its course, watching with no small satisfaction as the Warhammer Knight slammed into a cluster of his fellows, toppling several and obliterating one with a wild swing. "Drop!" Nick roared over the chaos. He'd abandoned his place in the center and was racing toward me, slowing only momentarily to retrieve his shield from the ground. Awareness flared. I dropped to one knee immediately, bending low. Nick soared over my head, full plate and all, and I twisted to watch as he brandished his shield, absorbing a handful of clanging blows before he turned it sideways. It shone golden light as he swung it like a glaive, cutting several knights off at the knees. Others pressed in on him from the side, threatening to surround us. I grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back, firing a few more bolts, landing enough that they hesitated to pursue. "Why the fuck are they still attacking?" Nick yelled over his shoulder at Gawain. Gawain shook his head. His right arm was reduced to a smoking stump, and he was now managing almost entirely with his left. That he was still fighting so well, regardless of the handicap, was a testament of his skill.
When I said this place was coming unraveled, I wasn't just talking about the ripple itself. Look at them.
He stared out at the knights, swarming in the chaos, and cut one down who dared to press him.
Some retain their faculties, but many are further gone than I realized. There's something else at work.
Well, that fucking sucks, Nick groused.
Stay your blades, men of the circle,
Gawain shouted. There was a hesitation, a lull that felt entirely too temporary. I reloaded my crossbow as quickly as I could, pushing bolts into the autoloader one at a time, trying to stay on top of things despite how outnumbered we were. A single mistake here could be fatal. Gawain, I get that you're pumped to make a fatalistic stand here and all, but the rest of us need a plan. If this turns into a slugfest, we lose. Honor besmirched, only a matter of time. He kept his blade trained on the advancing knights and hesitated, visor turning toward the ring of shadow.
Find the wizard. I sense his hand in this. He's stoking their anger, suppressing their reason.
There's a fucking wizard? Where? I asked. Gawain indicated the wreath of shadows with his blade, grimly.
In the depths. Finish him with dignity, if you can. He was not always this way.
Shit. The ring itself didn't cover that much surface area, but it was entirely opaque. If I only had myself to worry about, I could probably find the target fairly easily, but it would take time and focus, meaning I'd be leaving Gawain and Nick entirely open, with only a handful of loyal knights and Sir Kay to cover them. I looked down at Talia. Recovered yet? When she nodded she had, I checked my mana stores, swore, then asked Sir Kay a silent question. I'd gotten lucky that he was within the level range for subjugation, but if I kept relying on luck, I'd end up drained and vulnerable with nothing to show for it, if not worse. I needed knights who were talented but inexperienced. If the ripple followed any logical order, they would be low-level enough that this would work. Sir Kay pointed to two separate knights. One wielded a halberd and seemed to champ at the bit, ready to charge us. The other was stiff, almost robotic, wielding a mace and shield. I subjugated them one after another, nearly swooning as the mana drained away, leaving me with a fifth, if that. Both knights stiffened. As with Sir Kay, prying into their minds after subjugating them was almost too easy. You serve the round. There was resistance, gray tendrils that grasped their minds and pushed back, but it felt too lazy to be an organized defense. If the source of the resistance was the wizard Gawain mentioned, managing every knight on the battlefield had spread him too thin. I slipped through the cracks, maneuvering until I reached the mines within. Report to Sir Gawain. Defend your guest. Do your duty. My invisible enemy made a mistake. He seemed to find my command amusing, and I felt him laughing, somewhere behind us. When the time came, I had a place to look. With a shudder, the knights obeyed, pushing through the crowd and taking a defensive position next to Nick and Gawain. I was ready for Gawain to comment, but he said nothing, just shifted to the side, giving the newcomers space to position. Nick gave me a worried glance, but said nothing, probably thinking about what we talked about earlier. Instead, he offered caution.
Remember, tap me in if you need me. No hero shit.
I smirked. Despite the gravity of the situation, Nick, of all people, warning me not to be a hero was too much. The hero shit's your job. Whatever time Gawain had bought us dwindled, and the knights charged. Gawain readied himself with his men, Sir Kay and Nick doing the same a moment later. With Talia sprinting ahead of me, purification magic emitting from her in a translucent sphere, I plunged back into the wreath. Not long after the shadows closed in behind us, a snarling voice emanated from the gloom.
So, the Ordinator himself seeks an audience.
A lance of gray energy cut through Talia's shield and curved away from her directly toward my eye, too quickly to track as anything other than a blur. Awareness sounded a warning that was entirely too late. Chapter 235. I twisted frantically, dodging the lance of gray energy by only a hair's width. It disappeared behind me with a speed that made me shudder. That was entirely too close. Talia's shield fended off the worst of the shadow gale, protecting us from the lethal, face-melting effect the eldritch magic might have had. But it did nothing for the windstorm of pressure that swirled around us, continuing to build.
My summon pressed forward, head low, teeth bared as she struggled to advance. It was all I could do to keep a hand on her and manage my footing without being uprooted and swept away. "How much longer?" I asked, stealing a glance to the side. With Blade of Woe in hand, I could still see the vitals of Nick, Gawain, and Sir Kay still holding the same formation. For now, at least, they were still standing. We needed to hurry. "Hard to say," Talia grunted. Her nails scraped on the marble ground as the wind blew her back a few inches, and I went down on one knee to brace and steady her. A light blue eye acknowledged me. "Thank you." Her attention returned to the gale. "When we first entered the circle, it was more focused, unyielding. It seems far more scattered now." "Any guesses why?" "Unsure." I squinted, trying to make out anything in the darkness. There was nothing but swirling shapes, lines that almost formed discernible characteristics, only to vanish into malevolent mist. The only constant was tendrils? They were almost tangible, not in the shadow itself, but the negative spaces. There were dozens of them. They reminded me of the threads, the connective tissue for everything when harrowing anticipation was active. Suddenly paranoid, I checked my abilities to confirm. Harrowing anticipation was still in deep cooldown from when I'd used it in the first ripple against the Grimelings. There'd been no accidental cast. "Can you see them?" I murmured to Talia. She searched in the direction I was looking, then turned back to me with a worried expression. "See what? There's nothing but darkness." Intrigued, I picked one out and traced it to its exit point. It swirled and wound a path of nothingness, all the way to the edge of the mist. They all did, each lining up with the glowing vitals of the nights beyond. My true sight ability is on cooldown. Talia can't see them, so why can I? There was one just outside the shield, nearly in arm's reach. The rest seemed to be intentionally avoiding it, moving quickly, barely discernible spaces that moved with an unnerving serpentine grace. I withdrew Vorpal Gnasher from my inventory. The dagger's sharpness was fleeting, but it could punch through steel. If I was attempting to cut through something almost intangible, it was the best tool for the job. With a deep breath, I swung the blade outside the barrier, directly toward one of the translucent tendrils, aiming for its center. The dagger passed through it with no resistance, but the tendril snapped away, severed portion emitting an audible squeal. Bingo. But the reprisal was swift and furious. A dozen smaller tendrils wrapped around my wrist before I could withdraw it into the shield, too fast for any warning, coiled tightly enough to cut off my circulation almost immediately. I cut off mid-sentence as it yanked me out of the shield into the black. Darkness washed over me, frigid and complete. Something pressed in on my mind, building pressure in my skull. I got an arm free, only to have it snagged by another tendril seconds later, grip significantly stronger than before. Whatever it wasn't trying to kill me, yet. But Jaded Eye whispered that it'd be more than happy to break me if I kept struggling. "Be still," a voice commanded, abrasive and sibilant. I went limp, playing at surrender. When I acted, it needed to be decisive. The tendrils grew thicker, closer together. The pressure in my mind grew, degrading Talia's panicked attempts to reach me into nothing more but noise. Getting closer to the source, the pressure intensified. "You will serve me." "I will serve," I answered. "During your tenure in my service, you will obey my commands and destroy all enemies of the round." "I will obey." I could almost see him now. He struck an unimpressive silhouette in the gloom, almost half skeletal. There was a void where his nose should have been. The flesh that surrounded it withered and black. He smiled widely, gums receded, teeth discolored and long. His chest was caved in, and a dozen tendrils emitted from his sternum. "Once your tenure is complete, you will host my soul and deliver me from this god-forsaken place." I maintained a blank expression. Between Gawain's assertion that the wizard was the one driving the knights to violence and the nature of the commands he was giving me, it was obvious. He had powers similar to mine. They weren't working, but he had to think they were. Probably the only reason I was still alive.
He brought me closer, making a show of inspecting me, leering.
Out of every candidate in the cosmos, the All-Father chose you. Some honorless whelp.
I am unworthy, I said, placating him.
I'll enjoy wearing your skin, boy, correcting every flaw, erasing the weakness, destroying any potential attachment that could lead you astray, creating the perfect vessel.
I suppressed the rage, bottled it. I'd use it soon, but not until the perfect moment. I could feel Talia struggling to close the distance, getting closer. He drew me inches from his face.
Oh, the fun we'll have.
Suddenly, his gleeful expression faltered.
What?
Now. The effect of Talia's purification shield was immediate, and the wizard screamed, his leathery skin bubbling. The tendrils loosened as I fell with him, twisting in the air so my knee aligned with his chin, my full weight crushing his jaw against the floor. I wielded the vorpal blade like a scythe, slashing through the tendrils at his midsection, hacking through the ghostly apparitions, trying to sever as many as I could before he could rally. Even through the roar of the storm, I heard seemingly endless clanging as multiple knights collapsed to the ground. Once the tendrils were gone, I put the blade to his throat. He laughed, a wet, blood-filled cough, uncaring as his throat bobbed against the blade, drawing beads of red.
Thought I smelt it on you. The Lithid's touch.
What about it? I growled. He raised an eyebrow, grinning through broken teeth.
If you've already met one, you're more damned than I realized.
Belatedly, I realized it was eldritch favor that saved my ass, preventing the wizard from enslaving me. If we got out of this, I needed to shore up my mental defenses. Talia's shield flickered. She warned me silently that she couldn't hold it for much longer. If the shield goes, we're probably back where we started. There was no time. Still pinning the old man down, I drove my dagger into the nerve cluster in his shoulder, bracing him as he screamed. Only chance. Tell me something useful, and I'll make it quick. Why do you have powers similar to mine? Are you an ordinator? He giggled, halfway between delirium and agony.
You have no idea.
I twisted the knife, backhanding him to shorten the resulting howl. What about only chance don't you understand? He panted, his breaths small moans. Eldritch favor was keeping me alive, but I could see the holes and tears in my armor slowly and steadily being eaten away, consumed by the shadow despite multiple layers of protection. As with any pure magic user, it was only a matter of time before he got to me.
Do you think you were the only one? So childish, so impossibly naive.
He coughed twice, then fixed me with a blank stare.
The slow plunge into dark waters, unknowing and uncaring of what lies beneath. Who are you doing this for?
Still fixated on the first thing he said, I could feel the blood draining from my face.
There are other ordinators? Sickly daughter, lover in dire straits, the family?
He smirked.
There it is. Yes, I think so. The family.
I growled subconsciously, deep in my throat. Think I've never seen a cold read before, asshole? This isn't getting under my skin. All you're doing is making this harder on yourself. Tell me about the others.
You're jaded, the old man nodded. That's good. Hold on to that. You'll need it.
Last chance, I reiterated, putting more weight on the knife.
Then, the man grunted, I'll tell you a secret. How strong you are, the power and influence you hold, none of it matters.
Mirden, Talia was calling my name, but the faraway look in the old man's eyes transfixed me, so unfathomably vast, filled with bittersweet regret. He spoke slowly, as if every word aged him.
Even if you bring the world itself to its ancient knees, it won't matter, because no matter how careful you are, the core flaw remains the same. The people you're discarding your humanity for, they're as damned as the day they were born. You can't save them, because you can't protect them, From yourself.
An icy chill went through me. I refused to show any reaction, make any movement to give away the distress that rampaged through my psyche. But he'd gotten to me in a way so few people could. "Matt!" Talia roared. Somehow I came back to myself just in time. The old man's eyes caught fire, violent flame transforming them into a charred ruin as he opened his mouth, violet illuminating his throat. Suicide attack. I gripped his head tightly with both hands and snapped his neck. Gouts of flame escaped his mouth, singeing my fingers, and I leapt off him as the fire consumed him from within. In a matter of seconds, his tattered robe and the flesh beneath was consumed, leaving nothing but a blackened corpse. Well, almost nothing. There was a glittering at the center of his chest, refracting the light of the last few embers of his body that had yet to burn out. At first, I thought it was a monster core, but the shape and color were both wrong. It was a trillioned cut gem, the color of an amber so dark it was almost black. I reached down tentatively, ash crumbling around my fingertips as I gripped it and pulled. It was hot to the touch, even through the thick material of my gauntlet. As soon as the gem came free, the swirling shadows thinned and dissipated, revealing the chamber beyond. Level up. Ordinator has reached level 18. Level up. Ordinator has reached level 19. Legendary material acquired. Essence of Merlin. Incomplete. Chapter 236. The essence I'd received was even lighter on detail than usual. It was like some higher power had created the drop, but hadn't bothered filling in the description field. It was a crafting material, but I had no way of knowing what it did or how good it was from description alone. I wasn't happy about it, but it tracked, considering the nature of this place. Unfinished. As the shadows that drove them dispersed to nothing, the corrupted knights of the round fell. Some slid to their knees, propping themselves up by their blades with breath-like shudders until they stilled, while others seemed to pass on instantly, their armor clanging to the ground like puppets with cut strings, pieces scattering across the ground. Nick stood at the center of the chaos, bemused. He spotted me and nodded stoically. Tension flooded out of me. Nick was safe. We'd made it. We were both still alive. Gawain and his contingent were still standing, though there were only a half-dozen, far less than before, and judging from their sluggish movements and difficulty standing, it wouldn't be long until they followed the others. With the threat handled, my eyes traveled downward, poring over the charred corpse at my feet. It really was a shame I had to kill him. The similarities of our power sets were undeniable. There was little question in my mind that Merlin was an Ordinator, or at the very least, a failed copy of one. And from what he'd said, he wasn't the only one. If he'd been more agreeable, less hell-bent on using me as a vessel, we probably could have helped each other. There was a sluggish clanking as a lithe suit of armor took its place at my side. "You cook 'em like that?" Sir Kay asked, more curious than anything else. I shook my head. Cooked himself. I just got out of the way. He leaned over the corpse, bent at the waist, and spit. A small wad of dark liquid landed on Merlin's charred cheek. "Good riddance." "Not a fan, I take it?"
"Always thought he was better than us. Too good for the Round Table, yet ordered us around like he was Arthur himself."
At the mention of Arthur, Sir Kay glanced over to where Nick and Gawain were conversing quietly.
"Him, though, he's the real thing. One of us, no matter what Sir Stuck-Up-His-Arse says."
"Nick?" I asked.
"Yeah. Saved my bacon more than once, despite me being a right shite to you at the beginning."
Sir Kay shook his head.
"Don't understand people like them."
Same. Suddenly he grabbed my shoulder and pressed down. My blade was in my hand before I could react on a conscious level, and I nearly lashed out. Then I realized what was happening. Sir Kay was fading. The shadows still visible from gaps in his armor were graying out, and gravity itself turned on him. His legs trembled, and as he sank to his knees, I caught him under his armpit to steady him. Even his voice sounded static, less clearly defined.
Don't think I'm going to be useful for much longer.
I didn't know what to say. If it wasn't for subjugation, he'd likely have fought for the other side. But he'd given it his all. And even if he was an asshole, he'd fought like hell. Protected Nick, given me time to find Merlin. This was all so surreal. You did everything I asked of you and more. I searched his visor, trying to approximate eye contact. Conducted yourself with honor. His barked laugh sounded like a distant hiss.
Honor my arse. We both know I only did it 'cause you made me. But I did my best. And
his voice grew far away.
It felt good to crack heads alongside Gawain again.
Is there anything you want? I asked. The way he sounded, he didn't have long. Anything I can do for you? Sir Kay's helmet rotated toward Merlin.
Well, his eyes are already gone.
Wed his face for me? I cocked my head. You mean?
Do it myself, but it don't come out right no more.
I snuck a glance back over at Nick and Sir Gawain. They appeared to be having a much less coarse conversation. Gawain offered Nick his sword. From the tears streaking down Nick's face, and the way Gawain was trembling, he was on his way out as well. Sure. Might wait a while, if that's all right. Sir Kay nodded.
Fewer witnesses. I understand.
Anything else?
Felt nice, having a purpose again.
All strength went out of him, and I leaned him back, straining a little to keep his head from hitting the floor. His visor turned toward Nick.
He important to you?
Yeah.
Like a brother?
In everything but blood. A choking noise emerged from Sir Kay's helmet.
Had a brother once. Self-righteous, arrogant, always had all the answers. Hated the prick.
Constantly in your business, looking over your shoulder. Sir Kay nodded weakly.
Aye, you know it well. We mended things for a while. Even tried his way of doing things. Worked for a while. But eventually it all fell apart again. Distance grew. And when he needed me most, I wasn't there. Only realized how much he mattered to me after he was gone.
He reached up and braced a hand on my neck.
Don't make the same mistake I did.
I nodded slowly. Sir Kay's heavy gauntlet slid off my neck and clattered to the floor. He was gone. I stood slowly. All the knights were gone now, reduced to human-shaped piles of armor on the floor. Every ache and pain I'd been ignoring flared, new wounds and scars alike making themselves known. For the first time in my life, I felt old. Can't keep this up forever. Nick rubbed furiously at his face as I approached, trying to erase the evidence of emotion from his conversation with the fallen knight, and failing. He sheathed his sword and scowled at me.
Go ahead, say it.
Say what? I asked. Dude wanted to kill you and you're crying over him. Or, see, we should have done it my way. Or, stop being a giant piss baby. I said nothing. Waited. Slowly, Nick let the conflicting emotions go and seemed to center himself.
Thanks for waiting to step in until they made the first move. I know you prefer to be proactive, and my nattering forced you to be reactive.
He reached out to Talia. The wolf summon sniffed his gauntlet, then pressed her head into it.
And thank you for helping him.
We are a pack. It is my role and my duty, my summon said, staring up at Nick with kind eyes. I worried for you. I'd hoped Nick had something to show for the bond he'd forged with Gawain, but he seemed cagey, aloof. We checked the rest of the chamber, looking for any doors or hidden passages that might lead deeper into the ripple, finding nothing. As we scavenged the remains of the battlefield, gathering as many intact sets of armor and weapons as we could carry, The glow of victory faded. Nothing had changed. We were still in danger from the Order. We had a lot to sell, more than enough to potentially cover our escape, and a life on the run. But other than that, our circumstances were still dire. Better to grab more than we needed than come up short. At the top of the throne room, nestled between two thrones, there was an empty pedestal. The brass plaque beneath it read, "Guardian of the People, Servant to the Needy." Nick sat in the larger throne, presumably the king's, while I pried decorative gemstones out of the golden backing of the thrones themselves. Vorpal Nasher's increasingly blunted tip was still more than thin enough to fit between most of the larger gems and the base. An eye-catching ruby, slightly smaller than a fist, was giving me more trouble than the rest. I paused, short of breath from the effort, and looked at him. Gonna say anything, or just stew over it? Also, if you want to help with this, feel free. Any jars need to be opened while I'm at it? Nick asked. Fuck you. I tossed the dagger to him hilt first, watching with small satisfaction as he fat-fingered it repeatedly, and it bounced off his grip twice before he finally caught it and glared. Nick went to work on the ruby, mouth set in a thin line. If we walked out of here right now with nothing to show for it, how fucked would we be? There was something he wasn't telling me. I thought through it. Even if we left now and somehow got clear of the tower, me and everyone else in my sphere were on the wrong side of the hourglass. Haster might have more important things on his plate, but I doubted Aaron and Sonny had any intention of letting desertion slide. Hell, Aaron had ordered the death of someone who'd been more or less loyal to him because it served his purposes, and he didn't seem to think Buzzcut could hack it in the end. We'd use Kinsley's store to offload as much of our loot as we could, pump and dump, then close shop before the Order made the connection and came after her. But there were only so many places in a city to run. Eventually, our luck would run out. And if Merlin wasn't just screwing with me, and there were other Ordinators out there, everything was about to get a lot worse. Probably a solid 4 on the fucked scale. One thing downgrading it from a 5 is that we have the initiative. Nick nodded. He'd already known the answer, he just wanted to hear it out loud. Mirden. Why that name? Of all the questions I'd expected, it wasn't this. I needed something to go by during the transposition. Figured, wizard, pulled strings from the shadows, played the long game. Popped into my head and I went with it. Seemed apropos. So, Merlin was a little too on the nose, and the rest was coincidental? You could have just as easily picked Elminster or Severus or whatever. There was a whinge of metal as Nick got the ruby free. Something like that, I said. But as I spoke, I knew it was too easy. There were too many odd coincidences with this ripple, lining up with Nick's theory that Haster wanted us to find this place. But we'd hit a dead end. He tossed me the ruby. I caught it and stuffed it in my inventory. When I looked up, his arms were crossed, and he looked uncharacteristically irritated. I'm just a guy. And I'm a socially awkward asshole. Why are we stating the obvious? You're not hearing me, Nick started, and I sensed the beginning of a rant. Everyone thinks I'm something I'm not. It's always been that way. All these expectations get put on me, and I just smile and nod, even though secretly I've got no clue what they're smoking. Up to this point, I've just sort of accepted it as an opportunity to fake it until I make it. But this is different, I filled in. There's so many layers that I'm not sure what to believe. Nick rubbed the back of his neck, then pulled out a statuette of a red dragon. Its body was snake-like and armless, its roaring mouth filled with endless rows of teeth. Given the context, the Knights of the Round, its meaning was immediately apparent. The Pendragon. My eyes slid from the statuette to my friend, shifting uncomfortably as he waited. Gawain gave you that? He started muttering in Old English, and before I knew it, this just popped into existence. There were a lot of implications to unpack there, but the statuette's base was perfectly circular, and when I checked the pedestal, it looked to be a perfect fit. It doesn't have to mean anything, I muttered, talking to myself as much as Nick. Uh-huh, Nick said. And even if it means something, there's a high possibility we're being manipulated. The tower can generate anything, and it seems to want to be climbed. Right. Dungeons are dicks no matter how tall they are. This one in particular, I emphasized. We have no idea what its agenda is, other than it seems to want to be ransacked, which in and of itself is suspect. But we have to look. I took a deep breath and placed the statuette on the center of the pedestal. There was a deep rumbling that reverberated through the chamber as the ground itself seemed to vibrate. The wall behind the thrones shook, kicking up a cloud of dust as it receded into the ground. A wave of fresh, humid air washed in. The dust settled to reveal a moonlit lake, vibrant blue waters reflecting a starry sky. Beneath the water's surface were dozens, if not hundreds, of planners, and in the center of the lake was a stone outcropping. The stone itself was crested by a dark silhouette in the shape of a T that cast its cross-like shadow over the lake. "Is that?" Nick asked. It had to be. The weapon behind the myth. Excalibur. Chapter 237. We cleared the surroundings methodically. Nick and I searched opposite sides while Talia moved much quicker, looping around the entire lake, nose to the ground. There wasn't much to it beyond the glowing lake and a starry sky above. The beginning of a rocky embankment and tree trunks were harshly cut off, nothing but void beyond them. Like a game world that was only half finished. I was tempted to reach off the edge. How often do you get to interact with an utter absence of matter? But jaded eye screamed at me the moment the thought popped into my mind. So much for that. Talia returned to me, her gait slower than normal, exhaustion clear in her face and posture. Nothing of note. She hesitated, glancing back in the direction she'd come. Unless a portal activates and spews monsters everywhere. I raised an eyebrow. That seems highly specific. Talia inclined her head, and I followed as she padded toward the section that might have once led to a forest. There was a tree unnaturally bent in the shape of an upside-down U, oddly free of bark and branches. The scent of magic is almost overwhelming here. She gave me a queer look. You really can't smell that? I shook my head. Smells like a tree. I took in a deep breath and wrinkled my nose. And fish. Talia looked over past where Nick was approaching, to the body of water at the center of the clearing. I suspect that is the lake. Aren't they constructs? Why would they keep the smell? Why would any of this be happening? Talia gave me a cautious look. This feels too convenient, manufactured. I know. My mouth tightened. The lake full of planners was likely more than enough to buy us back into Haster's good graces, but if he'd known it was here, why hadn't he told us himself? Where was the catch? You guys find anything? Nick called over. He'd relaxed somewhat, but still looked more than ready to raise the shield at his side at the first sign of trouble. Magical tree? I chucked a thumb back at the deformity. Oh, good. Matches the magical sword, Nick said. Nothing on your end? Nick shook his head. There was a circle in the grass, looked a little like a half-built elevator similar to the one we rode to the second floor, but definitely wasn't functional. He paused, stopping directly before the upside-down U, then stepped through it before either Talia or I could grab him. Fool, Talia hissed. You are literally the asshole who reads out of the creepy book at the beginning of a horror movie and gets all his friends killed, I snapped. Worked out an army of darkness, Nick chuckled from the other side, then winced. Sort of, eventually. Gotta say, though, the tree doesn't seem very magical. He frowned. Talia turned her nose up. Things of this nature are rarely as they appear. Nick nodded thoughtfully, then looked at me. You're the closest thing to a mage we got. Sense anything? I grimaced. He knew damn well I wasn't a mage. Lately, however, I've been able to see hints of the threads that tied the realms of Floros together. It wasn't consistent, and the only reason I even recognized them was due to harrowing anticipation, which, of course, was still on cooldown. Feeling foolish, I stood in front of the bent tree and closed my eyes, holding out a hand toward it. What is he doing? I heard Talia whisper to Nick. Shh, Nick hushed her. He's beginning to believe. Reference quota. You've damn well reached it, I snapped, keeping my eyes shut. Aw. This wasn't getting us anywhere. But before I gave up, I noticed a heat from within my gauntlet. The devil's share was unnaturally warm. When I moved my hand away, it quickly cooled. When I did the opposite, reaching in further, it grew hot again.
Matt?
Nick called out nervously. I ignored him. A bead of sweat dripped down my forehead. Just as the heat grew almost unbearable, a bright scarlet thread lanced across the inside of my eyelid, and another, and another. They all led to a center point, bright enough to leave an afterimage. I grabbed it. System notification. You have discovered a waypoint. Once a waypoint is bound to a central hub, it will fortify its surroundings and provide an expedited method of travel. Would you like to bind this waypoint to a central hub? Yes or no? Almost immediately I hit yes. If I was understanding correctly, this was a potential back door into the tower. We'd been told the ripples didn't last forever, but if the bit about fortifying its surroundings was accurate, maybe this ripple would last longer. Either way, there wasn't a chance in hell I was going to wager that the system would interpret no as no forever. I studied the lump of magmatic rock in my hand. It was spiderwebbed with orange, and despite looking hot enough to incinerate everything below my wrist to ashes, was only slightly warm. System notification. You have received a waystone. Off to the side, Nick and Talia were still watching, though they appeared to have taken several steps back.
What? I asked. You just summoned a lava rock and grabbed it like it was nothing, Nick said slowly. Maybe it's the edgy outfit, but that was some Dark Lord shit.
It was mildly distressing, Talia agreed. I rolled my eyes and explained what the system text had revealed. Nick's face lit up halfway through my explanation.
The Order's portal room. That's got to be a central hub, right? He asked.
Pretty sure, I confirmed.
Then we're back in, Nick grinned. With all the bargaining power in the world, Aaron and Sonny can't do shit if we come back with a boatload of planners and a back door into the tower to show for it.
This is feeling more and more like a trap, Talia repeated, sounding more frustrated than before. Nick, who probably wanted to take our stroke of luck at face value, turned to argue with her. I clapped once, cutting them both off before it escalated.
Talia's right, I said. The timing is suspect. We don't know what this is or why it's being handed to us. That goes double for the planners in the lake. And the sword. I shifted my gaze to where the blade still glittered atop the boulder, glinting with starlight. The system is infinitely more likely to fuck us over than help us. Even if a ripple has different rules, we need to be on guard. Nick's mouth turned downward. Probably wasn't happy about it, but I could tell he took the warning seriously. He knew all too well how quickly victory could turn to ash. With the perimeter secured, there was only one thing left to do. I stepped into the lake gingerly. The facade of water only about ankle deep. Despite natural fears to the contrary, the planners remained pacifistic, scurrying out of the way and doing little else beyond keeping their distance. Seems all right so far, I said over my shoulder. There was a splash as Nick followed me, trudging through the water. I'm not sure what I expected to feel as we approached the stone. Anxiety, dread, maybe. But for the first time, a feeling of curiosity struck me. Of course, if Talia was right, we'd been directed to this place for a reason. Something was guiding us here, maybe Hastur, or something else. I'd spent so long afraid of whatever came next that having that fear overshadowed by curiosity felt strangely freeing. It was like a glimpse into what could have been. Me and Nick and Ginny and Say, adventuring into the unknown, leveling, exploring the realms of Floros, and bringing the bounty home. If the transposition hadn't been so damn bloody. If I wasn't the Ordinator. If Ginny hadn't died. We pushed forward, slowly, cautiously. There were so many planners that we couldn't see the uneven floor beneath the surface. It could have dropped off at any moment. But it didn't. After a matter of minutes, we reached the rock outcropping at the center. I scaled it easily, hefting myself up and reaching back down to help Nick, groaning as he nearly ripped my arm out of its socket, pulling himself up. The item embedded at the center was indeed a sword. Its innate silver hilt had a swirling, wavy pattern reminiscent of Damascus steel. Nick panted from the effort, transfixed on the sword as he spoke.
You know, I keep thinking about what happened in the throne room.
Yeah? So had I. What about it? Nick smiled.
If we'd gone in the way I wanted, assumed the knights would hold up their end of the bargain, Merlin and the corrupted knights would have killed us. And if you rat-fuck them out of the gate, I don't get Gawain's respect, and he doesn't give me the key to this place."
It made sense. The only reason we'd gotten this far was because I'd let him play it out. Taken precautions, been ready for it to go sideways. "We got lucky," I said, after a moment's hesitation. Nick caught my arm.
"That's not it, man. It wasn't luck. The shit you were saying earlier on the sandbar, about how you always go to the nuclear option and how it's not naive to want things to be better? You trusted me to bring it home, and I trusted you to have my back with a giant fucking stick."
He must have read the skepticism on my face because he crossed his arms.
"Yeah, I'm not stupid. You only stall like that when you're machinating. I just hoped whatever you were doing was insurance. And it was. That's what I'm saying. It worked. We just have to trust each other."
I sighed. "There'll be friction, times where we disagree. I may do things you don't like, things you may hate me for." Nick shook his head.
"Dislike? Sure. Question? Absolutely. But hate? Never gonna happen."
I wanted to believe him. Wanted it more than he could know. Unfortunately, there was no telling where this rabbit hole led, how bad things were going to get. What he was saying felt childish, but like Nick himself had said, I was inclined to think that way. Now to the elephant in the room. I reached down and flicked the hilt of the sword, resulting in a resonant thunk. "Well, Pendragon, you gonna pull this thing out, or we just gonna stand up here and chatter?" Nick glared at me.
"Don't call me that."
Then he eyed the sword.
"Looks pretty stuck in there. Come on, man. You did the work to get us here. Sure you don't want to give it a shot?"
I briefly considered the possibility, then disregarded it. "Nah, too cliché for me. Swords are your bag, not to mention non-zero chance that it'd crumble to ash or get corrupted by my Dark Lord shit."
"Ha ha."
Nick smirked, then did a cautious double-take.
"You'd, tell me if your class had some nefarious long-term goal, right? Give a dude a heads up?"
"Of course I would."
"Great."
His eyes narrowed.
"Wait, that's exactly what you'd say if you had some nefarious long-term goal."
"No, I mean, yes, but I'd be less sarcastic about it."
"Dick."
Brainlet. Seeming to summon his courage, Nick grabbed the hilt of the blade and pulled. Chapter 238. End of Book 2. A loud crack echoed out across the water, followed by the vibrating hum of metal. Nick stared at the sword in his hand with an utterly inscrutable expression, then raised his head and bellowed to the heavens, "Come the fuck on!" Before I knew what was happening, laughter poured out of me in a crescendoing wave, growing to a guffaw. Most fictional depictions of the sword in the stone comprised the sword sliding out freely, as if it had been sheathed there. This result was likely far more realistic, if not entirely anticlimactic. As Nick slowly turned toward me, utterly furious, I tried to clamp down on the laughter, snickering instead. "Let me guess, this has never happened to you before."
"Yuck it up, edgelord."
Nick brandished the ruined blade at me, threateningly. It had snapped clean in half, at a jagged angle, and rose to an uneven taper at the end, giving the supposedly mythic blade a toothpick-like appearance. I raised my arm in exaggerated surrender. "Please, sir, don't prick me to death."
"Show you a prick,"
Nick muttered, holding the blade horizontally and studying it in disbelief.
"What the actual fuck, Gawain? I thought he actually liked me."
Something Gawain said came to mind. The way he talked, it sounded like this place was originally meant to be a tower floor, but it was abandoned and left unfinished. If that's true, it kind of makes sense. "Fuck!" Nick reeled back as if to throw the blade clean across the chamber, thought better of it at the last moment, and swung it downward instead, swiping impotently at the air. The end caught an uplifted section of rock and shattered, taking another few inches off the sword as the fragments ricocheted and bounced, skittering across the stone and into the water with a series of plops. I clamped a hand over my mouth. Nick was silent as a funeral. Slowly, he attempted to replace the sword into the gap in the stone. For a moment, it stood upright. Then fell over. The gemstone in the hilt shattered.
"I'm done."
Nick threw up his hands. Somehow I managed not to laugh. I bent down and picked up the sword. It didn't even register as an item. No feeling of magic either. But the heft and weight felt fine, about average for a sword its size. Okay, obviously there are some flaws with the metal.
You think?
Nick raved. Might be a structural issue. That'd be on theme, flawed and unfinished like the ripple itself. I shifted my head from side to side. But the metal itself might be valuable. If we find someone to melt it down, might be enough material left to reforge a spearhead. Or a dagger.
Right, great. Let's melt down Excalibur,
Nick rambled.
Actually, why even make it a weapon? We could just gussy up a couple of grails while we're at it. Get into the grail trading business.
Probably not enough metal for that. If you factor in circumference, thickness, the base, and the rounded edges, there isn't enough for a single grail, let alone. I trailed off, as Nick looked about ready to have a heart attack. There might be enough for a small grail. He squished his face with both hands, accentuating his reddening cheeks.
Just gonna take 5.
Yeah, catch your breath. Maybe the real Excalibur was the friends we made along the way. I snorted, wisely keeping the joke to myself as I inventoried the sword, gathering the smaller metal fragments scattered around the rock as well. It probably wouldn't add up to anything, but I'd consult Eric and Kai first. If they couldn't do anything with it, I'd dispose of it quietly. The less said about it after today, the better. On my stomach, I could see a glint of metal from deeper in the hole. Maybe if I loosened the rocks around the edges and came back with the proper tools, I could get the rest of it out.
Matt?
Nick called, the beginnings of alarm in his voice. I stood and brushed myself off, walking to where he stood at the edge of the outcropping, looking down into the water. The planners were moving like ants in an overturned anthill. They were scrambling over the top of each other, water above them boiling as they moved in circular patterns, going everywhere and nowhere at once.
Did taking the sword out piss them off?
Nick asked. Hard to say. It was a classic setup. Grab an item in a suspiciously safe area, only for the innocent creatures that surrounded it to take issue. But that didn't feel right. They weren't trying to climb toward us, or even pushing up against the rock. Rather, they seemed ignorant of us as they went about their business. A clearing formed off to the left-hand side, the planter crabs spreading out and illuminating the dark floor beneath. There were many vertical rectangles scratched into the dirt, spaced out in an oddly familiar setup I couldn't place, until I spotted the tail of a clear comet above them.
That's the skyline,
Nick said immediately, his brow furrowed. Another clearing formed, then another, and another. The second was a clear representation of the tunnel. And while the hieroglyphic figures lacked detail, it was easy enough to tell who was who. Say, retreating into the gate, Ginny immobile on the ground, Nick depicted with a black wound on his heart, crouching over her, a crown-like aura radiating around his head. Me, my face hidden within a cowl, standing off to the side. They took us through every subsequent major event that centered on Nick, his suffering in captivity, his temptation, then to the current moment, where he held a broken sword aloft atop an outcropping in the center of the lake. Judging from the glinting metal in the otherwise dirt scrawling, it was a safe guess that they'd used the sword's metal that had fallen into the lake.
What are they?
Nick started. Shh! I held a finger to my lips. Like clockwork, more clearings opened, continued to create a circle around the rock. These were less familiar, more abstract, meant to represent the future rather than the past. While the meaning was more shrouded, they seemed to depict Nick climbing to the top of the tower, with me at his side. The second-to-last pictograph was like the one that depicted the current day, only this time the sword in Nick's hand was whole, and with the luminescence from the planners, it seemed to glow with an almost radiant light. And the last picture portrayed Nick sitting on a throne. I stood off to the side, a silent guardian as he reigned over several individuals too detailed to be generic subjects.
That's the court, I think,
Nick said. Suddenly, everything clicked. I nearly reeled at the scale of it, the unbelievable vision, Haster's reason for sending us here, the nature of the order, how he intended to pull one over on the Pantheon, all of whom seemed to be interested in little beyond reveling in blood. Every con starts with a story, a fiction tailored to your mark, presented so confidently that they want to buy in. If you do it right, they'll want to believe you, no matter how unlikely the story is. I had more in common with Haster than I realized, because unless I was completely off base, he was in the planning stages of a con on the grandest scale imaginable, with Nick in the starring role. Meanwhile, Nick was still fixated on the final drawing, the figure sitting on the throne beside him. I'd missed her entirely, too focused on other parts of the mural to notice. With a basic drawing style, she had no definable characteristics, but she looked exactly like the representation of Ginny from the pictograph of the tunnel. He turned to me, face downcast, shimmering eyes reflecting the light of the crabs below.
It's all bullshit, right?
I don't know, I answered honestly.
Come on.
He wiped at his face, his mouth tight with anger.
A prophecy? Really? And not only that, a prophecy that cribs its mythos from your pseudonym and just so happens to center around climbing the tower? A tower we've already established wants to be climbed?
I still didn't have an answer for that. The transposition was too high stress, non-stop, and as much as I tried to remember the exact thought process that led to the name, details escaped me. All I recalled was the name popping into my head and sticking there. Is it bullshit? I chewed on that for a moment. Probably. But not for us. We're not the marks here.
Then who is?
Nick asked. There was only one answer.
The Pantheon.
Nick scoffed, but I pressed on, the theory becoming more concrete the longer I spoke. Think about it. The gods are bored. It's impossible to say for sure, but I think they've been doing this a very long time. To different worlds or realms or whatever. Maybe making people eat each other and releasing the survivors only to move on to the next world was exciting once, but after doing that countless times it's rote, which makes any deviation noteworthy and interesting instead of a threat.
I'm not following,
Nick said, but he was paying attention. Haster's not cribbing from Arthurian legend. He's taking parts of it, but what he's really stealing is its structure, the monomyth, which lends itself to some of the best stories ever told. I pointed to the first pictograph that displayed the comet. Dome comes down, you wake up in the underground, and suddenly there are goblins everywhere. That's step one, the call to adventure.
Okay,
Nick said slowly.
But I wasn't exactly keen on it at first. Until we were completely backed into a wall, we were basically just running away.
I smiled. Step two is refusal of the call.
Bullshit.
Nick's eyes widened. Read the hero's journey and tell me I'm wrong. But that's step two. Want to guess what step three is?
Go back to your aunt's house and de-stress in a biblical fashion?
Nick guessed. What? No, gross. I wrinkled my nose. It's supernatural aid. The hero receives help from a guide or spiritual being.
Which never happened,
Nick said confidently. Really? What did Talia call herself when you met? His confidence flagged as he turned to look at my wolf summon, still resting at the edge of a lake.
A spirit guide. Holy fuck.
He glanced over his shoulder at me.
You make her call herself that?
I shook my head. She'd come up with it on her own. Next, the hero crosses the threshold, leaving their known world behind as they enter a new and dangerous realm.
The trial.
Immediately followed by the belly of the whale, where the hero undergoes a transformative experience, usually a brush with death. I softened my voice. It still hit him like a brick wall, and I waited for him to recover before I continued. Not saying it was meant to happen, or that it was anything more than a tragedy. I've never believed in predestination, and I don't intend to start. He's using it as framing. Haster likely has multiple paths to his perfect future, potentially including one where you killed Keith and went entirely off the deep end.
Then what's the point of going alone?
Nick asked. Shame flashed across his face at the mention of Keith.
If it's all bullshit.
Because Haster is using us to tell the sort of story that doesn't happen in reality. Something that will give the gods pause. Make them curious to how it will all play out. If he sends one of his more powerful users into the Ripple to get the planners and Scram, it's less interesting than if he plays it this way. It's a misdirect. For what? I don't know. But what's important is that he's conning them, not us. And you're his protagonist. Nick looked unsteady as he sat down, legs hanging over the rock's edge.
What if I can't? I'm fucked up, man. Have been for a while.
I wanted to encourage him. The Nick who had risen to Gawain's challenge and nearly beaten him wasn't a man trying to be a hero. He simply was one. But it had to be his choice. Then we run. And Haster can go fuck himself.
You do that?
Nick raised an eyebrow. Just throw all this away? Knowing what we know? I hesitated. The monomyth structure doesn't lend itself to a comfy story, Nick. Depending on how closely Haster sticks to it, you'd go through a lot of shit. You'd win eventually, but you'd suffer. Worse, it can be cyclical. So you might get through all of it, only to start it over again. Your friends and family would be in an elevated amount of danger. Just looking at the most common examples, and every victory would come with a cost. Your choice whether you want any part of it. He looked down at the roving crabs below. What step are we at now, if you had to guess? This is probably the meeting with the goddess, I said, then snorted as Nick balefully panned the area. It's not always literal. It just refers to a moment of sudden inspiration tied to either the divine or the hero's higher self. So Haster's the goddess? Nick looked disappointed. Kind of a letdown. No shit. He was quiet for a long time before he spoke again. I get it. Having a god in our pocket would give us a lot more backing than we have right now. We'd need to figure out what his endgame is, but if he commits to me as his leading man, my survival is in his best interest. It'd give us time. Leverage, I agreed. Ginny's gone, Say's disfigured, you're public enemy number 1, and as far as everyone else goes, 1/10 of the city's population died in the first transposition. Everyone I care about is dead or already in danger. Stopping the second transposition event is the best chance I have to protect everyone, even if it puts them in more danger in the short term. I nodded, and it's not like we'd be sitting on our hands. We'll take steps to protect any potential targets, get ahead of the game, split our time between handling things in the city and climbing the tower. I surveyed the lake and the opening to the throne room beyond, and I'm betting the authentic version of this floor is toward the top, if not the highest. They want people to find it, but no one's made it yet. Guessing that's why they check everyone's gear coming out of the tower. Everyone wants the mythical sword. He looked up. You'll be there? To help? I nodded slowly, thinking back to what he'd said earlier. Every step of the way. I go low, you go high. We play it smart. Slowly, the resolve from the duel filtered back into his face. Okay. We're doing this. It felt monumental, a moment we would look back on. I held out a fist and Nick bumped it, then pushed off the rock, splashing back into the water below and headed toward the throne room. I landed behind him a few moments later, water splattering my clothes. I took off my mask and wiped it. Up ahead, directly in my path, a section of planners cleared, revealing another pictograph below. I nearly called out to Nick before I realized what it was depicting. A chill radiated through me as I stared downward. It was the throne room from before, but the figures meant to represent Nick and Ginny were gone, along with the rest of the court. In their place, the cowled figure that represented me stood alone at the apex of the stairs, hundreds of figures at the base of the throne forming a faceless army. Coming? Nick called back to me. There's too many to fit in the bag. They can gather up the planners once we open the portal. Yeah. You're probably right. I scraped my foot along, erasing the mural with more force than was strictly necessary. It wouldn't end that way. I'd make sure of it. Getting out took some effort, basic compared to what we'd gone through in the tower itself, but it wasn't nothing. Nick wore my mask, renewing its effect on the many members of the Adventurers Guild milling about, waiting for Mirden to emerge. I donned a horrifically heavy suit of armor, including a helmet borrowed from one of the fallen knights. Azure replaced an attendant and escorted me behind a curtain, and I made a show of taking the armor off and putting it back on, making it appear as if he'd done his due diligence. From there, I sold the Waystone to Kinsley for a single selve, and Nick and I took the long walk to the bus stop where we'd first met Sybil. As I hoped, she, or one of her facades, I wasn't entirely sure how her power worked, was waiting. "Greetings, Ordinator," she said directly to me. "Can you take us straight to Haster?" I asked, keeping my tone clipped. Theoretically, awareness and jaded eye would notify me of any danger or potential traps, but the lack of visibility through the helmet slit was bothering me. "Something wrong with the front door?" It sounded like a joke, but considering the predicament she put me in last time, it got my hackles up regardless. I nearly snapped at her before Nick stepped in.
"We have something."
Nick leaned in to whisper in her ear.
"For Haster. It's sensitive."
For the first time since I'd known her, Sybil tensed up. "Is it really so urgent? He is indisposed."
"Pretty sure he'll be more angry if you make him wait,"
Nick pressed. "Very well." Sybil waved her hand, and the roller coaster feeling from before roiled through me as I snapped back into consciousness in the expanse of the underground excavation area, and an overwhelming force bore down on my shoulders. It was all I could do not to fall on my knees. Nick, beside me, didn't seem to have any such problem. Haster was in the middle of something. His desiccated body was submerged in the water of a porcelain bath, the tentacle-like mycelium that covered his body extending out from the tub, giving him the appearance of an overgrown potted plant. He hadn't bothered opening his eyes and appeared serene, despite the pressure on my body. Nick looked between me and Haster, worried.
"Is there a problem?" "The problem?"
Haster's natural voice was guttural, harsh.
"Is I told this one to clean house, which he seems to have misinterpreted as a directive to douse it in gasoline and light a match. The casualties were expected, but short of brute forcing things, it will be nigh impossible to access the tower now."
This was always going to be the hard part, justifying why I'd made it harder for the Order to access the tower. I'd intended to place blame on the feds, use them as a scapegoat. It wasn't my fault they'd tracked me down, after all. But with our new bargaining chips, I didn't have to. And despite the overwhelming pressure, I couldn't help but smile. We were right. Haster didn't know everything.
"Let him go!"
The booming voice was so powerful, so authoritative, for a moment I thought someone else had entered the room. Nick took a menacing step forward, hand resting on the pommel of his sword. Haster opened a single eye, looking over him with interest.
"Someone found their courage."
All at once, the pressure that weighed me down released.
"A less charitable deity might find your directness rude, or worse, a threat,"
Haster said, both eyes open now, completely focused on Nick. Nick didn't falter.
"Not a demand. A request, the first of several." "Fascinating."
Haster stroked his chin.
"You barge into my chambers unannounced on the tailcoat of failure with requests. Or perhaps your failure wasn't such a failure after all."
Nick didn't take the bait, his expression easygoing now that Haster wasn't trying to grind me into the concrete. It was like, somewhere between here and the tower, he'd flipped a switch. All things considered, he was doing exceptionally well.
"Dormammu, I've come to bargain," Nick announced.
I facepalmed. Jesus Christ.
"Not your best,"
Haster frowned.
"But elaborate on this bargain, and why I should be interested."
Nick counted off on his fingers, undeterred. "You'll remove my geish. If you want Matt to clean house, I can't be beholden to the current leaders. There's a good chance they'll try to use me against him, once they figure out we're working together, and potentially compromise his identity. We'll also need resources, people who aren't amateurs assigned to us, a permanent position in the court."
"And why would I do that?"
Haster countered. "Because you want a backdoor into the tower. A discreet way for the Order of Parsi users to come and go," I said.
"A metric fuckton of planners," Nick added.
"And just spitballing here, but I'm guessing you might want the legendary sword at the top of the tower that the people who run it are looking for. And a hero to wield it." I smirked. That it took Haster a moment to connect the dots was disquieting, highlighted the reality that the way forward Nick and I had found was truly one of many. When he finally got it, however, his smile was full.
"I see. This is the path you've chosen. If you were aware of how astronomically unlikely this outcome was, you'd understand my reticence."
Haster said. I could almost see the calculation in his expression as he focused on Nick.
You were so angry, so lost. While I'm glad to see you back from the brink, I can't help but wonder. Will you regret it?
There was an audible scrape as Nick ground his teeth together. I put my hand on his back, and it stopped.
Maybe, Nick finally admitted. But looking at it from both sides, I'd regret the alternative more. No matter what's fair, or just, or whatever, Keith's brother was the one who pulled the trigger, and if I start taking everyone who wrongs me to task, it'll be impossible to focus on the big picture.
Inspiring.
Haster nodded thoughtfully.
Surprising, but inspiring. I'm not terribly fond of moral victories, but it would have been a travesty to lose a disciple with so much potential.
Then why offer him up like a lamb to slaughter? Nick growled. It would have never crossed my mind if you didn't put it there.
Yes, it would have, Haster retorted, imparting a certainty to his words that was undeniable.
Nick looked away as he continued.
Eventually. To answer your question, it was a matter of triage. The Order is on the verge of fracture, to say nothing of the court. Losing him cost me less than losing you, and while this might sound monstrous, I have lived too long to allow naivety to blunt the blade of reality. An uneven trade is always preferable to an outright loss.
His frigid eyes snapped to me, and I felt a fraction of the weight from before.
And you? You are certain you wish to remain as you are?
I shifted under the weight, keeping my expression stoic. Yes. He pointed at my gauntlet.
That recent acquisition of yours will prove a challenge. A boon, to be certain, but a challenge. And while, as you've both guessed, my current state limits the extent of my gaze, and the tower itself is well protected, I witnessed your encounter with a certain caster. One in Mr. Field's camp.
Maria. Her surprised expression popped into my mind as she looked down at the knife in her chest.
From a technical standpoint, it was brilliantly handled, outmatched, worn down, and you still emerged victorious. But in the aftermath, your soul trembled. You've killed before, but not like that. And if you remain on this path, serving as the ceaseless night's dark vanguard, she will not be the last.
Haster's voice was forlorn, almost sympathetic.
He doesn't know what he's asking of you, but I do.
Did I want to be normal? To walk into a room without immediately looking for an exit route, meet someone without the automatic mental calculation of what they could do for me and how I could best use them, and the most efficient way to kill them if they turned on me? Of course I did. But Nick grabbed my shoulder. There was nothing but concern and understanding in his expression, a silent question in his eyes. He'd support me no matter what I decided. And somehow, knowing that made it easier. Our world was about as far from normal as you could get. Maybe it always has been. The things that made me different also kept the people I cared about healthy and alive. It was time to stop fighting that. No more hand-wringing. If we made it through, there'd be time to work through my issues. Maybe go back to therapy, find a kinder way to live. But the best chance of that happening, returning to a semi-normal, semi-functional world, was ending this before the next transposition event wiped out another massive swath of the population. I needed to keep subjugation in check. Everything else was fair game. I'm sure you'll find a more lucrative way to compensate me, I finally said. Haster blinked, then laughed.
Opportunistic as always. How fitting. Make no mistake, my young friend. When I reach my zenith, you and yours will want for nothing. I will respect your decision.
He smirked.
But if you ever wish to know the truth of your nature, you need only ask.
It was clear bait, placed before me with no effort to disguise it. He was still working an angle. The question was, why? Before I could think on that further, Nick stepped forward.
So?
Hastur raised his arm and drew a lazy circle with his finger. Nick grunted. When he unfastened his gauntlet, the order's mark was gone, and presumably the geish with it. The desiccated god closed his eyes and relaxed, sinking deeper into the bath until his shriveled face was the only visible part of him.
The Ordinator and the Pendragon, old and new, joined as one. Yes, it'll be different this time. Mark my words, and mark them well. We're going to do great things together.
This story started on Royal Road. Come read thousands of other novels today. The end. This is Ramon Diocampo. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Double Blind 2, Gilded Tower, by J. McCoy. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books. Recorded Books presents Double Blind, a modern lit RPG, by J. McCoy. Narrated by Ramon Diocampo. Chapter 1. Ever heard something repeated so many times it begins to lose meaning? It doesn't even take that many repetitions. The syllables begin to bleed, fricatives and sibilants blending together into a phonetic puddle that holds less meaning than white noise. If the repetitions continue, you can watch someone repeating the word, observe the movements of their lips carefully, and still not be able to make it out. The original sound and form utterly lost to you. This phenomenon has a name: semantic satiation. And for me, that word is sorry. I've heard it so many times across my life that it has lost all significance beyond the enmity it invokes. Whether it's your situation, your mother's drinking problem, or one of life's little tragedies, someone will find a way to be sorry for it. And there is no word in the English language as useless as sorry. Which was why, as my only friend blubbered in my arms and I tried in vain to avoid the tears and snot streaming from his face, I was determined not to apologize. Platitudes helped nothing. It was better to be useful.
Those assholes! They can't do this to me. I'm going to sue them into the ground.
I held my tongue, biting off a sharp response before it was spoken aloud. I knew my first responses had a tendency of coming out harsh, something he wouldn't respond well to. So I opted for a simple denial.
No, you won't, Nick.
We were both students at Talmont High. Ironically, not too long ago, I hated Nick. He used to be part of the upper social stratosphere, the chic, sophisticated, athletic, and techno-savvy group that looked down on everyone else, oozing with confidence and self-assured pedantry. Not to mention he looked the part: wavy brown hair, near-colorless blue eyes, and outweighed me by at least 80 pounds of pure muscle. Which is why we likely made a bizarre sight. Him bulging, oversized, yet clinging to me in the abandoned computer lab as if the slightest breeze could blow him away. It was a butchered horse-collar tackle that did him in. Couldn't get his balance right after the hit. His leg snapped backward, ending his career with a made-literal fall from grace. Now he walked with a metal-reinforced brace and a single crutch. He hadn't taken the adjustment well, wasn't able to accept the end of his tenure at the apex of the school's hierarchy. He turned against the skid, hit the gym just as hard, and chased more girls than he ever had on the football team. Which led us to this unfortunate series of events.
Everyone's seen it, man. Everybody. Someone taped an elephant with a tiny trunk and googly eyes to my locker this morning. Someone's got to pay for that.
Nick wiped at his eyes angrily. I was about to comment that I hadn't seen it, but stopped when I realized that wouldn't matter. At school, I existed outside the hierarchy. There was no individual group or clique that I belonged to, and as such, I was effectively no one. And to be honest, I liked it that way.
Look, I said, there's no positive outcome going that route. At best, you win. Get some mild to moderate revenge, and watch in horror as the civil case starring your junk goes viral, Barbra Streisand effect. At worst, you fail and just come off as a loser. I was going to say impotent, but figured that was not the word he needed to hear right now.
There needs to be consequences for this shit. If it was some girl, heads would be rolling.
I rolled my eyes as he ranted. It was blatantly untrue. The number of girls at the school with leaked nudes was astronomical and rarely resulted in any significant fallout. Let me ask you something. Say you wanted to send something out and wanted to make sure it couldn't be traced back to you. How would you do that?
Snapchat?
Another eye roll. No, that can be traced back to you. You'd use Signal, or Echo, or Vigilant, shit that's untraceable by design, which I guarantee you is what those asshats are using. The ones at the top of the chain, at least. He clung to me tighter. I felt a squish as his nose smeared against my shoulder and fought the urge to push him away.
Then what am I supposed to do, Matt? I can't be invisible like you. This is gonna follow me.
I let the shot slide without taking it personally. He wasn't wrong, and he was upset. Being good-looking and popular had its perks, sure, but the downside was you never really learned how to keep your head down. Skip the pointless lawsuit and go on vacation, I said.
What? Just
disappear? Just a week. The school board won't stop you, and they'll probably be relieved that you're gone. Starve them out, and the vultures will move on.
What if I come back and they haven't?
They will, I reiterated. Trust me. I must have put too much emphasis on the last half, because he looked up at me, suspicious.
You know something.
I hesitated. The person I had in mind was Ginny Stiles. I'd never spoken to her, but when you're socially persona non grata, you're good at picking things up. She belonged to the same social group Nick had. Popular, pretty. She'd been head over heels for her college boyfriend, ducking parties to hang out with him every weekend. Her friends started making jokes about weight gain. Then she disappeared for a month and came back with a dead-eyed smile and a flat stomach. No more ducked parties for the boyfriend, and if I'd noticed, there was no way the rest of them hadn't. They might torment Nick, but they'd eviscerate Ginny. Tall poppy syndrome beat punching down on a cripple any day. It wasn't really my style to air out someone else's dirty laundry, but it's not like it had been told to me in confidence. I settled on a compromise. Partial information. Stiles' number is up. Could hit any day now. Better you're not here when it does. Nick's eyes bulged.
Ginny? Why? She's nice. She's the only one who still talks to me.
I grimaced, ignoring the fact I was actively being left out of that statement. Just take the week, Nick. Nick stared at me. I could tell the direct command had rankled, bothered him. He was used to calling the shots. I was about to rephrase when he deflated, stepping away.
You creep me out sometimes, Nick said.
Thanks.
No, really. Where do you even get this shit? It's like you have a split personality. You talk like you're some savvy socialite 1 minute, then start sweating when some flabby freshman with braces asks you for directions.
I shifted uncomfortably. You're leaving out the part where I'm usually right.
Yeah, I know.
Nick grunted, limping toward where he'd left his crutch, leaning against one of the many desks. Hold it. I held out a hand. You have something to tide me over while you're gone?
Who said I was going?
He did. With his body language, the way he pulled into himself, feet facing the door. Surrender. Clear as if he had screamed it. Of course, I didn't say any of this. I pushed my hand toward him. Come on. Cough it up. Nick smiled, and some of his usual cockiness came back.
I'm glad you remembered, because I caught a haul.
He reached in his pocket and pulled out a wrinkled sheet of paper. There were underlined subheadings with names and phone numbers, and true to his word, many more than usual.
5 essays, 3 SATs, And there's a partridge in the pear tree, my friend."
He tapped the name at the bottom of the list. I whistled. LSAT. Damn. Really making your 10%. My fee for the law school admissions test was 5 times what it was for the SAT, largely because the test was hard, filled with fuck-you questions, and a general pain in the ass. How'd you snag that?
Friend of a friend?
You talked to them about expectations? He waved my concerns away.
Yeah, they know about the code, the voice changer, and to expect a blocked caller.
Nick?
I promise.
He sounded annoyed, but the last thing I wanted was another freakout. Okay. Just making sure. Enjoy your vacation. Nick hobbled away from me, then stopped. He cast a worried glance my way.
Matt, this thing with Ginny.
I shook my head. It's gonna get out one way or another.
Sure.
He bit his lip, but if it doesn't, promise you're not gonna help it along. I had no plans to. Talmud would almost assuredly do it for me. But if it somehow didn't come out before the end of the week, well, then things got a little more complicated. What it boiled down to was that, despite his faults, I cared about Nick. That was rare for me. And I didn't care about Ginny, or the fact that Nick cared about her. Maybe you think that makes me a horrible person. That's fine. I never claimed otherwise. I gave him a false smile. Won't raise a finger. There's a certain art to walking around unnoticed. The first mistake most people make is literally keeping their head down. You don't want that. It sends the wrong signals. Small, weak, vulnerable. In a naturally hostile environment, high school for example, you might as well be carrying a flashing bother me sign for any given observer with elevated testosterone. Instead, you want to keep your gaze focused downward at the floor at around a 45-degree angle. Keep to a wall, but don't walk too close. Wear clothes that suit the surroundings, nothing too bright or flashy. Most importantly, don't make eye contact. I wish I had a better excuse for what I am. Why I don't feel things the way other people do. Why empathy is so hard for me. Some trite, tidy backstory would go a long way in explaining my shortcomings. That I was bullied mercilessly, that my village was set on fire and my parents slaughtered. But none of that is true. I live in a city, not a village, and no one would bother to raise it. My family is poor, but we get by. My siblings are all alive and well, and God is just someone whose house we visit on holidays. The reality was that I was bored. I wanted a break from the monotony. I wanted something to happen. Good or bad, it didn't matter. I was such a fool. My first mistake was not looking up on my walk home from school. I had a lot in my mind, specifically which college to attend. It should have been a shoo-in. I had a partial scholarship to Berkeley, which made it almost affordable, and I was interested in engineering, so the choice seemed clear. But there was a wrinkle. I didn't have to listen to the late-night raving and see the litany of empty bottles to tell you that the double initial organizations and group meetings weren't doing anything for my mother's problems. Yeah, I know. That shouldn't matter. It's my future, not hers. But I didn't like the idea of leaving my little sister and brother alone to deal with the fallout. Iris and Ellison, my siblings, were still too young to understand the considerable level of upkeep my mother required. So I had the option of choosing selfishly and taking my almost free ride to Berkeley, or I could stay local and see what financial aid I could scrounge up from the local dregs. Maybe something in the surrounding metroplex, maybe something in Oklahoma where I could drive home easily if something happened. Not that I had a car. Maybe I could save up for one, or find a way to tap into my meager savings for the down payment. But that would mean working like a slave for my last few semesters, trying to scrounge up tuition. The only other alternative was doubling down now. But how? I had 2 part-time jobs already, not including my extra-legal testing and responsibilities at home. Taking another job would mean reducing my already meager 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night to 2 or 3. The prospect alone made me feel tired. That's the downside of being poor. There aren't any good options. It was too much to consider, too much to even comprehend.
If I felt like rolling the dice, I could look into investing my money, but the only option that would possibly yield enough to make it worthwhile in such a short period of time would mean going with her. Someone I knew from personal experience to be both flaky and unreliable. Maybe that's why I missed the meteor, hurtling downward. Perhaps my mind was so preoccupied with the possible tangles of my future that I couldn't even be bothered to notice the nascent horrors of my present. "Matt!" A woman's voice. What? I'd done nothing to draw attention to myself. Still, Say Park, a Korean student with long, silky hair and nice figure, despite the obviously padded bra, stood staring at me. Her phone was held limply in her hands. She was barely in uniform, plaid skirt rolled up just above her knee, and her simple dress shirt adjusted to ring maximum style from the drab conservative garb. A bright orange kerchief hung around her neck. Exactly the sort of person I didn't want to see me. My heart jumped. My mouth dried at the prospect of even talking to her. Mouth open, horrified, she pointed behind me. Someone screamed. Then another person. Then another. I spun around to look. The street was usually bustling with activity, but foot traffic was frozen. Everywhere I looked, people were staring at the sky, frozen, hands over their mouths. Finally, I looked up. My first stumbling thought was that the freak occurrence of nature that was going to end my life had a tail, which didn't make sense for something that close. But like all forces of nature, it didn't have to. To my left, I saw a man and woman cling to one another. A group of girls from my high school huddled against the walls of a nearby bank, trying to make themselves small, like prey cowering before a predator. There was a deafening crash as an SUV slammed into a parked car, driver trying desperately to flee. A million thoughts went through my mind before I landed on one. It was over. All of it. I knew in that moment what death looked like. It was inevitable. I could be on a jet right now, breaking the sound barrier, and still end up in the blast of that thing. I turned around to look for Say, but the space where she was standing was now empty, like she'd never been there to begin with. Mouth dry, I pulled my phone from my pocket and called home. It took a couple of tries before I got through. My little brother's voice carried over the line. "Hello?" He sounded bewildered. I watched the meteor glow brighter and brighter blue, growing larger by the second. "Hey, Ellis, you and Iris okay?"
"Matt, I'm scared." His voice quivered. "Mom won't let me watch the news, but I can hear it from the kitchen. They're saying the world's going to end."
"Come on, pal." I forced a laugh that I could only hope sounded more authentic than it felt. "It's the news. They're always saying that."
"I guess.
Trust me, it's all gonna be fine." I lied. I couldn't see any reason not to.
"If you say so."
He sounded less confident than I felt. "Love you, kiddo. Put Mom on, will you?"
"Okay."
"Wait, Elle?"
"Yes?"
"Tell Iris I love her too, please."
"Fuck."
"Language," I said. But he was already gone.
"Hello?"
My mother's voice slurred. I gritted my teeth. No reason to stick to sobriety when the world was ending. But I had to wonder if she'd started drinking before or after she'd picked the kids up. "Hey, Mom," I said.
"Where are you, Matthias?"
Mom sounded more alert now, for all the good it did. "I'm surprised I got through." I swallowed. How long did we even have? Minutes? An hour? Did it look so large because it was close, or was it just that massive?
"Where are you?"
she said again, voice panicked, as if it mattered. "Halfway, off of Lincoln and 3rd. Funny that I remember the street names at a time like this. A cop habit my father had ingrained in me.
"You need to get to shelter. Get inside."
"How bad is it?" Silence.
"They're saying it'll be worse than a nuclear attack."
I cocked my head. I knew that voice. Was that understatement? She was actually playing it down. They're talking about it knocking the Earth off its axis? It looks really big. I don't know why I asked. Morbid curiosity, I guess.
"Get inside, Matt."
"I will."
I didn't bother pointing out that our shabby two-bedroom apartment wouldn't offer much protection. A bomb shelter would fare just as badly. There was no getting away from something like this. I called to say... The words, "I love you," spoken so easily to my brother and sister, died in my throat. I cleared it, then shook my head. It doesn't matter. Don't give up. There's always a chance. We could be the outliers. My mother once lived her life by measured statistics and numbers, but she sounded more like she was trying to convince herself than me. When have we ever been the outliers? I stifled a bitter laugh. Still, I needed to say something. Sorry for being so cold lately. A short pause. I deserve it. Maybe. You don't have to agree with me. But looking back, I wish I hadn't been. Cold, I mean. Matt, I... 3 short beeps, followed by silence. I looked at my phone and saw the call had ended. I tried a few more times and got a pre-recorded message saying the lines were busy and to reduce calls to emergency only. Well, that was that. The meteor was imminent. Strangely, I didn't feel fear. I felt resignation and relief that the struggle was over. I didn't have to go home, ignore my siblings, study until my head hurt, pass out, then drag myself to Duncan's for the early bird shift. My worries had all been rendered moot. I studied it, watching it grow larger and larger, and realized with grim amusement that it seemed to be headed straight toward me. As if in a hypnotic state, I began walking, trying to calculate the trajectory. It led me to the little garden outside of Emerson Square, where I took a seat on a park bench next to a tan, uniformed blonde girl who looked to be in middle school. She held a bag stuffed with cookies and had begun to dig into them. I took a seat next to her. "Spare a few?" I asked. She eyed me for a moment before her gaze returned to the sky. $5. Thin Mints? Yep. Amused, I pulled out my wallet and counted out $3 bills before I came up dry. What does 3 get me? Savannah smiles. Oof. Still, I handed her the money, and she took it without looking, automatically handing me a box. We're gonna die, aren't we? The girl asked. She sounded small, resigned. A man sprinted by us carrying a gallon of water. It was strange how calm she was. Maybe the reality hadn't sunk in yet. Yeah. We'll have one hell of a view, though. The temperature grew from hot to sweltering. I tore open the package and tossed the oblong cookie into my mouth, nearly gagging as I chewed. Christ, it's like candied Lysol. They're a bargain for 3. If you say so. Did you get through to your folks? I asked. Don't have a phone. Try mine. I handed it to her. She took the phone, glanced over at me as if unhappy with the unevenness of the exchange, then slid me a box of Thin Mints. Thanks. I tossed the box of lemon abominations in the nearby trash can. One hell of a shot, but of course everyone was a little too preoccupied to notice. She dialed, held the phone to her ear, then handed it back. Any luck? No. A swarthy woman tripped hard nearby, landing on the flats of her hands and her knees before rolling onto her back. She took one look at the sky and began shrieking and moaning with an almost biblical fervor. We both looked at her in annoyance. Noisy, the girl said. Straight out of a Lifetime special, I commented. It was close now. All sound disappeared, like I was underwater. I could feel the heat. Wind began to roil around us as the pavement boiled, tossing my dark hair in my face, covering my glasses. I stood and walked forward, leaving the Girl Scout behind and forgotten. A handful of people joined me in the square. An older woman in business casual stood on the fringes, phone out, recording the moment. A muscled man with salt and pepper hair was chuckling to himself, the sound low and mean. It would be seconds now. The glowing blue rock took up my entire vision, dwarfing the sky. I held my arms outstretched. Well, come on, you bastard. Do what you came here to do. A nearby building toppled. 100 yards above, the meteor exploded into a massive wave of indigo ash that swallowed everything as the shockwave sent me flying. I was plunged into a darkness deeper than the blackest night. I'd expected my life to flash before my eyes. Now that it was happening, it felt more like a slow, painful crawl. I saw Iris signing to me, trying to catch my attention earlier that morning while I ignored her so I wouldn't be late. I saw Danielle Espinosa asking me to the solstice dance, and me focused so hard on perfecting my response, mulling over the problematic consonants to avoid a stutter, until she took my silence as rejection and stormed off. Finally, I saw the day that cemented in my mind that heroes were fools. My father's police cruiser, through dusty blinds, pulling up in front of the run-down house at the end of the street. A neon violet square filled my vision. It was painful to look at, eye-searingly bright. There were 3 ascending notes that sounded almost like a phone jingle. Text scrolled, almost too fast for me to read. System message. Florus initiative enabled. System is online. System message. Error. Core actors not found. Recalibrating. System message. Analysis of user failed. User does not fit into existing schema. Activating backups. System message. User. Are you there? The scroll stopped. There wasn't an option for no, just a yes option in capital letters below the scroll of text. I was confused. There was no straightforward explanation for what I was experiencing. I didn't have hands or eyes, for that matter. But I focused on it. The text began to scroll again. Welcome, user. No system message notification this time, just direct text. Are you a sheep or a wolf? It reminded me of a question off one of those Freudian mealy-mouthed surveys therapists pour over to psychoanalyze you, where there's no correct choice. Only again my options were limited. Wolf hovered below the text, the only option. Would you sacrifice your life for something greater than yourself? If I had a mouth, I would have laughed. Again, there was only one answer highlighted. No. I started as a wall of text filled the screen. There is a runaway trolley barreling down the tracks. Ahead on the tracks, there is one person you love tied up and unable to move. You can pull the lever to divert the trolley to the side track. However, you notice there is a person you do not know tied to the side track. A feeling of unease washed over me. The trolley problem was Ethics 101, and frankly it was highly hypothetical and stupid. But this version was wrong. There were supposed to be 5 people tied to the main track, 1 person tied to the side track. This was a darker, more nihilistic version of the dilemma. Pull the lever. Anger started from somewhere deep within me. It brought me back to the original question. Why was there only one choice? Was the system just assuming I would make that choice? The core issue with the original trolley problem that was raised over and over was a simple one. Agency. If you did nothing, you were merely a tragic witness to the deaths of 5 people. The series of events that brought about their deaths were already put into motion, but that blood was ultimately not on your hands. You didn't cut the trolley's brake lines. You didn't tie those people to the tracks. Things got complicated when you pulled the lever. By pulling the lever, you left the realm of passive observer and became an active participant, no longer a mortal, but a self-appointed god. You weighed the worth of 5 lives and decided that they were worth killing 1 person for. And unlike the death of the 5, you were directly responsible for that death. The text disappeared, then reappeared, the letters tripling in size. Bright red. Pull the lever. It didn't matter. The most important aspect of test-taking was to pick an answer and move on. Time was the enemy, not the question. And it wasn't like I had a choice. I focused on the option, trying not to think about the implications of why I didn't have a choice, and it disappeared with no fanfare. A panoramic picture came into focus line by line, as if drawn by invisible brushes. It had a storybook quality. A pastoral town, washed in oranges and reds by a rising sun peeking halfway over the horizon. It was a drawing of a fantasy world. There was a knight in silver armor cleaning a tarnished shield. A wizard, complete with a pointy hat and beard, was haggling with a fruit merchant in a smock. Meanwhile, an elven ranger with multiple golden rings piercing his pointed ears put arrows into a target at a practice range. "Who are you?" I didn't understand the question at first. When I realized it was asking which person in the picture I identified with the most, a manic, horrible thought clicked into place. Willing it, I scrolled back up to the original system notifications, reading them again. This wasn't a test. I wasn't being graded for my ethics. This was a character creation. What kind of half-assed dream had I stumbled into? I scrolled back down to the most recent question, my mind racing. As the text flashed by, a million terrible scenarios popped into my head. I'd read novels with similar premises. A protagonist dies, killed by a truck or a mugger or a goddamned meteor, and when they awaken, they are transported into another world. That was how it worked in fiction. But discounting the much more likely scenario that this was all simply the manic work of a dying mind, I realized I didn't want to go to another world. I had a handle on this one, grim and hopeless as it was. And the devil you know is always better than the devil you don't. It was a panicked thought, dumb, delusional, even fanciful. Unlike me. Who are you? The only answer was listed below the question, and looking at it sent a cold chill through me. I am the hand in the shadows. I searched the image. The wizard, ranger, and knight were still going about their business, but there was something I'd missed the first time. In the deep shadows cast by the rising sun next to one of the buildings, a man reached out toward the camera as if to grab it from afar. He was almost invisible, and had no definable features other than the hand. But he held it out toward the other figures, and for a reason I could not quite describe, I feared for them. Reflexively, I focused on the option, and the data screen disappeared. And then I woke up in the worst place possible. Chapter 2. Bright, fluorescent lights blinded me. The blackness was banished, surrounded by white. Something hard gripped my face, shoving air into my mouth, my nose. I gagged, coming awake with a massive gasp followed by a violent series of coughs. Bits of dull blue dust exploded from the inhalation ports of the oxygen mask like a dragon's exhale as I hacked, my lungs tight and dry. Wait, oxygen mask? The disorientation twisted into full-blown panic. No, this couldn't be happening. I looked down at myself, at my body, the IV, the monitor, the bed. The ambulance ride that must have brought me here. We didn't have insurance, and doing some frantic math in my head, I realized I was looking at from anywhere between $2,500 to $10,000 minimum. Shit. I couldn't afford it. We couldn't afford it. Even the lowest number would wipe out my meager profits from Nick's tip sheet, and the highest would put us on the street. There was something that happened. My memory was fuzzy. A natural disaster? A meteor? It slowly came back to me. That's right. It had exploded before impact, showering the city and street with massive plumes of dust that reminded me of the immediate aftermath of the oil refinery in Beirut. And I'd been thrown from the resulting blast. Experimentally, I leaned forward and winced, a sharp pain emitting from my chest beneath a thick bandage. Cracked rib. I had green-purple bruising all over my side, and my shoulder throbbed from where I must have landed. I struggled to my feet and wheeled the IV stand toward the window. I'd expected to see husks of collapsed buildings as far as the eye could see. But the Dallas skyline was intact. The Bank of America Plaza building had collapsed, damaging some nearby structures, but at least from this perspective, everything else looked mostly whole. That was almost worse. The disaster had been a freak incident, unlike anything I'd ever heard of. There would be an inevitable compensation fund, but that would take time, and there had been clear examples in the past when it had taken upward of a decade for lawmakers to establish anything remotely approaching a working solution. Then, as if to punctuate my rising panic, the text box appeared. System notification. I slapped the message away, retreated until my back slammed against a wall. Panic mingled with anxiety, and I began to hyperventilate. Head between my legs, I tried to come to grips with how bad the situation was. The only thing that could possibly make my current circumstances worse had happened. There was actually something wrong with me. Hallucinations, and not the fun, walls are slightly shifting and why did I leave the remote in the fridge kind. It was a hard delusion tied to the dream I'd had the previous night. They'd want to keep me overnight for observation. It had to be a psychological issue, which would take time to diagnose and evaluate, and that was how $10,000 turned into $100. Hurriedly, I crawled to the foot of the bed and checked my chart. Below the listing of blood pressure and notes, there was a bullet point list detailing my condition. Severe smoke inhalation, fractured rib, dislocated shoulder, exposure to an unknown substance. But I almost cried with relief when I found the field listed as M, unidentified adolescent. They didn't have my name. That cinched it. I had to get out, now. It took a few painful moments for me to remove the IV. My head pounded under the intensity of the lights. My half-folded clothes and belongings were in a plastic bag placed haphazardly on a nearby seat. I got the feeling that whoever had placed them there had been called away, which was likely the reason my name and information hadn't been lifted from my wallet. The text box reappeared as I struggled back into my ruined clothes. I tried to push it away again, but it shifted, moving out of my reach, but remaining in my sight. I turned away from it, refusing to acknowledge the delusion when it moved to stay in my eyeline. It scrolled slowly, as if it knew I couldn't help but read it. System message. Congratulations, you have awakened the Aquarius cluster. That stopped me flat, one leg into putting on my pants. For the first time, I doubted what I was seeing was merely a product of a damaged mind. There were few things I took less stock in than astrology, unless my subconscious was being ironic. Could a subconscious even be ironic? This is not a hallucination. Apparently the answer was yes, but René Magritte wanted his joke back. For your rebellion in the face of imminent demise, you have been awarded the title, Born Nihilist. Could have told you that, I muttered. My pants were on. My shirt was ruined, but hopefully the hospital would be too busy for anyone to notice. In my haste, my eyes lingered on the underlined title, and the text expanded. Born Nihilist augments the user's existing proclivity to remain calm and rational, even in the worst of situations. I tried not to think about the fact that I did feel strangely calm. I was panicking, yes, but it was strange that I wasn't still hyperventilating on the floor, folding to the ever-growing external pressure. I dealt with pressure well, until it grew so excessive and overwhelming that I broke down completely in a series of escalating panic attacks, yet somehow I was coping. You have been awarded the title, Jaded Eye. I glanced at it and immediately regretted doing so after reading the first line. Jaded Eye. A trite yet tragic event has twisted the user's ability to see the world through a clear lens. Fuck off. I swiped at it, but it danced away, and the text continued to scroll, which is further augmented, making them adept at identifying traps and avoiding ambushes. However, the difficulty of accepting good things at face value will also increase. Accept my ass. Confirmation. The title Jaded has replaced Nihilist as a primary title. The primary title can be rotated every 6 hours. Okay, no. Any doubts that this was a delusion suddenly faded as my mood further soured. No one was better at mocking me than I was, and this was feeling increasingly like a cruel joke. In fact, most of this wasn't adding up. There was radar, satellites, thousands of telescopes pointed at any given section of space at any given time. Something that big just slipped past everything? There was no way. It wasn't just the text box. This whole thing was the delusion. There had never been any meteor, any impact, any ambulance ride. This wasn't happening. In all likelihood, I was strapped to a gurney somewhere, drooling. I stopped myself just shy of dissociating completely. If I went down that road, there was no coming back. I needed to accept what was closest to reality and reject the clearly fantastical elements, namely, the text box that still danced in my vision. Congratulations. Between the confluence of your answers in the mall and your titles, you have unlocked an alternate class. Really, subconscious? The old protagonist unlocks OP class at the beginning of the story and steamrolls trope? You going to give me an evil eye and let me trade my soul to the devil for a demonic army next? Alternate classes can be powerful. Their strength is in their utility. But be wary, they are not as uncommon as you might think. That almost sounded like a direct response to my thoughts. Maybe if I could learn to warp the hallucination, I could minimize it, lessening the effect. At the very least, ensuring I didn't have half-assed RPG text popping up in front of my face at the worst possible time. I focused my thoughts to a laser point, trying to direct them at the text box, and sneered. So what was it? Necromancer? Bloodbender? Vampire? Death mage? Dude who kills everything he touches? System notification. You have unlocked Ordinator as a primary class. Do you wish to proceed? I was about to spit an expletive-laced negative, then bit it back. It took me a moment to realize why. My paranoia had wrapped back around on itself. I'd been beating my head against the wall over the last year, trying to cram in all necessary knowledge to be able to crush the MCAT, and some of that knowledge came back to me now. Every psychological disorder that I studied, featuring hallucinations, schizophrenia, psychosis, had one thing in common. They always started small. Maybe you'd find the house wasn't like you'd left it, or you'd hear inaudible voices. You started out wondering if the aliens were after you long before they actually arrived. None of that had happened to me. So what had happened to my ramp-up? I reread the text again. This time, when I focused on the Ordinator class text, there was no expanded information. The so-called system had given me all the information it was willing to. And unlike in my dream, there were two options. Yes or no. I didn't buy it. Any of it. But it was like Pascal's wager. In the most likely scenario, that the system was a delusion, saying yes or no was a net zero. Maybe selecting yes in this case would be buying into the hallucination, giving it more power. But things were already this bad. Alternatively, if the decimal-level possibility that this was real somehow happened to be the case and I said no, I was actively fucking myself out of a clearly stated benefit. Assuming that, in this whack-ass scenario, the system could actually be trusted. Damn, my head hurt. I gave it one more second, then made my choice. The response was immediate. Confirmation. User has accepted the contract. Wait, what contract? No one said anything about a contract. There wasn't a damn EULA. Notification. User has chosen Ordinator as a primary class. Notification. User has reached Level 1. Ability unlocked. Probability spiral. Level 1. I waited, but nothing happened. What the hell? I expected a wall of text with tritely named starter abilities. Instead, I got the mouthful that was Probability Spiral. Before I could focus in on the ability to expand the description, there was a stampede of footsteps approaching from the outside hallway. With dawning horror, I watched through the frosted glass window facing the hallway as a dozen black figures moved across my view with military precision, holding shapes that could only be one thing. Rifles. My skin prickled, goose flesh forming on my arms. What was happening? I pressed my back to the wall, waiting, listening. There was a bang that rattled the floor and startled me. They'd just broken into the adjacent room. A muffled voice yelled something indistinct. I crawled to the adjoining wall and pressed my ear against it. "Put it down!" The voice was gruff, harsh, a controlled yell. My father would have called it cop voice. "I can't!" I heard someone yell back, panicked. "Put the weapon down!" "Please!" the man sobbed. "Help me!" I jumped at the sudden explosion and held my hands over my ringing ears. Bits of detritus rained down on my head. Still stunned, I looked up to see a hole torn in the plaster. It wasn't until I looked over to the opposite wall and saw the squashed copper bullet lodged there that I realized what had happened. He was begging for help, and they killed him. Holy shit, someone had just died. My heart jackhammered in my chest. Somehow, this was different than the meteor strike. That had been too hard to fathom. Comparatively, the police shooting my next-door neighbor, a man who had likely been injured in the same event I had, felt far more visceral and real. The text screen disappeared as soon as the violence started. Maybe my mind was too occupied to hallucinate. None of that mattered right now. What mattered was that I needed to get out before the SWAT team finished up in the room. I scrambled to my feet and snuck to the door. I was about to pull it open when an almost tangible blanket of anxiety stopped me. It was the same exact feeling you get when you enter a room and conversation grinds to a halt, every head turning to stare at you, slightly challenging your decision to grace their presence. It's probably SWAT. They'll have someone posted outside, maybe multiple people. If someone asks for my ID, I'm screwed, and there goes my plan of never being here. It was my voice, but it was different than usual. Paranoia applied and turned outward rather than inward. Strange. But running through it again, it wasn't unwarranted. I needed a distraction, something to buy me a moment. Of course, it was a hospital. There had to be doctors on the way, and they'd be allowed to work as soon as the guy next door was secured. Okay. I leaned my head against the door. Then something else came to me. Wait. Why aren't they using subsonic ammunition? More importantly, why was he shot? Drop the weapon answered with, "I can't." He didn't sound insane, just distraught and terrified. It's an emergency situation, so the hospital would be filled floor by floor. I'm at least 6 floors up, so I wasn't the first one rescued. Maybe they started picking up the people around the fringes first, then made their way inward, which would mean I was likely one of the last. More importantly, that means everyone, and specifically my neighbor, was more than likely a victim of the blast. What if the fallout changed us? Fuck, I was losing it. I'd entertained the delusion, and now my mind was fraying. 2 figures in white coats sprinted toward my neighbor. As soon as I heard raised voices, I moved. The door clicked open, and I turned the opposite way, catching snippets of furious dialogue one-sided. The black, orb-like cameras were placed in obvious locations, and I somehow knew where they were pointed. I weaved a zigzag path around them, making sure my exit left no evidence. I dared a glance up at the convex mirror mounted above the upcoming cross hallway. I caught a glimpse of myself. My dark hair was matted, and my brown eyes were wild. Worse, I saw behind me. A single SWAT guy trailed me, head cocked to the side, speaking quietly into his radio. My face flushed. Damn it, not now. I was so close. I kept my pace, even despite my pounding heart, moving with confidence. I made it past the computer desk at the front without turning a head. There was a ding, and the elevator doors closest to me opened. It was going up, not down, but I didn't have the luxury of being picky. 3 women in business casual walked out, and I squeezed between them. "Hey!" A deep, gruff voice. The SWAT guy. It had to be. I slammed my hand down on the closed door button and backed away. SWAT guy was caught between the 3 women and pushed one of them aside, trying to get to the elevator before it closed. The last thing I saw was his outstretched hand. Thing was, I knew this hospital. I knew the floor I stepped out at was the ICU, and I knew it had a back stairway that led out to the parking garage. I accidentally looked at the woman at the floor desk and felt a jolt of alarm as her eyes went to my ruined shirt. "Hey, sir?" I blew past her, walk blasting into a run. "Sir? You can't be back there!" I'd reached the stairway, and the door had nearly closed when I heard her call out one final time, "He went that way!" SWAT guy had found me. If I pushed this any farther, they'd be able to charge me with attempting to elude an officer and resisting arrest. Still, there was a chance. I flew down the stairs 2 at a time, clinging to the unevenly painted guardrail. In seconds, footsteps pounded behind me. I shouldered through the heavy door and into the garage, my side stinging from the impact. Needed to hide before...
"Not one more step."
The deadly ire in his tone spoke volumes, and I knew before I turned around that the barrel of the rifle was pointed at my chest. I held my hands up. No need to make things worse. "Okay."
"You're one of them."
The anger in his voice took me off guard. "I don't know what you mean," I said, but the truth was I could guess. He lowered his rifle and unbuckled his helmet, taking it off his head. His face was twisted in an expression that was the very picture of hatred. A scar ran vertically across a nose that had been broken one too many times.
"Want to guess how many friends I've lost today?"
He seethed.
"Too fucking many."
SWAT guy dropped his helmet to the floor with a clatter. then brought his rifle up. His finger was no longer on the guard, but on the trigger itself. Reality began to dawn that he had no intention to arrest me.
"What the hell?" My voice cracked. "I'm just a kid, man. Please. I don't even know what you're talking about."
"Yeah, you do. The people closest to the impact came back wrong, changed, and you're one of them." I watched his eye down the barrel of the scope and realized he was aiming for my head. My mouth was dry. Suddenly, my mind shifted and everything recontextualized. None of this was really happening to me. My arms, my legs, my chest, none of them were mine. None of them were under my direct control. I was someone else, far away. But in that moment, in the stillness, I realized something had changed. I didn't want to die. I wasn't willing to let it happen like I had before. "Please, don't." His finger tightened on the trigger. Time slowed down, dilating exponentially. I could see it in his face. He wouldn't change his mind. And he had already made the call. He was too far away for me to reach. Every car I might take cover behind was too far to be viable. I had no real options besides one that wasn't real at all. The me that was not me reached out with a single hand. Mentally, I called out for the ability right as he pulled the trigger. Probability spiral. Chapter 3. There was a slight distortion that left my hand like a tiny heat wave. Nothing happened. SWAT guy smiled and pulled the trigger. There was an ear-shattering crack and the gun exploded. A flare ejected out the side closest to the SWAT guy's arm, detonating. A squib. He shrieked and fell, slapping at the glowing flames on his shredded arm. I gawked at the scene. Holy shit. Either the rifle had malfunctioned on its own, or something else had tipped the scales. Probability spiral. I staggered to the side, gasping. It felt like I'd run 2 marathons back to back. Whatever it was, it hadn't come for free. Still, it would only be a matter of seconds before the SWAT guy recovered. He'd pull his sidearm, and the small victory I'd managed would be wasted. I took off running, fighting exhaustion as his swearing followed me, his screams of pain echoing off the concrete ceiling of the garage. My paranoia started whispering a few blocks from our apartment. What if they'd identified me from earlier footage? What if they were waiting for me? I slipped into a nearby Waffle House with a view of the east apartment entrance and took a seat at a booth. My leg bounced uncontrollably, and I had a hard time focusing on anything. My escape had been too easy. Inconsistencies in the events came into focus that had been disguised in a wash of adrenaline. I'd been so confident I knew which way the cameras were pointing. Why? Where had that surety come from? The hospital cameras were encased in a black orb. I was losing it. Life wasn't a Marvel movie. People didn't develop powers from meteors. The mounted TV flickered as the channel was changed, giving a report of shots fired at Baylor Hospital. Apparently, the cops had continued making their rounds, but the news was reporting it as a possible active shooter situation. I cocked my head. That didn't make any sense. Normally, the news was informed on this sort of thing. The police must have been on an information blackout. "Hun?" I say, "What can I get you?" I jumped, swiveling in my seat to face a waitress who couldn't be bothered to tie her apron. Coffee. Then, after a second, decaf. No need to be any jumpier than I already felt. "Just the coffee." Statement, not a question. I was analyzing the waitress's tone, looking for tells. More paranoia. I needed to get home so I could take my meds. "You okay, hun?" "Yeah, sorry. Lot on my mind." She nodded sympathetically. "Last few days have been rough on all of us. I'll get that coffee." The wording stuck with me long after she'd left. Last few days. Of course, this wasn't the day of the impact. Few. What did few mean? At least 2, probably 3. I watched the news, waiting for a date-stamped report. March 22nd, 2024. Okay. 2 days. What the SWAT guy said made more sense now, at least in terms of timeline. Know how many friends I've lost today? I squeezed my eyes shut. The aroma of coffee filled my nose. I could feel the waitress's shadow lingering before she left me to my drink. My stomach twisted. For the second day in a row, police and federal authorities have yet to explain the blockade spanning state lines. My eyes shot open. The scene on the TV rotated between various major highways. Checkpoints backed up traffic indefinitely as a deluge of squad cars and SUVs served as hastily erected barriers blocking off roadways. There was a shot of thousands of people pressed together at DFW Airport, with a slow pan to a nearby display that read, "All departures suspended indefinitely." The hits kept coming. We were locked in, and the violet notification light was still hanging in my vision like a stuck pixel. I eased the apartment door shut. The hinges squealed at the last moment, giving me away. Small footsteps pattered as Iris swung out from the kitchen, small hand clinging to the dividing wall to prevent her socked feet from slipping on the hardwood floor as she leveraged herself toward me. Iris was 13, but her outfits always made her look much younger. A simple denim jumper covered a white cloth shirt. Her blonde hair was cropped short, tufts of it frizzed out over 2 long ears. She tackled me in a tight hug. I saw Ellison peek out from the hallway and give me a tentative wave. He'd gotten the best of our parents' features, our father's electric blue eyes and our mother's wavy chestnut hair. "Hey, Ellis."
"Where have you been?"
Ellison asked. There was a notable strain in his voice.
"Is it bad?"
I asked.
"Dark orange, more sandstone than clay. Where have you been?"
"Hospital." When his eyes widened, I hurried on before he could assume the worst. "Relax. Got out before they got my information."
"Are you hurt?"
Iris watched my lips intently as she finished the sign. Closed hands, with 2 index fingers pointed at each other. "I'm fine," I said, signing and speaking out loud. "Just bumps and bruises." And broken ribs that didn't hurt, and a dislocated shoulder that was somehow fully functional. But that was filed under the category of things I didn't want to think too closely about. "You guys okay?" Iris nodded.
"More disturbed than anything else. Mom called us both into the living room onto the couch with her and held on to us, then started crying uncontrollably."
I winced. "Sorry I wasn't here. How long has she been orange?" I asked.
"Since the meteor,"
Iris signed, her movements emphatic. "She feed you guys?"
"We're fine. We made sandwiches,"
Ellison answered before Iris could sign. Irritation flooded me, and I looked toward the end of the hallway. Really? I was gone for 2 days, and she couldn't be bothered to reheat a lasagna? Of course she couldn't. What was I thinking? I stalked toward the hallway, and Iris clung onto my arm, slowing me, sliding a foot across the ground.
"Don't make it worse."
I knew she was right. In that moment, though, right and wrong didn't matter. I felt so trapped, so damn strangled by this place. So I stood and seethed. I reached up slowly to my forehead, feeling the spot on my forehead and finding the vein standing out on my skin. Shit, my meds. "Okay," I said finally, and Iris released me. "I need to take some time. Do either of you need anything?"
"Not right at this minute."
"Got any money?" Ellison watched me knowingly, dark locks swinging across his forehead.
"I was washing Mr. Oliver's truck this morning."
"Al, you know I don't like you working for him." Ellison rolled his eyes.
"Not the point."
"I'm serious. He's the landlord, and he already tried to accuse you of stealing change from his car. To say nothing of the fact that Ellison probably did. But the theft didn't match the man's explosive reaction and threats of eviction that terrified us for weeks. Wait, what do you need money for?"
"If you'd let me finish, I would have told you by now,"
Ellison snapped.
"Oliver's paying me tomorrow when he has cash on hand."
"Never work without knowing when you'll be paid."
"I did know. He said it up front. But the point is, a bunch of neighbors saw me washing his car. A whole bunch. The dust from that thing—"
Ellison held up a fist and splayed his fingers, pantomiming the explosion.
"Got everywhere, and it's thick. Everyone needs their car cleaned, and Tommy's down the street is price gouging, so the opportunity is there, but I don't have the capital for it."
I did my best to ignore the lingo that undoubtedly stemmed from our mother. "What about the 20 I gave you 2 weeks ago?"
"Snacks."
but most of it went to Iris's new backpack. Fuck, I'd forgotten. Iris was mostly homeschooled due to inadequate support for deaf children in the local public school and bullying, but she was in a self-study group with other deaf children. As it turned out, sharing the same disability didn't count much for common ground, as Iris's backpack had been torn off her shoulders by an older boy and summarily tossed in a storm drain. How much do you need? 25 if you have it. I snorted. What are you, outsourcing? I need a jug, and the optimum is 40 in tax. If you're going for quantity, just buy the megs, it's half that. And it's not like any of our neighbors are getting valet parking. They're not waxing and detailing, just clean the dust off their beaters. Recurring business be damned, Allison sighed. Beggars can't be choosers, I shot back. $3 would tide him over. Allison always lowballed what he actually had. I opened my wallet and stopped, finding it empty. A low groan escaped me. What? I bankrupted myself for shitty Girl Scout cookies. Excuse me? Allison repeated again, voice monotone. Sue me, the world was ending. Iris shifted so she was in both of our vision. Let me help. Do you have it? Allison asked uncomfortably. I'll break open November, Iris signed. Her eyes were bright, as if she was happy to offer a solution. No, Allison said immediately. I shared an uncomfortable look with Allison and turned back to Iris. You just broke October to get the water turned back on. That was months ago. Barely 2 months. It left a bitter taste in my mouth. Iris had a thing for cute porcelain piggy banks, a relic of the past that had made a semi-ironic return in recent years. Iris's first bank had been a Frosty the Snowman look-alike she named January. I remembered October as fragments of a smiling jack-o'-lantern shattered amongst currency on the floor. My mother's goal had been to use the device to teach Iris the importance of saving while making it difficult to borrow those savings back. Yeah, it hadn't exactly worked out that way. I hated moments like this. I crouched down to her level. Okay. If Ellison's windfall is as big as he's making it out to be, he'll pay you back. If for some reason it doesn't and he can't, I will. You can't keep doing this, kiddo. My chest tightened when she shook her head, indicating she didn't need to be paid back. As much as I disliked my mother, there was no question we were cut from the same cloth, as was Ellison. We were mercenaries of a modern age, money and survival our only objectives. But Iris was different. Iris was the best of us. It won't take long, Iris. I'll have it back to you by the end of the day, Ellison said. But I could hear the regret in his voice. I stood back, conflicted, looking between my sister and brother. I was proud of them, but I hated that our discussions were closer to business meetings. I hated that they had to operate like this. A chill went through me. If I died in the parking garage, would they be breaking November for me? Every dollar Ellison earned today going toward cremation, funeral costs. And what would the rest of their lives look like after my death gave Mother an excuse to dive even deeper into the well? More desperation fueled by white bread sandwiches and snack packs. It was exactly why I couldn't commit to fucking off to Berkeley. Not that I even could now. Trapped. And you'll always be trapped. The ceilings lowered. Just a slight, subtle shift, but a clear early warning sign. I thanked Iris and walked hurriedly to my room. Meds. I needed my meds. I threw open the door. My bed was unmade the way I'd left it. A layer of dust on my dresser stood out to me in glaring detail. The ceiling felt even lower, threatening.